The land of Sakura has officially announced its intention to dump radioactive waters from Fukushima into the Pacific Ocean within the next year, sparking controversy among many countries. Scientists say the contaminated water will cause mutations in marine organisms, posing a threat to humanity. The International Astronomical Observatory has recorded a meteorite about 1 kilometer in diameter approaching the Earth, which is expected to fall soon. The car radio was playing in the cargo van. Ye Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, frowned, his eyes filled with deep anxiety. Could this day really have arrived? What the system said was true. Boy, this news should be taken lightly. Don't take it too seriously. A few years ago, there was also a news report about a meteorite falling that carried deadly bacteria. Many years have passed, and we are still alive and well, the driver said with an indifferent expression. Ye Feng turned to him and saw his indifferent expression causing a bitter smile. Originally, he didn't believe it either, but now he has to believe it. The day before yesterday, he accidentally activated a system that informed him that there were only 20 days left until the end of the world. The system required him to purchase a bomb shelter in the current city to complete the binding to himself. In exchange, he would receive a starter kit and be able to reach the pinnacle of life like a hero in a popular novel. Ye Feng was skeptical at first, but after listening to the latest news, his confidence was strengthened. The end of the world was indeed approaching, and there were only 20 days left. He had to prepare before the countdown ended. You're right. After all, our 9 regions country's sky is still being maintained by the authorities. It's better than the constant skirmishes in the merry United States, Ye Feng joked. In addition to the Sakura Land radioactive water incident, there have been more shootings in America due to the fight for resources. The news almost filled the world ratings. The reason was the statement of a famous scientist who risked his life to report the approaching disaster in 30 days. Only Ye Feng himself knew that there were 20 days left until the end of the world, and not 30, as the scientist claimed. He was hiding something after all. Soon the van arrived at the location of the bomb shelters in Haiyun City. It was a high mountain, the highest in the coastal region, called Haiyun Mountain, over 1,000 meters high. There were many bomb shelters here, most of which were built during the war. The shelter Ye Feng bought was located at an altitude of 700 meters and was one of the best in terms of location. Due to the possibility of a meteorite falling, the city residents were allowed to use and buy these shelters. However, most people did not believe in the threat, so Ye Feng became the first buyer and the first to enter the bomb shelter. Due to the lack of demand, the price was low. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have to put in more effort to complete the system's task. The moving company workers brought all of Ye Feng's things into the shelter, then asked for 300 yen for the work. The price was reasonable for 3 employees and a car. Ye Feng took out his phone and smiled. This place is quite remote. The trip back and forth is not easy. Thank you for your trouble. Let's not count 300. Let's make it exactly 3,000. What? The 3 of them were stunned. Ye Feng ignored their surprise and called the contact named Fool, saying generously, "It's me, Ye Feng. Transfer the money." The man on the other end was at a loss for words, then began cursing, "Ye Feng, you asked me for 300,000 yesterday, and now you're asking me again today." The man was Lu Yao, the son of construction magnate Lu Yuan, one of the influential figures in Haiyun City. Lu Yao had met Ye Feng at his university graduation, where he also met Ye Feng's girlfriend, Su Yao. In 3 days, he managed to win back the girl Ye Feng had been dating for 3 years. If Lu Yao hadn't come to ask how much Ye Feng was willing to give up his ex-girlfriend for, he would still be deceived. Ye Feng thought about revenge, about bringing shame on the couple. But then he realized he was just an orphan with no money or connections. How could he stand up to the rich heir? If the doomsday news had not been confirmed and the shelter system requiring the purchase of a bomb shelter had not been activated, Ye Feng would never have contacted them again. Therefore, he approached Lu Yao, using his previous words as an excuse, and tricked him into buying a shelter for a full 300,000. This money was barely enough, considering that after the doomsday news was confirmed, the abandoned shelters had increased in price several times. What, such a rich heir doesn't have even a drop of honesty? Ye Feng sneered coldly. When you stole my girlfriend, I thought you were tough and kept your word. But now, you can't spare 3,000 for transporting things. Is this what you call being a rich heir? Damn it, do you think I'm stupid? What kind of transportation costs 3,000? Are you moving? Do you think I'm an ATM? Lu Yao got angry and hung up. However, Ye Feng soon received a wire transfer of 3,000, along with a threatening message from Lu Yao. This is the last time. If you ask for money again, I promise that your third leg will never be needed again. Ha! Ye Feng just laughed, not taking the threat seriously. No joke, there were 20 days left until the end of the world, and he should be afraid of Lu Yao's threats? After paying the workers, Ye Feng headed straight to the bomb shelter. As soon as he entered, a dispassionate female voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the owner, the task is completed. After entering the shelter, Ye Feng received a task completion notification from the system. Then, the emotionless female voice sounded in his head again. Congratulations to the owner for completing the initial task and obtaining a personal shelter. The owner can receive a starter pack. Would you like to collect the reward? Ye Feng froze in place, not immediately realizing what was happening, until the cold voice sounded again. Attention! If there is no response within 10 seconds, the system will recall the starter pack. Hearing this warning, Ye Feng did not hesitate and resolutely agreed to receive the reward. Jokes aside, he had worked so hard for this starter kit. Receipt complete. Reward number 1. A home intelligent android. The robot's appearance can be customized according to the owner's wishes. Please visualize the desired appearance and features of the android in your mind. Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. This was a familiar thing. In the past, when he played role-playing games, he would spend an entire day just creating a character, and he wouldn't start the game until he created the most beautiful face on the server. Thinking about this, Ye Feng began to mentally recreate the images of characters from past games. As soon as he imagined the appearance he wanted, an android with closed eyes immediately materialized in front of him. Wow! Unbelievable! Ye Feng couldn't help but exclaim. What amazed him was that the robot that appeared exactly matched his imagination. A beautiful angelic face, a height of 1.75 m, luxurious dark hair, a graceful, slender figure. And most importantly, the android was dressed in a maid's costume. Black stockings above the knee flashed in Ye Feng's field of vision, causing him to become excited. You need to control yourself. Ye Feng pulled himself up. Looking at the tall robot beauty that almost reached his nose, Ye Feng couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Don't think anything bad. He touched the face, not anything else. When Ye Feng's finger touched the android's face, he was surprised to find that the sensation was absolutely real, worthy of the title of a lifelike robot. While Ye Feng was admiring, the system's voice rang out in his head again. Reward 2. A bottle of genetic serum. As soon as the words were spoken, a small bottle appeared in Ye Feng's hand. The container was the size of a thumb, containing a red liquid that looked mysterious and intriguing. Reward 3. Within 6 hours, the system will upgrade the owner's shelter. The upgraded shelter will receive all the high-tech equipment for surviving the apocalypse. This is the only condition for the owner to survive the end of the world. Please take care of your shelter. Receipt of the starter kit is complete. After these words, the system's voice disappeared. Ye Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. After coming to his senses a little, he decided to try the genetic serum first. The drug was not as bitter as he expected, but even slightly sweet. After taking it, Ye Feng felt a heat inside. His breathing quickened. At the same time, a pleasant tingling sensation spread throughout his body. This process lasted for several minutes. Phew! Ye Feng exhaled, noticing that his vision had become much sharper. He could discern the smallest dust particles on the walls of the shelter. dust, even though the distance was 7 to 8 meters and the lighting was poor. Moreover, Ye Feng found that his hearing, smell, touch, and even taste had improved significantly. I feel my body overflowing with power. Ye Feng clenched his fists, ready to test out his new abilities. Thinking of this, he took a running start and rushed into the depths of the shelter at an incredible speed. This speed exceeded Bolt's records by several times. But that wasn't all. Returning to his original location, Ye Feng held the brick he had found in the shelter in his hand. He picked up a granite block about the size of a lunchbox, and without thinking, he punched it. Bang! The grey brick instantly crumbled, falling into pieces on the floor. Wow! Ye Feng was even more excited than when he saw the beautiful android. He knew very well that in the apocalypse, strength was much more important than appearance. If I were to star in a fantasy film, why would I need special effects? Ye Feng laughed happily. After testing the serum, Ye Feng turned his gaze to the android. On the legs. Again. Isn't this a domestic intelligent robot? Why doesn't it move at all? Is this really a defect? Ye Feng frowned. If this is really a defect, then he has suffered a great loss. Thinking about this, Ye Feng walked up to the beautiful android and began to examine her. Although he said examine, in reality he was just pawing at her. Wow, what soft skin. I wonder what material it's made of. He admired as he touched the robot. It was unknown whether Ye Feng accidentally pressed a button. The android suddenly opened its eyes, and the sound of electric discharges could be heard from inside. Thanks to the genetic enhancement, Ye Feng clearly noticed the android's reaction. He retreated quickly, not so much to observe the robot's reaction, but rather out of fear of a sudden explosion. Ye Feng had seen a lot of news about exploding phones from Korea. Who knew if this defective product would explode too? The electric sounds continued for a few seconds, then stopped. The beautiful android slowly turned her head towards Ye Feng. She studied him with her eyes for a long time. "Hello, android number 001 is happy to serve you," she said. Her voice was sweet, completely different from the cold system voice in Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's face took on a blissful expression. I wonder what it's like to cuddle with such a robot while sleeping. Thinking about this, Ye Feng couldn't help but ask, "Do you know how to warm up the bed?" The android looked at Ye Feng with an innocent expression. "Don't worry, master. The upgraded shelter will have high-tech auto-heating beds. They can automatically adjust the temperature according to the body temperature and more." Enough! Enough! Let's not discuss this topic. Ye Feng interrupted the robot before he finished. The android didn't get angry, and a sweet smile still played on her face. That's right. This is the taste of first love. What are your functions? Ye Feng asked again. The robot seemed to answer without thinking. For anything related to the shelter, the master can contact me. Oh. Hearing this, Ye Feng became interested. However, he did not immediately bombard them with questions. They would have plenty of time. Don't call me master, it's too formal. Call me Brother Feng. Okay, Brother Feng, the android answered melodically. Hearing the exquisite beauty call him Brother Feng, Ye Feng felt his heart skip a beat with pleasure. He then gave the android a name, I Feng, meaning loving Feng. Just as Ye Feng was about to continue chatting with I Feng, the phone suddenly rang. Ye Feng was a little surprised because he hadn't had much contact with his old classmates since graduating. So there were very few people who could call him. He glanced at his phone and found that the person calling was Song Han, an old friend he had known for over 10 years. Ye Feng's face immediately lit up with a smile. Accepting the challenge, "Hello, old man Song. Shouldn't you be working now? How did you find time to call me?" Psycho, Ye Feng's nickname. Come to the Haiyun Hotel for dinner at 5. I met a really cool guy at work. I promise you'll have some good news when you come. Listening to Song Han's enthusiastic voice, Ye Feng couldn't help but be curious. What news could be more important than a heart-to-heart talk with I Feng? If it was just a normal friend, Ye Feng would have refused without hesitation. But Song Han was special, one of the few closest friends. In addition, Ye Feng planned to take Song Han to his shelter after the construction was completed. After thinking for 3 seconds, Ye Feng finally agreed. But curiosity got the better of me. What's the good news? Oh yeah, I'll tell you now. You won't believe it. You'll find out when you come. Be sure to be there around 5, and when you arrive, call me. After saying this, Song Han immediately hung up the phone, not giving Ye Feng a chance to ask more details. It was good that they were old friends. Otherwise, this way of cutting off the conversation would be very offensive. Since Song Han didn't speak, Ye Feng couldn't do anything. Looking around the empty shelter, he muttered to himself, "Although it is unknown what the shelter will be like after the upgrade, the main problem now is food. The supplies I brought will last for about 5 days. We need to accumulate enough food and water before the apocalypse." Due to the rapid spread of information about the crisis, prices of goods around the world rose by 80%. Even with money, it is not always possible to buy quality things. But the main thing is that Ye Feng had almost no money. Having recently graduated from university, he planned to work hard, save money, and marry Su Yao to start a middle-class family. But Su Yao's betrayal completely demotivated him, and he was soon fired from his job. Then he received a system notification about the end of the world, so he had no time to work. How poor Ye Feng was, I guess I don't need to explain. Should I call that idiot Lu Yao again? After thinking about it, he decided not to. Ye Feng quickly tidied up his clothes and told Ai Feng to behave well when she was alone at home. The shelter had a door with a lock, so he didn't have to worry about uninvited guests. After locking the door, he called a taxi through the app. It was a mountain outskirts. The only way to get from here was by taxi or bus to Haiyun Mountain. He wouldn't have time to take the bus. It was already 4 o'clock. Around 5, Ye Feng arrived at the Haiyun Hotel, one of the best in the city. A 6-star hotel where any expense would start at tens of thousands. Standing at the entrance, Ye Feng was very curious about what kind of friend Song Han had met to host a dinner at such a place. Certainly some rich heir. After calling Song Han soon ran out of the hotel in a hurry. He was wearing a decent suit, quite handsome, but his height was slightly shorter than Ye Feng. "Old Song, seeing you're in a hurry, what's the news?" Ye Feng asked as he was dragged into the hotel by the hand. Seeing Ye Feng's persistence, Song Han decided to tell them on the way. "Have you seen the latest news?" Song Han asked. Ye Feng nodded. "About the Sakura country dumping radioactive water into the Pacific Ocean and the meteorite falling. It's about this radioactive water." "Huh." Ye Feng was curious. They walked towards the elevator. After pressing the button, Song Han continued. "Sakura country has probably been dumping radioactive water for a long time. Mutated monsters have appeared in several coastal areas of our country." Really? Ye Feng still had doubts. He knew the end of the world was coming, but there were still 20 days left. How could monsters appear so quickly? Seeing Ye Feng's distrust, Song Han became upset. "Would I lie to you?" "Not in that sense," Ye Feng laughed. In any case, Song Han meant well by telling him this. The elevator opened and they entered. Song Han pressed the 16th floor. Since they were the only ones in the elevator, Sun Han continued. "These mutants are very large and attack people. Someone took samples for analysis and found a serious excess of background radiation. Fearing unrest, the information was classified. I found out through connections." Ye Feng's expression became serious. "We need to speed up the procurement of supplies." Noticing this, Song Han thought that his friend was scared and consoled him. "Don't be afraid. I called you to introduce you to a rich friend. He has a shelter for several dozen people. Thanks to our friendship, you can go there too." At the same time, he patted Ye Feng on the shoulder. "Shelter?" Hearing these words, Ye Feng's face brightened. Speaking of shelters, whose could compare to his own? This was the difference between a paid player and a cheater. Pay as much as you want, but you can't resist cheating. Ye Feng nudged Song Han. When Song Han looked at him in surprise, he said, "I have a hideout too. Would you like to come with me?" Song Han rolled his eyes. "Are you playing house? Fine, Just speak more politely. You only get one chance." Seeing Song Han's distrust, Ye Feng retreated. He would show him his hideout later. Then he would believe it. Sometimes it's better to see once than hear 100 times. Having gone up one floor, they came to a luxurious room. Why luxurious? The door was made of valuable wood. It alone cost about $1 million. When Ye Feng entered the room, he saw more people than he expected. There were men and women sitting at the table, and several uniformed security guards stood behind a handsome young man in branded clothes. The bodyguards were all muscular, clearly not ordinary fighters. Song Han led Ye Feng to the young man and introduced him respectfully. "Brother Ji, this is my good friend." Ji Wenbin gave Ye Feng an appraising look. Then he turned his gaze to Song Han and asked, "Is this the same friend of yours who can go up against 17 or 18 people alone and not lose?" He couldn't help but be taken aback. Since when had he become so strong? He himself didn't know it. Remembering that Song Han loved to exaggerate and brag, Ye Feng quickly understood and calmed down. He clearly understood why his friend was exaggerating his merits. He needed to impress the other person in order to stay closer to Ji Wenbing. This was Song Han's chance to beg for a pass to the shelter. But did Ye Feng need one? You're kidding. Have you heard of the #1 shelter in the universe? Song Han looked at Ji Wenbing, smiled tensely, and nodded. Yes, that's right." "Huh?" Ji Wenbing was a little surprised and looked at the skinny Ye Feng as if he didn't fully believe Song Han's words. He asked, "Have you done combat before?" When everyone stared at him, Ye Feng was momentarily at a loss for what to say. Song Han, embarrassed and in a hurry, nudged him with the tip of his shoe from the side. A clear hint. "Admit it. Like, let's get the pass first, and then the rest." Ye Feng angrily glanced at his friend, irritated that he hadn't discussed this beforehand. However, he did not become truly angry. Their friendship was strong and would not be damaged by such a trifle. After hesitating, Ye Feng nodded. In his school years, he had indeed fought. Sometimes he had single-handedly taken out 3 people. But who could even fight alone against 17 or 18? Such a lie. I didn't even write a draft. And then everyone was just ordinary high school students. They pretended to swing their fists. They didn't get serious. It's scary to even think about knives or a fight to the death. For that, you'll be kicked out of school and sent to a juvenile detention center for a decent period of time. If he could stand up to the 3 of them back then, it was only because of his desperate recklessness. Now it's a different story. After the gene modification, Ye Feng really did have the strength that Song Han had been harping on about. But his friend didn't know about the gene serum. To him, Ye Feng was the same street daredevil as he was. As soon as Ye Feng nodded, Ji Wenbing lazily pointed his finger at the bodyguards behind him, as if to say, "Go ahead." He wanted to personally check whether this guy could really take on a whole crowd without losing. The 2 big guys moved towards Ye Feng. Their heavy pressure made the room go silent. Everyone was afraid to breathe so as not to scare them away. Song Han also got nervous, but he couldn't accept that his words would drag his friend into trouble, and quickly stood between them. Jige, you guys are masters. 10 is no match for each other. Maybe we shouldn't." He had seen them in action. Their level was about the same as that of strong provincial boxers. And Ye Feng was an ordinary graduate, suffocating on the stairs, not a fight on equal terms. Ji Wenbing cast a displeased glance at Song Han. A warning, stop chatting. "What are you waiting for?" he said coldly. The bodyguards simultaneously jerked, clenched their fists and aimed at Ye Feng's shoulder. They obviously had no intention of killing him. Corpses ruin a reputation. But if such a blow hit an ordinary person, it would take a year to heal. From the first step, Ye Feng was on full alert. Yes, he had the strength, but he had never fought in real combat with people, and he lacked the fighting technique. And there was a huge gap between "I can fight" and "I know the techniques." Song Han was beside himself, begging his friend with his eyes, "Go away." Ye Feng didn't even glance in his direction. A fist the size of a punching bag landed right on his shoulder. If such a punch hit an ordinary person, he wouldn't recover for a year and a half. And then something strange happened. Ye Feng's perception of the swift strike suddenly became slow, like a child waving his arms. Without wasting a second, he met the attack with a counterattack. Bang! The bodyguard's right arm seemed to have been pierced, a comminuted fracture. The thug himself was thrown up and thrown back. He fell so hard that the entire private hall felt the floor tremble. It was lucky that there was nothing behind him, and not a table, otherwise 5 or 6 people would have been caught in the crossfire. The second guard, turning pale, immediately retreated a few steps. He did not dare to push forward. If this guy had only needed one blow to knock down a partner of his level, then what chance did he have? A heavy silence hung in the hall. All that could be heard was the groans of the man lying on the floor. Bravo! Ji Wenbing suddenly stood up and applauded. Ye Feng's strength clearly delighted him. This was exactly the kind of fighter he needed. Seeing the boss clapping, the others at the table also jumped up and applauded. Song Han stood there with his eyes widened. He knew that these guards were not newbies, but experts. And now they were so easily switched off. Worse, he didn't even notice how Ye Feng had struck. He stared at his friend as if he was seeing him for the first time. Are you sure you're that same Ye Feng? What do you think? Ye Feng snapped. In his heart, Ye Feng himself was on the rise. He felt that his ceiling was still far away. Ji Wenbing came closer. The bodyguards immediately lined up behind, ready to cover the boss. If something happened to him, they would be the first to respond. Not bad, he said, commendably but condescendingly. Ye Feng frowned, his expression becoming downright displeased. Is this your way of welcoming guests? Ha, Ji Wenbing chuckled, not offended. For Song Han's sake, I raised you up and gave you a chance to shine. And it looks like you passed it. Stay with me as a bodyguard, and I'll give you a separate pass to the hideout. Is that okay? The benefactor's tone disgusted Ye Feng. He snorted and met the question with a question. Did I even say that I was going to join you? Ji Wenbing's face changed slightly. Song Han was already stamping his feet at the table in despair. He had brought his friend solely for the sake of the notorious pass. Who knew that Ye Feng would refuse, and even with a sneer? Ye Feng's words sounded like a loud slap in the face to Ji Wenbing, and it was so loud that everyone in the hall seemed to hear it. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that in front of everyone. Ye Feng was the first in many years. Ji Wenbing's face became increasingly gloomy, and Song Han was about to walk over and kick his friend. He was so angry. Damn, I worked so hard to get this opportunity, and you just went and threw it away, he thought to himself. The rest of those present just watched with interest, as if it were a free show. Who was Ji Wenbing? The son of Ji Tianhai himself, the largest businessman in Haiyun. Yes, his father had once made a fortune in resale, but by the time he was 50, he had become the most influential merchant in the city. Almost everything went through his company: rice, salt, vegetables and fruits, drinks, sweets. About 80% of Haiyun's total turnover. There was no one in the city who would dare to openly go against him. And if such a person did appear, he, jokingly, had not yet been born. Ji Wenbing himself, thanks to his father's name alone, had lived comfortably for many years and confidently stayed afloat in any situation. But now, it seemed like none of that was working. In front of him stood a man who seemed even more brazen than his father. Knowing that there was no point in dragging out this conversation, Song Han walked closer, standing with his back to Ji Wenbing, and quietly, almost in a whisper, said to Ye Feng, "Listen, are you crazy? Have you forgotten why I brought you here?" "Calm down, I know what I'm doing." Ye Feng confidently patted him on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha." Ji Wenbing chuckled, as if he was even amused. Song Han tensed up and hurriedly pulled Ye Feng's hand. You see, his family is a power in Haiyun. With them, you don't have to worry about your food and things when the apocalypse starts. There's so much alarming news right now. You know, no one knows when everything will explode, today or tomorrow. Deep down, Song Han even dreamed that the catastrophe would start right now. Then, perhaps, his friend would understand what's what. But Ye Feng hugged him around the neck and said with a smile, "I told you, I have my own shelter. I invited you to come with me, but you didn't believe me." Pfft, ha ha ha, came from all sides. It's so funny it makes you cry. Now, everyone you meet is ready to claim that they have a shelter. Maybe they put a couple of boxes of instant noodles in a rented basement and consider it a bunker. Then my dog pen can also be called a shelter. Scornful laughter and jokes filled the room. Before this, they had thought of Ye Feng as an impudent but simply brave guy who knew how to fight a little. Now, he had become a cocky idiot in their eyes. Ji Wenbing, like the others, watched the exchange with a smirk. Song Han was in despair. Ye Feng remained impenetrable. Do you realize that Ji's shelter was built by their company? There is plenty of food there, and there are also plenty of entertainment. Many famous private bunkers do not even come close. Ye Feng just sighed and replied tiredly, "Enough," I said. "I have my own shelter, and I'm not going to join them." End of conversation. His inner voice chuckled. His system and the home robot Feng alone were worth a dozen of these elite shelters. Thinking about this slender, attractive android assistant, Ye Feng felt a slight excitement. He could hardly go back and continue talking about life. Song Han almost shouted, "Are you completely out of your mind? Your hideout wasn't even close. I was there, almost 1,000 square meters." But Ye Feng stood his ground. Song Han only squeezed his temples and muttered a few harsh words under his breath. "Okay, I have to go," Ye Feng said, smiling and patting his friend on the arm. "I just moved in. Come over when you're free." He was about to leave, but the conversation with Ji Wenbing had left a bad taste in his mouth. Rich kids like him and Lu Yao always looked down on him, and Ye Feng couldn't stand it. Ji Wenbing drawled, adding with disdain, "Strength is good, but don't confuse it with truth. Otherwise you'll die without even knowing how." Ye Feng froze as soon as he turned to face the door. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened, and he felt even more hostility toward this guy. But he didn't bother to get involved and was already heading for the exit when suddenly a shrill female scream was heard from outside. It was followed by stomping and noise, as if someone was running in panic. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Ji Wenbing motioned for the guard to check. Ye Feng also lingered. The bodyguard opened the heavy door, and everyone saw a crowd of people running from left to right. Yes, running. He intercepted one of the men and barked, "What happened? Why are you running?" But the man only tried to break free in horror. And then, as if he saw something behind the guard, the man turned white and began to thrash around even harder. The bodyguard was about to let him go. Who knows, he was crazy or in shock. And at that moment, another guy jumped on the man, mad, with a crazy look, and sank his teeth into his neck. Crash! Hot blood splashed onto the guard's face. He recoiled in horror and slammed the door, fearing that the madman would attack him too. "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" The girls in the room screamed, turning pale and clinging to each other. The attacker, as if drawn by the screams, abruptly turned his head towards them. His face was covered with patches of corpse skin and purulent blisters through which blood was seeping. Ji Wenbing instantly turned pale. He was someone who valued his life above all else. After all, he had an inheritance of billions ahead of him. He certainly wasn't going to die here. "What the hell is this?" One of the more or less calm men exhaled. Ji Wenbing remembered some rumors and said with a trembling voice, Is it a mutant?" Ye Feng looked at his interlocutor with confusion. Song Han, trying not to show his fear, gathered his courage and explained, "Do you remember the story of the nuclear wastewater in Sakura country? So, some greedy traders, despite the authorities' ban, secretly exported contaminated fish to different parts of the world. In short, these creatures are like zombies from end-of-the-world movies. Listen, just for heaven's sake, don't let them bite you. Otherwise, no one will save you." By the end, his voice was shaking. When Ye Feng finally understood what mutants were, one big thought popped into his head. What the... It all seemed like nonsense. Could it really be because of nuclear waste? It was somehow too fantastic. Looking at these creatures with their faces eaten away by pustules and their jaws chewing on meat, Ye Feng felt an unpleasant chill inside. He quickly pushed away the unnecessary thoughts. There was no use arguing about the origin of the infection now. So what now? He asked, realizing that there was no clear plan. They had appeared too suddenly, and in such a situation, it was unlikely that anyone could offer a ready-made solution. Either we sit in the corner and wait for the military, or we run. Damn, Song Han began, but did not have time to finish. The mutants had already noticed the people in the hall. Their distorted faces, smeared with blood, were disgusting. Even from a distance, you could smell the terrible smell from their mouths. That's it? They saw us? Song Han exhaled, trembling. In confirmation of his words, several creatures, having finished tearing apart random passers-by, rushed at Ji Wenbing's guards like mad dogs. One of the bodyguards was too close. The mutant reached him in a couple of seconds and knocked him to the floor, biting his neck. Screams of pain filled the hall. "Creatures! Die!" roared another guard, mad with rage. He grabbed a chair and slammed it into the attacker's face with all his might. These guys, even the weakest ones, were still stronger than normal people. Ji Wenbing wouldn't keep them around for no reason. But the blow was useless. The mutant was thrown back, but he immediately jumped up, not feeling pain, and rushed towards the enemy again. The guard froze in shock, and at that moment, another mutant grabbed his hand. Blood gushed out like a stream. The pain was unbearable. While he was distracted, the first mutant jumped from above, and in a matter of seconds, the guard's body went limp. They had mauled him. "Feng, run! They are coming for us!" Song Han's voice almost broke into tears. He did not expect that a simple trip to dinner and meeting an influential person would turn into a nightmare with monsters. "Calm down," Ye Feng snapped. "Yelling won't help. We need a plan." He was tense himself, as this was the first time he had seen such creatures in real life. But he noticed an important detail. Their strength was on the level of an enraged person, nothing more. With his current body, enhanced by the genetic drug, it was quite possible to deal with them while keeping a distance. Besides, there were few mutants here. Only 8, including those who were already running towards them. "Listen," he addressed Song Han. "Now, as soon as they rush here, I will deal with them and you run after me. Got it?" Ye Feng had no intention of taking risks for the sake of outsiders. He didn't care about Ji Wenbing and his men. The main thing was to get Song Han out of here. "What, really? You'll get me out? Damn it, you're the best. I shouldn't have called you my son. I'm sorry, Dad. Dad, take me away," Song Han blurted out, clinging to him without thinking about dignity. Those who heard this looked at him in complete bewilderment. "Damn it, don't piss me off." Ye Feng grimaced. At this moment, 2 creatures rushed at them from different directions. Ye Feng's gaze seemed to switch to slow motion. Their attack seemed to be slow, like in slow motion. He immediately picked up a wooden stick, broken off from a chair, and brought it down with all his might on the head of the nearest one. There was a wet crunch, as if a ripe watermelon had been split. The mutant collapsed without moving. So, like in the movies, in the head, flashed through his mind. Without wasting time, he hit the second one. The stick cracked, but the creature also fell down dead. The danger to them from this side was eliminated. Song Han looked at him as if he were a hero, and raising his thumb said, "Dad, you're cool. Okay, enough flattery. Come with me." Ye Feng smiled wryly. After his first fight with the mutants, he already understood their real capabilities. Yes, they were stronger than an ordinary person, but clearly weaker than himself. This was enough to feel confident, and now he acted much more calmly. "Take me with you," Ji Wenbing suddenly spoke, clearly losing his previous composure. "All of you?" Ye Feng glanced at them and frowned. "Even I can't guarantee that the whole crowd will survive." And why should I risk increasing the chance of infection by protecting people I don't care about? I killed those who broke through here for Songhan. The rest, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. He was about to take his friend away, but Songhan almost melted at these words. Wow, Dad said he'd only take me. It wasn't for nothing that I called him that. With these thoughts, he turned to Ji Wenbing with an air of importance. Sorry, but you heard everything. With this attitude, when you are also teaching my father, your chances are slim. If you don't survive, I will send you a couple more packs of candles and gold bills on Qingming. Goodbye. He immediately ducked behind Yefeng. Ji Wenbing's face twisted in anger, and he couldn't help but rush forward, grabbing Yefeng's hand. Daddy, Daddy, this is your son Ji Wenbing. Take me too. His pride was clearly crushed by fear of the mutants. Since I, the heir of Ji, have stooped to this level, he must meet me halfway, he thought. But Ye Feng almost stumbled from such treatment, and Songhan almost choked with laughter. Let go, Ye Feng barked. I won't take it. Even if the emperor himself came, I have only one son, and that is Songhan. He had already noticed that several fresh corpses were starting to move and rise. In a few minutes, there would be even more of them. But I called you Daddy. What else do you want? Ji Wenbing was in despair. If you pull me out, I'll add a month's worth of rations. Ye Feng slowed down his efforts to break free a little, but then cursed, Get lost! I'm not like that. Even 3 months' worth of rations for 10 people won't buy me. Okay, I agree. But take me and my guards too. Ji Wenbing exhaled, gritting his teeth. Ye Feng was surprised. He didn't expect this arrogant rich man to think about more than himself. This added to his respect. Okay, let's go. Just remember, take the stairs, not the elevator. There might be a mutant surprise in the elevator. Now that an agreement had been reached, he did not hesitate. If he delayed, the infected would increase, and then it would be much more difficult to get out. Under the grateful glances of the guards, Ye Feng led them to the stairs. Along the way, he simply kicked the mutants away. They could not even slow them down. Ji Wenbing, looking at this, already thought that 3 months of rations was too much. But then he remembered that for him alone, this would be a deadly adventure. In a few minutes, they went down from the 16th floor and came out to the main entrance of the hotel. The streets were in chaos. Crowds of people were abandoning their cars in panic. The streets were blocked, and the mutants were catching up and tearing people apart right before our eyes. Damn, they've already gotten here. Dad, come here. There are fewer people here. Songhan turned pale and pulled Ye Feng toward a more deserted street. Ye Feng punched the mutants with his fist, going around the alleys. Soon, they managed to get out of the danger zone. And then a signal flare soared in the sky next to them. It's the army and the government, Ji Wenbing said happily. Then hurry up, Ye Feng urged. They rushed to the place where the signal had gone off and soon saw armed soldiers and officials at the edge of the street. Armored vehicles were parked around, clearly ready to fight the mutants. Hey, we're here! Sun Han waved his arms, and everyone ran forward. But as they approached, they were met by the dark mouths of raised guns. Halt! A commanding voice thundered. Ye Feng frowned. They had just risked their lives to escape from that hell, and now armed soldiers, who were supposed to protect civilians, were pointing guns at them. What does this mean? Ji Wenbing stepped forward. One of the soldiers with a friendlier face hurried to explain. We must check you first. Only then can we let you through. This is to prevent the mutation virus from spreading. I hope you understand and will cooperate. Check? I almost died there? And now you're talking about understanding? Ji Wenbing snapped, already scared, and mutants could jump out from behind him at any moment. Watch your language. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind teaching you respect for your elders. The soldier, in a different uniform, clearly the group's commander, said coldly. Ji Wenbing, already seething with anger, exploded. Open your eyes and look at who is in front of you. I am Ji Tianhai's son, and with one word I can throw you out of office. Understand? The soldiers were already working at the limit, risking their lives, and the words of the impudent rich man immediately caused irritation. The commander did not hold back. His fist slammed into Ji Wenbing's face with force. Ji Wenbing, who was weak by nature, collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The commander raised his hand to add more, but Ye Feng stepped forward, grabbed his wrist, and stopped him. "We are ready to pass the test. Forgive his abruptness," he said. In reality, Ye Feng didn't care whether Ji Wenbing got more, but considering that he owed him 3 months of rations, it would be foolish to lose his source of profit now. Hearing this, Ji Wenbing, who had been angry at him just a moment ago, felt a little grateful. The commander tried to pull his hand away, but he couldn't. For a fighter who could handle 5 special forces at once, this was unexpected. Ye Feng, noticing his displeasure, let go and said in an apologetic tone, "I beg your pardon." The commander measured him with a careful look. "Are you one of the combat guys?" Ye Feng simply nodded, without going into details. "Okay. After the check, if you are clean, I will give you a contact. If you want, come to the army," the commander suggested. Ye Feng froze for a second. He had once wanted to join the army, but failed the medical examination. He did not expect that now the invitation would come like this. But with the end of the world looming, there was no time to think about it, so he simply nodded. Picking Ji Wenbing up from the ground, he threw at him, "Are you completely out of your mind? Couldn't you call your father first instead of being a hero? Now do you understand how this ends?" "You're right, Fengge. I've had an extra bone missing in my head since childhood," he said. "Well then, everything is clear." Ye Feng shrugged and went to the line. "Everyone line up for inspection," the commander commanded, going to his men. The people obediently stood in a row. Ji Wenbing, noticing that his guards were also in line, almost boiled over. "What rats! They're taking my money, and against me too. If we go back, I'll fire everyone," he thought angrily. Instead of taking a place in line, he took out his phone and dialed a number. It was clear from his expression that the call was about the commander. The commander narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Ji Wenbing barely waited for the connection before he began telling the story of how he had been beaten and insulted by the entire Ji clan on orders. The commander, hearing this twisted story, couldn't help but twitch his cheek. Maybe he really does have connections, flashed through his mind. There were plenty of rich people in Haiyun, but not everyone could get an army or power. "Yes, we are on Huayuanjie." "Okay, I'm waiting," Ji Wenbing finished, putting his phone away. He walked up to the commander and said mockingly, "Get your phone out. You'll get a call soon." The commander barely restrained himself from kicking him again. But, thinking about work and the future, he obeyed. And as soon as he took out the device, the screen lit up. Wang Ju. The commander shuddered, immediately responded, and began to speak with exaggerated respect. Those around him couldn't hear what exactly was being said on the phone, but from the way the commander's face changed, it was clear that he had problems. Standing in line, Ye Feng watched the scene with surprise. If Ji Wenbing's father could interfere with the army and city government, then he was not just a rich businessman. This made Ye Feng reconsider his opinion of Ji's family connections. The commander nodded several times into the receiver, then hung up. "You can go," he said, and waved to the soldiers to let him through. Since the order had come from above, he no longer dared to argue. "What, are you scared?" Ji Wenbing said mockingly, but then winced from the pain in his face, which was still aching from the blow. The commander did not answer, turned around and went into the armored car, away from the irritant. Ji Wenbing, pompous as a winning rooster, led everyone on. Along the way, many showered him with praise, praising the authority of the Ji family and their capabilities. He was happily basking in these words, even inviting people to his shelter if they had nowhere else to go. Ye Feng only grinned. Just recently, this same man was almost crying, begging him to save him, and now he was again pretending to be unattainable. "Why are you grinning, Fengge?" Ji Wenbing turned around. "Just remembered something funny." He waved it off. "What was it?" He didn't let up. "It doesn't matter." Ye Feng evaded, deciding that it was stupid to quarrel now. He still needed to get the promised rations. He nodded, and the topic died down. A few minutes later, Ji Wenbing suddenly looked at Ye Feng almost in a friendly manner. The situation in Haiyun is serious. The army and administration will not quickly kill all the mutants. There is a chance that tomorrow the entire city will be quarantined. Come to my shelter, it will be safer. He noticed that this might sound like an invitation to work as a bodyguard, and quickly added, "That's not it. I just want to make a friend like you." Ye Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Not long ago, this friend had almost ruined his deal, and now he was inviting him under his roof. "No thanks, I have my own shelter," he refused, but then added, "But as a friend, maybe if you quickly deliver what you promised." Ji Wenbing scratched his head and answered sheepishly, "Don't doubt it. You'll have everything in 3 days. By the way, let's exchange contacts." Ye Feng did not refuse. As they left the business district, people began to disperse. Before saying goodbye, Ye Feng suggested to Song Han, "How about coming to my place? It's safer here." He did have something to offer. His shelter would be much safer than Ji's after the upgrade. But Song Han waved his hands. "Feng, no offense, but Ji is still cooler. So I'm with him." Ji Wenbing immediately butted in. "Didn't you just promise to light candles for me when I die?" "Hey, Jige, we're friends." Song Han tried to sweet-talk him. "What the hell kind of friends are we?" He waved it off, but it was clear that he was speaking half-jokingly. There weren't enough people in his shelter, and Song Han could be useful. "Well, you're Feng's friend, and I'm Feng's friend, so we're friends too." He didn't give in. Those around him looked at him with obvious disdain. They had never met such a thick-skinned person. Even Ye Feng, who had the nerve to do so, mentally admitted defeat. "Okay, I give up," Ji Wenbing interrupted. At that moment, a column of expensive cars pulled up. A distinguished man in a suit, like a butler, got out of the first one, and after receiving a signal from Ji, he waited. "The cars are here. We're going," Ji Wenbing said. Song Han looked at the car, then at Ye Feng, becoming more serious. "Brother, I've already arranged with a girl to go to Jige. Don't be offended." "Girl? When did you manage to do that?" Ye Feng was surprised. "A long time ago. I'll introduce you next time," he chuckled. "Just don't kick us out later." "How could you? You're my buddy." "The most I can do is ask you to sleep more quietly," Ye Feng teased. They both laughed. Ye Feng didn't try to persuade them. He believed that Ji, for the sake of his participation in the rescue, would not let Song Han disappear. After Ji Wenbing and Song Han left, Ye Feng also took a taxi and headed to the fallout shelter in Haiyun Mountain. Sitting in the car, he looked out the window at the people rushing about. A heavy thought rose involuntarily in his chest. These people don't even suspect what just happened, and continue to live according to the usual pattern of home. Work, home, not knowing that danger is already creeping up on them. If it weren't for the system and my shelter, what would my end have been? Flashed through his mind. Yes, he knew how to worry and think about the future, but he quickly accepted that the end of the world had already begun. "I've sorted out the food for the near future," he muttered to himself. But what next? Ye Feng understood that the apocalypse was a marathon, and the longer it lasted, the harder it was to survive. Even with a system, you can't be sure of absolute power. Who knows what monsters will appear tomorrow? And even if you are invincible, it won't save you from hunger. The phone's signal interrupted his thoughts. News popped up in the browser. The headlines were eye-catching. Shock. First case of human mutation recorded in Sakura country. Experts. Eating contaminated seafood can cause genetic changes in humans. Yesterday, he would have laughed at such articles, but now he knew that it was all true. "These bastards," he exhaled. "They said that the sewage was so diluted that it was drinkable. And now this. And these heartless merchants who spread the infection throughout the world." Deep down, Ye Feng would prefer to live without any system, as long as the world didn't end. At that moment, a notification came through WeChat. Ji Wenbing invited you to the group shelter. When he entered the chat, he immediately saw that he had been tagged. Don't be silent, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Ye Feng, a cool fighter, Ji wrote. The reaction was immediate. Someone began praising both him and Ji himself. Ye Feng felt a little awkward from the excessive praise, but then a private message came. Feng Ge, I see you are short of resources. The people here are the owners of the shelters in Haiyun, the top circle. You can exchange information and goods, and there is often information here that you can't find in the news. Ye Feng responded with a short message and accepted the offer. Right now, he was lacking both news and channels for exchange. For the sake of decency, he wrote a few words in the chat, got acquainted, found out that there were 70 to 80 people in the group. Almost all of them were locals, and all of them were people with money. The messages poured in until one with the nickname Lone Wolf tagged him. Feng Ge, we share photos of our shelters here. Will you show us yours? He immediately attached 6 photos. A luxurious 2-level basement with expensive repairs, a full set of entertainment and supplies. Yes, Feng Ge, show us yours, Ji chimed in. Other participants joined him. Ye Feng smiled. Later. He was no less intrigued than them. The shelter's reconstruction was not yet complete. There were 2 hours left. The taxi climbed the gentle slope of Haiyunshan. The place was picturesque, but today it was almost deserted. On the road, he noticed a column of trucks heading to other underground facilities. Have they already started moving families here? He asked in surprise. After today's mutant attack, everything became logical. Those who knew were trying to leave the densely populated areas. His refuge, though remote, had an important advantage. There were fewer people around, meaning less danger. If it had been possible, he would have moved to the island. The sky was getting dark, but the lights along the highway came on. The taxi took him to his destination, and the driver immediately went back. The trip cost Ye Feng more than 200, including the driver's return trip. Ye Feng took out the key and entered the bomb shelter. It was pitch black inside. He used the flashlight on his mobile phone to find a power source for lighting. After pressing the switch, I could clearly see the surroundings. At this time, Ai Feng was standing alone near the sofa, looking at Ye Feng with shining eyes. After Ye Feng appeared, she said softly, "Brother Feng, you are back." Ye Feng smiled a little embarrassedly and nodded. Indeed, it was a bit impolite of me to leave her alone at home after being away for so long. Well, standing all the time is tiring. Why don't you lie down and rest for a while? Ye Feng regretted it as soon as he asked this question. Ai Feng is a robot. Why does he need to rest? At worst, just turn off the computer. This is mainly because Ai Feng's creations are too realistic. And it is stunningly beautiful. Even big TV stars cannot compare to her. That is why Ye Feng could not help but treat her as a real person. Of course, this is also due to Ye Feng's excellent facial reshaping skills. Ai Feng looked at Ye Feng and smiled softly, then explained, "Brother Feng, I don't need to rest, and I can be on duty 24 hours a day. Moreover, my energy source is nuclear fusion technology, and the energy reserves will last for thousands of years." Oh my God, thousands of years! Is that really so cool? Ye Feng never dreamed of it. Scientists around the world have been studying nuclear fusion technology for decades, and now it is actually being used in their robots. This technology is probably hundreds of years ahead of Earth's. Ye Feng sighed involuntarily. At the same time, I wonder if this system is a product of aliens from a higher dimension. Ai Feng saw that Ye Feng was a little confused, so he gave him some scientific knowledge. But Ye Feng did not listen, because Ai Feng's gaze and smile are so natural, so beautiful, without any of the stupidity of a machine. This also charmed Ye Feng a little. Even knowing Ai Feng's true identity, he couldn't help but treat him as a real person. Thinking that Su Yao had just dumped him and now he had the company of the best queen, Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of Su Yao, Ye Feng actually still had some memories and reluctance to part with her. After all, the two had been together for more than 3 years. Although nothing happened between them, it would be a lie to say that there was no love between them. But Ye Feng could never forgive Su Yao for her betrayal. He shook his head and pushed away the memories of Su Yao. The orphanage was still under renovation, so Ye Feng was in no hurry. He ate some bread and drank some milk. Then he sat on the sofa and enjoyed Ai Feng's shoulder massage. How does it feel to be massaged by a first-class woman? I think I have nothing more to say, right? The strength of Ai Feng's small hands is just perfect. It's very comfortable. After being released, Ye Feng started playing with his mobile phone. At this time, he learned that Song Hang had invited him to join a WeChat group called Survivors. When he saw the word survivor, he remembered what Song Hang had said earlier at the hotel. Unlike the group at the shelter, this group of survivors numbers in the hundreds, and the activity level in the group is much higher than at the shelter. The topics discussed concern the current negative news about mutants. Something like mutants were found in a certain place, an entire city was blocked in a certain place, etc. At the same time, someone from the shelter group also sent some messages and photos. Ye Feng clicked on the link out of curiosity. The photo shows a large water purification plant. The report said that he had installed a top-notch wastewater treatment system in his hideout that could even purify urine, turning it into the purest water. It is colorless and tasteless, no different from the mineral water sold on the street. At the same time, he boasted that he spent millions or so, and that there is no other like it in the entire city of Haiyun. All the people in this shelter are rich. How could they watch others bragging and not be moved? Soon many followed suit. Someone discovered his own underground pool of over 100 square meters and built it into the shelter. It was as extravagant as it gets. At the same time, some people bragged about their newly installed security systems, claiming that they could not be destroyed even by missiles. Finally, even Ji Wenbin decided to leave a comment. He sent more than a dozen photos at a time. All the photos show his luxurious and extravagant retreat with a swimming pool, gym, cinema, and even a hospital. What is even more disgusting is that he also posted a photo of himself hugging a beautiful woman in the pool. Moreover, Ye Feng had seen this beauty on TV. She was a third-tier star. Although she was not particularly famous, her appearance and figure were absolutely flawless. As soon as the photo appeared, for a while, everyone in the group lamented, full of envy and jealousy. Although they have no shortage of money, it is still a bit difficult for them to date celebrities, especially such classy women. Since we were in a bomb shelter, the cell signal was not very good. It takes a while to load the image. After watching for a while, Ye Feng stopped. He leaned back on the sofa, enjoying Ai Feng's massage, and soon fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, the system's commanding voice rang out, waking Ye Feng from his sleep. The shelter has been successfully restored. The current shelter level is level 1. Please check and confirm. Has the shelter been successfully restored? Ye Feng sat up excitedly. Under the light, he realized that this was not a bomb shelter at all, but a luxurious house, no less beautiful than Ji Wenbing's shelter. Even better. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Ye Feng subconsciously pinched his face to make sure he was not dreaming. He was so excited that goosebumps ran all over his body. Initially, he thought that the rebuilt shelter would only change its original premises and appearance, but who knew that the space would become much larger? He was currently in the living room on the first floor, flanked by an open bar and a tea pavilion, and directly opposite was the entrance to the shelter. The original rusty iron gate had been replaced with a titanium alloy gate. Entering and exiting no longer required a key, but used facial recognition. With the expansion of the area, many independent rooms were added. Ye Feng was like Grandma Liu entering the Big View Garden, dazzled by what she saw. He walked along the corridor and looked at the rooms one by one. All the rooms were equipped with entertainment facilities, a cinema, a billiard room, a restaurant, an infirmary, and even a karaoke bar. And that was only part of what Ye Feng saw. When he reached the innermost part of the first floor of the shelter, he actually found that there was an elevator going down. There is also a staircase on the side. You know, The shelter originally had only one floor. It is also an open-air arched bomb shelter built of reinforced concrete. Although half of the shelter is inside the mountain, there is nothing inside except piles of rubble and bricks. But at this time, there is an elevator. There was no doubt that there must be a large basement down there. Ye Feng's mood became even more excited than before. It was like picking a lottery ticket, and it turned out that this ticket was the one that won the prize. Ye Feng didn't know what was in the basement. This curiosity about the unknown made him even more excited. It's like not knowing whether the lottery prize is 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million. But judging from the situation on the first floor, this lottery ticket is worth at least 1 billion. Out of curiosity, Ye Feng hurried downstairs. Instead of taking the elevator, he decided to take the stairs because it was much faster. The stairs had more than 80 steps, and the floor was much higher than Ye Feng expected. Before Ye Feng could even examine the surroundings, he discovered that there was another layer underneath. This is a double reward, just don't worry too much. Under the light of the lamp, he looked around the surrounding rooms. Unlike the top floor, this is the living area, which has a master bedroom and 6 secondary bedrooms. In addition, each bedroom has a separate toilet and bathroom, and the master bedroom has a large bathtub. 2 can lie at the same time. I don't know if this was designed specifically for Ye Feng. There is also a study, office, and storage room. It is worth noting that on this floor, next to the living area, there is also an underground hot spring. Looking at the steaming underground hot spring, Ye Feng couldn't help but jump into the water to take a good dip. After a while, he looked at almost all the rooms around. At this moment, there was only one room left on this floor that no one had seen. The door of this room is equipped with a face recognition lock. The doors of the other rooms are equipped with either regular locks or fingerprint locks. But the door in front of me is actually a face recognition lock. The door is also made of titanium alloy. Obviously, it was definitely not that simple inside. This also made Ye Feng extremely curious about what was hidden inside. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, System, what is this room used for?" After waiting for a while, the cold voice of the system rang out in Ye Feng's mind. "Arsenal! Arsenal? Seriously?" Hearing these 3 words, Ye Feng was immediately inspired. Now he had to fight mutants with his bare hands, and the risk factor was extremely high. If you were accidentally scratched or bitten by a mutant, you were doomed. All the mansions and beauties were gone. Now, with this weapon, his combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. I wonder if there is a Gatling gun that shoots blue fire. Thinking about this, Ye Feng walked forward excitedly. I saw infrared rays running across his face. Immediately after, a ding sound was heard, and the heavy titanium alloy door opened slightly. Ye Feng gently pushed the door. When the door opened, the light in the room also turned on. While Ye Feng was admiring the elegant lighting, the next scene left him a little disappointed. This was indeed a weapons warehouse. But all of these weapons are cold weapons, like spears, short swords and the like. And what's even more ridiculous is that there are also darts. What? You want me to become a ninja? I need a hot weapon, like a Gatling gun with blue flames. Ye Feng couldn't help but complain. But the system ignored his complaints. Oh, forget it. This is not bad. At least I am not empty-handed. Ye Feng took out several weapons and tried them out. To his surprise, he handled them with ease. It was as if they were tailor-made for him. This also eased his disappointment. After leaving the armory, Ye Feng returned to the stairs and prepared to go to the second underground floor to look around. After going down, he found that this was the last floor. Ye Feng did not see any other stairs or entrances down. This floor was very special. It is surrounded by metal textures, and even the ceiling is made of titanium alloy. When did titanium alloy become so cheap? Out of curiosity, Ye Feng walked along the corridor and reached the first room. This door also requires facial recognition. Moreover, Ye Feng also discovered that any door in this row required facial recognition to unlock. Was it really that strictly closed? Was there some unknown secret here? Ye Feng made a bold guess. Driven by curiosity, Ye Feng examined his face and entered the house again. To his disappointment, there was no special secret inside, but there was a surveillance room with several monitors. A large mainframe computer was installed on the left, taking up most of the room. Looking at the images on the dozens of computer screens in front of him, Ye Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Because these CCTV images not only cover the entire shelter, but also what is outside of it is in the surveillance zone. Not to mention people, even if a bird flies within a radius of 500 meters from the shelter, it will be clearly recorded by the CCTV camera. Ye Feng also discovered that these surveillance cameras could rotate 360 degrees, meaning there was no viewing angle. At this time, the system in my mind explained, "This is the central control room of the shelter. The one on the left is a quantum computer. It controls all the information in the shelter." Quantum computer? Ye Feng was slightly surprised, because he had only seen this word in major news. Each quantum computer is as important as a national weapon. But now, he has one in his hideout. You know, the quantum computers in the entire Juzhou country can be counted on the fingers of one hand. If someone with ulterior motives found out that Ye Feng's family has this thing, I'm afraid Ye Feng's house will be surrounded by the military the next day. But Ye Feng was not too excited, and his first reaction was curiosity. How effective would it be to use it for mining? If the system knew his thoughts, it would probably leave by train at night. Ye Feng also looked around the other rooms. There was one thing that made him very happy. That is, these rooms really do have a 5G base station. What's more surprising is that the system also told Ye Feng, the first-level shelter is equipped with a water purification function that can provide a constant supply of water. This has largely solved the water problem. After all, the ocean is already polluted with radioactive waste. Who knows if the clean water in the underground river will also become polluted? By then, water will really be more expensive than oil. At the same time, there is a cold and heat-breaking device in the shelter, which is also the source of heat generated by the hot spring. This excited Ye Feng so much that he almost jumped. Just the last two pieces of black technology are enough to sweep all the shelters. Whose shelter can continuously produce clean water? Can one also enjoy the underground hot springs located under the canopy? There is no doubt that no one else can do this except Ye Feng, who has a system. If you really asked this question to others, their first reaction would be to think you were an idiot. However, before Ye Feng could even feel a little happy, bad news came again. The system informed Ye Feng, the entire power supply system of the shelter is fuel burning, and there is currently only enough electricity for 5 days. Upon hearing this news, the happy expression on Ye Feng's face instantly disappeared. No way. Only 5 days? Are you kidding? If there is no power, the shelter will go into standby mode. By then, even facial recognition at the main gate will be impossible. Bite! Host launches energy mission. The shelter is running low on power. Master, please find 10 tons of fuel to meet the shelter's current energy needs. The system's voice rang out in Ye Feng's head again. What the hell? 10 tons of fuel? Ye Feng was momentarily stunned and even suspected that he had misheard. Currently, due to the news of the end of the world prices are rising. In addition, the recent increase in the appearance of mutants has led to an influx of goods around the world. The price of gasoline and diesel fuel is now approaching 100 coins per litre. 1 ton is 1,000 litres, and 10 tons is 10,000 litres. Then Ye Feng needs to prepare more than 1 million to complete the task set by the system. More than 1 million. Now he only has about $1,000 in his possession, not even a small fraction of that amount. The saying that a good cook cannot cook without rice is the most accurate description of Ye Feng's current situation. Moreover, the current situation is special, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Actually, it's not that you can't buy it, it's that if you buy so much gas at once, the gas stations won't sell it to you and won't dare to sell it to you. Who knows why you're wasting so much fuel? Moreover, fuel is a special non-renewable material and is already in short supply. If you buy so much at once, it is likely that others will follow suit. This will only worsen the urban unrest. But Ye Feng had no choice. If he didn't follow the system's requirements, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that she would return the shelter to him. Without the shelter, he really had no choice but to go to Ji Wenbin with flattery. Although Ye Feng felt that Ji Wenbin's attitude towards him had improved. But Ye Feng still didn't like dealing with this arrogant second-generation rich man. Suddenly, Ye Feng seemed to remember something and asked doubtfully, "This is wrong. Isn't I Feng's energy source nuclear fusion technology? Why does the shelter need to run on fuel? This is unscientific." "System, come out and give me an explanation!" Ye Feng shouted at the top of his voice. This is to increase the difficulty of the host's survival and prevent him from relaxing and becoming complacent with the current state of affairs. The tasks announced later will become increasingly difficult and the risk factor will become higher. Please be mentally prepared in advance. Hearing this, Ye Feng's face darkened. Damn it! I don't need this system at all. Of course, Ye Feng only dared to think about it in his mind. He didn't have the courage to directly confront the system. Who knows what consequences this will lead to? Forget it. Forget it. Since we are here, we just need to make the most of it. There is no point in worrying now. Ye Feng is a man who lives in the present. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get over the grief so quickly. So he quickly put the matter behind him. Then he heartlessly decided to take a hot spring bath. The tension generated by the system had no effect on him. At this moment, Ye Feng was only wearing his underwear. He looked at the underground hot spring that was about 50 to 60 square meters in size and felt emotions surging in his heart. To be honest, he had lived for more than 20 years and had never been to a hot spring. It was embarrassing to say, Ye Feng was running in the hot spring, enjoying I Feng's massage. Don't enjoy it too much. He was addicted to this pleasant life. I don't think many men can remain calm in this kind of environment, right? Not long after I took a bath in the hot spring, the mobile phone next to me suddenly rang. It was a group message from the shelter. Ye Feng suddenly had an idea. Yes, I can ask other members of the group for help. I believe that with their ability, it won't be difficult to obtain 10 tons of fuel. However, Ye Feng was a little worried because the group's rule was to exchange supplies. He didn't know what he could trade 10 tons of fuel for, and for a moment, he was a little scared. Forget about it. Let me ask first. There's a lot of stuff in the shelter. At worst, he could sneak out a few high-tech gadgets to trade. I just don't know what will happen if the system finds out. Ye Feng chose an angle, took a photo of himself taking a hot spring bath with his mobile phone, and then clicked send. He then added the text, Mui Feng Ye Feng. Brothers, didn't you want to see my hideout? I'm taking a bath in a hot spring, and I just happen to have some free time, so I'll show it to you. 2 seconds after sending the message, a reply came. Gu Ao. Oh shit. As expected of the big boss, he even has an underground hot spring. I'm afraid there aren't many people in China who can do that. Monologue. 0. Why do I think you all like to flaunt your wealth? Monologue 0 then posted a photo of a cabinet in his room, which was filled with banknotes worth at least several million. When it comes to bragging, these young people are second to none. They are either bragging or about to do so. At this time, someone immediately sent a reply. Shamata, Lao Bai, you have sent these millions back and forth 4 or 5 times. Do you still have the courage to do so? Others also responded with crying and laughing emojis and began to make complaints one after another. While everyone was chatting animatedly, one of the group members suddenly discovered a pair of white and delicate hands in the photo sent by Ye Feng. A netizen named Zhengren Junzi also immediately became excited. Damn it, does this woman really exist? Based on my experience dating hundreds of girls, this woman is definitely beautiful. Shamat, ahem, Lao Han, Uncle Han is still in the group, kid. Watch your words. Less than 3 seconds later, the gentleman withdrew the message. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the rest of the group followed suit and laughed as well. From this perspective, it can be concluded that they must have a good relationship in their personal lives. This scene was accidentally seen by Ji Wenbin. Ji Wenbin, who was lying on the bed with a third-level celebrity, also sat up abruptly. This action startled the woman sitting next to him. But Ji Wenbin did not say anything to comfort her, but frowned and thought, although he also assumed that Ye Feng should have his own shelter. But what he imagined was just a small shelter, and he did not take it seriously at all. Long before, Ji Wenbin had learned some information about Ye Feng from Song Han. For example, he is an orphan, and his family is poor. Otherwise, Song Han would not have asked Ji Wenbin to take Ye Feng with him. You should know that the cost of building a shelter cannot be covered by a few million. Take his shelter, for example. It cost him hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, all this money was paid by his father, Ji Tianhai. Moreover, the scale of his hideout is one of the best in Haiyun City. But now, Ye Feng's family's hideout has become no less important to him than his own, which made Ji Wenbing find it hard to believe for a while. Damn, I spent 5 million and still couldn't build an underground hot spring. How did he do it? Ji Wenbin couldn't help but wonder if Ye Feng had gone somewhere else to take these photos. It's not that he doesn't trust Ye Feng, but no one in the entire Haiyun City can build an underground hot spring in their own shelter, because it's a technical problem and can't be solved by spending money. But now that Ye Feng's family has given him shelter, how can he not doubt? Thinking about this, Ji Wenbin directly marked Ye Feng and asked, "Priest Ji Wenbin, Brother Feng, is your shelter real? Even my shelter doesn't have an underground hot spring." Perhaps afraid that Ye Feng would think too much, Ji Wenbin sent him a few more mischievous expressions. Ye Feng didn't care. He stood up and put on the robe Ai Feng gave him, then took out his mobile phone and started filming a short video while explaining something. This is the underground hot spring room on the first basement floor. This is the residential area. This is the hall on the first floor. Cinemas, karaoke, restaurants, billiards, etc. Ye Feng took photos from the underground to the first floor, and in 1 minute, he captured the general atmosphere of the shelter in general. Also, Ye Feng accidentally included Ai Feng in the photo, but it was only a short clip, and she was out of frame for less than 2 seconds. After sending the video, the group immediately exploded. Yunxiang Yishang, damn it, how did you manage to create an underground hot spring in this shelter? This is just unbelievable. If you hadn't posted this video, I wouldn't have believed it even if you killed me. Shamata, fuck. Boss, sell me this hideout. I'll give you 50 million. No, 60 million. Zero's monologue. Don't argue with me. I'll give you 70 million. Lone Wolf. I love it. Having such a shelter is not just finding a shelter. It is simply enjoying life. While everyone was admiring the magnificence of Ye Feng's shelter, the gentleman's message made everyone feel sad. Gentlemen. Damn, she really is a beauty. Ha ha ha, I guessed right. That look, that figure. I've never seen anyone like her in my life, brother. If she's not your girlfriend, you can introduce me to her. You can ask any price. Guau. Shamata. You. Monologue. Zero. Lone Wolf. All the party members followed suit and sent out a series of colons, speechless towards this gentleman. However, when they looked at the video again and saw Ai Feng in it, their faces showed surprise. They could not even imagine that such a beautiful woman could exist in the world. Even the words stun fish, shoot down geese, shame the moon and flowers were not enough to describe her. But they were all relatively calm, not like the gentlemen in love that they are. This time, Ji Wenbin, who was sitting on the bed, jumped up. He never imagined that Ye Feng actually owned a hideout that was no less important than his own home, and that he was accompanied by such a beautiful woman. To him, this was just a fantasy. Looking through the messages in the group chat, Ye Feng was again at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he was a little curious about this gentleman. What kind of person could have such a big heart? Mui Feng. Sorry, brother, this is my girlfriend, so I can't introduce her to you. Although Ye Feng spoke very subtly, this gentleman still did not give up. Gentleman. Ah, brother, when will you part already? I'm waiting. Mu Ye Feng. This time, It was Ye Feng's turn to be speechless, and he immediately sent a series of ellipses to the group. The gentleman sent several messages in a row, but this time Ye Feng decided to ignore it directly. He found that if he continued to communicate with the other person, he would go crazy. Besides, Ai Feng belonged to him. Ye Feng never thought of giving her to someone else. After some conversation, the topic returned to the mainstream, and most of the questions were about Ye Feng's underground hot spring. Ye Feng also responded positively to this. Mui Feng. Actually, it's not that difficult. I put a lot of effort into it. Besides, my specialty is also related to the topic, so the design was easy. As for the technical issues, they were even easier. Mui Feng. We are all running an orphanage, right? Ye Feng couldn't help but ask a heart-wrenching question. When everyone saw the message Ye Feng sent, they were speechless. Isn't it always complicated? When did it become so easy? They paid many designers from home and abroad, but none of them could come up with a successful design. But don't think that underground hot springs are as simple as heating water. There are many technical difficulties. Those who can perform such a technical task are, without exception, at the level of a top designer and at least 50 years old. Even if they spend money, they may not be able to hire him. Although they all know the truth, they will not say it out loud. Yunshang Yishang said, Ahem, when we build shelters, we all think about safety and survival. Who would have thought of a hot spring first? Gu Ao. That's right. My shelter can even withstand shells. So does an underground hot spring matter? Shamat. I agree with you. So for your own safety, don't argue with me about this hideout. Boss, I bought your hideout for 75 million. Zero's monologue. I didn't say anything. I have 76 million. Looking at these words, Ye Feng was once again at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These strange people in the group would definitely cause him to laugh in the next life. Although Ye Feng laughed, he still responded politely. Mui Feng. Brother, I am not selling you this shelter, so don't even think about it. In order to close the topic, Ye Feng made a special statement to prevent them from asking more questions. If Ye Feng were not afraid that the system would jump out and attack him, he would really think about it. If the price was high enough, he would agree to sell not only the shelter, but also other people. Looking through the chat logs in the group, Ji Wenbin felt extremely upset at this moment. He felt ashamed when he thought about how he had just given Ye Fengxiu his shelter. If we just take into account the area, his shelter can indeed surpass Ye Feng's family shelter. But the scale, decoration, and equipment are completely different. The underground hot spring is much better than his own shelter. Damn, after such a comparison, I feel like my own shelter is just a doghouse, Ji Wenbin complained. No, as a rich young man from Haiyun City, I shouldn't have such a bad place to live. Thinking about this, Ji Wenbin began to think about how to transform it. Ji Wenbin, who grew up in a rich family and was accustomed to a luxurious life, naturally developed a competitive spirit. Besides, which second-generation rich person doesn't like to brag? Ye Feng, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, saw that the time had come, so he sent a message to the group asking for help. Mu Ye Feng. Brothers, I am short of fuel now. I need 10 tons. Do you have any solution? Ye Feng thought that everyone would react easily and say that it was no problem. After all, these people were not ordinary people. However, the result was much more complicated than he thought. Guao. Brother, if you had told me a few days earlier, I would not have been able to send you 10 tons of fuel. But the situation now is special. Due to the appearance of mutants, the entire city is short of supplies. Guao. The government has begun to control various supply channels for resources, especially special materials like fuel, and the control is extremely strict. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but frown. If it was as he said, then this mission might not be so easy to complete. Zero's monologue. That's right. Even if my father intervenes, it will be difficult to obtain 10 tons of fuel. I think the government will have to give in. The other members of the group also expressed their confusion. Although they gave Ye Feng some advice, it was useless. The first reason is that Ye Feng only has 5 days. And the second reason is that Ye Feng simply has no way to contact the government. Shamata. By the way, Ji Wenbin's family has connections in the government. Maybe he has a way. After saying this, Shamat directly tagged Ji Wenbin. In fact, Ji Wenbin was observing the dynamics of the group. He was still trying to find an opportunity to speak out without being embarrassed. This is exactly what he wanted. Priest Ji Wenbin. There must be a way, but it's a bit troublesome. After sending this message, Ji Wenbin directly opened Ye Feng's chat window for private communication. After all, he didn't want others to see his embarrassment. Brother Feng, can you give me a shelter design? If you can, I will ask my father to come up with a solution. But don't worry, considering my father's status, it shouldn't be a big problem. Designing a shelter? Ye Feng was a little stunned. What he just said in the group was just bragging to them. If he were really asked to design a shelter for Ji Wenbin, it would be a bit difficult. However, the most important thing now is to obtain fuel and energy to complete the task. As for designing the shelter, Ye Feng will also try to find a way to help Ji Wenbin complete it. As for whether the final designed shelter could reach the level of Ye Feng's shelter, that could be left to chance. After thinking about it, Ye Feng resolutely agreed. Okay, I promise. Seeing Ye Feng's agreement, Ji Wenbin was also happy and quickly replied, Then I'll talk to my father now. I'll probably get an answer later. If not, then tomorrow around noon. After Ji Wenbin's words, Ye Feng felt a temporary sense of relief. As for whether it can be accomplished in the end, we'll talk about it later. In any case, the news will be out no later than tomorrow. Having decided this matter, Ye Feng began to browse the latest news on the internet out of boredom. I want to understand the current situation and trends of the end times. After the 5G base station was installed in the shelter, Ye Feng was able to use the internet very quickly, without any delay. Today's tweets are as follows. According to experts, the meteorite will arrive in the next 30 to 40 days. Please take precautions and protect your lives and property. And within 30 to 40 days? Isn't that ridiculous? What kind of expert is this? They even claim to make accurate predictions. Bullshit, Ye Feng complained discontentedly. The system told Ye Feng that there were only 20 days left until the end of the world. Although mutants have already started to break out, it will not lead to the end of the world. Because now, we live in a very modern society, and firearms have become widespread. As long as the country takes coercive measures, the mutant incident can be nipped in the bud. Of course, how many people will die in the end is unknown. But one thing is for sure, mutants do not pose a threat to all of humanity yet. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos right now. If the end of the world was not caused by mutants, then the only possibility was a meteorite fall. In fact, Ye Feng also agreed with this point of view. Think about it. Wasn't the extinction of the dinosaurs caused by a large meteorite falling in the Cretaceous period? Thinking about this, Ye Feng couldn't help but look up at the ceiling of the shelter. I couldn't help but wonder, can this thing withstand a meteorite falling? Ye Feng doesn't want to fall asleep one day and be suddenly killed by a meteorite. It shouldn't be that bad. If there really was danger, the system would definitely warn me in advance. Ye Feng shook his head and continued reading the second latest news. The reason for the mutants appearing in different regions is still being investigated. Research on this mutant virus has also begun in different countries. Is it even worth investigating? Isn't it just some unscrupulous merchants in Sakura country selling mutated seafood? Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel angry. Obviously, this might be the result of the pressure on the media by some people in Sakura country. You dare to do this, but you don't take responsibility. You are just a bunch of hypocrites. In the past, Ye Feng often saw some intellectuals on the internet praising the Sakura country. It is said that the Sakura country has a spirit of craftsmanship. The people are humble, polite, and very friendly, etc. Now that all this has happened, this group of public intellectuals does not dare to show themselves in public again. Obviously, he is afraid of criticism from the entire internet. The content of this news was very long, and Ye Feng continued to read it patiently. The findings show that although the virus is highly contagious, its lifespan is very short. Simply put, those infected are not zombies who remain in their original state. Most people die within 3 days of the mutation. The bitten person will physiologically die within 1 to 2 hours and turn into a mutant. If the bite is minor and the injury is located far from the heart and brain, the virus carried by the bitten person will remain dormant for several days before causing a mutation, and it will only become contagious if it mutates. As long as the disease hasn't mutated, there's still a chance for treatment. We hope that residents won't hide the truth, will discover it in time, and will receive treatment in time. Helpline 11235. Death within 3 days. Yifeng was a little surprised. If this is true, the complexity of this mutant crisis will be much lower. The mortality rate is high and the transmission time is short, which significantly limits the speed and range of the virus. It is like the world-famous Ebola virus. The reason it hasn't spread around the world is precisely because of its extremely high mortality rate. People died on the road before they could spread the news. This is how we can save humanity from the terrible bloody plague. The last part of this news can be considered half good news. Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. This shows how serious the current situation is. As for the statement that there is still a chance for treatment, Ye Feng doesn't believe it at all. If it were that simple, the epidemic would not have broken out. They probably said this to lure these people into a trap. There is nothing wrong with this approach. After all, it is for the sake of others and to prevent the virus from spreading. Ye Feng shook his head and continued to look down. The global vault craze is spreading and its popularity is growing. Vaults in different countries have officially opened and are already accepting applications. P.S. Priority is given to researchers and engineers. Starting at 2000 hours today, underground cities are opening in different regions of our country. Anyone can register with the local government by presenting their ID card. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I bought the shelter in advance. If I had bought it late at night, the price would have increased more than tenfold. Ye Feng wasn't exaggerating. At present, world prices are rising. Even the cost of fuel has increased more than tenfold, and its shortage is still felt. Not to mention the current shelter. You must know that the permanent population of Haiyun City is at least more than 1 million people. But how many corresponding shelters are there? Except for some rich people who can build it themselves, the rest can only buy it with money. In a situation where there are too many people and too little food, at the very least, the cost of housing will increase tenfold. Fortunately, our country has opened an underground city, giving many ordinary people a chance to survive. Thinking about this, Ye Feng once again felt the greatness of his country. Except for Kyushu, no other country in the world can be so responsible to its people. In essence, the meaning of a dungeon and a refuge are the same, except that the government dungeon is larger and more suitable for ordinary people to live in. Simply put, it is a city built underground. Kyushu is called an infrastructure maniac. The construction of the underground city in Kyushu began a long time ago. When this project first appeared, it caused resistance from many, and the international community even used this as an excuse to criticize Kyushu. They said Kyushu was violating international order and was becoming a doomsday haven. In any case, there was not a single kind word. What about now? The international community turned a blind eye to Sakura country's nuclear waste dumping and also pretended not to see the unscrupulous traders in Sakura country selling mutated seafood. A complete double standard. After reading these 3 hot search news, Ye Feng looked at other news. Every single one of the reports was about the end of the world. The situation where a celebrity could become a hot topic simply because they had a dog no longer exists. It would be a bit ridiculous to continue watching entertainment news during such a life-threatening situation. After reading the news for half an hour, Ye Feng had a short chat with Song Han. Ye Feng finally felt relieved after learning that Song Han and his girlfriend had moved into Ji Wenbin's shelter. After all, the situation was critical. If we haven't moved to the shelter yet, no one knows what will happen first, an accident or tomorrow. Even a wealthy person like Ye Feng couldn't 100% guarantee that he would be okay, let alone Song-han. Ye Feng originally planned to show Song-han his hideout, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided to refuse. Since Song-han had not yet decided to come to Ye Feng's hideout, if he told Song-han in advance, Song-han would ask him many questions. Moreover, Ye Feng had no idea how to explain the shelter issue to him. He couldn't say that the shelter fell from the sky, right? It was almost 11 o'clock at night, and Ye Feng was ready to go to bed. I haven't received a response from Ji Wenbin yet, so I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. However, at this moment, a group of survivors on WeChat suddenly posted an announcement, and the owner of the group also tagged everyone. Ye Feng remembered that Song-han said that this WeChat group could publish a lot of news that was not available on the internet, so the announcement of this group should be hot news. Suddenly, Ye Feng's drowsiness disappeared, and he quickly clicked on the Survivors button. Bloody Rose Group Leader. Dear survivors, there have been several more mutant incidents in our city, and many places have been completely blocked off. Bloody Rose. Several famous shopping streets have already fallen. Many government soldiers rushed to the scene to stop the situation. Bloody Rose then sent a video taken at the scene. The video shows a group of armed soldiers shooting at a group of mutants, with corpses scattered all over the ground. The person who took the video was probably filming from a distance, so the image looks a bit blurry and shaky. However, the video shows that this street is one of the busiest shopping streets in Haiyun City. For a moment, the initially quiet WeChat group suddenly became animated, and the topics of discussion were these mutants. His words were also filled with anxiety about the disaster and confusion about his own future. At the same time, a similar notice was sent to the WeChat group of the shelter where Ye Feng was being held. Unlike the people in the survivors' WeChat group, the members of the shelter's WeChat group are much calmer because everyone has their own shelter. Compared to this, the environment they live in is undoubtedly safer, so they can communicate freely in the group. Even crack a few jokes from time to time. Ye Feng carefully read the messages in both groups. However, the message in the shelter's WeChat group caught Ye Feng's attention. Secret Digital. Latest inside information. We must not act recklessly now. Although the military and government are working together to suppress the mutants, the situation is much more serious than we thought. Now, all countries are concerned about the latest discovery. Secret Digital. The mutants mentioned earlier who died within 3 days were normal mutants. There are still a small number of mutants who survived the death phase after 3 days. Moreover, these mutants who survived for more than 3 days will become stronger and pose a greater danger to humans. We must be careful and take this seriously. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but frown and think. A stronger mutant? I don't know who is stronger, me or this mutant. Although Ye Feng was a little worried, he was still confident in his own strength. But this was only for now. From this news, Ye Feng learned an important factor. The mutant's strength could be strengthened at any time. By this time, Ye Feng no longer considered himself their opponent. We had just learned that mutants could only live for 3 days, but we didn't expect that after a while, these mutants would give everyone a shocking bomb. This certainly increases the difficulty of the Doomsday Crisis. Thinking about this, Ye Feng took a deep breath. Of course, I am still a prisoner of my own strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worrying about these things. After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng frowned and fell into deep thought again. It seems I still need to find a way to temporarily increase my strength. Otherwise, with the current situation, more dangerous things might arise in the future. If I don't have enough strength to compete with them by then, I'm afraid that even with the system, I won't be able to avoid death. Ye Feng spent the night in such an anxious mood. The next day, Ai Feng woke Ye Feng up early. After eating the breakfast Ai Feng prepared, Ye Feng decided to train hard. He came to the training hall on the first floor. The area here is about 100 square meters, and inside there are many exercise machines covering almost the majority of indoor training. Ye Feng also simply warmed up his body and then began to perform the most basic physical exercises. Push-ups, 521, 522, 523. Every time a number was called, Ye Feng would do push-ups. Even though he had done over 500 push-ups, he still looked very confident. He didn't even break a sweat. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be shocked. In fact, even Ye Feng himself was surprised. At the same time, he once again complained that the genetic medicine provided by the system was actually too strong. Even now, he still had not found out the limit of his strength. At this moment, the mobile phone next to him suddenly rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Ji Wenbin. Without prompting from Ye Feng, I Feng obediently picked up the phone, squatted down in front of it, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. Suddenly, Ji Wenbin's voice came from the phone. Brother Ji, the problem of 10 tons of fuel has been solved, but it is a bit troublesome because the government's resources are under strict control. In fact, it is illogical to give such resources to other people, even if we have connections here. But since Brother Feng also has an orphanage, if we follow the procedures and rules, things will be much easier. Ye Feng, who was doing push-ups, froze for a moment. He placed his hands on the ground, frowned slightly, and asked with some confusion, "What procedures and rules?" Ji Wenbin's tone became more serious. There are many shelters now, but most of them are informal and therefore cannot be included in the official list of shelters. If Brother Feng can pass the official shelters inspection, this process can be approved and the fuel problem can be easily solved. Hearing this, Ye Feng was speechless. Should my shelters be divided into official and unofficial? Do you think this is a club? Seeing Ye Feng's silence, Ji Wenbin seemed to have guessed some of his thoughts, and then awkwardly explained, "Well, these are extraordinary times, so we have to take extraordinary measures. There's nothing we can do about it. Didn't the government build an underground city? But it won't be able to accommodate enough people. It might even require help from official shelters like ours." Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but be speechless. He asked, "Do we need to divide the number of people? I can't accommodate so many people here, not to mention the food is very scarce. In fact, it's not because Ye Feng is selfish. The main reason is that he was given shelter by the system. Outsiders definitely don't belong here for long. If they knew Ye Feng's secret by then, who knows, something bad might happen." Ye Feng wouldn't agree so easily if it was someone he trusted, like Song Han. Ji Wenbin also hurriedly explained, "Don't worry about it. The number of people should be sufficient. At least civilians won't be sent here." I also asked around, and it seems that they use various civilian shelters as military transit points or as short-term medical treatment points. Of course, the welfare aspect is also very important. After all, they are supported by the military and the government. Oh? This time, Ye Feng didn't refuse directly. If it was really as Ji Wenbin said, he could still consider it. After all, the most pressing issue now is fuel and energy supply. "But won't they help me with anything else?" Ye Feng asked again. In order to get more information, Ye Feng did not rush to answer and decided to ask a few more questions. Ji Wenbin smiled and replied, "Yes, for example, we can get better protection from the official underground city army. And we can also send specialized construction engineers to carry out free repair work and so on." Ye Feng stopped doing push-ups, stood up, sat down next to I Feng, and took the phone from his hands. He then continued into the phone's microphone. "The two aspects you mentioned are good, but I don't have them here. Military protection? It won't have much effect on Ye Feng. With Ye Feng's current strength, ordinary mutants are no match for him. Of course, it's temporary. Even if his hideout is besieged by mutants, it won't be a big problem. Since the security level of his hideout is extremely high until he gets out, these mutants won't be able to get in." Ye Feng even felt that the military underground city might not be as strong as his shelter. As for the civil engineers who came to repair the shelter, it is even more unnecessary. Ye Feng's shelter will gradually be upgraded based on the rewards from completing the system's quests. The current first-level shelters are so powerful that there is no need to talk about it in the future. Even if you give the construction engineer the blueprints to carry out the repairs, he still won't be able to do it. Ji Wenbin sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. If we don't follow the procedure, we won't be able to approve the fuel." Ye Feng frowned. He thought that the problem would be easily solved with the help of Ji Wenbin's family. But now he seemed to think that it was too easy. I've already arranged a meeting with you. I think someone will come to examine you soon. Besides, it's a special period now. After all, mutants are appearing more and more often in the city. I think this opportunity won't be easy in the future. Ji Wenbin meant that if Ye Feng misses this opportunity, he won't have any other way to get fuel. Perhaps fearing that Ye Feng was still worried, Ji Wenbin quickly persuaded him. Actually, if a civilian shelter like ours can receive support and protection from the government, then it will do us more good than harm. There was no way out. Although Ye Feng was speechless, he finally had to agree. After all, this was his only chance to get 10 tons of fuel. In addition, there were only 4 days left out of the 5 days allotted, and there was no time to refuse. Not long after I hung up, another call came. It was an unknown number. It must be the official Ji Wenbin was talking about. Ye Feng thought for a moment and answered the call. "Hello, are you Mr. Ye Feng?" It was a girl with a gentle voice that was unexpectedly pleasant to the ears. Ye Feng nodded subconsciously. Yes, that's right. Compared to this, Ye Feng's voice sounded much colder. The girl on the other end of the line was not embarrassed. She introduced herself in a polite tone. "Hello, Mr. Ye. My name is Li Ling, Muzi Li Wang Ling Ling. I am the operator between the government and the orphanage. Every official shelter has its own operator who handles communications and organizes work. If your shelter passes the inspection, I will become its personal operator. Our inspection engineers are also heading to your shelter." Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but frown. At first, he thought he just needed to check the shelter, but now it turns out that it is more difficult than he imagined. So Ye Feng asked impatiently, "I am a relative. Can you not make things worse?" Li Ling on the other end of the line instantly froze and became speechless, becoming the head of the family. "Even if you have connections, don't tell anyone. Our conversation is recorded," Li Ling exclaimed in her heart. Seeing Li Ling's silence, Ye Feng was too lazy to say anything. "Forget it. Let's do as you say." After saying this, Ye Feng hung up the phone. Li Ling on the other end of the line couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard the busy signal. She shook her head and lamented, "Why is this person so hot-tempered?" He shrugged helplessly and hung up. This is an office space allocated by the government specifically for operators, where each operator has their own desk. A girl sat opposite Li Ling. She had a pretty face and a slender figure, but she was still a little inferior to Li Ling. "Xiao Ling, what happened?" Zhang Yuanyuan asked with a smile. "It's okay." Li Ling shook her head and smiled. Seeing that Li Ling didn't respond, Zhang Yuanyuan didn't ask any further questions. She glanced at the others on both sides and saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she picked up her last mobile phone and whispered softly to Li Ling, "Xiao Ling, this is the new phone that the owner of the shelter bought for me. Does it look good?" Li Ling smiled awkwardly. It looks good." Wang Yuanyuan put down her phone and adjusted her underwear, covering her cleavage to make it more attractive. At the same time, he persuaded her, "Xiaoling, I am not saying anything bad about you, but with your appearance and figure, you will definitely be able to find yourself an important person like me. And then you will not have to live modestly." Li Ling did not know what to answer her. At this moment, the landline phone rang, and Li Ling found an opportunity to escape. She pointed at the landline phone and then smiled apologetically at Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuanyuan waved her hand and ignored him. At the shelter, as soon as Ye Feng hung up the phone, I Feng reminded him, "Brother Feng, there are 3 people standing outside the shelter. It seems like they called you just now, but the call didn't go through." "Call?" Ye Feng was slightly stunned. Then he remembered that he had just spoken to an operator named Li Ling, but his phone was busy, so he didn't answer the call. Ye Feng stood up. "Well, I'll go take a look." There was a middle-aged man in his 40s and 2 young men in their 30s standing outside the shelter. Why didn't they call? Who was his operator? Didn't you tell him in advance? The young man standing in front of the titanium alloy door was speechless. His name is Zhou Yan, and he is an employee of a government department that specializes in checking the compliance of shelters. This time, his colleagues Zhao Mu and their minister Li Zhaochuan came with him. As soon as he finished speaking, his colleague Zhao Mu, who was standing next to him, picked up the conversation. "I have already rung the doorbell. As long as he is in the shelter, he should hear. But to be honest, this titanium alloy door is quite strong. Even in our dungeon, it is rarely used." Zhao Mu praised him without hesitation. Li Zhaochuan, who was standing next to the two of them, frowned slightly and warned them in a serious tone. "Speak more quietly and do not say this later. Otherwise, you will not receive a penny today." "Minister Li is right." Zhao Mu and Zhou Yan quickly apologized with a smile. As shelters have become increasingly popular recently, the government has set up a shelter inspection department to unify the standards and management of shelters. It is precisely because of the special nature of their position that they can use it to make a large fortune. Their method is very simple. Find fault with the shelters that are being inspected. Whether your shelter is up to code or not, if there is no money, then forget about passing the inspection. Since these things concern their own lives and safety, most shelter owners will suppress their anger and spend the money to avoid a disaster. As for those shelter owners who refused to cooperate, they were rejected and left to die. For them, getting official shelter from the government is extremely important, and it is also related to their future life and death. As long as they are not so poor that they have no money at all, they will obediently pay. "Don't forget to tell me the worst later. Got it?" Li Zhaochuan ordered the two of them in a serious tone. They both said in unison, "Got it." The two of them followed Li Zhaochuan's example and made a lot of money. If they had earned money before, they probably would never have been able to earn so much in their entire lives. That was why they cooperated so actively with Li Zhaochuan and even took Li Zhaochuan's words as an imperial decree. At this moment, the titanium alloy door suddenly slowly opened, revealing a fan-shaped enclosed area similar to an elevator. And the area inside is not small, about 10 square meters. It can accommodate dozens of people at the same time. The three of them saw this door for the first time and were stunned for a moment. "Is this like an elevator?" Zhou Yan said hesitantly. Looking at the gate in front of him, a smile appeared on Li Zhaochuan's face. He pointed to the round chamber above the gate and explained, "Have you seen this chamber? The people inside must have discovered us through it, and then used some kind of device to open the door from the inside. This shelter is so advanced." Zhao Mu couldn't help but sigh. However, as soon as he said that, he realized that he had said something wrong. So he quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Li Zhaochuan, who had just walked over, turned around and looked at him coldly, but said nothing. The main problem is that Ye Feng might discover something inside. The three of them entered the fan-shaped area, and then the titanium alloy door, which was nearly 10 centimeters thick, slowly closed. Then they clearly felt the titanium alloy under their feet slowly rotating. Li Zhaochuan was very excited at this moment, because he knew that the current owner of the house must be very rich, even richer than other shelter owners he had met. Otherwise, it would be impossible to build a shelter of this level. It is not an exaggeration to say that this one door can instantly destroy any shelter they inspect. The standard by which they charge is based on the level of luxury of the shelter. And this time, Li Zhaochuan decided to charge Ye Feng 5 million. When the titanium door opened again, they found themselves inside the shelter. However, the environment that opened up to them shocked all three of them again. In front of me was a spacious living room. To the left was a fan-shaped bar counter, on which and on the wall were displayed many elite wines. Li Zhaochuan has already tasted some of these wines. Their quantities are around tens of thousands per bottle. It is no exaggeration to say that these wines alone are worth millions. To their right was a tea pavilion, in the center of which stood a mahogany tea table, on which were many tea sets and several precious teas. For example, pu'er, bilwochun, tie guanyin, etc., all available. This was only part of what the three of them saw. Directly in front of them was a living room. The luxury of the living room was beyond words. Next to the living room was a corridor, on both sides of which were many closed rooms. Although they did not know what was inside these rooms, they were sure of one thing. It was all money. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How can this be called a shelter? It's just a luxurious mansion. Do you want to have some tea first? Ye Feng, who was standing in the middle of the living room, pointed to the tea pavilion and asked. Seeing that Ye Feng was so young, Li Zhaochuan couldn't help but be surprised, but he quickly hid his surprise. He looked at Ye Feng, smiled, and shook his head. No need for tea. As he spoke, Li Zhaochuan couldn't help but look at Ai Feng next to Ye Feng. At the same time, I was a little shocked that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Zhao Mu and the other man behind him were also watching with interest. Both the orphanage and Ai Feng made all three of them envious. At the same time, I feel how simple and unpretentious the life of rich people is. Seeing the other party's refusal, Ye Feng had no choice but to give in. All right. Li Zhaochuan stepped forward and continued with a smile. Young master, yeah, it's quite pleasant to live here. With beautiful women by your side, your life is becoming quite peaceful. Good enough. Ye Feng's tone remained calm. Li Zhaochuan pretended to look around, then continued with a forced smile. However, it might be a little difficult for you to reach the level of an ordinary shelter. Ye Feng was slightly stunned. If your own shelter does not meet the standards of a normal shelter, then forget about providing shelter to others. Ye Feng is not stupid. The three of them did not even look at the other places in the shelter, but directly stated that their shelter did not meet the standards. Obviously, the other party must have different intentions. After Li Zhaochuan finished speaking, the two subordinates behind him also quickly joined in. That's right. Although your shelter is luxurious, the purpose of a shelter is to take refuge, not to have fun. All this space of yours is wasted. In the future, it will become an official shelter. If the government underground city needs it, it can house people and use it as a temporary shelter. Are you really going to let these soldiers sleep in the living room? Furthermore, your shelter is so small that it can't even be considered a normal shelter. Zhao Mu and Zhou Yan seemed to be performing a duet as they spoke to each other, not allowing Ye Feng a single word. And his words were full of disdain. When Li Zhaoxuan and the other two were thinking about how Ye Feng would bribe them, however, Ye Feng only raised his eyebrows and said, "Who told you that my hideout only has one floor?" The three of them were stunned for a moment. Ye Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he first took the three of them to visit the entertainment area on the first floor. When the three of them saw that the rooms on both sides of them were luxurious karaoke TVs, cinemas, gyms, billiard rooms, etc., the three glances of the complete man were mercilessly suppressed. At the same time, he sighed to himself. This is almost as good as a 5-star hotel. Is this the world of the rich? Even the end of the world is so luxurious and pleasant. Although they had also seen other second-generation rich people's hideouts, which were also very luxurious and had all kinds of entertainment facilities. However, the variety of entertainment and decoration style were not comparable to Ye Feng's hideout. It was like one in heaven and one on earth. Others are trying to survive in the cracks, and you are enjoying a doomsday vacation. After looking at the furnishings on the first floor, the three of them couldn't find any fault with him. The most they could say was criticize his extravagance. But this is not enough to threaten Ye Feng. However, soon after the three of them recovered from the shock, the next shock was even stronger than the previous one. Ye Feng led the three of them down the corridor and headed towards the elevator. The three of them silently followed Ye Feng. They were silent, but they were still thinking of ways to slander and find fault with him. Li Zhaoxuan also secretly decided that he would absolutely not let Ye Feng, the big fish, go today. Even if it meant framing someone else, the goal had to be achieved. After all, Ye Feng's fish was the biggest he had ever encountered. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to sleep properly for at least a month. It would be like winning a $5 million lottery ticket and then losing it. when the three of them arrived at the very bottom of the first floor of the shelter and saw the brand new elevator. Their faces showed varying degrees of shock. "Is there an elevator here?" Zhao couldn't help but ask. It's not that the elevator is difficult to repair. However, elevators are rarely built in ordinary civilian shelters. Since civilian shelters usually only have a few floors, and some even have only one floor, elevators are not needed at all. If we insist on building an elevator, it will instead take up space in the shelter and require regular maintenance, which will waste labor and material resources. It will also increase the shelter's electricity consumption. What is the most valuable thing at the end of time? Besides food, the only thing left is energy. If the power goes out at this time, the elevator will be useless. So, compared to the stairs are hundreds of times more practical than the elevators. That's why the three of them were shocked. Yefeng looked at Zhao, who was speaking, and nodded. "Well, it's mainly to help the wounded soldiers. After all, my ladder has 80 steps." The three of them were speechless. Although it was unknown whether Yefeng was sincere in his words, the meaning behind his words was extremely clear. "You want to pick on me?" No way. The five of them went down to the basement floor. Looking at the exquisite decoration style around them, the three of them were constantly shocked. Yefeng then led the three people to visit the living area, office area, study, and medical room. When Yefeng brought the three people into the underground hot spring, they were completely stunned. And this time, the shock simply destroyed everything I had seen before. There really is an underground hot spring here? I'm not dreaming. Looking at the expressions of the three, Yefeng's vanity was not too satisfied. The main reason was that Yefeng did not take these three people too seriously. Looking at the three people, Yefeng pointed around and explained, "There used to be a bomb shelter here. When I was renovating it, I realized that there was a lot of space in the bomb shelter, and it definitely couldn't be wasted, so I built this basement." Hehehe. Although Li Zhaochuan was shocked, he still had a hypocritical smile on his face. Master Ye's shelter really opened our eyes. Yefeng glanced at Li Zhaochuan and replied emotionlessly, "Not bad." After visiting the underground hot springs, Yefeng took three people and continued visiting other places. Zhou Yan, who was following Li Zhaochuan, asked quietly, "Minister, what should we do? I see no reason to complain." Li Zhaochuan looked at Zhou Yan angrily and said, "Calm down first. Think of a solution quickly. If it's so easy to do, then why did I bring you here?" These words made both of them very upset, and at some point, they didn't know what to do. Sugar is sweet, as they say, but Li Zhaochuan insists that it is bitter. Isn't this complete nonsense? Who would believe it? Perhaps he was afraid that they would both be discouraged. Li Zhaochuan hastened to console them, saying, "If that happens, each of you will receive 500,000. 500,000 and 500,000. Both of them widened their eyes, afraid that they had misheard. At the same time, he also paid attention to Yefeng in front of him, so that he would not hear him. Li Zhaochuan nodded in confirmation. Usually, when working with Li Zhaochuan, they could get tens of thousands of yuan each time. After a hard day's work, they can only earn about 100,000 wen at most. Sometimes, if they are lucky, they can get hundreds of thousands. But now, Li Zhaochuan has actually agreed to give a lump sum of 500,000 wen. This has also boosted the morale of both of them. At this moment, Yefeng, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Since the armory was ahead, Yefeng did not think of letting them visit. He then turned around and said, "Let me show you the place where I train. Didn't you say that some soldiers could move here to live temporarily? I think they'll like it." Since the training room was on the first floor, Yefeng took the three of them upstairs in the elevator. As for why they weren't taken to the second underground floor, it's because the second underground floor contains the control room and other important equipment. It's the most mysterious place in the shelter. Even if Song Han came, Yefeng would never think of telling him about this place. The three of them returned to the first floor. When the three of them saw the classroom, which was about 100 square meters, they were shocked again. The classroom also had many rooms covering all the topics of study. Damn, this is just cool. Zhao Mu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up again. Li Zhaoxuan glanced coldly at Zhao Mu and suddenly regretted bringing him here. It was really no wonder that Zhao Mu had caused such a strong reaction. What civilian shelter would spend over 100 square meters to set up a training room? Unless you have a brain tumor, you probably wouldn't do that. Unless he designed it specifically for soldiers. Ye Feng looked at the three of them and asked calmly, "My hideout is definitely comparable to most hideouts. How is it? Will it be able to pass?" The three of them fell silent again. The two subordinates also stole glances at Li Zhaoxuan, waiting for him to speak. After a long pause, Li Zhaoxuan coughed and said, "Actually, there is no problem with the scales. We have everything we need. However, it is really difficult to implement." "Oh? What do you mean?" Ye Feng asked with a smile, his face showing no panic. Li Zhaoxuan continued, "Personally, I think your orphanage is excellent, but the requirements for the inspection of an official orphanage are not that simple. So, if you have something to offer me, I will help you quickly do it. I can even invite all the ministers to dinner and get approval." Ye Feng chuckled. "Has his true colors finally been revealed? So after so long, you guys are planning to make me pay a little?" Ye Feng's words to the three people revealed their true colors. Zhao Mu and Zhou Yan's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Ye Feng coldly, without saying a word. On the contrary, Minister Li Zhaoxuan remained calm, and it was obvious that he had encountered this many times. Li Zhaoxuan smiled and said, "Master Ye, you can't say that." "Ouch!" Ye Feng looked at Li Zhaoxuan meaningfully and said disdainfully, "Then what should I say? How about Minister Li teach me?" Ye Feng's attitude was completely different from those hosts Li Zhaoxuan had met before. Who wouldn't feel awkward when meeting me before? My words might scare him to death. But Ye Feng looked shameless. Not only was he not afraid, he didn't even look him in the eye. This also made Li Zhaoxuan very sad. I thought, be a good boy and pay the money. Why do you need all this trouble? Although Li Zhaoxuan was very angry, he still walked towards Ye Feng with a smile, then extended his right hand and gently patted Ye Feng on the shoulder. As he did so, he threatened, "If you do not receive my approval today, you will not be able to complete this task." "Slam!" Ye Feng roughly slapped Li Zhaoxuan's right hand. Then he sneered, "What? Threats don't work, so you resort to bullying?" "Snort," Li Zhaoxuan coldly snorted and said, "All civilian shelters in Haiyun City are under my control. If you are more reasonable, everyone will be happier." "What if I don't know what is good for you?" Ye Feng asked. "Don't you know what's good for you?" "Ha ha ha ha, then I'll clear it up today." Li Zhaoxuan pointed to the door and said, "If I leave here empty-handed today, I promise you that your hideout will never pass the test." Li Zhaoxuan's words were not an exaggeration at all. Before taking up the position of director of the newly established Haiyun City Housing Inspection Department, he was already a famous architect. In Haiyun City, even some multimillionaires have to show respect. Especially now that the end of the world is approaching, which rich person in Haiyun City would not want to ask him to design a shelter for him? This also contributed to the further rise of Li Zhaoxuan's status, and he was even on the same level as some ministers. After taking over the orphanage's inspection department, he became even more powerful and accumulated untold wealth. How could he bear the humiliation of being looked down upon by a young man in his early 20s? However, Ye Feng was not afraid of Li Zhaoxuan's words. Li Zhaoxuan, director of the Haiyun City Orphanage Inspection Department, Ye Feng suddenly applauded after saying this. He then continued with a smile. Yes, such unscrupulous methods of making money really opened Ye's eyes. Ye Feng also learned information about Li Zhaoxuan from I Feng. As a robot, he can easily find out basic information about a person. Ye Feng's provocative behavior further irritated Zhou Yan, who was standing next to him. Zhou Yan poked his finger at Ye Feng's nose and shouted angrily, "You better be smarter with your words. Don't think you're so cool just because you have a few bucks. I've seen many people richer than you, and in the end, didn't they kneel down and beg us to pass the inspection?" Zhou Yan's words also angered Ye Feng. Ye Feng was an orphan, and he hated it most when strangers bumped into him. He clenched his fists and asked angrily, "Who the hell are you bothering me for? I'll follow you slam." Before Zhou Yan could finish speaking, Ye Feng punched him so hard that he was sent flying. He fell heavily onto the marble floor of the corridor, wincing in pain. "You actually dared to hit someone." Li Zhaoxuan pointed at Ye Feng and asked him angrily, "I'll hit you." After saying that, Ye Feng threw another punch, directly sending the 40-year-old Li Zhaoxuan flying. Zhao Mu, who was standing next to him, was stunned by what he saw. Where had he ever seen such a scene? Every time he went out, others treated him as an honored guest. But why couldn't it work with Ye Feng? However, they didn't know that Ye Feng didn't take them seriously at all. The main reason is that these people are going too far. If we continue to hold back our anger, they will undoubtedly become even more aggressive. Damn it, you dare to mock me? Can't you see who I am? I'm a relative. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Ye Feng clenched his fist and threatened the three. Of course, Ye Feng's words shocked all three of them. All three of them were on edge. Zhao Mu, the only one who remained standing, escaped being beaten due to his good behavior. Li Zhaoxuan and Zhou Yan were lying on the ground with pained expressions on their faces. They simply felt as if their buttocks had been cracked, and the pain was so intense that they could not speak. Zhao Mu came to his senses from the shock, and, not daring to think too much, hurried forward to help Li Zhaoxuan and Zhou Yan up. Ye Feng just watched silently and coldly from the side, not making any moves to help or try to stop him. The first thing Li Zhaoxuan did after receiving help was to threaten Ye Feng. "You stinking brat, you just wait for me. If this matter is not ended today, I will definitely make you live a life worse than death." Li Zhaoxuan is a man who has seen the world, so how could he be captivated by just one sentence from Ye Feng? After saying this, the three of them prepared to leave. Ye Feng snorted coldly and said sternly, "Stop here." All three of them stood frozen for a moment, not daring to move further. "Who allowed you to leave? Do you think I am a marketplace where you can come and go as you please?" Ye Feng's tone was extremely cold, and he deliberately lowered his voice, giving people the feeling that he wanted to kill someone to silence them. The three of them were frightened. They turned around, trembling. Li Zhaoxuan, who was supported by Zhao Mu, asked in fear, You still want to do something? Do you still dare to kill us?" The corner of Ye Feng's lips twitched with an evil smile. He pointed his finger at the ceiling above him. However, this action also scared Li Zhaoxuan and Zhou Yan, causing them to quickly retreat half a step. Seeing that Ye Feng was not going to hit anyone, he barely managed to stay on his feet. Ye Feng was also very disdainful, thinking, "How dare this guy threaten me?" After the two of them stood firmly on their feet, they looked in the direction Ye Feng pointed. There was a small camera installed on the ceiling at the edge of the corridor that was impossible to see without looking closely. Everything you just said, including your threats to me, was recorded. Li Zhaoxuan's heart sank. "What the hell do you want to do?" Zhou Yan's tone softened a little. "Because he knew that he might fail today." "What should I do? Shouldn't you ask your Minister Li?" Ye Feng asked coldly. At this moment, Li Zhaoxuan's face looked very ugly. He never expected to fall into the hands of a young man whose hair had not even grown. Thanks to the many ups and downs I have experienced over the years, I am not too panicky now. "You think you can threaten me with these videos?" Li Zhaoxuan asked, feigning calm. "Ha ha," Ye Feng smiled. "Minister Li is currently at the peak of his career. If these videos leak online, I wonder if he can still maintain his calm." Li Zhaoxuan's expression instantly changed, but he still replied calmly, "Don't forget that your attack was also recorded. Based on this alone, you will definitely be imprisoned." "Oh, are you serious? I will simply lose control of myself when the time comes. After all, I used to be good at filming ghost videos." Ye Feng responded with a smile. "You!" Zhou Yan pointed at Ye Feng and didn't dare to utter the curse words that were about to come out of his mouth. This time, he was really scared. This is not an ordinary time. The whole world is busy fighting the approaching end of the world. If this issue is really made public on the internet, then all of them will be considered as treason. The government may even execute them out of hatred for the common people. Li Zhaoxuan panicked a little, but he had no choice but to hold back his anger. Ye Feng sneered. He was too lazy to talk nonsense to these people. He took out his mobile phone and directly dialed operator Li Ling's number. The phone rang for a second before it was answered. This was beyond Ye Feng's expectations. "Hello, Mr. Ye. Are you in trouble?" Li Ling's pleasant voice came from the phone. Ye Feng replied in a dissatisfied tone. "Your government is doing this? Who did you send me?" "Huh?" Li Ling was confused by Ye Feng's reprimand. "Mr. Ye, please calm down for a moment. If you have any questions, please contact us directly. I am going to report the Director of Inspection of your shelter, Li Zhaoxuan, by his real name," Ye Feng said angrily. The faces of the three people standing in front of Ye Feng changed again. They wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare. After all, they didn't want to lose to Ye Feng again. Li Ling was also scared by Ye Feng's words, and at the same time, she realized the seriousness of the situation. Ye Feng was a VIP introduced by the Ji family. In fact, inspecting his hideout was just a formality. With the Ji family's guarantee, there would definitely be no problem checking. The military had already added Ye Feng's hideout to the list of regular hideouts. Even the 10 tons of fuel he requested had already been prepared. Now Ye Feng reacted so abruptly and even said something like he would report it under his real name. It was obvious that something big was going to happen. Thinking about this, Li Ling quickly replied, "Master Ye, rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate and restore justice." Ye Feng was surprised by Li Ling's good attitude. Could it be that this little girl knows that I am a handsome guy and falls in love with me? Although Ye Feng had mastered the system, he still could not get rid of the three major illusions of life. "She likes me. Mr. Ye, are you listening?" Seeing that Ye Feng did not respond, Li Ling hurriedly called out, "Yes, I am here." Ye Feng replied, "It's okay. For your sake, I will not hold a grudge." Seeing that Ye Feng had calmed down, Li Ling also sighed in relief. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Ye. We'll be over immediately to sort things out. Please don't leave your hideout for now, Mr. Ye." "Of course. Will you bring me some fuel when you arrive?" Ye Feng asked. Ji Wenbin had already solved the fuel problem, and his hideout would definitely pass the inspection. That's why Ye Feng wanted to ask the other party to bring fuel. The main reason is that he's afraid that the night will be long and he'll have more trouble. Who knows? Maybe some crisis will happen and he won't be able to get fuel. By then, he'll have nowhere to cry. Unexpectedly, Li Ling readily agreed. This would also save Ye Feng some trouble. Seeing that Ye Feng was about to hang up, Li Zhaoxuan quickly opened his mouth to say something. However, Ye Feng shot him a piercing glance. Ye Feng walked forward with his fists clenched. This action scared the three people so much that their faces suddenly changed. However, Ye Feng did not give them the slightest chance to resist. If you dare to resist, just kick you. The three of them were scared by the beating and did not dare to move. Ye Feng searched the three and took away all the valuables, even the chewing gum from their pockets. Ye Feng handed the items he found to Ai Feng. "Take them to the warehouse and confiscate them." Li Zhaoxuan and the other two were stunned and secretly cursed Ye Feng, calling him a beast. Their purpose in coming here was to extort money, but not only did they not receive a penny, they also ended up losing money. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Ye Feng went to greet it. He passed through the titanium gate and found himself in the open air. After opening the titanium alloy door, in addition to the beautiful woman in her 20s, a soldier in military uniform appeared in front of Ye Feng. Moreover, Ye Feng knew this soldier. He was the captain who defeated Ji Wenbin. "You are Mr. Ye Feng, right?" Li Ling was the first to break the silence. Looking at the slightly eccentric and pretty Li Ling in front of him, Ye Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am Ye Feng." After saying that, Ye Feng looked at the captain again, and they nodded to each other in greeting. What interested Ye Feng was that the captain was not injured at all after defeating Ji Wenbin. It was obvious that he had some kind of background as well. Li Ling noticed something about the two of them, but was tactful enough not to ask any further questions. "By the way, where is my fuel?" Ye Feng asked, somewhat confused. After all, the thing he was most concerned about right now was the fuel. Li Ling quickly replied with a smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Ye, the fuel is already on the way. Once we solve the problem, they will be here soon." Ye Feng nodded. "Yes, good." He then led the two of them through the titanium alloy door into the shelter. The captain and Li Ling were also shocked by such a high-tech gate. At the same time, both of them made a decision. This meant that Ye Feng's background was definitely not simple. Ye Feng led the two people into the shelter and introduced his shelter to them. Both praised from the bottom of their hearts. What surprised Li Ling the most was that Ye Feng was able to build such a luxurious civilian shelter, and the design was flawless. Even the best designers she knew would have a hard time coming up with such a product. However, when she thought about Ye Feng's influential background, she felt relieved. Compared to Li Ling's ideas, the captain's focus is different. He was very satisfied with Ye Feng's shelter. One could even say that he liked it very much. Because when we go on missions in the future, we may need such civilian shelters temporarily. After all, who doesn't want to live more comfortably while carrying out a mission? After praising him, Li Ling asked in confusion, "Mr. Ye, where is Minister Li and the others?" Li Zhaoxuan is the director of the Orphanages Inspection Department. Although she also suspected that it was Li Zhaoxuan who might be making things difficult for Ye Feng, but Li Zhaoxuan is still a government official and holds a high position. If something really happened in Ye Feng's hideout, then Li Ling would also be involved. This is the last outcome Li Ling wants to see. Losing her job would mean she would most likely die on the streets with her family. Ye Feng looked at Li Ling and smiled. "I wanted to show you the basement, but it's more important to get down to business." "What, you have a basement here?" Li Ling and the captain were shocked. Ye Feng's hideout is very large, and the first floor contains almost all the entertainment rooms. If there is a basement, doesn't that mean there are things there that are more important than what's upstairs? Ye Feng smiled and nodded. "Well, not that many, just one layer." Li Ling looked at Ye Feng coldly. "Just one layer? You know, for a civilian shelter, it's already great to have a basement, let alone such a large foundation." Ye Feng didn't explain much. He led the two of them to the billiard room on the first floor. At this time, Ai Feng was standing outside the billiard room. When the captain first saw Ai Feng, he was stunned. A blush appeared on her cheeks. How could this plain guy have such a beautiful girlfriend? The captain thought with some envy. At the same time, he touched his face and lamented that he was obviously much more handsome than Ye Feng, so why didn't he have a girlfriend like him? Li Ling, who was standing next to him, was also amazed, but she was not envious. On the contrary, she admired him from the bottom of her heart. Since they lived together, they both thought that Ai Feng was Ye Feng's girlfriend. "Brother Feng," Ai Feng called out softly. Her voice was particularly pleasant. The captain's heart seemed to melt, and his face showed an expression of deep envy. But Ye Feng simply nodded, without much reaction. Perhaps it was because he was used to this kind of behavior. Opening the door to the billiard room, Li Ling and the captain were stunned. Li Zhaoxuan and the other two were sitting on the chairs, their faces pale and their bodies sweaty. When they saw Li Ling and the captain, their faces showed excitement. It was as if he had seen a savior. "What's going on? Move the confusion into your heart." Li Ling also hurried forward and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The three men with sad faces replied, "We broke the law. We stole the money. Please take us away quickly." Looking at the three of them, Ye Feng couldn't help but notice Ai Feng, who was standing next to him. Before Ye Feng left, the three of them still looked unconvinced. How could they become so cowardly after being separated for so long? And they seemed to be very afraid of Ai Feng. What did this girl do to them? Why did she scare them so much? While Ye Feng was daydreaming, Li Ling, who was standing on the other side, turned around, looked at Ye Feng, and asked in confusion, "Master Ye, what happened when he fell to the ground?" Li Ling was very curious about how Ye Feng managed to turn a figure comparable to a director into the terrible state he was in today. At the same time, she had a new understanding of Ye Feng's origins and strength. Ye Feng shrugged. With an expression on my face as if nothing had happened to me, I replied, "They have already said what they wanted to say. Why are they still waiting for me to explain? This is corruption. Arrest them. Quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly catch them." Li Jiaoxuan and the other three nodded in agreement and couldn't help but look towards Ai Feng. At the same time, I couldn't help but shudder in my heart. In desperation, the captain had no choice but to let Li Jiaoxuan and the other two go out first, and he said that he would go out soon. The three of them quickly nodded, expressing their complete agreement with the captain's proposal. Ye Feng did not stop him. Then, the three of them ran out of the shelter as if they had seen a ghost. Li Ling and the captain were confused and even more puzzled by what had happened. There were other soldiers near the shelter, so the captain wasn't worried about the three of them escaping. Even if they did escape, it wouldn't be a big deal. The entire city was now under martial law, and there were mutants everywhere. Without the help of the army, the three of them will not be able to return to the dungeon safely. Moreover, even if the monk manages to escape, he will not be able to leave the temple. All three of them are in Haiyun City, unless they plan to return there in this life. After the three left, only then did Ye Feng glance at the captain and Li Ling. He asked with a smile, "Do you two want to continue touring my shrine, or get down to business first?" Looking at Ye Feng, who was smiling brightly, Li Ling's eyes looked a little strange as she looked at him. Such an important event had happened, and he was acting as if nothing had happened? How careless. The captain nodded first. "Let's get down to business first." Ye Feng smiled and led the two of them into the living room. Once the three of them sat down on the sofa, Ai Feng took the initiative to make tea for them. Seeing Ai Feng being so reasonable, Ye Feng felt a great sense of relief. If I were accompanied by such an intelligent robot at the end of time, I would feel less lonely and isolated. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How great it would be if Ai Feng were a real person. That way, he could do other interesting things. The captain, whose views were diametrically opposed to Ye Feng's, was very depressed. Such a beauty was actually serving Ye Feng tea and water. If she were his girlfriend, he would definitely praise her to the skies and would never let her work. Although he felt awkward, he had no choice. After all, she was someone else's girl, and he had no right to interfere. Thinking about this, the captain also sighed sadly. His actions attracted the attention of Ye Feng and Li Ling. Ye Feng also hurriedly and worriedly asked, "What happened?" The captain shook his head without answering. Ye Feng curled his lips and didn't pay much attention to it. The captain picked up the briefcase and took out a document wrapped in brown paper. The document contained an agreement to sign the official shelter. Only after this agreement is signed can Ye Feng's shelter be considered truly official, and Ye Feng only needs to sign and seal it, which is very convenient. The captain handed the document to Ye Feng, who took it without hesitation and spent a few minutes skimming through it. The document is quite detailed. It states that the government will not interfere with the autonomy of the shelter and will provide it with some assistance. In addition, when the government needs assistance, its shelter must also provide appropriate assistance. Mutual benefit and win-win situation. After there was no objection, Ye Feng signed the agreement. After the captain took the documents back, Li Ling also took the initiative and invited Ye Feng to attend the relevant training for temporary housing construction workers in Haiyun City tomorrow. This completely confused Ye Feng. What the hell? Training? What are you going to do? Ji Wenbing had never told him about this before. I thought that simply signing the document would solve the problem, but now it seems that problems are piling up one after another. This made Ye Feng feel a little reluctant. Seeing Ye Feng's expression of disgust and hostility, Li Ling quickly explained, "Master Ye, Rest assured that the training will not be delayed for too long, and this is also a necessary process. Ye Feng frowned slightly. Although he really didn't want to do this, he had no choice. After all, he still needs those 10 tons of fuel to complete the mission. Besides, there is not enough time, and he has no way to get 10 tons of fuel from other places. You are not going to recruit us, are you? Ye Feng asked curiously. If this is true, then they are equivalent to building a shelter for the government, and they have also turned from household owners into employees. Hearing Ye Feng's idea, Li Ling also smiled secretly. Then he explained, "Don't worry about it. We are doing this to educate you. After all, there are many things and news about the end of the world that ordinary people do not know. Your shelter will still belong to you, but it will also be considered a temporary government base. The autonomy of the shelter will always be in your hands. By helping you train, we also help ourselves." At this moment, the captain nodded, added, "But strictly speaking, you can be considered part-time personnel. Of course, our military and government will also provide assistance to people like you during this period. This can be considered a mutually beneficial relationship." Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I'll go check tomorrow." In fact, as long as it doesn't involve too much of his own hideout, Ye Feng usually won't refuse. After all, there are so many secrets in his hideout, so he still needs to be careful. Seeing that Ye Feng agreed, Li Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. When she came, she was worried that Ye Feng would refuse. If Ye Feng really refused, she would be in trouble. The operator's household owner did not complete the task properly, and she would end up bearing some of the joint responsibility. Li Ling smiled and reminded him, "Mr. Ye, just wait at the shelter tomorrow. We will have a special car to pick you up and arrive on time, around 7 in the morning. Mr. Ye, please try to go to bed early today. After all, there are many things to remember for tomorrow's training." Looking at the playful Li Ling, Ye Feng smiled and nodded. After reaching a consensus, they stood up and prepared to leave. Ye Feng also quickly stood up to see them off. "Since you two are here, would you like to treat me to a meal before you leave?" "Huh?" The captain and Li Ling were stunned and confused by Ye Feng's words. At some point, they were unsure whether they had heard wrong or whether Ye Feng had said something wrong. How could it be reasonable for a host to ask guests to treat him to food? Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the two people, Ye Feng also laughed. "I was just joking, guys. Look at how scared you are." Hehehe. Li Ling and the captain laughed awkwardly and were speechless after hearing Ye Feng's words. Ahem. Ye Feng coughed twice and said, "Sorry to bother you about this. I'll treat you two to dinner when I have the chance." The captain waved his hand and said, "This is my job. No need to worry." Li Ling also smiled and shook her head. Seeing this, Ye Feng did not insist. In any case, he was just being polite. The three of them arrived at the shelter where the fuel trucks were already parked. In addition to the car that the captain and Li Ling were riding in, there were also 4 or 5 military SUVs. There were many soldiers with live ammunition standing around. Looking at their wary expressions, I don't know what they are defending themselves against. The captain pointed at the fuel tanker and asked Ye Feng, "Where are these 10 tons of fuel unloaded?" At this moment, Ye Feng was also a little confused as he did not know where he should aim the projectile. Seeing Li Ling also looking at him in confusion, Ye Feng quickly replied, "Let's park this tanker here today. Tomorrow, when we go to practice, we'll bring it over together." The captain nodded but didn't refuse. Watching everyone leave, Ye Feng then hurriedly asked the system how to refuel. The system told Ye Feng that there was a fuel port in the shelter, which was outside the wall on the left side of the gate. There was a 1-meter-long titanium alloy cubic device. Just insert the vehicle's fuel supply pipe into the interface. Ye Feng walked towards the fuel interface mentioned by the system, and seeing that it was made of titanium alloy on all sides, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a little confused. He searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find the so-called interface. Could it be that the interface was inside? With doubts in his mind, Ye Feng pulled the feed pipe toward the interface. However, at this moment, a round interface appeared on the outside of the cube, the size of which was exactly the same as the feed pipe. Ye Feng tried to install the pipe. The next second, he saw the pipe trembling slightly and he clearly felt the fuel gradually flowing into the interface. At the same time, a row of glowing numbers appeared directly above the titanium alloy cube. Fuel reserves, 0.003.6 tons per ton. Number of available days, 0.0032.5 days. Moreover, the above values are constantly increasing as fuel is supplied. After 1 minute, the fuel supply will not stop until it is completely finished. The current values are as follows. Fuel storage capacity, 0.100 tons. Available days, 0.0920 days. 10 tons of fuel can actually last for 3 months. Ye Feng was very surprised. It is important to know that the shelter has so many facilities and functions that its daily electricity consumption is comparable to that of a hotel. However, 10 tons of fuel can still be used for 3 months. Even Ye Feng could not help but praise the conscience of the system. At this moment, Ye Feng heard a reminder from the system in his head about the task completion. Congratulations to the host on completing the mission of delivering 10 tons of fuel. The rewards are as follows. 1. Congratulations on the opening of the shopping mall. P.S. The trade center can unlock more items as your shelter levels up. 2. Unlock the automated mechanical factory OL1 PS. When the host has a technology blueprint, it can be automatically built through the mechanical factory. The host starts the final mission. How can a skilled builder not be a powerful old Versailles? The owner needs to collect 10,000 Versailles points. Mission reward: restore the shelter for the second time. This ends the system announcement. At this time, only Ye Feng was left standing there in disarray. What the hell is this mission? What the hell is Versailles? What do I have that is worthy of Versailles? Just as Ye Feng finished complaining, the system's voice sounded again. Got Versailles points +2. Congratulations to the owner for his successful performance in Versailles. Ye Feng. If the system was standing in front of Ye Feng now, he would definitely point it in the face and scold it. I increasingly feel that this system was not created to save me, but to play with it. Ye Feng was also very helpless. This task is so confusing and so frustrating. Surviving at the end of time is hard enough, and now he has to survive by pretending to be Versailles. This Nima is full of hate. It would be outrageous if he didn't get beat up. Ye Feng unscrewed the pipe joint. Then the cubic fuel interface returned to its original state and was covered with a thick titanium alloy plate. At the same time, the row of glowing numbers on the top also disappeared. Ye Feng hesitantly reached out and patted his hand, and the string of numbers appeared again. This is very convenient. Ye Feng smiled. After assembling the transport pipe, Ye Feng returned to the shelter. I just ate some dry food. Ye Feng lay down on the sofa in the living room and began to study the mission reward. When Ye Feng thought of the word shopping mall, a translucent panel appeared in front of him. The panel is about 30 inches in size, and the contents on the panel can also be controlled by Ye Feng's fingers. At the same time, it will move along with Ye Feng's gaze. This shocked Ye Feng. He had only seen such high technology in science fiction movies. The main reason was that this thing could not be made in reality. Ye Feng was not sure if this panel was only visible to him, so he asked Ai Feng, who was standing next to him. When Ye Feng learned that Ai Feng had gone blind, he became worried again. Wouldn't it be great to use this thing to watch Japanese action movies? Just as Ye Feng was thinking about this, the system's cold voice rang out again. Master, please respect yourself. Otherwise, the mall may be recaptured at any time. Forehead. Ye Feng was speechless. I was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. I am a good student in society. How can I watch this? Seeing that the system did not react, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head and dismissed those thoughts. Then he began to examine the goods in the mall. There are many technological drawings in the mall. There are robot chefs, full protection security guards, conventional firearms, hummingbird drones, etc. Ye Feng could only understand some of the simplest technological drawings, but he couldn't understand the rest at all. Ye Feng glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. Exchange points. 0. No points? This is too stingy. I finally completed the task. You should at least reward me with 5,000 or 6,000 points. Ye Feng couldn't help but complain. However, the system ignored him. No way. Ye Feng had no choice but to ask the system how to get redemption points. This time, the system couldn't keep calm. There are about 3 ways to get redemption points. 1. Mission received. 2. Achievement disaster. 3. Kill disaster creatures. While Ye Feng was thinking about what the system just said, he continued to ask, how many exchange points can I get by killing a monster? Get 1 point by killing a normal monster. Not much? Are you sure? If the host thinks it is too difficult, he can activate the Hell difficulty level. The amount of exchange points obtained for killing a normal monster will be reduced to 0.1. Ye Feng was confused. He quickly rejected the system and activated the Hell difficulty level. If some hellish difficulty level really opens up, it will definitely make the already hard life even worse. Ye Feng just looked. It will take 1,000 points to purchase the Robot Chef Technology Blueprint, and the cheapest technology blueprint will cost 200 points. In other words, if he wanted a robot chef, he would need to kill 1,000 ordinary monsters. Even if he could kill one in 10 seconds, it would take him nearly 3 hours to kill 1,000. Wasn't that just a joke? And the monsters Ye Feng needed to kill weren't that many. How long will it take? Fortunately, some common ammunition is relatively cheap, about several dozen units. Bullets are also affordable. Perhaps it can be done in a short time. When Ye Feng was already depressed, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Since this is the owner's first purchase and he doesn't have enough money, the system decided to give him a 7-point coupon. This coupon can only be used to purchase first-level items in the mall. Ye Feng was so excited that he exclaimed, "Oh my!" and he continued to praise the system like a dog. Ye Feng saw 7 more purchase coupons in the upper right corner of the panel. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged it for the most expensive technology blueprint. Don't worry about whether it's practical or not. Just buy it first. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase of the cooking robot. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase of the Defender kit. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase of the X1 hummingbird drone. Ye Feng bought 3 technology drawings in a row. Although Ai Feng said she could cook, Ye Feng still decided to use the shopping coupon to buy a robot chef. After only 1 or 2 days of communication, Ye Feng already treated Ai Feng as a real person and was willing to ease her burden a little. After all, in such a large shelter, she was the only one who stayed with him. After completing the purchase, there would be 4 purchase coupons left. Ye Feng searched in the shopping mall and then bought 2 sets of exquisite doomsday accessories. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 2 sets of exquisite doomsday goods. The goods are automatically sent to the warehouse on the first floor underground. I bought these 2 items because they contained a lot of delicious food. After eating dry food for a long time, Ye Feng wanted to eat well. Seeing these products, Ye Feng couldn't help but think of the 3-month supply that Ji Wenbing still owed him. However, the agreed-upon time was 3 days, and only 1 day had passed, so he felt uneasy about rushing them. At the same time, Ye Feng also discovered that there was something seriously wrong with the system. The shelter had good wine, good tea, and all that, but there was no food. Don't you think it's funny? Ye Feng continued searching, thinking about what goods he should exchange for the last 2 coupons. Then he accidentally saw a product called Mutant Gene Survival Potion. The description above said that it could cause secondary mutations in organisms. Looking at the tightly packed potion, Ye Feng felt a little tempted. Could this thing be an upgraded version of the gene modification drug? Ye Feng recalled the gene modification potion he had received as a beginner's reward at the very beginning, which had allowed his strength to make a qualitative leap. This potion is now called Mutant Gene Survival Potion, and it is obviously stronger than the previous one. However, the word variant at the very beginning made Ye Feng a little hesitant. Doesn't mutation mean that he will no longer be human? It is a great loss for him. Who would agree to be a virgin for over 20 years and still not have children? He clearly remembered the reproductive isolation from his school biology textbook. The system might be outraged by Ye Feng's nitpicking, so she reminded him, "This medicine will only improve your body and stimulate your physical strength and will not cause any other side effects." Purchase! Ye Feng generously pressed the buy button. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the mutant gene survival potion. Immediately after, a small metal bottle appeared in Ye Feng's hand. Ye Feng did not rush to take the bottle. He placed it on the coffee table and continued to look for the last thing he needed to buy at the mall. What caught Ye Feng's attention was a weapon called Miniature Handheld Electromagnetic Cannon. Looking at the round metal tube electromagnetic cannon, it reminded Ye Feng of an item that appeared in the Doraemon cartoon when he was a child. An air cannon. It looks like it's really amazing. Since he couldn't find any other items he liked, Ye Feng pressed the buy button without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the handheld micro cannon. After exchanging the items, Ye Feng quickly stood up and went down to the second floor. This building houses a newly opened automated mechanical factory. Unlocking with facial recognition. When the door opened, the space inside was much larger than Ye Feng expected. It covers an area of about 200 square meters and houses many machines such as lathes, robotic arms, drilling machines, 3D printers, etc. All the machines inside are fully automated and do not require human intervention. Remembering that the process drawing I bought had to be made in an automated machinery factory, Ye Feng hurriedly turned to the system. But this time, the system didn't say a word. This made Ye Feng a little sad. "Forget it, let's go to the control room." Thinking about this, Ye Feng turned around and walked towards the control room. Ye Feng didn't need to close the factory gate. It would close automatically once he left. It could be said to be quite human. Ye Feng saw the process drawing of the construction module on the computer in the control room. He also decided to start without hesitation. The display read, "Loading process design." A moment later, the display showed the relevant information and duration of the process drawing. X1 Hummingbird, UAV build. Time, 24 hours. Defender. Suit build time, 24 hours. Robot chef. Build time, 48 hours. Handheld micro cannon build time, 72 hours. How could it take so long? The system can create a fully automated mechanical factory in 1 second, but it takes 1 or 2 days to make these gadgets. Even rebuilding a level 1 shelter took only 6 hours. In this comparison, a fully automated mechanical factory seems to be lagging behind. Only one item can be produced at a time, and once production has begun, it cannot be interrupted. Although it will take some time, the things created from these tech plans should be very powerful, and it looks like no materials are required. If this is true, then that is simply amazing. Do you know how to get something for nothing? Yes, that is exactly the feeling. Ye Feng decided to produce the X1 Hummingbird UAV first. The reason for choosing the drone is that Ye Feng needs to use it to detect the surrounding environment and ensure safety. Recently, there have been more and more mutant incidents, and he doesn't want to be suddenly attacked by mutants without even knowing about it. Ye Feng studied it for a while and found that he could make multiple items at once. So he put all the technological drawings into the mechanical factory for manufacturing. The fastest item would take 24 hours to make, so Ye Feng was in no hurry. He returned to the basement and sat on the sofa in the living room. But there was still one thing that was bothering him. This is the last task set by the system. Versailles. Upgrading the shelter to level 2 requires 10,000 Versailles points. The difficulty of the task is also directly increased. When Ye Feng no longer knew what to do, a reminder about a WeChat group came to his phone. Ye Feng thought about it and decided to check the group. He didn't expect that they were also discussing issues related to official shelters, and one person passed by. Many people in the group sent congratulatory messages, and it was obvious that they were very jealous. Looking through the chat records of these people, Ye Feng found that the person whose application was approved was called Meng Sandao. Of course, this was just a nickname. Moreover, Ye Feng found that the people in the group treated him with great respect. If nothing happens, he will have some power in Haiyun City. Ye Feng remembered the Versailles mission, so he quickly touched the screen of his mobile phone with 2 fingers, and then pressed the send button. Mo Ye Feng, huh? Shouldn't this be available to everyone? Man Sandao. Nightfall? Others? Seeing a row of question marks, Ye Feng hurriedly replied, Mu Ye Feng. Oh, sorry, I just joined the regular shelter team. I thought it was that simple. Damn, you really said it was that simple? You're just here to incite hatred. Some people almost vomited blood when they heard Ye Feng's words. You know, some of them had applied several times without success. But now, Ye Feng said it sounded so easy. It made them doubt their lives. Congratulations to the owner for receiving Versailles from Man Sandao. Plus 10 Versailles at night. Plus 10. The feeling of Versailles when you see a deer in the deep forest. Plus 10 looking at the group's responses and the system's reminders. Ye Feng also smiled happily. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that just by chatting and bragging in the group, I could get 30 Versailles points. Ye Feng chatted for a while in the group and added dozens of Versailles points to himself. Then, out of boredom, he opened WeChat Moments. I found out that the last post in my circle of friends was 2 days ago. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I think few people would check Moments. Otherwise, if I added more friends on WeChat and published Moments, wouldn't my value in Versailles increase? As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. If one person likes it, they can add 5 points to the Versailles value. So 10 people would equal 50, 100 people would equal 500, and wouldn't 10,000 Versailles points be pretty close? Ye Feng sighed anxiously. Oh, it looks like I'll have to be a little more Versailles-like in training tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to save up these 10,000 Versailles points forever. At this moment, I Feng, who was standing next to me, suddenly reminded, Brother Feng, there are people outside the shelter who want to enter. I Feng has a special ability. He can check the security cameras in the shelter at any time. Anyone want to come in? Ye Feng was a little surprised. Few people knew where his shelter was, and even if someone he knew came, he would have warned them in advance. It was impossible to make a surprise visit without saying anything. If the stranger was not familiar to you, why would he come to you? Ye Feng walked out of the shelter, filled with doubts. A middle-aged man and a young man were standing at the door. They seemed to be looking at each other, so they must be father and son. The middle-aged man was also holding a basket of fruits, including apples and bananas, which weighed about 2 to 3 pounds. When they saw Ye Feng walking out of the titanium alloy door, they were also slightly surprised. The reason for the surprise was naturally not Ye Feng, but this titanium alloy door. In fact, not to mention them, even Ye Feng was shocked when he first encountered such a door. Seeing Ye Feng looking at him with doubt, the middle-aged man quickly apologized and said, Hello, I apologize for disturbing you so suddenly. The young man next to him also nodded apologetically. Seeing that the two were friendly, Ye Feng no longer pretended to be reserved. He smiled and nodded back. Yes, it's okay. I have nothing to do now. By the way, who are you? We also live nearby, in a shelter just down the mountain. The middle-aged man quickly replied. After saying this, the middle-aged man enthusiastically handed Ye Feng a basket of fruit and said with a smile, We came here to say hello. We hope that we can help each other more in the future. I hope you won't refuse this small piece of fruit. In order not to lose face in front of the other party, Ye Feng decided to accept the challenge. At the same time, he joked, Just came. Why bring a gift? Of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do it. The middle-aged man smiled good-naturedly. They come to visit to establish good relations with their neighbors. After all, they see each other every day, and there may be opportunities for mutual assistance in the future. My name is Ye Feng. What is your name? Ye Feng was the first to ask the other person's name. Living alone in this mountain, Ye Feng is very happy to have more friends. Moreover, both of them were so friendly, so why did Ye Feng refuse? The middle-aged man casually patted his clothes and then replied with a smile. My surname is Wang, Wang Ge. As he spoke, Wang Ge pointed to his son, who was about the same age as Ye Feng, and continued, This is my son, Wang Beihan. Ye Feng followed Wang Ge's hand and looked at Wang Beihan. Compared to Wang Ge's simplicity, Wang Beihan seemed much smarter and had an impatient look. Seeing Ye Feng looking at him, Wang Beihan also looked at Ye Feng with a smile. They exchanged glances for a moment, and finally Ye Feng couldn't help but look away, looked at Wang Ge and asked, By the way, Uncle Wang, when did you move here? Ye Feng asked this because Haiyun City has been in turmoil recently, and the entire city is effectively under martial law and blockade. It is logical to assume that most people should be quarantined at home. Wang Ge was also straightforward. We moved in yesterday and just finished packing up the shelter. Oh, Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, Have you ever seen mutants before you came here? Wang Ge and Wang Beihan shook their heads at the same time. We used to live outside the city, and mutants appeared on the shopping street. I had only seen mutants in the videos that everyone shared, but I had never seen one in person. Ye Feng was very curious to know what a mutant who lived for more than 3 days would look like, and how strong it would be. Because if he wants to get the props for the shopping mall in the future, he will definitely have to deal with these things. Seeing that Wang and his son did not know about this, Ye Feng did not ask any more questions. By the way, how big is your shelter? Ye Feng suddenly remembered the Versailles mission, and the Wang father and son standing in front of him could be his targets in Versailles. Wang Ge thought for a moment and said, It should be more than 350 square meters. Wang Beihan, who was standing next to him, also smiled helplessly. This house is much bigger than our previous one. Indeed, if it weren't for the end of the world, who would agree to live in such a large bomb shelter? Ye Feng stretched out his hand and patted the canopy behind him, warmly inviting, Hello, come in and take a look. After saying this, Ye Feng took the initiative and entered the titanium alloy door. Wang and his son were a little confused by Ye Feng's sudden enthusiasm. It felt like they were trapped. After hesitating for a while, they finally agreed and followed Ye Feng into the titanium alloy door. Then the titanium alloy door closed, and the titanium alloy under his feet slowly rotated. Wang and his son were also very nervous at this time. The reason they decided to visit Ye Feng first was because the scale of Ye Feng's hideout was so impressive. All of their hideouts are old, with big iron gates, and they are small. But Ye Feng's family hideout has a titanium alloy door and is very large. Who wouldn't want to go in and take a look after seeing this? When the titanium alloy floor beneath his feet stopped rotating, the titanium alloy inner door slowly opened. When Wang and his son saw the luxurious style of the interior, they were stunned. This is too damn luxurious, Wang Beihan cursed. Thinking back to the dark bomb shelter in their own home, and then looking at the bright hallway in front of them, Wang and his son were filled with envy. Even my breathing quickened slightly. You must have spent a lot of money on this shelter. Wang Ge gulped. Ye Feng, who was standing next to me, said sheepishly, It didn't cost me much. My shelter is quite simple, but it looks beautiful. I think even if you are poor, you should have a shelter of this size. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang and his son suddenly turned their heads and looked at Ye Feng, their eyes full of shock. At the same time, deep down in his heart, he was still despairing. Is this considered rude? This is already high class, I understand. Wang Ge's Versailles, plus 10. Wang Beihan's Versailles, plus 10. Ye Feng looked at the shocked faces of the two people and secretly felt happy. Versailles deserves more. Ye Feng pretended to be reserved, shook his head and smiled, giving people the impression that he was very reserved and very strong. By the way, you look a little tired. Would you like some coffee? Father and son Wang nodded in confusion. Their gazes were still fixed on the surroundings, as if they would never tire of looking. Ye Feng led the two of them to the sofa in the living room and simultaneously placed the fruit basket he was holding on the coffee table. Wang Ge glanced at the cheap fruit basket on the coffee table and suddenly had a look of shame on his face. If he knew that Ye Feng's hideout was so luxurious, he definitely wouldn't have come to him with such a cheap basket of fruit. Ye Feng also noticed the change in Wang Ge's mood, but he didn't say anything. The best thing to do at this time is to pretend that you don't notice it. At this time, Ai Feng came over with the brewed coffee. When Wang and his son saw Ai Feng's beauty, their faces once again showed shock. Wang Beihan, who was about 20 years old, even blushed. Even Wang Ge's expression looked a little unnatural. Who wouldn't be attracted to such a beauty as Ai Feng? Ye Feng looked at the two of them and explained with a smile. I would be lonely living alone in such a large shelter, so I found a maid. She is not very beautiful, just presentable. I am very sorry for making you laugh. Wang and his son were speechless. Wang Beihan looked at the stunningly beautiful Ai Feng and couldn't help but lament in his heart. Are you completely blind? How pompous you are. This is the best of the best. He even wanted to tell Ye Feng, if you don't like it, you can give it to me. But after thinking about it, I held back. Although I couldn't talk about Ye Feng in my heart, I really envied him. Wang Ge's Versailles, plus 5 Wang Beihan's Versailles, plus 10. If Wang Beihan wasn't shackled by poverty, he would definitely ask Ye Feng where he found a maid and take one for himself. At this time, Ai Feng made coffee for the three of them, and then said softly, Enjoy. After doing all this, she stood up and walked towards Ye Feng, silently waiting for instructions. She was completely devoted to her work. The maid outfit on her body and the maid's name that Ye Feng said. This made it hard for Wang Beihan to take his eyes off Ai Feng. What young man doesn't like maids these days? There are even special maid shops in Sakura country. Wang Ge picked up the coffee on the coffee table and sipped it elegantly. At first, the coffee seemed bitter, but after a short time, it turned from bitter to sweet and even acquired a slight aroma. Wang Ge took 2 more sips and felt a surge of energy. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. I haven't had such delicious coffee for a long time. Before the end of the world, Wang Ge was considered a fairly successful businessman in Haiyun City, and his family's assets were estimated at tens of millions. After the end of the world, he sold all his property and finally bought this shelter of more than 300 square meters at the foot of the mountain. Now that he was drinking such good coffee again, Wang Ge's eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Ye Feng waved his hand, signaling Ai Feng to pour Wang Ge some coffee, and said apologetically, Sorry, I rarely drink coffee, so I only drink this rather tasteless Kesheng coffee. Besides, resources are scarce now, so finding good coffee is very difficult. I hope you two don't mind. Ye Feng's words stunned Wang Ge. Didn't he expect that the best coffee he had ever tasted would become tasteless in the eyes of the young man sitting in front of him? You should know that 100 grams of this Chiueshen coffee can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan, and it is rightfully the best coffee. But in Ye Feng's eyes, it seemed useless. How damn rich do you have to be to say that? Wang Ge's Versailles, plus 30 Wang Beihan's Versailles, plus 10. Seeing that Versailles' value had risen by another 40 points, Ye Feng once again felt secretly happy. At the same time, he also lamented, It seems that my decision to exchange it for the exquisite collection of doomsday supplies was wise. I originally thought that a bunch of expensive products would be useless unless they were eaten. Now it seems that I was careless. It's just a powerful tool for bragging. Am I really worried about not being able to accumulate Versailles worth? Thinking about this, Ye Feng was looking forward to taking Wang and his son to his hideout. After drinking coffee, Ye Feng took the initiative to invite. By the way, I also have a basement here. It was also recently built. I just did some renovations there. Let me show you there. Ye Feng didn't give them a chance to refuse. He stood up and enthusiastically made an inviting gesture. How could I refuse this? It was very difficult for someone to come, and it happened just when Ye Feng needed the treasures of Versailles. How could Ye Feng miss such a great opportunity? However, although Wang and his son were shocked, they quickly stopped and rejected Ye Feng's enthusiastic invitation. Well, we have other things to do, so we can't go today. We'll definitely go next time. Definitely next time. With that, the two of them stood up and prepared to leave. They didn't want to follow Ye Feng and watch him show off. After seeing Ye Feng's hideout, Wang and his son suddenly felt that their own hideout wasn't that good. They had spent a lot of money decorating their hideout. Although it was not a major renovation of the bomb shelter, the necessary furniture and equipment inside were in good condition. But what was the difference between Ye Feng's shelter and the damn toilet compared to his own shelter? Who the hell is this neighbor? Ye Feng wanted to persuade them to stay for dinner, saying that he would treat them to a simple meal. When Wang and his son heard Ye Feng say words like simple, rough, and ordinary, their first reaction was, "This is not simple." In ancient times, there lived Louis Ku, who was plain Liu Qiangdong, who did not know about his beautiful wife Ma Huateng, who came from a humble family, and Wang Jianlin, who had nothing. Today, Ye Feng has a poor family, lives as a servant, and eats simple food. This guy is so pretentious that even the king of pretense, Sakamoto, can't help but exclaim at the implications. Wang and his son had already made up their minds in response to Ye Feng's enthusiastic invitation, so Ye Feng had no choice but to give in. Before seeing Wang and his son to the door, Ye Feng reminded them, "If you have friends or relatives at home, you can invite them to visit us. But please don't be polite to me. I am famous for my hospitality in our village. By the way, let's add each other as friends on WeChat so that we can communicate more easily." As he spoke, Ye Feng took out his mobile phone. However, when he looked up, the Wang father and son had already run far away, and they were running very fast. This made Ye Feng a little upset. He touched his face and thought, "Are they embarrassed because I'm too handsome?" After saying this, Ye Feng froze and waited. But the Versailles value that the system reminded him of did not increase. "Hey, system, what do you mean? Aren't I handsome? Speak up. Hey." Back at the hideout, Ye Feng looked at his Versailles value again. Only 100 or 200, too little. No, it seems like the Versailles value is still rising slowly. He needs to find another way. After thinking about it, Ye Feng simply added all his friends to the survivors' WeChat group, and also added some friends to the shelter's WeChat group. The reason why I didn't add everyone is because there are many hidden people in the shelter's WeChat group, such as Ji Wenbin's father. Ye Feng doesn't want to interact with these people too much for now. After adding friends, Ye Feng began to receive success reminders one after another. They greeted each other and exchanged notes. Then we had dinner and rested. Since he had to go to training early the next morning, Ye Feng went to bed early. Today, Ye Feng dared to ask Ai Feng to warm the bed, and Ai Feng did not refuse. This made Ye Feng very happy, but he was a gentleman and did not deceive anyone. 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Ai Feng lay on Ye Feng's body and called him to stand up in a soft voice. I think no man can resist such a sight. At first, Ye Feng simply ate the breakfast Ai Feng prepared. Then he stopped to bathe in the underground hot springs. Ye Feng also took a photo and posted it on his moments. As for the pathetic copywriting, that's also pretty simple. How great would it be if I woke up in the morning and found out the world never ended? Do you think Ye Feng is expressing his feelings? No, no, no. The main focus is on Ye Feng's photos. He captured not only half of his abdominal muscles, but also part of the underground hot spring. Soon after the message to the circle of friends was successfully sent, Ye Feng actually received the value of Versailles. Each time, Versailles' value increased by 5 points. Although it wasn't a large sum, Ye Feng was still very happy. At least he knew that he could earn as much as Versailles through the internet. It would be much easier for him. After all, who wouldn't get tired of pretending to be cool every day? Besides the Versailles value, Ye Feng also received several comments from his friends, most of which were full of envy and jealousy. Looking at the more than a dozen likes on moments, Ye Feng still felt that he had too few friends. It was almost 7 o'clock after cleaning. During this period, Ye Feng also went to the control room to check and found that it would take about 6 hours to make the drone. Ye Feng didn't know how long he would be gone this time, so he added another set of guards. That way, it wouldn't matter if he came back tomorrow, because by then, both cases would be almost finished. At this time, Li Ling called. Li Ling informed Ye Feng that a special vehicle had arrived and asked him to go. After checking his body and making sure he had not forgotten anything, Ye Feng walked out of the shelter. In addition to the tanker truck from yesterday, there was also a military jeep on the road. At this time, a handsome and tall soldier was standing in front of the jeep. Ye Feng walked up to him. When the soldiers saw Ye Feng, they also walked up. "You are Ye Feng, right?" Although the soldier's tone was serious, his attitude was very friendly. This made Ye Feng a little curious. After all, the former captain Lian Juenbin, who was a soldier, was willing to fight whenever he ordered, not to mention Ye Feng. Although he was curious, Ye Feng nodded slightly. Okay, please get in my car." After saying this, the soldier waved his hand at the tanker truck behind him. Ye Feng turned his head and saw a soldier sitting in the driver's seat of the tanker truck. The truck had just started. Ye Feng pointed to another path down the mountain and said, "Oh, let's go this way. I have things to do. I won't be staying long." The soldier readily agreed. When the jeep passed by the father and son's house last night, Ye Feng hurriedly stopped the car. Ye Feng got out of the car and walked to the iron door of the bomb shelter. This is the first bomb shelter he encounters when going down the mountain. But Ye Feng is not sure if this is the home of the Wang father and son. He knocks on the iron door carefully, making a clang-clang sound. After a while, the iron door slowly opened, but there was an iron chain tied to the inside, leaving only a gap big enough for a palm. If the chain was not removed, the iron plate would not be able to open completely. When Wang Beihan saw Ye Feng knocking on the door, his expression instantly changed. At this time, Wang Ge also came over. When he saw Ye Feng's face, his expression suddenly changed too. As the Wang father and son recalled the fear they felt last night when Ye Feng forced them to act like tough guys, their mental state worsened. Ye Feng was also confused by the expressions of the two people. "Are they greeting me or not? What are you doing here?" Wang Beihan asked with some resistance. His expression was very unnatural, just like when he was a child and read comics in class and was noticed by the teacher. Although Wang Ge, who was standing next to him, did not say anything, an awkward smile appeared on his face. He seemed very reluctant to see Ye Feng again. Seeing that the two of them were not going to open the door to let him in, Ye Feng didn't pay any attention to it. Ye Feng smiled amiably at the two of them. "Well, after our friendly chat last night, I already consider you two to be our good friends." Hearing this, Wang and his son were speechless. "Are you still talking about friendly relations? I want to slap you, you arrogant brat." Of course, they only dared to think about this in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. After all, we will meet sooner or later, and I may need Ye Feng's help in the future. Ruining the relationship now would be more trouble than it's worth. Ye Feng turned around, pointed to the military jeep behind him, and explained, "I need to go to a government office today. I happened to pass by your house and came here to ask." "Ask? What?" Wang Beihan asked cautiously. Ye Feng turned his head to look at Wang Beihan and continued with a smile. "You also have a shelter, so you should know about the official government shelters, right?" Hearing this, Wang and his son's expressions froze. It seemed like they had guessed what Ye Feng was going to say next. Of course, Ye Feng suddenly invited enthusiastically, "Yesterday, I passed the official check for the right to live in the shelter, and today the government sent a special car to pick me up, so I decided to take you with me. Because I think you should have passed the check of the official shelter. It would be problematic if the government sent a car." Wang and his son's expressions instantly froze. Seeing the two of them remain silent, Ye Feng asked incredulously, "You didn't fail?" Then Ye Feng showed his expression and continued, "You probably didn't apply for this. After all, shouldn't everyone who runs an orphanage be entitled to such assistance? Ye Feng shook his head regretfully, then said goodbye, turned around, and left. The Wang father and son were left with their hair disheveled in the wind, gritting their teeth, watching Ye Feng's retreating back. Wang Jie's Versailles, plus 40. Wang Beihan's Versailles, plus 40. Hearing the system's reminder, Ye Feng smiled enthusiastically. With just a few words, you can earn 80 Versailles points. This is a huge benefit. However, Ye Feng didn't know that Wang and his son had already decided that even if they were beaten to death or had a gun pointed at their heads, they would never open the door to him again. Since the jeep was only a few dozen meters away from Wang's father and son's hiding place, the soldiers didn't know where Ye Feng was heading. But he didn't ask any more questions. More than half an hour later, the jeeps and tanker trucks entered Haiyun City. Shortly after entering the city, the tanker truck changed its route and drove onto another street. In this direction is the largest gas station in Haiyun City. Since we last parted, Ye Feng has not been in the city for almost 3 days. Compared to the prosperous streets of the past, now almost all the shops in the city are closed, and there is not a single person in sight in the entire city. Sitting in the jeep, Ye Feng looked out the window at the empty streets, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. The soldier driving the car glanced at Ye Feng. He then explained, "Due to the outbreak of mutants in many areas of the city, the government has declared martial law throughout the city to prevent the epidemic from spreading." Ye Feng nodded, then turned to the soldier and asked, "Have all the mutants in the city been exterminated?" The soldier nodded and said, However, at that moment, the jeep hit a woman who suddenly ran out of the car. The two people in the car were stunned. They looked at each other and then simultaneously got out of the car to check the situation. However, as soon as the soldier opened the car door, the woman who had been knocked down suddenly attacked the soldier. Her face was covered in blood and pustules. At the same time, a strong stench was felt. Disgusting! Damn! The soldier cursed angrily. The mutant turned out to be surprisingly strong. She pushed the soldier into the driver's seat, preventing him from getting up for a while. Although the soldier hurriedly grabbed her arms, her bloody teeth were about to touch his neck. Ye Feng didn't have time to think about it. He leaned both hands on the passenger seat and then pushed off sharply. This blow actually sent the mutant flying. The soldiers were able to catch their breath. He turned around and nodded gratefully to Ye Feng. He then quickly pulled out his gun and decisively killed the mutant before she could get up. Returning to the car, the soldier was still a little scared and did not dare to stay there any longer. Leave quickly. At this time, Ye Feng received a system reminder. Help kill the common mutant and reward the owner with 1 exchange point. Although Ye Feng received the reward, he was not too enthusiastic. This was the second time he saw the mutant. But I still feel a little touched. After the soldier sent Ye Feng to the government office, he left. However, before leaving, he gave Ye Feng a special thank you. In this regard, Ye Feng only smiled and nodded, not paying much attention to it. There were many soldiers posted outside the government building. After explaining his purpose, Ye Feng was allowed to pass. Since Ye Feng came in a military vehicle, he did not have to check whether he was infected with mutants. Following the staff's instructions, after many turns, Ye Feng finally arrived at the conference room of the orphanage run by the government. The conference room was small, but not small, about the size of a university auditorium. Ye Feng looked around the conference room. There were 7 people inside, and one of them was an old acquaintance of Ye Feng's, Ji Wenbin. When Ye Feng found Ji Wenbin, he accidentally saw Ye Feng as well. Ji Wenbin then quickly stood up, waved at Ye Feng, and invited him to come to his desk. Looking at Ji Wenbin's smiling face, Ye Feng also smiled silently. After entering, Ji Wenbin enthusiastically exclaimed, "Brother Feng, here we go." After sitting down, Ye Feng nodded and said, Then he looked at the other people who entered the conference room one by one. "I couldn't help but say, it seems there is a little shortage of people here. It's not bad. There should be more than 30. The main reason is that the current situation is quite urgent and time is short, so the number of places in the first batch of shelters is limited, Ji Wenbin explained. Is the situation urgent? Ye Feng immediately recalled the news he saw in the shelter's WeChat group about mutants becoming stronger. So he hurriedly asked, could it be because of the mutants? Ji Wenbin nodded solemnly. Yes, recently there have been many new mutants that can live for more than 3 days. They are stronger and faster than the original mutants. And they are hard to kill even with normal bullets. You need to use 13.0 millimeters or larger bullets. Chapter 27. Orphanage Regular Meeting. That big? Doesn't that mean it can only be killed with a sniper rifle? Ye Feng was a little surprised. You should know that the human skull is not capable of blocking even the smallest caliber bullets. This new mutant's head can actually block all 13.0 millimeter bullets. If this news leaks out, it will surely cause riots in the city. How long does it take for mutants to appear? It will take no more than 10 days at most. However, the first round of mutations occurred after only 10 days, and they were extremely powerful. What will happen in the future? Ji Wenbin nodded. That is why there are official shelters. In fact, the purpose of establishing these official shelters is to obtain help from various forces. Even some civilian-level shelters are no less important. If we don't quickly unite and the epidemic spreads, Haiyun City will be finished. Ye Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ji Wenbin, a playboy, to be so understanding. After a while, Ye Feng's opinion of him also changed a little. Although he is a little arrogant, at least he has a good heart. This is also the basic principle that Ye Feng uses when making friends. While these two were chatting, a man about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, about 20 years old, came up to us. When Ji Wenbin saw this man, his expression clearly changed, and naturally he did not pay attention to him. But the man did not care. Instead, he asked with a smile on his face, "Hey, this guy, why haven't I seen him before?" Although the man was pointing at Ye Feng, his gaze was always fixed on Ji Wenbin. Moreover, Ye Feng also noticed a hint of disdain in his eyes. What does this have to do with you? Ji Wenbin still did not show his face to the other person, and his tone was full of disgust. "Young man, don't be so angry. Be careful, don't hurt your liver," the man reminded with a serious smile. Ji Wenbin looked at the man coldly and threatened, "Zhao Meng, don't be so shameless. Yo, you're still angry?" Zhao Meng shrugged and looked at Ji Wenbin helplessly. It seemed like there was something fishy going on between the two of them. Ye Feng looked at the two of them and thought about it. He didn't know Zhao Meng, so he didn't interfere in their argument. How could Zhao Meng be so arrogant? This is also because their family is no worse than Ji Wenbin's family, and in some aspects, even stronger than Ji's family. These two families have lived in Haiyun City for more than 100 years, and are considered the best family groups in the city. Many of its industries are competitors. It is because of family interests that the relationship between the two families continues to deteriorate. When they were in school, they were classmates. However, it seems that the two were incompatible in character. At school, they often clashed with each other and almost came to blows several times. Although Zhao Meng was deliberately looking for trouble most of the time, Ji Wenbin couldn't do anything about it. Now the end of the world had arrived. Both families had built their own shelters. That's why the two of them represented their family in this official training for the shelter. It is worth noting that the scale of Zhao Meng's hideout is very large. Originally, this place was a military base left over from the last century and occupied an area of more than 500 acres. After the renovation and decoration carried out by the Zhao family, it is not an exaggeration to say that, apart from the underground government city, there is no other shelter that can compete with it. Of course, this place also excludes Ye Feng's fraudulent hideout. This is the reason why Zhao Meng often uses this topic to tease Ji Wenbin. He often tells Ji Wenbin that his shelter is like a doghouse and that it definitely won't hold up to disgust him. As the saying goes, enemies envy each other when they meet. It would not be an exaggeration to use this sentence to describe the relationship between the two. Seeing that Ji Wenbin was no longer paying attention to him, Zhao Meng did not pay attention to it. Instead, he turned his gaze to Ye Feng. Zhao Meng raised his hand and patted Ye Feng on the shoulder, saying seriously, "Ever since I came here, I have become a member of an ordinary orphanage. At least it is much better than those small, pathetic orphanages." He. Ye Feng smiled, but his face was emotionless. Zhao Meng was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning of Ye Feng's laughter, but he didn't care too much and continued. "But on the other hand, this apocalypse is not as simple as you think. Since you are Ji Wenbin's friend, then you are my friend too. If you find it unbearable to live in the shelter like Ji Wenbin, you can definitely come to me for help. I will gladly accept you." Hearing this, Ji Wenbin immediately became angry. When you are young, the most important thing is your face. Now that Zhao Meng had slandered and humiliated him in front of Ye Feng, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Ji Wenbin. How could he possibly swallow it? Just as Ji Wenbin was about to argue with Zhao Meng, 5 people suddenly entered the conference room. The leader was a middle-aged man in a military uniform. He walked with a firm gait and had an extraordinary temperament. Even without saying a word, you can make people feel awe, even without getting angry. 2 young soldiers followed him. There were also 2 young men in suits holding documents in their hands. If nothing happens, it should be the secretaries or clerks. The moment the 5 people entered the conference room, everyone in the conference room fell silent and stood up one after another, including Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin. Ye Feng was very curious about the identity of these people, and he was also interested in the training in this official orphanage. A middle-aged soldier walked up to the conference table, and the other 4 obediently stood behind him. The soldier glanced at everyone and said in a firm voice, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Yunji. I am the host and initiator of this meeting. What I will say next will not be too long and will not take up much time. I hope everyone will take this seriously. Don't worry, General Song. Since we are here, we will definitely be trained seriously." Zhao Meng, who was standing in front of Ji Wenbin, suddenly took over the conversation. Song Yunji turned his head to look at Zhao Meng, nodded slightly with satisfaction, then looked at everyone and continued, "Everyone, sit down and chat." After saying this, Song Yunji went first and sat down. Everyone else sat down without hesitation. As soon as he sat down, Song Yunji continued, "This time, I gathered everyone here to tell you why official shelters were created." After saying this, Song Yunji paused, paying attention to the expressions of everyone present. Everyone present had expressions of curiosity, confusion, and enlightenment. Ye Feng looked a little different. He looked indifferent, but also a little interested. This made Song Yunji glance at him twice more. But he didn't care too much and continued. "That's because the current situation is already very serious. Let's not talk about the mutants that have recently appeared in the local cities. I think even if you haven't encountered them, you've probably heard about them in the news or some minor news. Although our government and military are doing everything they can to suppress the mutants, the reality is that the current situation hasn't improved at all. It's gotten worse." Song Yunji picked up the projector's remote control from the table and pressed the button. Then the projection screen behind him slowly descended. You can take a look at the relevant photos. When it came to this, the secretary standing behind Song Yunji quickly took out a USB flash drive and inserted it into the main computer in the conference room. At this time, Song Yunji added, "However, I advise everyone to prepare mentally first." Having said this, he did not give everyone time to think and ponder, but decisively pressed the projector's power button. Suddenly, a photo of the area appeared on the projection screen. Isn't this the old city? But there is nothing there. It is simply empty. The man sitting in front asked a question. The photo only shows half of the street, and the angle of the photo was taken with a view of the shops located across the street. As the man said, there is nothing left on the street except for a few abandoned spots. Many also think that Song Yunji is exaggerating and underestimating himself. Who has not seen mutants? I'm so tired of watching post-apocalyptic movies. Ye Feng sat on a chair and calmly looked at the photo. He knew perfectly well that Song Yunji clearly didn't have time to joke around with everyone. So the next photos should be the most vivid. As Ye Feng thought, when Song Yunji saw that everyone's faces were full of doubt and disdain, a smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. And this scene was accidentally captured by Ye Feng. Song Yunji carefully pressed the switch. Suddenly, the photograph of the street on the projection screen was switched to the other side. The streets were littered with corpses and severed limbs. At the most conservative estimate, more than 1,000 people. No, there must be thousands of mutants. Blood-stained areas of the photograph read. Even though the photo was divided, everyone seemed to smell a faint rusty odor. The young man who had just been bragging had now turned pale. If they hadn't been sitting on chairs, they probably wouldn't have been able to stand up straight. These dead were real people, not special effects or movies, which is why everyone was so deeply affected. They initially believed that there were only a few hundred mutants, and that with a government and military, they could eventually be controlled. Now it seems that they were too naive. Song Yunji changed a few more photos. The address was still in the old city, but each subsequent photo was bloodier than the last. Several young people with weak psychological stability almost vomited because of this. Looking at the crowd's behavior, Song Yunji couldn't help but shake his head. However, seeing Ye Feng with a serious face and no fear or terror in his eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised. Even if these photos were shown to veterans, they would still be more or less scared. Ye Feng only looked like he was 20. Could it be that his mental endurance is higher than that of the old soldier? Song Yunji nodded in gratitude, and at the same time, he remembered Ye Feng in his heart. Seeing that most people had already seen enough, Song Yunji then continued. There are 3 places in Haiyun City where the mutant fever has broken out. The first is the commercial district near the Haiyun Hotel. The second is the New City District in the south, and the last is the Old City District in the north. When Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin heard the 5 words Haiyun Hotel, they turned their heads and looked at each other. This was where they first encountered mutants and almost died. When I say this name again, I still feel a lingering fear. The first 2 counties are under the control of the military and the government, but the situation in the old county cannot be contained. After saying this, Song Yunji unconsciously clenched his fists. Ye Feng also saw this little action. The situation in the old city is extremely serious. We can only keep it under control now by sending people there. We could have controlled it from the start. After all, everyone knew that even if the mutants mutated, they wouldn't survive for long. Therefore, if we fought them to the point of exhaustion, the mutants would sooner or later be exterminated. But the sudden changes caused the epidemic in the old city to almost get out of control. Song Yunji sighed helplessly, and it seemed as if he had aged several years in an instant. He changed the photo again. This time, it wasn't a street, but a close-up of a mutant man from 4 sides. Front, sides, back. The photo was very clear. Everyone could clearly see the pustules on the mutant's face. A vague amount of green sap could be seen inside the abscess, as if it was about to burst at any moment. Not only that, the mutant in the photo was slightly deformed. His eyes were sunken, his cheekbones jutted out, and his limbs looked extremely uncoordinated, as if he was suffering from rickets. The most important thing is that his teeth and nails have become unusually sharp, as if they could easily cut through iron plates. These characteristics are not found in ordinary mutants. Song Yunji pointed to the photo and said, "This is a photo of a new type of mutant. This is the only information we have." A new mutant! Ye Feng was a little surprised, because he found that the direction of mutations in mutants was a little strange. Although this is only the first round of mutation, Ye Feng knows that there will be a second round, a third round, and even more. If we follow the direction of the first round of mutations, then the subsequent mutations will most likely turn people into monsters like the aliens. When Ye Feng thought about how a living person could become like this, he felt terrible. I believe that no one will agree that he has become a monster. Song Yunji looked at everyone and continued. This new mutant has a strong infection ability. As far as we know, almost anyone he injures will be infected. He also has greater strength and speed, and he is even smarter than the previous mutants. What? This thing can actually become smart? Hearing this, everyone couldn't sit still any longer. A mutant with an extremely strong ability to infect, incredibly strong, impossible to kill with rifles, and also possessing intelligence. This is definitely a time bomb, and its power is comparable to that of a missile. If you are not careful, just one new mutant can cause the extinction of an entire city. Seeing that everyone was a little scared, the young man behind Song Yunji hurried to reassure them. Everyone, don't panic. The number of these new mutants is small, and all the new mutants we know of have been suppressed by our military. Hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. After all, facing the unknown and death can drive people crazy. The young soldier paused and then solemnly continued. But the news will not be hidden for too long. After all, in addition to our city, many similar monsters have appeared in other coastal cities and even abroad, and these are just mutants. Here the young soldier fell silent. And what will happen next, no one knows. But from the serious expression on the young soldier's face, it is not hard to guess that this is definitely not a good sign. After a moment of silence, the young soldier glanced at Song Yunji, who was sitting there. Everyone followed the young soldier's gaze and turned their attention back to Song Yunji. Song Yunji sighed heavily, then picked up the conversation. I guess everyone still remembers the news about the impending meteorite fall that came out some time ago? Everyone nodded, indicating that they remembered. Song Yunji continued. The rising temperatures at the North and South Poles are causing the glaciers to melt. In the near future, the world's ocean level will continue to rise, and the Earth will also deviate from its original equatorial trajectory. And these reasons are most likely caused by the approaching meteorite. What? Is this all true? Zhao Meng asked, confused. Not only he, but everyone present except Ye Feng was shocked. They didn't want to believe the results that Song Yunji reported. But I have to believe it. The glaciers are melting. The sea level is rising. The Earth is shifting from its equatorial orbit. Meteorites are falling. Any of these events could cause major catastrophes on Earth. Although meteorites have fallen on Earth before, this is a common occurrence, and people even call them meteorites in an affectionate way. But now this meteor, like the god of death, is approaching gradually. Song Yunji nodded. This information comes from the most authoritative Academy of Sciences of our country. It cannot be fake. Although everyone guessed it, they still could not believe it. No, I must say that I do not want to believe it. Song Yunji continued. Simply put, there is less than a month left until the end of the world. Hearing this, for a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely heavy and ominously quiet, so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. At this moment, Ye Feng was a little confused. The system told him that the end of the world would come in 20 days. If you subtract those 3 days, there would still be 17 days left. However, the Academy of Sciences only said about a month, which was a huge mistake. Of course, Ye Feng would definitely believe what the system said, not what the Academy of Sciences said. Could it be that the apocalypse really began on the day of the meteorite's fall? Ye Feng wasn't sure whether it was true or not, and no one could tell him. Even the system wasn't going to tell him. Song Yunji looked at everyone and said in a serious tone, "And this is also the original reason why we came back to find you. After all, the very existence of a shelter can help avoid danger and can also provide some assistance to the local authorities." As soon as Song Yunji finished speaking, Zhao Meng quickly took the initiative and replied, "As citizens of Kyushu, we have an obligation to help the country and the government." Zhao Meng's tone was sincere, but there was also a sense of firm determination in it. People who don't know him might think that he is a patriotic young man. Following Zhao Meng, others followed his example and expressed their willingness to help the country and the government. Only Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin did not follow his example. Ye Feng felt that it was unnecessary. As for Ji Wenbin, he couldn't stand Zhao Meng's hypocritical face. Looking at the crowd's enthusiastic attitude, Song Yunji nodded with satisfaction and simultaneously glanced at Zhao Meng with gratitude. As the son of two large groups in Haiyun City, they were naturally familiar with Song Yunji. Moreover, their father also had a personal relationship with him. Therefore, Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin both wanted to have a good relationship with Song Yunji. But now it is clear that Zhao Meng has a better understanding of everyday life than Ji Wenbin. Song Yunji looked at everyone and added, "Of course, during this period, you will also receive corresponding benefits." "What is the benefit of this?" one of them asked curiously. Everyone was also interested. They knew very well that the benefits provided by the state would definitely not be too bad. Song Yunji smiled and explained. The first is material aid, the second is the provision of weapons and ammunition, and the third is the upper limit of your recruitment. The first two were good, and no one was surprised. Many even guessed. After all, those who can come here to participate in formal training at the orphanage must, at the very least, have a good family background. There will certainly be no shortage of supplies, and some may even be able to get their hands on weapons and ammunition. Of course, it's good that they exist because people really don't have official channels to get these things. The third option is different. Unreasonable recruitment is strictly prohibited on Kyushu Island. Unless the apocalypse hits and the country is on the brink of collapse, private recruitment is not allowed. Recruiting here is not as simple as hiring a security guard. Unless the world ends, it doesn't matter. But things are different now. Every private shelter wants to recruit talented people. Even if you are an electrician, you can be among the new recruits. The more talented people you attract, the larger the shelter will be, and the more powerful its power will be. So when everyone heard the news, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially Zhao Meng. His family owns a hideout comparable to a small underground city. If they recruit enough people, they can become the third largest force after the government and the army. Before everyone could rejoice, Song Yunji continued. Everyone, don't be too happy yet. The benefits I mentioned are also limited by certain thresholds. When the time comes, you will be assessed and divided into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E. And this is not limited to our city. Almost all regular shelters around the world are assessed by this standard. General Song, what is our current level? Ji Wenbin asked curiously. Song Yunji looked at him and explained, most of you are currently at level E, so the resources and assistance you will receive are relatively less. Most people here don't have shelters on the same level as Ji Wenbin and Zhao Meng. It's just that Song Yunji didn't point it out. Then how do we upgrade? Ji Wenbin asked again. It's simple. All you have to do is solve the issues related to this apocalyptic crisis, such as helping the government and military and destroying the mutants nearby. After that, you can record these events through your operator. By fulfilling certain conditions, you can upgrade the shelter. And after upgrading, even strategic problems will arise. Hearing this, everyone's pupils narrowed, and everyone wondered if they had misheard. It is not easy to give these words a strategic form. This means that the government and military legally allow civilians to organize strategic military operations. In simple terms, once your shelter reaches this standard, the government will allow your shelter to become a military base or military fortress. And we will also receive more aid in terms of weapons. If this had happened before, I would never have dared to think about it. It reminded Ye Feng of the warlord era. But now that the country has powerful weapons, few people dare to rebel. Song Yunji looked at the crowd's enthusiastic faces and smiled silently. In addition, the government will help you solve the strategic problems of developing your shelter and turn it into a solid fortress. After Song Yunji finished speaking, everyone's expressions became even more enthusiastic. For a moment, everyone expressed their willingness to give the government all the help they could. Help and follow his instructions. Song Yunji understood very well what this group of people wanted. So he prescribed the right remedy, because only in this way could their power in the end times be maximized. Song Yunji turned and looked at the secretary behind him. The secretary also nodded quickly, then took out a stack of Haiyun city maps and handed them out to everyone one by one. When Ye Feng picked up the map, he realized that it was not used to indicate directions, but to mark. There was no guessing what kind of mark it was. It must have been mutants. After everyone received the map, Song Yunji continued, "This time, the government will cooperate with you to search for mutants in the city. We have already divided the territory on the map. The red crosses you see are the occupied areas." What? Everyone was shocked. There were 17 red crosses on the map. This meant that the 17 seats had been occupied. But no one had seen it on the news or heard about it from other rumors. The government and military had undoubtedly suppressed this news. Song Yunji sighed helplessly. These 17 seats are now under our control. But the mutants managed to escape. Therefore, we gave the order to blockade Haiyun City. At this moment, Song Yunji paused, switched the projector image, and the same map appeared on the screen. Song Yunji used the infrared remote control to point to the area of the map densely marked with red crosses. He said, "This is an old city. 7 districts have fallen, and they are quite densely populated. Besides, this is the only place where new mutants have been found so far." He was hinting that this place is dangerous and requires caution. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Seriousness appeared in them. The new mutants were too strong. Without the support of the army, it would be impossible for them to resist. Noticing their fear, Song Yunji quickly added, "Of course, the operator can record any donations during this period. If you manage to kill mutants and reach a certain threshold, you can contact the operator, and the authorities will upgrade your shelter. We will continue to issue tasks, and the operator will also notify you about them." Song Yunji finished, and then asked if anyone had any more questions. Everyone chimed in, although all of the questions were trivial. Ye Feng was still pondering Song Yunji's words. Killing mutants not only earns points in the system mall, but also allows you to upgrade your shelter level, set by the government. It's a win-win situation for Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was a little skeptical about the weapons the government mentioned. The firearms they provided were probably just light rifles, and that's without taking into account, can these people shoot? If they couldn't, they probably wouldn't even have guns. But Ji Wenbin had mentioned earlier that the new mutants could only be killed with sniper rifles. Rifles were completely useless against them. This was a real headache. Luckily, the government also provided some strategic weapons, such as armed drones and handheld missiles. Watching Song Yunji answer the crowd's questions, Ye Feng slowly raised his hand. Song Yunji seemed to be watching him closely. As soon as he raised his hand, he allowed him to ask the first question. Ye Feng did not hesitate. He stood up and asked, "Can you share more precise information about the apocalypse?" Song Yunji was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Ye Feng to ask such a question. It should be understood that before, everyone was asking about supplies and weapons. Compared to that, Ye Feng's questions seemed a bit unconventional. Song Yunji smiled at first, then explained, "We, the government, will provide you with information for free on any issues you may raise, but you must also keep it confidential and not disclose it." Ye Feng frowned slightly and continued, "Then how can we fully share information?" Seeing Ye Feng's question, Song Yunji did not get angry. He replied seriously, "Unless you can reach a Class A shelter." "Class A shelters?" Ye Feng muttered something under his breath, but there was no trace of retreat in his gaze, rather, impatience. He pressed again. "How many tasks does a Class A shelter require?" This time, before Song Yunji managed to answer, Zhao Meng, who was sitting in front of Ji Wenbin, laughed first. "Haha, Ji Wenbin, you are quite ambitious, brother. Judging from his manner of speaking, he doesn't even take a rank A orphanage seriously." Zhao Meng's sarcasm made many people laugh. Ji Wenbin's expression darkened, and he glared at Zhao Meng, ignoring him. Zhao Meng's sarcasm was understandable. To become a rank A orphanage, one must not only perform the required tasks, but also have a large territory. It is important to choose the right time, the right place, and the right people, so it is not surprising that he was ridiculed. But Ye Feng was not an ordinary person. He had a system, and it was no problem for him to get an A-level diploma. Forget about A-level, even SSS level would be within his reach. Ye Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhao Meng's disdainful expression. He realized how vile Zhao Meng was, as if he would die if he didn't humiliate others. Surprisingly, Song Yunji didn't say anything to stop them, just silently watching them. Once or twice would be fine, but Zhao Meng clearly saw Ye Feng as a weakling. How could Ye Feng let him do things his way? Ye Feng crossed his arms, with a puzzled expression on his face, asking, "Where is Lai?" He didn't even look at Zhao Meng as he spoke. His words were laconic and full of sarcasm. Many people laughed at Ye Feng's words, and Zhao Meng's face flushed with anger. Anger. Who was he? Zhao's eldest son. He was the ruler of Haiyun City. And now that he was being mocked by an unknown miner like Ye Feng, how could he swallow this insult? You scumbag! Zhao Meng suddenly stood up, pointing at Ye Feng, ready to utter some harsh words. However, at this moment, Song Yunji coughed twice. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Meng shuddered and swallowed them. "Okay, that's all for today. A special car will take you back," Song Yunji said, stood up and left with his 4 subordinates. The rest did not intend to linger and left. Zhao Meng made some sharp but rude remarks before leaving. The words like "wait and see" and "I will make your life difficult" were not taken seriously by Ye Feng. Ji Wenbin gently patted Ye Feng's hand and reassured him. "Don't worry. You are now the owner of an official government shelter. He won't do anything to you. That would be breaking the law." Ye Feng smiled, but said nothing. When they walked out of the conference room together, Ji Wenbin suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Feng, how about joining forces?" Ji Wenbin has long wanted to do this. Firstly, he valued Ye Feng's abilities. And secondly, he had just noticed how Song Yunji looked at Ye Feng differently. Ji Wenbin knew that given Ye Feng's potential, he would eventually reach a higher level. Ji Wenbin's invitation made Ye Feng somewhat surprised. Recalling his experience, he finally agreed. However, as soon as Ye Feng agreed, he quickly asked, "By the way, what about the promised 3-month supply? It's already the 3rd day." Ji Wenbin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He's been so busy lately that he forgot about it. Luckily, the promised 3-day period hasn't expired yet. It'll be delivered later. Why don't you come see me first? You haven't been there yet, so we can discuss cooperation and supplies. Ye Feng thought about it and agreed. As he was leaving, Ye Feng accidentally ran into Li Ling, who had noticed him first. They exchanged pleasantries and promised to look after each other. After all, the operators and owners of the shelters linked. Each owner has his own operator assigned to him. This prevents information leakage and makes accounting easier. One-to-many communication easily leads to information errors and does not allow calls from multiple owners to be processed simultaneously. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Feng suddenly remembered Versailles and hurriedly asked, "By the way, do you have a WeChat group? Add me there. Preferably one about the apocalypse." Li Ling was taken aback by Ye Feng's sudden surprise, but she nodded and agreed, and then added Ye Feng to several WeChat groups about the apocalypse. Ye Feng, who had just been added to the group, was expecting someone to welcome the new member, but no one responded even after waiting for a long time. He even sent a few messages, but no one responded. This made him upset. "Your group is so inactive, and there are so few people," Ye Feng complained, leaving Li Ling speechless. She thought to herself, how shameless. At this moment, a man in a business suit and glasses approached her. He looked at Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin and said with a smile, "I created a WeChat group here. It is quite active. Would you like to join in?" By you, he meant Ji Wenbin, but Ji Wenbin looked indifferent. Clearly indifferent. Seeing this person, Li Ling's spirits perked up and she called out politely, "Director Wang." Ye Feng remembered this person as one of the secretaries who stood behind Song Yunji during meeting time. However, judging from the way Li Ling addressed him, he was not the secretary, but the director. Director Wang nodded and smiled at Li Ling, and then gestured for her to go to work. Li Ling did not dare to disobey, and after greeting Ji Wenbin and Ye Feng, hurried away. Ye Feng did not refuse Director Wang's invitation because he urgently needed the Versailles treasures. If there was a group, he would naturally want to join. Otherwise, his hideout would never be able to rise to the second level. After thinking about it, Ye Feng suddenly asked, "Who is in your group?" He asked to see if he could brag about it later, even if there were only one person in the group. Big guys, he still has to think about his words. Director Wang smiled and said, "There are about a dozen people in the group, just a few low-level group owners. Of course, there is one high-level group owner, and you should know him. Zhao Meng." Hearing this, Ji Wenbin and Ye Feng were stunned, especially Ji Wenbin, whose face was gloomy and uncertain, and it was hard to tell what kind of mood he was in. Director Wang noticed that their expressions were a little strange, so he quickly explained, "Our group was created very recently, and in the future, the number of participants will increase. Don't worry about it." He had no idea that the two men in front of him were in conflict with Zhao Meng, and assumed that their awkward behavior was due to the size of the group. A mischievous smile flashed across Ye Feng's face as he resolutely agreed to join in. Ji Wenbin was about to refuse, but seeing that Ye Feng had already joined, he decided to join. After joining the group, Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin turned around and left. The group was called Guardians. After they joined, Wang Chu, the leader of the group, added them both on WeChat, introduced them to the others, and greeted them. The group members communicated enthusiastically. Despite the small group, the level of activity was exactly as Wang Chu had predicted. Ji Wenbin and Ye Feng exchanged a few friendly words. However, one of them sneered sarcastically, "When did even such an idiot manage to get here?" Although they could not identify the person, everyone knew that this was Zhao Meng's grandson. Ji Wenbin, not wanting to be left behind, responded with a few words. But he clearly underestimated Zhao Meng's eloquence. After only a few rounds, Ji Wenbin was defeated. Wang Chu, the leader of the group, had to step in to mediate between them, and the situation became awkward. Wang Chu then remembered the meaning of Ji Wenbin's expression when he invited them to join the group. Ye Feng first wanted to insult Zhao Meng, but after Wang Chu's words, he gave in, thinking that there would be many opportunities in the future. Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin left in a car driven by a military official again, a military jeep. The jeep took them south, toward the new city area. After more than 20 minutes, he stopped at a luxury villa complex. There weren't many luxury villas in this area, only 10, each costing between tens of millions and 100 million yuan. Each villa was a standalone property, even with a separate entrance. Their target was one of the most large villas. When the car stopped, the soldier did not hurry, but before leaving, he told Ye Feng that he would carefully take him home. This touched Ye Feng a little. Ji Wenbin's mansion was huge. The lawn in front of the house alone occupied more than 1,000 square meters, and the surrounding greenery enveloped the entire villa. It was a real paradise. The central villa was also huge, almost 500 to 600 square meters and 6 stories high. Calling it a luxurious mansion would not be an exaggeration. Numerous uniformed bodyguards guarded the villa along the perimeter. Ye Feng even noticed the bulges on their belts that reminded him of pistols. This impudence once again reminded him of the rich background of Ji Wenbin's family. The government had not yet issued special permits for ordinary people like them to carry guns, so only large families like them could afford it. Meanwhile, the lawn in front of the villa was lined with large trucks, about a dozen in total. The once perfectly trimmed lawn had become a wasteland. As they slowly approached the villa, Ye Feng couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have a shelter at home?" Some people would convert their homes into shelters, but this, nothing compared to a real shelter. After all, A shelter should not only be isolated from the outside world, but also provide security. If it were really located inside a villa, the requirements would not be up to par, and, naturally, it would not be suitable for a full-fledged shelter. Ji Wenbin understood Ye Feng's thoughts and smiled. Probably, but the real shelter is underground. He pointed to the grass under his feet. Ye Feng followed the direction of his finger. If it was underground, then everything was clear. You may not know, but this dungeon used to be a bomb shelter, and a pretty big one at that, Ji Wenbin added. A bomb shelter? Ye Feng was a little surprised because his own shelter was also converted from a bomb shelter. Ji Wenbin nodded. Yes, this area used to be an old town, and many air raid shelters were built to protect against foreign invasions. Do you mean that there are air raid shelters under all 10 villas? Ye Feng asked in surprise. If that was the case, then this area could easily become a military fortress comparable to a small underground city. Ji Wenbin nodded and then shook his head, leaving Ye Feng confused. Was it there or not? There used to be underground bomb shelters here, but almost all of it was torn down. My father left ours because they were building a villa. Later, we converted it into a shelter. We thought we would never need it, but then a natural disaster happened, Ji Wenbin said with a helpless, crooked smile. Ye Feng nodded involuntarily, feeling sincere admiration for Ji Wenbin's father. He was truly a shrewd man, a genius. While talking, they walked to the gate of the villa. Upon seeing Ji Wenbin, the bodyguard respectfully addressed him as young master. Ji Wenbin waved his hand without further ado. As soon as they entered the villa, a maid hurried to greet them and gave each of them clean shoes. The maid offered Ye Feng to change his shoes, but he refused. He was very reluctant to have someone else change his shoes. Perhaps he was already used to it. Ji Wenbin did not refuse. After changing their shoes, they entered the underground shelter. To Ye Feng's surprise, the way down was by elevator. Ji Wenbin, catching Ye Feng's thoughts, smiled and explained. We built an elevator to transport supplies. Ye Feng nodded. The large truck that had just been parked outside was probably used to transport supplies. For a shelter of Ji Wenbin's level, an elevator was a natural addition. In addition, their family was rich and did not lack energy. They entered the elevator and went down to the basement. Although there was a basement, it took them more than 10 seconds to reach the basement, which showed how deep the basement was. After reaching the basement, Ji Wenbin gave Ye Feng a tour of his hideout. The area was vast, and after a short tour, they finally reached the library on their first floor. Upon entering, Ye Feng saw Song Han, dressed in casual clothes, lying on the sofa and reading a book. Sitting next to him was a strikingly beautiful woman. Ye Feng was puzzled by how Song Han had managed to win her favor. Standing up to greet her, Song Han seemed particularly happy to see Ye Feng again. He also asked Ye Feng if he was planning to live in Ji Wenbin's hideout as well. After learning that Ye Feng was just a guest, Song Han couldn't help but look disappointed. Ye Feng smiled wryly and helplessly and gently patted Song Han's shoulder. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and finally, Ye Feng offered to take him to his hideout, causing Song Han to smile. As for his girlfriend, Song Han did not introduce her, so Ye Feng did not ask any further questions. After parting, Ji Wenbin took Ye Feng to the second underground level, and then to the third. At this moment, Ye Feng was really amazed by Ji Wenbin's hideout. It wasn't the luxury of the hideout, but its size. Almost 2,000 square meters on the first floor, and with so many floors, it could easily accommodate a school. Although Ye Feng's hideout was much more luxurious than Ji Wenbin's in terms of size, Ye Feng's hideout was a distant second. Watching Ye Feng's astonishment, Ji Wenbin thoroughly enjoyed the scene. He thought, "You kid, are you sometimes surprised?" Ye Feng's observation skills were incredibly sharp, and he quickly realized that Ji Wenbin was bragging. Ye Feng surprised and said with irony, "Yes, your shelter is quite large, but it's shameful." "Shameful? What's embarrassing?" Ji Wenbin looked at Ye Feng with confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, at this moment, Ye Feng suddenly launched a system task. The master launches the selected task. Help Ji Wenbin upgrade his shelter to a certain level. Successfully deceive him and get points to exchange at the shopping mall. Ye Feng was also puzzled by the system task. What does fool mean? And you even want to succeed. Am I that kind of person? Seeing Ye Feng speechless, Ji Wenbin assumed that he was thinking about the problems of his shelter and did not interrupt him. In fact, Ye Feng was indeed thinking, but he was thinking about how to deceive Ji Wenbin. Ye Feng looked around and finally stopped at the door to the room in the corridor. This door doesn't work. Ye Feng pointed at it. What? Ji Wenbin was completely stunned. He asked, "This is a waterproof, fireproof, and soundproof aluminum alloy door. Even bullets won't penetrate it. The price is more than 100,000. Ye Feng was also a little taken aback. Is this door really that expensive? It costs hundreds of thousands. He was just making up an excuse, but he didn't expect to run into a wall. But who is Ye Feng? He has a system, so even if he brags or lies, he is confident. He put his hands on his hips and asked, "Let me ask, what do you open this door with? Isn't it the key?" Ji Wenbin was stunned by the question. What else can you open the door with, if not a key? Ye Feng put his hands on his hips and asked, "You call a door that can be opened with a key a luxury door? Are you thinking of using fingerprints or facial recognition?" Ji Wenbin asked cautiously. Of course. Ye Feng took out his phone and showed Ji Wenbin the photos he had taken earlier. In the photos, all the doors in Ye Feng's hideout were equipped with facial recognition, or at least fingerprint recognition. You know, even in a normal hideout like mine, both facial recognition and fingerprint recognition are used, so how could yours have keys? Oh, that's... Ji Wenbin was stunned by Ye Feng's question. If your shelter can be called mediocre, then mine is just crap. Ji Wenbin's Versailles plus 30. Opening the door, Ye Feng led Ji Wenbin home. Whenever Ye Feng found something he didn't like, he would exaggerate the shortcomings. Ji Wenbin was genuinely fascinated by Ye Feng's rhetoric and believed him completely. This is not surprising. Ye Feng's hideout had already astonished Ji Wenbin. Everything Ye Feng could point out had some flaws or another. Ji Wenbin had someone write it down, afraid that he had missed something important. He had originally wanted Ye Feng to design an underground hot spring for him, but Ye Feng refused, citing other reasons. The location was unsuitable, and insisting on installing the source would backfire. Seeing this, Ji Wenbin had no choice but to give in. Ye Feng had no talent. If he were, he would have made a name for himself as an interior designer after graduation. He did not deserve to be humiliated by Lu Yao. Since it was lunchtime, Ji Wenbin invited Ye Feng to stay for lunch, and Ye Feng did not refuse. He even went outside to invite the soldier who was driving the car for dinner, which he agreed to. It was obvious that even in the apocalypse, food was plentiful in Ji Wenbin's house. Ji Wenbin, Ye Feng, and the soldier were sitting at a separate table, also in the underground shelter. Over the meal, Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin discussed cooperation. They agreed to form an alliance, promising to help each other after the apocalypse and exchange information. Ye Feng valued Ji Wenbin's background, and Ji Wenbin valued his abilities and potential. As for the supplies, Ji Wenbin promised to prepare more for Ye Feng, a gift for the alliance. After dinner, Ji Wenbin suddenly leaned towards Ye's ear, Feng, and asked mysteriously, "Brother Feng, do you want a massage? I have a young model." Oh my God. Ye Feng was surprised by Ji Wenbin's playful nature. It's the apocalypse, and he still has a mistress. When the soldier was nearby, Ye Feng firmly refused. Are you kidding? Don't you care about your image? Before leaving, they discussed the possibility of sailing to one of the occupied territories to hunt down mutants. Ye Feng, a martial artist, had Ji Wenbin by his side, and he felt confident. After they agreed, Ye Feng set off to Wei in a military jeep. Along with them was a large truck with the supplies that Ji Wenbin had promised Ye Feng. After Ye Feng left, Ji Wenbin, taking the notes he had just made, hurried to find his father to discuss improving the shelter. As Ye Feng was leaving, he immediately received a system. Notice, congratulations, Master, on completing the selected mission. You will receive 300 reward points. Surprisingly, it was even more than Ye Feng had expected. 300 points is equivalent to killing 300 normal mutants. Almost an hour passed before Ye Feng arrived at the shelter. After greeting the soldiers, they set off. The truck driver and another employee helped unload the entire truck, which took the three of them quite a while. After that, as the supplies were being stacked at the entrance of the shelter, the driver asked Ye Feng if he needed help. Ye Feng was Ji Wenbin's friend, so naturally they both wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Ye Feng was hesitant to bother them at first, but after thinking for a while, he finally agreed. What he needed now was... There were people to earn Versailles points, so how could he miss such a free opportunity? Ye Feng scanned the code to open the gate of the shelter, and the sight alone stunned the two men. They thought Ji Wenbin's shelter was impressive enough, but Ye Feng's shelter looked even, more refined. When they brought in the supplies, Ye Feng said sheepishly, "Sorry, this door is automatic. You need to bring your things in first before you come in." The two men quickly and kindly replied that everything was fine. Don't let their smiles fool you, because they would later regret their rude offer to stay and help. Ye Feng suddenly shook his head and sighed. Alas, this door. It's more reliable, looks more high-tech, fireproof, waterproof, and missile-proof, but it's useless. Moving things around is such a hassle. The two men carrying the supplies felt their movements become a little awkward from Ye Feng's words. Is this even human language? They thought. Versailles plus 20. Versailles plus 20. Seeing the rise in the price of Versailles, Ye Feng almost laughed out loud. Due to the abundance of things, it was impossible to transport everything at once. The three of them carried a third. When they were done, the door slowly closed and the titanium floor beneath them began to slowly rotate. A moment later, the door in front of them slowly opened. The two were stunned by the interior. What the hell was this shelter? They thought. At this moment, Ai Feng, dressed in a maid costume, came up to them and shouted, "Brother Feng." Ai Feng's appearance astonished them again. They could not imagine that such a beautiful woman could exist in this world, and even in a maid costume. It was incredible. Ye Feng smiled and introduced her to them. Her name is Ai Feng, and she is my maid. She is perfect in every way, except that she eats too much, which really irritates me. He finished with a sad expression. The two stared at Ye Feng in shock. If it weren't for Ji Wenbin's friendship, they would have rushed over and beaten him up. Such a beautiful woman is your maid, and you still complain that she eats too much? Is that even human? Versailles plus 30. Versailles plus 30. The two looked at Ai Feng, smiling and unperturbed, and felt a surge of regrets. How could such a beautiful girl be such a fool? As they were hauling loads, Ai Feng offered to join the three of them, but the two men flatly refused, saying that it was not a woman's job and that they, men, could handle it. But Ai Feng just smiled, shook her head, and, ignoring them, took the heaviest bag and left without looking back. They stood there dumbfounded. The thing weighed over 90 kilograms. Even if they had carried it themselves, it would have been incredibly heavy. But Ai Feng seemed to feel no pressure at all, as if she were carrying a bag of marshmallows. The thought that they would be no match for even such a beauty made them into despair. Ye Feng was also a little surprised. After all, Ai Feng was just a cleaning robot, and even a strong man couldn't compare to this thing, right? Watching the dumbfounded men, Ye Feng didn't miss the opportunity to earn Versailles points. She might not look great, but very strong. It's not for nothing that she eats my food. With that, Ye Feng shouldered the bag of supplies and moved forward. The two men behind him looked gloomy. If they didn't know how to open the gate, they would have left long ago. After the four of them finished transporting the supplies, Ye Feng tried to invite them to stay for dinner, but they refused without a second thought. During the entire transport, Ye Feng showed off his skills at every opportunity. Versailles chef. While Ye Feng was enjoying his skills as a Versailles chef, the two of them felt like they were in hell, ready to curse him. Seeing their persistence, Ye Feng gave in. As he saw them off, Ye Feng warmly waved his hand at them and promised to come see them again when he needed supplies. Without even looking back, they drove away, swearing that they would never come back. Not even close. Watching the truck leave, Ye Feng shrugged helplessly. Returning to the warehouse on the first floor underground, seeing a warehouse of about 100 square meters, a fifth of which was occupied by supplies, Ye Feng became incredibly cheerful. With these supplies and the original set of doomsday supplies, I should be able to last for 4 to 5 months. After finishing his work, Ye Feng returned to the automated factory on the second underground floor. According to the timeline, 1 or 2 objects should be almost finished. Entering the automated factory, Ye Feng received a system notification. X1 Hummingbird drone completed. Defender kit completed. Then the system added another reminder. The host can use the automated mechanical factory to rebuild. Note, rebuild will happen daily. Currently, the system recommends rebuild the X1 Hummingbird drone and use the drone production slot of the original Defender set for the Hummingbird drone. Oh my, rebuild. That means I can produce 2 more drones a day, Ye Feng exclaimed excitedly. This meant that he could use this mechanism to sell off his excess high-tech equipment or exchange it for supplies. However, Ye Feng was curious as to why recreating the Defender kit was not recommended. The name alone made it clear that the Defender, far superior to drones. After he voiced his doubts, the system competently responded. The Defender involves installing more surveillance cameras and security devices inside and outside the base. These devices include firearms, infrared scanners, alarms, and more, all hidden. Damn it! Ye Feng was really excited. Imagine an approaching enemy being shot by a hidden weapon before he could reach the door. Shelter. It was something you only see in sci-fi movies, but Ye Feng's shelter actually had one. Given the seriousness of these apocalyptic scenarios and the possibility of a new type of mutant invasion, the protector was definitely what he needed. After thinking about it, Ye Feng resolutely agreed to the system's proposal. However, since it took 3 hours to install the protective suit, Ye Feng couldn't immediately evaluate the results. Fortunately, the drone was already ready. Ye Feng picked up the drone, which was slightly larger than a mobile phone, and wondered where it was. Test. However, he realized that he didn't have a controller or anything like that. Could it be controlled by brainwaves? While Ye Feng was daydreaming, the system informed him that the control equipment was in the central control room. Ye Feng, unable to help, took the drone to the control room. Following the instructions of the system, Ye Feng found the control device. It was a tablet-like controller with a touch screen and a wearable device that could be worn on the hand. The system also reported that the drone's data, recorded and processed by a quantum computer in the central control room, and all the footage captured by the drone could be viewed on it. The resolution of the images reached hundreds of millions of pixels. Ye Feng could also control several drones at the same time using the controller. Ye Feng was looking forward to trying it out, wanting to immediately test the drone's capabilities. The system prompted again. Since this is the user's first time using the X1 Hummingbird drone, it is recommended to take the beginner's training to avoid problems. Problem, Ye Feng looked at him with disdain, thinking, I can't turn over, never in my life. I'm an experienced driver. He connected the tablet controller to the wearable device and attached it to his left hand. However, after a long search, Ye Feng couldn't even find the start button. Unable to help, Ye Feng finally accepted the instructions. The system told him to go to an open space, and Ye Feng immediately chose the training room on the first floor where there was enough space. Once in the center of the training room, the system began to teach Yefeng how to operate the drone. Following the prompts of the system, Yefeng successfully activated the drone, watching as its four wings spread out and continuously rotated until it took off. Surprisingly, the drone was so quiet that unless you listened closely, it would be impossible to detect, especially at such a close distance. While teaching Yefeng how to fly the drone, the system explained its functions. The X1 Hummingbird drone is equipped with an intelligent mode that allows for identification information recognition, allowing for remote surveillance, and also has follow and attack modes. If the presenter wants to personally control the drone, simply remove the tablet controller from his hand and control it directly from the tablet. 2. Activate the intelligent mode. Connect the tablet controller to the wearable device, put it on your hand, and select a mode, such as high-altitude follow. Yefeng tried all the methods suggested by the system. At first, he felt a little strange, and controlling the drone was awkward, but after a few tries, he mastered it easily. This quick mastery was possible because the controls resembled those of the King of Glory games he had played before. Sitting on the training device, Yefeng piloted the drone around the hideout and then flew over Yifeng's head to tease her. It was all thanks to Yefeng. If it had been anyone else, Yifeng would have probably destroyed the drone with a single electric shock. After playing for more than 10 minutes, Yefeng became more and more skilled at controlling the drone, but he gradually became bored. Then he noticed a red icon on the upper right corner of the tablet controller that said, Attack. Yefeng remembered that the system had just reported that the drone also had an attack mode, so he carefully tapped it. Suddenly, 4 special icons appeared on the tablet screen. One was a crosshair in the center of the screen that, if nothing happened, would indicate the direction of attack. 2 other icons were located above the right directional pad, one for automatic mode, one for manual. The latter was in the upper left corner and depicted bullet symbol and 50-50 symbol. Yefeng asked curiously, "What's special about this attack mode?" The system answered competently. The attack mode is divided into manual and automatic. Manual attack can be divided into 2 modes, click and burst. An automatic attack can be launched depending on the target specified by the host. In addition, the X1 Hummingbird drone is equipped with high-speed 0.1 caliber micro bullets, the power of which is comparable to that of a 9mm assault rifle. Damn it! Is this really that cool? Yefeng jumped up from the machine. With this thing in his hands, who would be afraid of mutants? A short burst of bullets would be enough. The key point was that it could fire automatically, without any control from Ye. However, when he realized that he only had 50 rounds, Yefeng became a little worried. Only 50? What will I do when they are all gone? The X1 Hummingbird drone blueprint includes a method for producing ammo. Since the automated factory is only level 1, the daily ammo quota is 200 rounds. Yefeng nodded. 200 rounds was barely enough. After all, it was only a level 1 automated factory, so the requirements couldn't be too high. Considering the number of problems, Yefeng still wanted to level up his Versailles as quickly as possible to complete the system tasks and improve the shelter level. Of course, it suggested that Yefeng would work hard to reach Versailles and earn more Versailles points. Thinking about this, Yefeng even checked his Versailles stat to see how far he was from reaching 10,000. However, Yefeng currently had a total of 620 Versailles points, which is still far from 10,000. And most of this Versailles figure was contributed by his neighbors, the father and son of the Wang family. It was incredible. After learning how to control the drone, Yefeng put it away and took it to charge. It literally took 5 minutes to charge and used an hour of energy. As for the attack mode, Yefeng hadn't tried it, mainly because he was a little reluctant to use bullets. After all, he had to go with Ji Wenbin and the others to hunt mutants later. Time flew by, and after dinner, Yefeng simply packed his things. He planned to bring the X1 Hummingbird drone along with him on this trip, as well as an extra 200 rounds of ammunition. He also went down into the basement and chose a tang sword that was over a meter long. Ye Feng's genetic modification greatly increased his strength, making bladed weapons more suitable for him than firearms. Of course, this is assuming he doesn't encounter monsters with extraordinary strength, otherwise he would be easily defeated with a cold weapon. He looked at himself, a drone in his left hand and a beautiful tang sword in his right. He looked simply stunning. We have weapons and everything else. Now we just need a companion, like a dog. Ye Feng watched a lot of historical dramas. In these dramas, ancient people would take not only weapons, but also a hunting dog or wolfhound with them when they went hunting. This greatly increased the chances of success. Ye Feng rubbed his chin, remembering that he still had a bottle of the mutant gene survival potion. He couldn't help but think about trying animals. However, he had to meet two conditions. First, he had to raise them from an early age so that they would become more obedient. Second, there was the issue of food. After all, the end of the world had come, and many could not afford. Allow him to feed himself, so who needs a pet? Fortunately, Ye Feng was in no hurry. He had plenty of time. Wasn't the world about to end? Who knew that other mutant monsters would appear? He could just get himself a mutant and ride it. Impressive! Ye Feng was daydreaming when the phone rang. It was Ji Wenbin on the caller ID. Without thinking, he answered, "Hello, Brother Feng. I'm on my way to your house. I'll be there in about 2 minutes. Get ready." There was a slight excitement in Ji Wenbin's voice. Ye Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, what's so exciting about killing a mutant? "Yes, I'm almost ready. I'll be right out." After hanging up the phone, Ye Feng found his backpack and put the drone and ammunition in it. He wore the tablet controller on his left arm without taking it off. He also took 2 powerful flashlights for those in the dark. As for the tang sword, he had to hold it in his hand because it was too long. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Ye Feng left. Before leaving, Ye Feng kissed Ai Feng goodbye. Don't ask. Asking is just polite. However, as he was leaving, he accidentally collided with a huge black Hummer. Ye Feng knew, without thinking, that it was Ji Wenbin. Looking at an impressive Hummer, Ye Feng wondered if he would ever get one. After all, relying on walking or being picked up was not an option. Ye Feng walked to the back door. When it opened, he was stunned. He hadn't expected Sun Han to appear, and more importantly, Sun Han was wearing protective gear that covered his entire body, starting from his head, even his helmet. The mutants would cry if they saw it, because they would never get it. He was also clutching a rifle on his fuse. If Ye Feng hadn't seen his eyes, he wouldn't have recognized him as Song Han. Besides Song Han, Ji Wenbin had brought 3 other men with him, all of them strong and powerful. Their equipment was identical. "Brother, why are you dressed like that?" Ye Feng asked, almost speechless. "We're going mutant hunting, and you're wrapped up so tightly that anyone who didn't know would think you were faking. It's a good thing it's autumn. Otherwise, they would have been burned alive. You don't understand? This is called a full suit of armor. And we have one for you too, in your size." Ji Wenbin, who was sitting on Song Han's right, said this while pointing his thumb at the seat behind him. Song Han nodded, indicating that it was all for safety. Ye Feng followed his finger and saw the same set of protective gear on the seat behind him. Ye Feng was speechless, thinking, how could he even kill mutants like that? It would be difficult to even lift his arm. Ji Wenbin and Song Han also noticed Tang's sword in Ye Feng's hand. "Brother Feng, we have weapons. Why do we need swords?" Ji Wenbin enthusiastically handed him the rifle. Standing outside the car, Ye Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know how to handle a gun, so keep it." With that, Ye Feng got into the Hummer. There were 8 seats in the Hummer. Ye Feng, Ji Wenbin, and Song Han sat in the middle, and the other 3, front and back. Ye Feng glanced at the driver, impressed that he could drive even in such clothes. After Ye Feng got into the car, the Hummer turned around and sped down the mountainside. Passing the Wang family's hideout, Ye Feng looked inside, but the door was tightly closed. Nothing. Ji Wenbin and the others wanted to take a look at Ye Feng's hideout, but they were in a hurry to hunt mutants, so they had to postpone it until next time. Sitting by the window on the left, Ye Feng looked at Ji Wenbin with a shiny AK-47 in his hand and asked in bewilderment, "How dare you use it so brazenly?" Weapons? Despite the end of the world, gun control was still very strict. In times like these, when everyone is in danger, gun control needs to be tightened. Otherwise, allowing ordinary people to secretly carry firearms will only lead to another crisis. Seeing Ye Feng's question, Ji Wenbin picked up the rifle, swung it from side to side, and explained, "Is this what you mean? We are now officially a shelter. Just contact the operator directly, and everything will be fine." "What the hell?" asked the operator. Ye Feng was a little puzzled. He didn't know. Since when was it okay to ask the operator for a weapon? Seeing Ye Feng's hesitation, Ji Wenbin thought that he didn't understand, so he quickly explained, "Didn't we join the government and become an officially affiliated shelter?" Ye Feng nodded in agreement, and Ji Wenbin continued, "Even though everyone is at level E, you have many rights. For example, you can directly contact the operator for weapons and equipment." "Oh my God! Damn it! How could I not know this?" Although Ye Feng was furious, his face remained perfectly composed, and there was no emotion visible on it. He was thinking intently. Before leaving Haiyun city government that morning, when he asked Li Ling to join the WeChat group, she seemed to want to tell him something. But then that Director Wang showed up and interrupted her, so she couldn't say it out loud, and she must have forgotten about it later. Otherwise, she would have it in himself. However, despite everything, Li Ling did not explain the situation clearly then, and did not tell her everything later. This was Li Ling's failure to fulfill his duty, and Ye Feng could have complained to her. But, remembering Li Ling's sweet face, he eventually forgot about it. And even if Ye Feng went to see her now, Li Ling asked for weapons and equipment. They would probably be scraps picked up by others, and there would be nothing of value. Although he wasn't that envious of the government's resources, who wouldn't want to do something for free? Thinking about this, Ye Feng couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips, feeling as if lost 100 million. However, Ye Feng was being watched by Ji Wenbin and Song Han, so he remained surprisingly calm and spoke in a slightly restrained tone. Forget it. In the face of the impending apocalypse, it is not easy to achieve what the country wants. Let's take as little as possible. Consider it a contribution to the development of the country. Seeing Ye Feng's righteousness in this situation, Ji Wenbin was truly impressed. Are all the big shots like this? The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Ever since Ye Feng acquired the system, his acting skills have improved greatly, and his skin has become incredibly thick. Even a big shot like Song Yunji wouldn't be able to figure out what he just said. Unlike the admiring Ji Wenbin, Song Han looked incredulous, asking, "Have you forgotten?" Ahem. Ye Feng coughed awkwardly twice, but remained silent. They had known each other since childhood. They knew each other by heart, so it was no wonder Song Han could see through him so clearly. Ji Wenbin didn't take Song Han's words too seriously, thinking, if Ye Feng could forget, then what about the cameraman? At this time, the Hummer also drove away from Haiyun Mountain and was about to head towards the city. There were almost no cars on the road. It could be said that it was quite deserted, and at the same time, the end of the world was gradually approaching. Although Ye Feng and Ji Wenbin had agreed to hunt mutants together, he did not know where exactly they would go. He asked himself. Ji Wenbin quickly replied, "I contacted my operator before leaving. We are heading to the Skylark Apartments area in the south of the city. There are many mutants here, all of them are standard type, and the risk is the lowest." Skylark Apartments? Ye Feng was a little surprised to hear these words. He had always thought that Skylark Apartments were the cheapest housing in Haiyun City, with 6 19-story buildings. Many immigrants chose this place not only because of its affordability, but also because of its proximity to industrial zone. Ye Feng had looked for an apartment there after graduating, but he couldn't come to an agreement with the landlord in the end, so he gave up. Thinking about it now, he was still a little afraid. If Ye Feng really rented an apartment there and didn't get the system, he might become one of the mutants. Perhaps Ji Wenbin and the others would have killed him. That's my plan, Ji Wenbin continued, becoming animated. There are plenty of soldiers guarding this area now, but one of them, oddly enough, is my uncle. So when we infiltrate, we'll be able to get a lot of first-hand information. And when we infiltrate, my uncle will also provide us with support from both the inside and outside. Wow, this is amazing, Brother Ji. Song Han gave him a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Ye Feng was not surprised, but he still felt the strength of the connections. Although Ji Wenbin did not mention what position, his uncle's position in the army, his tone indicated that his uncle's position was definitely not easy. Passing military information to Ji Wenbin and even cooperating with him, providing support from both inside and outside, was that something an ordinary soldier could do? Ji Wenbin only smiled at Song Han's flattery and then cleverly forwarded it to Ye Feng. This time, the 5 of us are fully armed, and Brother Feng, the martial artist, is also here. A simple mutant is not to be feared. That's right. Song Han nodded in agreement. Ever since Ye Feng had demonstrated his abilities so impressively at the hotel, Song Han had been completely convinced of his abilities. Ye Feng brushed off the 2 men's flattery, replying, "My abilities are only average. If you train every day, you will surpass me in no time." Both of them were speechless. After all, the bodyguards who had been trained since childhood could not withstand a single blow from Ye Feng, and Ye Feng claimed that with constant training, they would surpass him. Isn't this pure nonsense? Ji Wenbin's Versailles plus 10. Song Han's Versailles plus 10. Although these 2 despised Ye Feng, they also contributed to his Versailles ranking. Ye Feng didn't care much about their thoughts. He was thick-skinned, so it didn't matter. He turned to Ji Wenbin and suddenly asked, "By the way, besides us who are going to hunt mutants tonight, is anyone else coming?" Ji Wenbin had said earlier that their destination was the least risky, so there was no guarantee that others would choose it too. The Skylark apartment complex was already full. People. So if more people came, they would have nothing to lose. Ji Wenbin nodded, and then added in a slightly serious tone, "Actually, some have already started hunting mutants and carrying out missions after leaving the government. How active." Ye Feng was a little surprised. Although the government offered generous rewards, they should remember that they were dealing with mutants. If mutants were so easy to deal with, Haiyun City wouldn't have been completely sealed off and so many districts would have fallen. Who said it wasn't true? Ji Wenbin muttered helplessly, shrugged, and continued. In the end, everyone wants to learn from the government. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Not only could he not resist the government's training, he himself could not resist it. In fact, if Ye Feng told the authorities about the system, he would quickly become a key employee, assistant, and the training would be done in no time. But he couldn't do that. He wasn't sure the system would allow it, and secondly, it would be a disaster for him. He knew the principle. The innocent often turn out to be guilty of hoarding treasure. By the way, where is Zhao Meng's grandson? Ye Feng suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Ji Wenbin snorted, completely puzzled. What did he mean? That idiot Zhao Meng told me that he didn't bother to go, but I heard that he was hunting mutants this afternoon. I don't know how many assignments he's completed. Ye Feng was speechless and couldn't help but glance at Song Han, who was standing next to him. It reminded him of the monthly exams in high school. He kept asking Song Han if he'd reviewed everything, but Song Han always said no. But after the exam, Ye Feng realized that the clown was me. Song Han, noticing Ye Feng looking at him, turned around and smiled, ignoring Ye Feng's disdainful gaze. While they were chatting, The Hummer quickly drove up to Skylark Apartments. As expected, the entire street in front of it was heavily guarded and cordoned off. As the Humvee approached, one of the soldiers rushed toward them, trying to drive them away. As Ji Wenbin and his group exited the vehicle, the soldier stopped, surprised to see that some of them were carrying firearms, and instinctively reached behind his back. The gesture, as if drawing a gun, startled Ji Wenbin, who quickly raised his hand to explain, finally clearing up the misunderstanding. After learning that Ji Wenbin's uncle was Ji Renhai, the wary soldier perked up. Commander Ji organizes the soldiers to rescue the civilians. "Please follow me." With that, the soldier turned and walked towards the military tent ahead. Ji Wenbin and his comrades quickly followed. Perhaps hearing the noise outside, Ji Renhai, dressed in a military uniform, walked out of the tent. He was a tall, muscular man with square face. Upon seeing Ji Renhai, Ji Wenbin immediately ran up to him, enthusiastically calling him uncle. This was a stark contrast to his previous cold image. Ji Renhai only grumbled, in response to Ji Wenbin's enthusiasm. Ji Wenbin didn't seem to mind, as if he was used to it. Ji Wenbin then explained his purpose, saying that he was going to Skylark's apartment to carry out task. However, Ji Renhai shook his head and said sternly, "Your father already told me, but not now. We are going to save the people inside. Only then can you enter and complete your mission." Ji Wenbin nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll do as you said, uncle." He didn't know how many people were still inside, but he knew that if he didn't save them first, it would lead to the emergence of new mutants or even a new type of mutant. This would actually increase the difficulty of the mission. At this time, Ye Feng and the others also walked towards Ji Wenbin. As a soldier, Ji Renhai also carefully examined them one by one. However, when his gaze shifted to Ye Feng, he found that Ye Feng was also looking at him, and his gaze didn't dodge at all, which made him look at Ye Feng a few more times. You know, when Ji Renhai stared at others, they would subconsciously lower their heads or avoid his gaze. It's not that Ji Renhai is that scary, rather. He has a unique aura that he accumulated over many years of military service. Since Ye Feng and the others were not nearby and could not hear the conversation, Ji Wenbin turned around and explained the situation to Ye Feng and the others. They also understood the seriousness of the matter, so they were not in a hurry and they still had plenty of time. Since Ji Renhai was still nearby, Ji Wenbin enthusiastically introduced his uncle Ji Renhai to Ye Feng and the others. "This is my uncle, Ji Renhai. He is a lieutenant in the army and has rich combat experience. During the first mutant outbreak, my uncle and his men fought them day and night. He is one of the people I admire most in life." Hearing this, Song Han and the others looked at Ji Renhai with admiration, their eyes shining. Seeing this, Ji Renhai felt a surge of joy. Being recognized and admired by others was truly exciting. However, Ji Renhai remained prim and proper, and even offered to explain to the six how to fight mutants. In fact, mutants were nothing to be afraid of. Their strength was in their speed and power. So in combat, just keep your distance and kite them. Then use firearms to kill them. Ji Renhai spoke excitedly when a sudden noise came from the distance. Ji Renhai's expression changed abruptly, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He shouted to the soldiers heading towards Skylark's apartment. "Everyone, attention! I think there will be quite a few of them this time, at least a dozen. Remember, when fighting mutants, you need to hit the body first. Don't try to hit only the head. They are very fast. Just hit the body first to restrain them, and then pass them on to someone who is better at shooting." Ji Renhai's voice was so loud that it made Ye Feng's eardrums hurt next to him. As soon as Ji Renhai finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers nearby quickly and loudly responded in unison, "Yes." For a moment, Ye Feng and the others felt their blood boil. At this moment, a disfigured mutant suddenly jumped out from the neighboring attic, rushing at the group, baring its claws and fangs. The sudden fall made everyone flinch, Even Ji Renhai didn't have time. React. The mutant was incredibly fast, landing and attacking in a split second. Just as the bloodied mutant was about to strike the bodyguard, Ye Feng quickly rushed forward, knocking the ferocious mutant to the ground with one blow. He then stomped hard on the mutant's head. Bang! The mutant's terrifying skull exploded, sending brains and blood all over the floor. Ye Feng's movements were so fluid that they stunned everyone. Everyone present, including Ji Renhai, stared at Ye Feng in shock. Normally, they wouldn't be able to quickly finish the fight with firearms, and sometimes it took several shots to kill the mutant. However, this supposedly ferocious mutant couldn't even withstand one blow from Ye Feng. Completely dead. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Ye Feng casually. He brushed the dust off his hands and asked casually, "Is this a mutant? Why is he still so weak? Would anyone really be scared?" Although Ye Feng didn't mention a single name, everyone present was confused. After all, they had just been scared. Ji Wenbin's Versailles plus 10, Song Han's Versailles plus 10, Ji Renhai's Versailles plus 10, Versailles plus 10, plus hearing the promotion notice. His Versailles rating, Ye Feng felt a surge of secret joy. His previous bravado immediately added more than 100 points to his Versailles. If he could act like this 70 or 80 more times, wouldn't 10,000 Versailles be just around the corner? Thinking about this, Ye Feng longed to see another mutant. Seeing everyone frozen in place, their faces completely worried, Ji Wenbin was the first to speak, breaking the awkward situation. Pointing at Ye Feng, he explained to Ji Renhai, "Uncle, I forgot to introduce you. This is my brother, Ye Feng. He is also one of the owners of the official shelter, and he is a formidable martial artist. My bodyguards combined are no match for him." Huh? Ji Renhai was stunned. He just didn't realize that Ye Feng was a martial artist. A veteran of his level could tell a person's martial arts skill level at a glance, and he was never wrong. Today was the first time, and it was strange. Wenner's bodyguards were first-class fighters. I didn't expect that together they couldn't compare to this young man. It seems his martial arts skills are truly outstanding. Thinking of this, Ji Renhai lowered his status and asked himself, "Young man, you look to be in your early 20s, right?" Knowing that he would need Ji Renhai's help when they went to deal with the mutants, Ye Feng thoughtfully did him a favor. He nodded modestly and politely replied, "Well, I just finished my studies this year and started working." "Not bad, not bad." Ji Renhai nodded approvingly and asked, "You are so strong. Who did you learn martial arts from?" "I have not learned any martial arts. Since childhood, I simply loved to fight with my classmates. Over time, I learned." Ye Feng's words sounded sincere. However, Ji Renhai did not believe Ye Feng's nonsense. He thought, "No matter how much you have fought since childhood, you are still not as strong as us who have undergone special training. How can you knock down a mutant with one punch, and then with one kick? Crush it?" Even if Ji Renhai, a lieutenant born in the Special Forces, came in person, he would not be able to do it. Seeing his uncle's embarrassment, Ji Wenbin quickly seized the initiative. "You must be opening it incorrectly. If it's a new type of mutant, then it's stronger, right?" Ji Renhai quickly nodded and replied, "That's right. Whether it's strength or speed, this new type of mutant crushes the original one. It's not an exaggeration to say that one new type of mutant can destroy 100 ordinary ones. The gap is simply enormous." Song Han cried out in surprise. Not only Song Han, but also Ye Feng looked serious. The strength of the new mutants was also pressing on him. He also repeatedly warned himself to be careful to avoid a sudden disaster. Alas, Ji Renhai suddenly sighed. Seeing the regretful expression on Ji Renhai's face, everyone did not understand what he meant. Ji Renhai said in a serious tone, continued, "Some time ago, a squad of 20 people encountered a new type of mutants while clearing the old city of mutants. As a result, no one survived. Everyone died." Hearing this, everyone finally understood the meaning of Ji Renhai's regrets. Now that the country is in crisis, The sacrifice of another soldier means another loss for Kyushu. Seeing the worried faces of everyone present, Ji Renhai changed the topic and solemnly turned to Ji Wenbin and the others. You have all seen the power of mutants. Decide for yourself whether to come with us or go alone. Ji Renhai said this not only to protect Ji Wenbin during the battle and not let him die, but also because he valued Ye Feng's abilities. With Ye Feng's help, the difficulty of this rescue operation would be greatly reduced. Of course, we choose to go together. More people, more support. Ji Renhai had barely finished speaking when Ji Wenbin made his decision. However, when he finished, Ji Wenbin realized that he might have said something wrong. He quickly turned to Ye Feng and asked with a hint of flattery, "Brother Feng, what do you think?" Ye Feng ignored it and nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, everyone began to gather their team and set off. After the team was assembled, Ji Renhai discovered that Ye Feng there really is a Tang sword, which further strengthens his suspicions about Ye Feng's skillful leadership. He was so strong at such a young age and also wielded a bladed weapon. If he said that he had no one to teach him, Ji Renhai wouldn't believe him even if he killed him. The Tang sword was already on the Hummer, and Ye Feng took it back before setting off. Compared to being unarmed, having a weapon in your hands would naturally give you a sense of security. Ji's team, Wenbin's team, consists of 6 people, while Ji Renhai's team consists of 20. A total of 26 people entered the blockade zone at the same time. Along the way, they also encountered many mutants who rushed at them with fangs and claws, as if they had been hungry for a long time and wanted to bite anyone they saw. Naturally, the crowd did not give them such an opportunity, and they simply dealt with Ye Feng's rifles and Tang sword. In order to gain more Versailles points, Ye Feng always rushed forward. More mutants died from his swords than from firearms. While killing mutants, he kept cursing, "What a scumbag. I thought they were so strong, but they couldn't even withstand one hit from me. How boring." In his frantic killing spree, Ye Feng even deliberately muttered, "Too weak, too weak. Is it really worth making such a fuss over such a thing?" Ye Feng's words were simply outrageous, and they were dumbfounded. They wondered if he was Neja's reincarnation. How could he be so damn strong? In ancient times, Zhang Yide defended the fortress against 10,000 enemies. Today, Ye Feng single-handedly confronted a horde of corpses. Every time Ye Feng acted pretentiously, he would inevitably earn hundreds of Versailles points, which almost made him incredibly happy. When Ji Renhai asked Ye Feng what weapons he could use other than a sword, Ye Feng swung his sword twice, with his Tang sword, and casually replied, "You mean this? It's my first time using it, so it's not very good." First time. Not very good. Is this even human language? Ji Renhai was speechless, thinking, how can you be so pretentious? Versailles, plus 10 plus 10 plus... In fact, Ye Feng did not have any swordsmanship. His ability to easily kill mutants with his Tang sword was due to a genetic modification that greatly increased his speed and strength. With these 2 enhancements, even a light swing of Ye Feng's Tang sword would unleash a formidable force. The powerful mutants were like watermelons in front of the Tang sword, which he easily cut through without putting up any resistance. With Ye Feng in charge, the others had no chance to shoot unless the mutants attacked from behind or from the side. Most of the mutants attacked from the front and were completely destroyed by Ye Feng's blade. Everyone was glad for the silence and peace. After a short cleanup, they reached the Skylark apartments, located further down the street. At that moment, an empty mineral water bottle suddenly fell from an old building on the left. This scared everyone, who thought it was a surprise attack by mutants. Luckily, the bottle hit Ji Wenbin on the head. The pain almost brought tears to his eyes. He grabbed his head with one hand, pointed upward with the other, and cursed, "What are you saying? Don't you know that throwing things from a height is prohibited?" Everyone quickly looked towards the old building. It was a 6-story, old-fashioned apartment building. There were many similar buildings nearby. Don't think that Skylark Apartments only have apartments. There were also many older buildings that weren't torn down. This was one of the main reasons for the low housing prices nearby. Ji Renhai, alert as a soldier, quickly noticed something. He quickly picked up the bottle and found a folded note inside, which was probably a distress call from the survivors above. At this time, Ji Wenbin continued to scream, and Ji Renhai quietly scolded him. Only then did Ji Wenbin calm down, and the surroundings became much quieter. He unscrewed the bottle and took out a folded note. Sure enough, the word "help" was written on it in red marker. The others were also stunned when they saw the note. After learning that it was a distress signal, Ji Wenbin calmed down. After all, human lives were at stake. It seems there are survivors up there. What should we do? Song Han asked anxiously. Although Ye Feng had overcome many difficulties, it was because he had not encountered any new mutants. If you enter a building to rescue people, you must be mindful of the safety of such a confined space. If you encounter new mutants again, it will be a disaster for everyone. Is it worth thinking about? Of course. Go up there and save people, one of the soldiers said sternly. The others didn't object. After all, they were here to save people. They were about to go upstairs to save them when Ji Renhai suddenly called out to them. Wait! Everyone looked at Ji Renhai in confusion, not understanding what he meant. View? Ji Renhai frowned. Maybe it's not as simple as we think. If this is a cry for help, there's no need to throw the bottle. We're down there. We can just lean out and shout. Writing a note, putting it in a bottle and throwing it down is unnecessary. After Ji Renhai's analysis, everyone felt that there was something wrong with the survivors upstairs. Despite his doubts, Ji Renhai was determined to go upstairs to save them. Their mission was to save the survivors. So, how could they refuse to be rescued just because of doubts? Having made the decision, Ji Renhai divided the group into 2 groups. 15 soldiers remained to guard the building from mutants, while the remaining 11 went upstairs to scout out the situation. In addition to Ji Renhai and the 4 soldiers, the 6 consisted of Ye Feng and his men. Although we haven't met any mutants yet, we shouldn't relax. It seems that these creatures have a subconscious ability to avoid danger. Ji Renhai reminded everyone who was climbing the stairs. He was speaking to Ji Wenbin and the others because they, the soldiers, had often encountered mutants and already knew about these principles. Everyone was surprised, including Ye Feng. Ji Renhai continued. The research team found that mutants retain primitive biological instincts, having the habit of avoiding danger like animals, and are also capable of learning. What? They are even capable of learning? Everyone gasped in surprise, as if they had heard something terrifying. The expressions of Ji Wenbin and the others also changed slightly. If Ji Renhai's words were true, the mutants they encountered could one day replace humans and become a new species. And that was no exaggeration. Then why don't the authorities focus their efforts on exterminating all mutants? Ji Wenbin asked in confusion. Although saving lives is also important, the realization that mutants are able to continue learning is undoubtedly a catastrophic bomb planted for all of humanity. Moreover, it could explode at any moment. Of course, the wisest decision would be to exterminate the mutants first. Ji Renhai shook his head. The troops here did not penetrate too deeply, mainly due to the difficult terrain, to prevent the soldiers from becoming infected. But we must not just sit and wait for death. Ji Renhai looked at Ji Wenbin and explained, the government plans to wait until a vaccine against mutants is developed before sending in troops in large numbers. This is the only way to minimize the danger. Ji Wenbin nodded thoughtfully and asked no more questions. Everyone safely reached the 2nd floor. The building had 6 floors. Not knowing where the bottle had fallen, they decided to start on the 4th floor and spread the search upward. On the 4th floor, 3 remained to continue their journey. The rest dispersed, knocking along the corridors. If no one answered, they whispered several times. If there was no answer, they moved on to the next room. Although the house was old, there were 6 families on each floor, so searching each room took quite a long time. At the door of room 403 on the fourth floor, there was a knock. "Knock! Is there anyone there?" The bodyguard accompanying Ye Feng whispered. Seeing no answer, he knocked twice more, but with the same result. Just as he was about to give up, a noise suddenly came from the room. "Who is there?" the bodyguard asked, cautiously, but there was no answer. Desperate to save the man, the bodyguard instinctively pushed the door, but it was not locked and opened easily. The bodyguard stuck his head inside and called again, but the result was the same. "Oh!" At that moment, a faint sob suddenly came from the toilet, 2 meters to the left of the front door. Judging by the sound, it was a woman of about 20. The delighted bodyguard hurried inside and, trying to open the door, consoled her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." But after a while, he realized that the door won't open. It's locked. The bodyguard, a little alarmed, continued to reassure her. "Don't be afraid, sister. I'm not a bad person. I'm here with the army to save you." Ooh. The woman in the toilet didn't react, continuing to sob softly, occasionally gasping for breath. "Trust me, I'm really here to save you." Seeing that the woman still didn't open the door, the bodyguard became even more worried. Just when I was wondering whether to break down the door handle moved. At that moment, the sobbing stopped. "That's right. Come with me later. I promise to get you out alive." The bodyguard barely had time to finish speaking when the toilet door suddenly swung open from the inside. Bang! There was a loud bang, and at that very moment, a mutant woman jumped out of the room. Her incredible strength knocked the massive bodyguard to the ground. Both fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The bodyguard expected to see a fragile young woman in distress, but he never imagined that it was a mutant. Seeing the mutant scratching him, the bodyguard cursed furiously. "Get out, you disgusting monster!" He clutched the rifle tightly in front of him, protecting himself from the mutant's bite. Although the mutant lying on top of him had once been a slender, frail woman, her strength as a mutant was far greater than he could have imagined. In a matter of moments, he was exhausted, panicked. He even forgot to call for help. When he was about to lose consciousness, Ye Feng suddenly appeared and kicked him. The force of the blow was so strong that the mutant actually threw him away. Ye Feng did not give her a chance to get up and resist. He quickly stepped forward and stabbed the mutant in the head with the knife. With a sharp movement of his hand and the fall of the knife, the mutant died instantly and fell into the living room without any response. The bodyguard was still gasping for breath after being rescued. Ye Feng ran over to help him up. "Why are you so careless?" Ye Feng asked with annoyance, but he didn't intend to blame him. If Ye Feng hadn't passed by just now, the bodyguard would probably have died. The bodyguard thanked Ye Feng warmly and told him what had happened. When Ye Feng learned that the mutant could cry, he obviously didn't believe it. He turned and returned to the mutant's corpse, only to find that it was surprisingly fresh. No, fresh isn't quite the right word. The mutant hadn't fully mutated yet. The corpse looked almost the same as before. There were fewer pustules on the face, indicating that the mutation had occurred relatively recently. The left side of the neck was lame, likely due to the mutant bite. Ye Feng looked around the living room again, noting the neat and tidy furniture, with no traces of post-apocalyptic chaos. It was clear that she had been a very neat person in life. Damn it, she hid in the bathroom to trick me? I thought she had survived. The bodyguard muttered a curse as he looked at the mutant corpse. Ye Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the bodyguard. She must have locked herself in the bathroom after being infected to prevent her from escaping and harming others. With that, he turned around and walked out. The bodyguard stood there in shock as he looked at mutant who turned into a girl. His emotions did not subside. The bodyguard's room was the last one on the 4th floor, so Ye Feng headed straight to the 5th. When he arrived there, he found that the others were still searching, so he headed straight to the 6th. As he entered the corridor, he noticed 2 bodyguards standing outside room 503. They parted as Ye Feng approached. "Did you find the survivor who threw the bottle?" Ye Feng asked. The bodyguard nodded. Yes, it's a little girl. Seeing that the survivor was a little girl, Ye Feng let his guard down. He then turned around and entered room 503. Ji Renhai and Song Han were comforting the little girl in the living room. But she continued to cry. Nothing they said made any difference. Helped. Coming up, Ye Feng finally got a good look at the girl. She looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a beautiful dress and with pigtails. She looked lovely, but she cried so hard that her eyes were swollen. What was going on? Ye Feng kicked Ji Wenbin, who was squatting in front of him. Ji Wenbin was about to curse, but when he turned around and saw Ye Feng, he swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. He quickly stood up and explained, "This little girl is calling for Mom and Dad, but no matter what I say, it's all useless. Where can we find her parents?" Song Han sat down next to the girl, still trying to calm her down, but in vain. At this moment, Ji Renhai and several soldiers entered. After discussing the situation with Ji Wenbin, Ji Renhai stepped forward and sent Song Han away. Then, kneeling down in front of the girl, he whispered soothingly, "Don't be afraid, little sister. We are soldiers. We are not bad people." Perhaps it was Ji Renhai's unique military aura that gave the girl a sense of security, and his words actually stopped the girl's tears. "Tell me, uncle, what is your name? Why are you alone in the room? Where are Mom and Dad?" The mention of Mom and Dad made the girl's nose hurt, and she couldn't hold back her tears again. Ji Renhai not only didn't stop the girl, but also reached out and gently patted her on the back. After crying for a while, the girl finally stopped crying. She stroked her stomach and said with a sob, "Uncle, I'm hungry." Ji Renhai quickly waved his hand behind his back. At this moment, a soldier took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to him. This surprised Ye Feng. He took chocolate with him when he went to war? What the hell is this? The girl took the chocolate that Ji Renhai had refined and ate it in big gulps. While eating, she did not forget to thank him politely. Ji Renhai, who had been frowning all the time, also smiled with relief. He stretched out his hand, stroked the girl's head, and consoled her. "Don't be afraid. Uncle will take you out soon." "Yes, Xiao Yuan. Believe Uncle." The girl nodded. "Xiao Yuan, what happened here? Why are you home alone? Where are your parents?" Ji Wenbin asked with some confusion. Ji Renhai, who had been crouching in front of him, turned around and looked at Ji Wenbin with displeasure. This frightened Ji Wenbin so much that he immediately covered his mouth with his hand and did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan did not burst into tears this time. She lowered her head in a depressed state and whispered, with some reproach towards herself. Then Xiao Yuan accidentally broke a cup, and it was discovered by a man-eating monster. A man-eating monster? Is it a new kind of mutant? Ye Feng asked with some confusion. Only Ji Renhai could answer, so everyone else immediately turned to him. Ji Renhai nodded solemnly. This is probably a new kind of mutant after all. Only new kinds of mutants eat people. Seeing Ji Renhai's words, the others' faces suddenly changed and they swallowed involuntarily. Xiao Yuan had no idea what new mutants everyone was talking about. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and continued. Dad went out and lured the monster out. Mom saw that Dad hadn't returned, so she went out too. They haven't returned yet. At this moment, Xiao Yuan's red and swollen eyes filled with tears again. She suddenly grabbed Ji Renhai's hand and begged with stifled sobs. "Uncle, please save Xiao Yuan's mum and dad. They must have been captured by a monster, please. Xiao Yuan can't live without mom and dad." "Don't worry, Xiao Yuan, tell Uncle little by little. Do you remember how your mom and dad left?" Ji Renhai asked cautiously, gently patting Xiao Yuan's back. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the soldier behind Ji Renhai suddenly spoke up. "Commander Ji, if it really is a new mutant, we won't be able to handle it given our limited numbers. Should I contact headquarters?" Ji Renhai shook his head, rejecting the soldier's suggestion. The government has not yet developed a vaccine against the mutant. Without a clearer understanding of the situation, it would be difficult to mobilize other troops. Although some of their comrades were armed with light sniper rifles with rounds larger than 13 millimeters, which could pose a threat to the New Mutants, they would not simply stand there and be target. Given their agility, taking them down with a firearm would require advanced preparation and a multi-pronged approach. Otherwise, given their limited numbers, it would be impossible to successfully eliminate them. Xiao Yuan scratched her head, confused by what everyone was saying. Ji Renhai gently stroked her head, gesturing for her to continue. She nodded. Xiao Yuan remembered that the sun had not yet set. It must have been around 5 in the evening. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the sun had already set. Judging by the time Xiao Yuan said, her parents had been gone for at least 2 or 3 hours. They had been gone for so long and had not returned, and they had not met any survivors along the way. It was very likely that an accident had occurred. Ji Renhai could not bring himself to tell Xiao Yuan the truth. He stretched out his hand and hugged Xiao Yuan, while gently comforting her. "Don't worry, Xiao Yuan. You will go with the other uncles first, and then Uncle will go find Mom and Dad, okay?" Xiao Yuan shook her head desperately. "No, Xiao Yuan wants to go with Mom and Dad." With these words, Xiao Yuan burst into tears again. Everyone was silent, not knowing how to console them. The reputation of the New Mutant was so great that it scared people. Even Ji Renhai was very worried. The more Xiao Yuan cried, the sadder she became. Ji Renhai, who was also a father, could not bear to see Xiao Yuan's sadness. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can go and take a look first." Hearing this, everyone was horrified, and Ji Wenbin directly said, "Uncle, why don't we ask the military first? Better safe than sorry." The bodyguard quickly added, "Yes, even if we just go and take a look, it is still very dangerous. With the strength of the New Mutants, we could be destroyed." Before he could finish speaking, Ji Wenbin gave the bodyguard a hard kick. He realized he had said something wrong and quickly fell silent, not daring to say a word. "You can try," the soldier said. Except for Ji Renhai, everyone else turned to him, not understanding what he meant. He calmly explained, "There are rumors that the New Mutants are very different from ordinary. They are more timid and prefer to hide. With so many of us and so many weapons, we doubt they will attack us." Everyone frowned thoughtfully. Intelligence is acquired through constant testing at the cost of our lives. If everyone is timid, then we humans will definitely lose this apocalyptic war. Ji Renhai said these words. Seeing his awe-inspiring appearance, Ye Feng was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Ji Renhai to be so insightful and even admired him a little. Ye Feng raised his right hand and said, "I agree with Commander Ji. I think we can go." Ye Feng was not particularly worried. He had a drone and a tang sword, and he still had plenty of energy. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he wasn't afraid to run. Seeing Ye Feng's agreement, the others began to agree to go and take a look. With everyone's agreement, Xiao Yuan finally stopped crying and sincerely thanked everyone. Seeing Xiao Yuan's sweet smile, everyone felt that it was all worth it. The 11 people returned to the first floor and reunited with the main group. Ji Renhai looked at Xiao Yuan in his arms and asked, "Xiao Yuan, do you know where your parents went?" Xiao Yuan shook her head, then nodded. She raised her hand, pointed down the street, and said, "I saw from windows as my mother was walking in that direction." Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Yuan was pointing. It was completely dark, without a single ray of light, as if cold flashes were emanating from her, which was frightening. Ji Renhai called 2 soldiers and handed Xiao Yuan to one of them, instructing them to take her out. Xiao Yuan refused, wanting to go with Ji Renhai to find her parents. Ji Renhai, of course, refused, believing that they would encounter a new type of mutant, and taking Xiao Yuan with him would only make her a burden. Ji Renhai repeatedly assured Xiao Yuan that he would save her parents, and after some persuasion, Xiao Yuan reluctantly agreed to leave with the soldiers. The way back was clear of mutants, so 2 people were enough. After Xiao Yuan left, Ji Renhai stood in front, looking at the group. Then he said sternly, "Remember, Our mission this time is primarily to gather intelligence and rescue survivors. You must be careful and not act alone. Do you understand? Got it, Ji Renhai responded, and everyone responded in unison, gripping their rifles tighter. The remaining 24 people continued to move forward, following Xiao Yuan's instructions. Due to the power outage, the light became dimmer as they advanced. Fortunately, everyone had powerful flashlights, and Ye Feng offered to share the spare ones. With the bright light of the powerful flashlights, they continued moving. The number of mutants had noticeably decreased, so much so that they could walk the entire street without encountering a single one. Previously, they encountered a mutant every 100 steps, often in large groups, and now, not a single mutant was visible. This contrast puzzled everyone. Ye Feng, who was walking in the front row, asked Ji Renhai, "Will the number of normal mutants decrease where new ones appeared?" He was like a territorial beast, not letting anyone get close. Ji Renhai shook his head. Not necessarily. Our investigation has shown that in some areas, new mutants, when there are no other living people nearby, eat their comrades. Catch? Ye Feng looked at Ji Renhai in surprise, unable to believe his words. That's right, Ji Renhai nodded. In fact, although ordinary mutants live, not for long, they often devour their own kind when there are no living people around, which accelerates the death rate of mutants. This was good news for humanity, since it significantly reduced the energy costs of fighting mutants. However, everyone was still uneasy. They were opposed. Monsters that could even devour their own comrades, and if they weren't careful, they could become like them. They chose death over that scenario. So there were times when these new mutants wouldn't attack their own kind, right? No one could answer Ye Feng, since they had a very little information about the new mutants. Looking at the corpse of a mutant lying on the side of the road with half its face gnawed off, Ye Feng was in deep thought. Although everyone now knew that the appearance of mutants was closely related to the nuclear waste dumping in Sakura country, Ye Feng felt that if it was only, there wouldn't have been such a stir if it hadn't been for this dump. There must have been other factors, but no one suspected them. Look at that building up ahead. Ye Feng was deep in thought about mutants when a bodyguard standing nearby suddenly shouted in alarm, startling him. It wasn't because Ye was timid, Feng, but in such a pitch-black darkness, coupled with the terrifying atmosphere, the bodyguard's hoarse exclamation would have scared anyone. Everyone except Ye Feng was no exception, and they were all ready to take action. Using powerful flashlights, they looked in the direction the bodyguard pointed and found a large supermarket called Life Fu. The entrance was closed and they could not see what was inside. Above it towered a 7-story apartment building. They searched the area with powerful flashlights, but did not find any mutants, and finally calmed down. Are you looking for death? You are so scared. Ji Wenbin, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, cursed angrily. The bodyguard scratched his head awkwardly, then explained, I just saw a light coming from the supermarket window. Light? Everyone looked puzzled. Li Wen and Ma Shan, you two, check the situation. Be careful. The rest of you, be on guard. Take cover. Ji Renhai made a decisive decision. The two soldiers, with rifles in one hand and powerful flashlights in the other, moved forward cautiously. They peered into the few windows of the supermarket, shining powerful flashlights, and then quickly returned, their faces lit up with surprise. Captain G, we found survivors inside the supermarket. Quite a lot. People? Ji Renhai was overjoyed. After all, the mission wasn't just about finding and destroying mutants, but also rescuing as many survivors as possible. He silently prayed that Xiao Yuan's parents would be among them, as he had promised. Most were relieved to know that there was someone inside. Ji Wenbin quickly walked up to Ji Renhai and whispered, Uncle, should we go and save them now, or go back and call for reinforcements? They hadn't discovered the new mutants yet and could be watching them from the shadows. If they acted recklessly, no one knew what would happen next. Ji Renhai thought for a moment, his face darkening before replying, Let's go in and see what's going on. Since there are people here, It's safe for now. First, we are trying to gather information about the new mutant, and second, to prevent further trouble. Ji Renhai's fears were justified. It was becoming more dangerous with each minute that these people stayed inside. Rather than leaving people to die, it was better to try. Having reached a consensus, they approached the supermarket door, hoping that the people inside would open it. But after a long ring, no one answered. Seeing no result, Ji Renhai decisively ordered to break down the door. In order not to attract the new mutant with loud noises, they acted extremely carefully. With great difficulty, they finally managed to open the shutters, creating a meter-long gap. Leaving 10 soldiers to guard the entrance, Ji Renhai led the rest into the supermarket. Upon entering, the survivors did not greet what they saw with joy, as everyone expected. Instead, they hid behind the shelves one by one, looking very scared. Under the bright light of the flashlight, Ye Feng keenly noticed their eyes glittering as if they were calculating something. One of the soldiers stepped forward and said, "We are here to save everyone. Is there anyone we can talk to?" Seeing no answer, the soldier raised his voice again, echoing throughout the supermarket. There was no answer, only to make them hide even more tightly. The survivors avoided them as if they were mutants. This angered the soldier, and just when he was about to approach someone to ask, Ye Feng suddenly grabbed his arm. The soldier looked at Ye Feng in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Ye Feng didn't explain. He frowned, thought for a moment, and then hesitantly shouted, "We just rescued a girl named Xiao Yuan. May I ask who her parents are?" "Me! Me!" A woman shouted excitedly from behind the supermarket shelves and stumbled out. She was a disheveled woman with disheveled hair and a haggard face, as if she was constantly under stress. The woman excitedly approached the crowd. Unaware of who had just interrogated her, she cautiously addressed the soldier in the front row. "Comrade, I am Xiao Yuan's mother. How is my daughter? Is she okay? Is she injured?" "Don't worry, she's okay. We've already sent someone to rescue her," Ji Renhai replied. The woman quickly glanced at Ji Renhai, folding her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. My daughter is fine. Otherwise, as a mother, I would never forgive myself." She couldn't help but choke as she said these words. Ye Feng and the others were also touched by the woman's emotions, a trace of sympathy flashing across their faces. But now was not the time for sentimentality. Ji Renhai suppressed his emotions and continued, "What's going on with you? Why are you hiding here? Why don't you want to leave with us?" The woman was about to explain when suddenly several people appeared from the shadows. Upon seeing them, her expression changed slightly and she instinctively lowered her head. As for Ji Renhai's question, she also chose to evade the answer by feigning ignorance. The bald man in front of them had a nasty scar on his left cheek and a green dragon tattoo on his neck. Judging from the looks of it, he was probably the leader. "We're all locked in here because no one can get out. Otherwise, this guy won't let us go," asked the bald man. "What do you mean?" asked Ji Renhai, frowning. "Ha ha ha," grinned the bald man. "What could this mean?" "That's exactly it." He straightened his black collar and introduced himself. "My name is Yang Jian. I am considered an influential person here. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly." Although the bald man said this, he gave off such a rebellious air that it made everyone uneasy. Ye Feng looked at the three men next to Yang Jian. They all had sinister eyes and fierce expressions. It was clear that they were not easy to deal with, and they were full of hostility towards outsiders like Ye Feng. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "The others seem to be afraid of you?" Yang Jian did not try to hide his feelings, but answered directly, "It is completely normal. We have been locked up here for almost 10 days. Every day we run out of supplies, and quarrels arise from time to time. Someone must take the initiative and lead the charge to save everyone." At this moment, Yang Jian suddenly chuckled, and then continued, "And such people are usually more aggressive. Do you understand what I mean?" Although Yang Jian's behavior was repulsive, there was some truth to what he said. 10 days? Ye Feng thought about it. The apocalypse had only happened a few days ago, and even the mutants were still the same. However, Yang Jian claimed that they had been trapped for almost 10 days. Apparently, mutants had existed for a long time, but their exposure had been delayed until recently. The government had undoubtedly suppressed all information. The government's actions were understandable, but keeping the news secret would only have made the disaster worse. Although the truth was no longer hidden, the government fortunately took a series of defensive measures such as declaring citywide martial law, opening underground cities, and establishing official shelters, thus closing the loophole in time. You said all this. Aren't you just trying to show that you're the boss here? Song Han sneered. Yang Jian turned to Song Han. Song Han did not deny it, but kindly admitted it. Ha ha ha, you could say that. Song Han was speechless, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, Li Wen pointed to the empty shelves and angrily exclaimed, "This is a supermarket. There's more than enough food here to keep you guys alive until rescue arrives, but these shelves are empty. You must have hidden the food and are forcing others to. Otherwise, why are they so afraid of you?" The other soldiers and bodyguards accompanying him also looked at Yang Jian with anger. They didn't expect that someone would act like a local tyrant for their own selfish desires at a time like this. Yang Jian shrugged and casually replied, "If I don't, I will control the supply, others will do it. Someone will definitely intervene. And if no one intervenes, there will be fights over the supplies. Everyone wants to survive. I am simply doing the right thing at the right time. What is wrong with that?" Yang Jian asked, his gaze involuntarily sliding to the muzzles of the rifles in their hands. Standing in front of the armed crowd, Yang Jian remained indifferent, which made Ye Feng wonder about his confidence. At this moment, Ji Renhai spoke up. "You are right, but we are here to rescue the survivors trapped. He turned to the soldiers next to him and ordered, "Mashan, write down the coordinates and report the situation to those outside, asking for support. The mission is to rescue all survivors." "All right, Commander Ji." Mashan obeyed, taking out a satellite phone and preparing to make a call. Seeing this, Yang Jian smiled again. "I advise you not to do this. This guy does not let too many people in. It will only anger him, and then none of us will survive. You were talking about this guy. Who is he?" "A new mutant?" Ji Renhai asked with some impatience. If he hadn't been afraid of attracting the enemy's attention, he would have ordered his arrest long ago. Few people in Haiyun City dared to play tag with him. Yang Jian still looked indifferent. He snorted and said, "A new mutant? So that's what you military guys call him? But I think mutant would be more appropriate." This time, Yang Jian didn't want to add to the tension. He touched his chin as if he were thinking about something and continued, "Well, this guy is really fast. Everyone around here was killed by a new mutant that you are familiar with. We can stay here forever without any problems. And this is because the mutant did not intend to attack us. But please believe me, if we dare to do something, this guy will definitely take action immediately." This is not the first time. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically when they heard this, and they became wary. "Captain Ji, are you still calling?" Ma Shan hesitated. He didn't know if Yang Jian's words were true, but he didn't dare to risk this one in 10,000 chance. The others present were also shocked by Yang Jian's words, their expressions becoming a little unnatural. However, in this place shrouded in strangeness, it was hard not to. "I'm afraid. I told you, you're so evasive that it seems you can't be trusted very much." Ye Feng sneered, handing Song Han his tang sword and taking out the pistol from his waist. Then, walking straight up to Yang Jian, he pressed the pistol to his chest and sneered disdainfully. "Why do I always—" "I feel like you're a traitor. I'll give you a chance. Either I kill you now, or you better tell me everything honestly and don't keep it to yourself. Otherwise—" Ye Feng's words, although unfinished, left a lasting impression, especially his piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything. Ye Feng's actions also shocked everyone present. They didn't expect Ye Feng to be so reckless, resorting to a knife and shooting over a disagreement. "Ye Feng, what are you doing?" Ji Renhai, the squad's supreme commander, stepped in to stop Ye Feng. As the commander, he was responsible for protecting everyone. Now that Yang Jian had revealed a shocking secret, he naturally wasn't going to just watch Yang Jian die at Ye Feng's hands without looking into it first. Even after Ji Renhai's words, Ye Feng didn't stop right away. Yang Jian had long guessed that Ji Renhai was the leader of this group, and now that Ji Renhai spoke, he was naturally not so scared. What? You don't even listen to your superiors? Or do you want to leave? At this moment, Yang Jian dared to challenge Ye Feng. Ye Feng sneered disdainfully, his lips slightly curled into a sinister smile. The next moment, he raised his right hand holding a gun and forcefully slammed it into Yang Jian's face. Bang! The huge, sturdy Yang Jian fell to the ground with a dull thud. You. The three men in front of him glared at Ye Feng, but finally, after looking at the gun he was holding, they suppressed their urge to attack. Ye Feng shot them a piercing glance, and they instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Ji Renhai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Ye Feng was only teaching Yang Jian a lesson and not taking any serious action. It wasn't that they cared about Yang Jian's life, but that his death might cause unrest and draw out the mutants, hiding in the shadows. The knocked-down Yang Jian suddenly looked up at Ye Feng. His left cheekbone was stained with blood and torn. It was clear that Ye Feng showed no mercy. However, Yang Jian showed no fear. Instead, he threatened fiercely. Kid, if you have the courage, kill me today. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. These words scared Ji Renhai and the others. Are you looking for death? You even dared to offend Ye Feng, the god of death. They thought to themselves, after just seeing Ye Feng easily deal with the mutant, and were now afraid that if Ye Feng got angry, he would kill Yang Jian. This would further escalate the situation. Ye Feng, calm down. Yang Jian can't die yet. Ji Renhai pleaded again, but this time his tone was much softer. Yang Jian felt even bolder at Ji Renhai's repeated words. He braced himself on the ground, preparing to rise, when Ye Feng sent Yang Jian flying backwards with a powerful kick, knocking over several shelves before coming to a stop. Everyone present was horrified by what they saw, especially the three muscular Yang Jian's henchmen, who quickly retreated, fearing that Ye Feng would send them away as well. Even after sending Yang Jian flying, Ye Feng continued to attack, heading towards Yang Jian, who was lying on the shelves. Each step he took made a sharp sound, and coupled with the strange atmosphere around him, the hair on the people stood on end. When the people on both sides saw Ye Feng approaching, they also hurriedly moved aside to give him space. Ji Renhai behind him wanted to warn him again, but was stopped by Ji Wenbin. Ji Wenbin shook his head, indicating that Ji Renhai was okay, and quietly explained, "Don't worry, uncle, he knows his limits." After spending so much time around Ye Feng, Ji Wenbin knew that Ye Feng was a person who would always consider the situation and would not do anything reckless. You, stay away. Yang Jian's eyes widened in horror. Although his injuries were not serious, he was stuck in the shelf and could not get out. Ye Feng walked up to Yang Jian, skillfully loaded the gun, and pointed it at his forehead again. This time, Yang Jian was no longer fearless. He trembled uncontrollably, his face twisted in terror. Facing death, he had completely given in to fear. "What did you just say? Do you have the guts to kill me today?" Ye Feng asked, frowning in confusion. No, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." "Don't take it seriously," Yang Jian replied in horror. A joke. How could he say yes now? Unless he was truly fed up with life. Really? Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you were desperately waiting for the end of the world and wanted to use me for anti-revival. Ye Feng said innocently, and his words stunned Yang Jian so much that he almost choked on his blood and died on the spot. Who the hell would want to commit suicide? I'm only in my early 30s. I haven't lived long enough. I could have lived another 500 years. Of course, Yang Jian only dared to say this to himself. He didn't dare to say it to Ye Feng's face. He could tell from Ye Feng's eyes that he would kill him. After teaching Yang Jian a lesson, Ye Feng stopped bothering him and didn't ask him for answers. He wasn't sure whether it was true or not. Rather than trying to extract false information, it's better not to ask anything. False information could potentially lead to someone else's death. Ye Feng returned to Song Han, unloaded the gun, secured it before handing it back to him and taking his tang sword. After accepting the gun, Song Han secretly gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. In truth, Song Han had long disliked Yang Jian. If he hadn't been lacking in strength, he would have attacked him long ago. Ji Renhai did not pursue Ye Feng, firstly because Ye Feng was not his subordinate, and secondly because Yang Jian was alive. The others looked at Ye Feng with some admiration because he had done what they had always wanted. After Ye Feng left, the three younger brothers rushed to help Yang Jian. Just now, Ye Feng's kick had broken several of his ribs, but in this situation, he could only endure the pain. At this moment, the soldiers at supermarket suddenly rushed inside, everyone in a panic, as if they had encountered something terrible. As the last soldier entered, they hurriedly slammed the shutters. What was going on? Ji Renhai asked. The first soldier to break free was still a little panicked, but he quickly straightened up and replied, "Captain Ji, we just saw a dark figure outside. It moved incredibly fast. We couldn't see it with the naked eye. A dark figure." Could this be the mutant that Yang Jian was talking about? Ji Renhai's eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became serious. Now that the mutants were probably outside and they couldn't call for help, they were trapped like everyone else. Suddenly, a sound came from behind the shutters. A terrible sound. It was piercing, like a lump of phlegm stuck in the throat. The sound came so close to Ji Renhai and his men, and was so sudden that they were terribly frightened. Their heads moved, and their hair stood on end. Without wasting time, they hurried back into the supermarket, trying to get as far away from the roller shutters as possible. The survivors inside quickly hid too, their movements seeming masterfully executed. "Turn off the lights," Ji Renhai hurriedly ordered. Everyone obeyed without hesitation, and in an instant the huge supermarket was plunged into complete darkness again, the atmosphere suddenly becoming ominous. Uncle, is that creature outside really a mutant?" Ji Wenbin, who was standing next to Ji Renhai, asked worriedly. His face turned pale and his voice trembled slightly. "It must be that guy, because a normal mutant wouldn't move so fast, let alone make such strange sounds." After Ji Renhai confirmed, the others present felt a chill run down their spines. Chill? They didn't even dare to breathe. Ye Feng gripped his tang sword tightly. Even the fearless man was now a little nervous. When faced with the unknown, people often become even more wary. The mutant seemed to not want to embarrass anyone. He slammed the shutter twice and quickly disappeared. Although the footsteps were moving away, no one dared to come and see what was going on. Half an hour passed before someone bravely stepped forward. It was a soldier about 1.8 meters tall. Ye Feng remembered his name, something like Li Wen. When Li Wen reached the door, he did not dare to turn on the flashlight, so the light was dim. He could barely see the surroundings in the moonlight from the window. On the heavy shutter, 3 meters above the ground, there were 2 dents the size of shells. Could the mutant really be taller than 2 meters? Li Wen couldn't believe it. Unless the mutant was tall in life, becoming a mutant would change his size and height. The previous intelligence had been inaccurate, but now it seemed quite reliable. "Don't worry, this guy won't get in," Yang Jian said, slowly approaching, supported by his younger brother. The ignorant crowd was slightly stunned. "Why are you so sure?" Ji Renhai asked doubtfully. "Because I've been here for 10 days, and he hasn't come even once," Yang Jian explained. "That's right. That's why we stayed here and refused to leave." The survivor hiding in the shadows added boldly. Ji Renhai was a little surprised. He looked at the man speaking from behind the shelves in the distance and asked, "Then do you know why he doesn't dare to come in?" The man shook his head. "In any case, I won't leave here until I make sure he's completely dead." "Yeah, and we are too." The other survivors quickly followed suit, stating their position. Seeing that the others agreed, Ji Renhai's frown deepened. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster could to turn once living people into such a state, forcing them to prefer to stay and die than to leave with the soldiers. Yang Jian spread his hands. Are you sure I didn't force them to stay? Ji Renhai glanced at him and didn't answer. Yang Jian didn't care. He continued to talk to himself. Even though your people beat me up, I am a magnanimous person and won't quarrel with a young man. You stay here and have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow you can leave or stay as you please. After that, Yang Jian turned around and walked to the supermarket with his younger brother. Watching Yang Jian walk away, Ye Feng realized that things were definitely not as simple as he had promised. Those who had to stay had no choice but to how to stay overnight and wait until the next day to think about further plans. 20 people sat in a circle, and the remaining 4 stood guard. The rest of the soldiers were relieved every 3 hours. Ye Feng, Ji Renhai, and Ji Wenbin sat cross-legged in the center of the group. Although it was almost midnight, no one felt like sleeping. Captain Ji, what do you think of Yang Jiang? Ye Feng asked quietly. Ji Renhai did not answer immediately, but frowned thoughtfully. After a moment, he slowly said, "Half of his story is unbelievable, and I have a feeling that he is deliberately hiding something. Even you think so my guess is correct." Ye Feng smiled. Yes? Ji Renhai looked at Ye Feng with some surprise and asked curiously, "Found anything special?" "Yes, Brother Feng, don't keep me in suspense." Ji Wenbin also came over and intervened. Song Han and the others pricked up their ears, listening to Ye Feng's guess with interest. "Didn't you notice anything strange about Yang Jian's last words?" Ye Feng asked. Ji Wenbin frowned slightly. "Nothing strange." Ye Feng shook his head. "Of course I hit him, but he kindly reminded us of it and even gave us a plan of action. It's completely normal. Didn't you just hit him? He must have been scared and wanted to please us. That's why he did it," Ji Wenbin explained. "Heh." Ye Feng chuckled and asked, "If you were him and you were being humiliated and bullied in front of your own subordinates, what would you do?" "Of course, I would order someone to beat him to death." Ji Wenbin swung his fist in indignation, ready to fight. Whether Ji Wenbin's voice was too loud or his behavior was too extreme, but after Ji Renhai shot him an angry look, he finally calmed down a little. This also brought a bitter smile to Ji Wenbin's face, Ye Feng's face. After that, Ye Feng continued to ask, "What if you need something from this person? For example, can he pull you out of here?" Hearing this, Ji Wenbin did not answer directly like just now, but frowned and thought, "If I were stuck in this hole, I would definitely beg him to pull me out. After all, what's the point of losing a little dignity for the sake of life?" Ji Wenbin said, and suddenly an unpleasant memory came over him, and his gaze changed strangely as he looked at Ye Feng. Ji Renhai also noticed this subtle movement, but did not ask questions. But Yang Jian had no intention of leaving with us, and even forbade us from inviting him to help. There's so much going on here. At this moment, Ye Feng's lips curled up into a slight smile, like a sly fox. Ji Renhai nodded. Ye Feng was right. If they were afraid of death, they shouldn't stay here. The food would run out sooner or later. Rather than stay and die, why not leave with the army? So there is at least a glimmer of hope. Then what is his purpose? Ji Wenbin was confused. Ye Feng glanced at the back of the supermarket where Yang Jian was standing and said, "He must be trying to make us relax." "Relax? Why? Is he planning to attack us in the middle of the night?" Song Han was also confused. Ye Feng looked at Song Han and Ji Wenbin with annoyance and asked, "Are you brainless today?" The two were speechless, not knowing what to say. "Something will happen tonight. Everyone be on guard. Add 4 more people to the night watch," Ji Renhai ordered decisively. While the others had not yet realized the reason for the fall, the seriousness of the incident was obvious from Ji Renhai's serious expression. Time passed, and shortly after 1 o'clock in the morning, a frail figure quietly approached the group. Noticing the guards, she quickly whispered, "It's me, Xiao Yuan's mother." After learning that it wasn't a mutant, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Renhai had given strict orders earlier requiring extra precautions, so they didn't dare let their guard down for a second. After all, a human can't maintain a concentration. He could die at any moment. And what does it matter to you? The soldier asked quietly as he approached. The woman pointed to Ye Feng, who was sitting in the front row, and explained, "I need to tell this young man urgently." The soldier looked at Ye Feng curiously, nodded, and let the woman pass. As she approached, the woman accidentally made a sound, startling several people, including Ye Feng and Ji Renhai. Fortunately, they were all brave enough and weren't afraid. "Sister, how can I help you?" Ye Feng stood up and walked towards her. Despite the dim light, Ye Feng could see much more clearly than others, one of the benefits of genetic modification. When he approached the woman, she hurriedly grabbed his hand and asked in a panic, "Can I leave with you tomorrow?" Ye Feng expected that she would come like this, late at night to confide in him a secret, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He smiled and reassured her. "Sister, don't worry. Even if you don't come to us, we'll take you with us." They were here partly because of Xiao Yuan, so naturally they couldn't leave her mother here to die. "Thank you, thank you." The woman nodded quickly, tears silently spilling from her eyes. Ye Feng led the woman to the center of the group. They were leaving together tomorrow anyway, so staying was a good way to avoid further complications. Song Han moved a seat for her. After they sat down, she hurriedly asked, "So, what time are you leaving tomorrow?" Ye Feng couldn't answer that question. The woman followed Ye's gaze. Feng looked at Ji Renhai. "Around noon, if everything goes according to plan," Ji Renhai answered quietly. "No, it's too late," the woman answered sharply. The others looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Ye Feng didn't understand what she meant either. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that she wanted to see her daughter, Xiao Yuan, as soon as possible. The woman realized that she had lost her composure. She wiped away her tears and apologized. "I'm sorry, I scared you." "It's okay, we understand." Ye Feng smiled. After the woman calmed down, she slowly explained, "This is hell. You shouldn't have come." "Hell? Why do you say that?" Ji Wenbin looked puzzled. Not believing in ghosts and gods, he naturally did not believe in such a thing. The others shared the same expression. "That's because you haven't seen a monster devour a living person right before your eyes." The woman bit her lip, her face contorted in pain, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if she were remembered something bad. Everyone was slightly stunned. Their pupils involuntarily narrowed. They really hadn't seen mutants devouring people with their own eyes, and they couldn't imagine it. But it couldn't be denied that no one could accept such a sight. Looking at the suffering, the woman's expression, Ye Feng seemed to remember something. Wait, she came here to look for Xiao Yuan's father, but she still hasn't seen him. Was he the one eaten by the monster? Thinking about this, Ye Feng became even more determined to rescue the woman. Xiao Yuan may have lost her father, and she can't lose her mother again. Ye Feng has been an orphan since childhood and understands the pain of being without family. Then, how did you escape? Ji Renhai asked the key question. Since the monster appeared in front of the woman, there is no reason to let her go. The woman shook her head and said, sobbing, "I don't know. I was ready to die, but the monster didn't eat me. After he left, I was saved by Yang Jian in the supermarket." "This Yang Jian can save people?" Song Han couldn't believe his eyes. "Even though he saved me, he wouldn't let me go. He also said that if I left, the monster would eat me, and that would bring everyone else down with me." I wanted to convince the others to leave together, but they refused. They even said that anyone who dared to leave would be eaten by the monster. Dozens of people have already been eaten by monsters just for trying to leave. Damn, is it really that weird? Ji Wenbin felt goosebumps running all over his body. The others were no better, their heads itching and their hair standing on end. "That's why I want you to leave quickly. Otherwise, we won't have a chance if that monster shows up," the woman said anxiously. "Don't worry, we're all here, And we're all armed. That monster won't dare attack yet. Song Han consoled her. However, Song Han himself was not sure. He had neither kung fu skills nor marksmanship, and if the monster appeared, it would simply grab Ye Feng's hips and call him daddy a couple of times to prevent him from getting hurt. Ji Renhai frowned. Do you still remember what this one looks like? Monster? Seeing Ji Renhai's question, the others perked up. From the evidence available, the mutants come in different forms, meaning each one is likely different from the others. This is most likely due to their deformities. If they could get information about the mutants from the woman, it might help them in their fight against them. The woman frowned, thoughtfully, and after a moment answered, I remember that he was very tall when he stood, almost 2 meters tall, but he was a little hunched over and preferred to bend over. His face was also a little deformed, which made it difficult to see his features. And most importantly, he could extend his tongue. An extendable tongue? What the hell? Everyone was a little surprised, as this didn't look like the mutant their authorities had caught. It would not be an exaggeration to call them two different species. The woman looked at Ji Renhai with some concern. Comrade, I really didn't lie to you. That monster is still hiding somewhere. We'd better leave early tomorrow. Otherwise, the woman did not finish, but everyone guessed what she meant. Ji Renhai nodded. Well, don't worry. We'll get you out of here as soon as possible. The woman finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Ji Renhai's answer. Ye Feng, who was standing next to her, had been frowning ever since he learned that the mutant had let the woman go. He always felt that there was some kind of connection between Yang Jian and the mutant, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Sister, Ye Feng called softly. What happened? The woman asked. Is there a back door in this supermarket? A back door? Yes. What happened? The woman looked at Ye Feng in confusion, not understanding why he was asking. The others also looked at Ye Feng curiously. They realized that Ye Feng must have discovered something to ask. Ye Feng pointed to where Yang Jian was and asked, Is the back door over there? The woman turned around, looked, and nodded, clearly seeing the place. She asked curiously, How do you know? Ye Feng did not answer the woman's question, but continued, Which door did Yang Jian pull you out of? The back. What happened? The woman's tone was a little nervous. Damn. Ye Feng stood up abruptly, startling everyone, including Ji Renhai. Brother Feng, what did you find? Ji Wenbin stood up and hurriedly asked. However, Ye Feng ignored him. Instead, he looked at the woman next to him and asked again, Did you see Yang Jian when you came here just now? Although the woman didn't understand why Ye Feng asked, she knew from his worried expression that the situation was serious. Therefore, she didn't dare hesitate. The woman quickly recalled and then shook her head. If I remember correctly, I didn't see him. It was him. Ye Feng's gaze suddenly became sharp. What the hell is going on? Explain! Ji Wenbin scratched the back of his head worriedly. Ye Feng shook his head. I'm not 100% sure yet, but we'll know when we see it. What the hell? We'll know when we see it? Everyone was puzzled by Ye Feng's inexplicable words. Ye Feng didn't have time to explain. He pointed to the window to the left of the roller shutter and said, Someone help us open it. Everyone hesitated slightly, not understanding what was going on. In the end, Ji Renhai ordered Li Wen to open the window. Meanwhile, Ye Feng took out the X-1 Hummingbird drone from his backpack. Everyone was surprised to see Ye Feng pulled out a device the size of a mobile phone from his bag. Brother Feng, when did you manage to bring a portable battery with you? And your battery is so small, how many times can it be used? Ji Wenbin asked curiously. Charge your sister, it's a drone. Ye Feng looked at Ji Wenbin speechlessly. He realized that Ji Wenbin must have hit his head on the door, otherwise he wouldn't be so stupid. Huh? Is it really such a small drone? And it doesn't even have wings? How does it even fly? Ji Wenbin asked curiously, not noticing that Ye Feng's face had already darkened. Time was running out, and Ye Feng didn't have time to explain things to Ji Wenbin slowly, so he just pretended not to hear. He then took out the drone's control tablet and launched it. The four wings of the drone opened up on both sides. These retractable wings are a real invention, and even Ji Renhai was amazed when he saw them. Standing next to him, Ji Wenbin watched the scene with shining eyes, rubbing his hands excitedly like a chain smoker. Under Ye Feng's control, the drone quickly flew towards the window. His silent drone made almost no noise. Ye Feng sat down with his tablet, and the others surrounded him curiously, wanting to see what was going on outside. Ye Feng skillfully raised the drone high into the air so that it could capture the surroundings and help find Yang Jian. Despite the night, the drone had night vision and thermal imaging capabilities. Everyone was amazed when a clear image of the supermarket surroundings appeared on the tablet. This amazement was further enhanced when Ye Feng activated the thermal imaging function, and a lot of red, humanoid figures. The one who was most astonished was Ji Renhai, a soldier himself. It is well known that the military's technical level is far superior to that of civilians. Most of the technology we use today was developed by the government and the military. Simply put, the level of technology of the government and the military is an order of magnitude higher than that of ordinary people. But Ye Feng's drone is small and sleek, and its functions are so powerful that even the military may not be able to within his power. This made Ji Renhai interested in Ye Feng again. "I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful," Ji Wenbin exclaimed, his eyes shining even brighter. Ji Wenbin loves two things in life more than anything: beautiful women and high technology. So he naturally didn't miss this opportunity. "Brother Feng, can you sell me this drone?" Ji Wenbin asked with a smile. "No." Ye Feng replied decisively as he piloted the drone to search for Yang Jian's figure. But Ji Wenbin did not back down. He quickly added, "Don't worry, I will never do anything unfair to you." Ye Feng wanted to shut him up, but suddenly remembered that he had an automated factory that could produce drones like this endlessly. It was possible that he could give him one when the time came. After thinking about this, Ye Feng suddenly smiled. "This drone of mine is an exclusive model, the only one in the world. I'm afraid you can't afford it." Seeing Ye Feng's words, Ji Wenbin was upset. He patted his chest and said magnanimously, "There is nothing in this world that I, Ji Wenbin, cannot afford. Just tell me how much it costs. Forget about the money. I can give you the drone for free," Ye Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Wenbin almost jumped with delight. "Really?" Ji Wenbin asked hesitantly. Of course, Ye Feng nodded. Hearing this, Ji Wenbin immediately became excited. However, Ye Feng's next words made him feel despondent. "Keep working hard. If you want a drone, it all depends on your success in the future." Ye Feng ignored him. Ji Wenbin was speechless. Suddenly, Ye Feng's face froze and he excitedly exclaimed, "Found it," and straightened up. The others immediately turned their attention to the tablet in Ye Feng's hand. The screen showed the roof of the shopping mall next to the supermarket, but Yang Jian was not there, but underground. Under Ye Feng's control, the drone slowly descended from the sky. Thanks to the drone's thermal sensor function, it might not have been found. As Yang Jian hid in the underground garage of the shopping mall, the drone slowly approached. Ye Feng also tried to stay close to the ceiling to avoid detection. Following the heat sensor, Ye Feng finally located Yang Jian. Yang Jian was standing in the middle of the garage next to the hunched monster. The monster's appearance matched the woman's description. It was a mutant. Ye Feng saw Yang Jian opening his mouth to speak on the screen, so he activated the drone's microphone, and Yang Jian's voice finally rang out. "Sir, including this group, there are exactly 200 of us. You promised to let me go once it reached 500, right?" Yang Jian's voice trembled slightly, as if he was very scared. He spoke, hunched over, barely a head shorter than the hunched mutant. "Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you," the mutant muttered, shocking everyone. "A mutant can even talk. How is that possible?" Ji Wenbin's eyes widened in surprise. Ji Wenbin wasn't alone. Ye Feng and Ji Renhai also felt the same way. This intelligence completely surpassed the authorities' understanding of mutants. I never thought that Yang Jian would actually collude with them, helping them harm us. Harm! Song Han's face twisted in indignation, his fists involuntarily clenched. If Yang Jian were here, he would hit him without hesitation. This mutant must evolve by eating people. Ye Feng hit the nail on the head. Devour? Evolve? This? Everyone exclaimed in amazement, their hearts filled with shock and even more fear. They had encountered a monster that hunted humans. Ye Feng looked at Ji Renhai and said, "Perhaps he has gained a certain level of intelligence." Ji Renhai also guessed so. Mutant. Risked being surrounded and destroyed by capturing him to lure in more survivors. Without intelligence, he couldn't have done it. The regular mutants were a prime example. If that's true, was the squad that died in the old city also lured in by mutants, leading to their destruction? Li Wen suddenly asked in surprise. This squad was a well-armed special forces. A head-on collision with mutants would be hard to predict. But the fact that a squad of over 20 people survived without leaving a single survivor is truly thought-provoking. Write this data down and send it to headquarters. Ji Renhai ordered, and his adjutant Li Wen quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Yang Jian was still communicating with the mutants on the screen. "Master, the new soldiers are leaving tomorrow. Everything is as usual. I'll leave the back door open. After I wreak havoc, you can come in and deal with them." "Okay, as you say." Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened again. That damned Yang Jian is still trying to wreak havoc. Judging from his behavior, he must have done this more than once. Ji Wenbin cursed angrily. His voice grew louder and louder out of his intense excitement. This scream immediately woke up the other survivors in the supermarket. They thought that mutants had come, and many of them quickly rose from the ground and involuntarily ran towards the army's positions. If one person took the initiative, another, and then a third. Suddenly, all the survivors in the supermarket rushed towards Ye Feng, surrounding him. It was at this moment that everyone realized that there were actually 40 or 50 survivors. Everyone, rest assured, the mutants have not arrived yet. In order to prevent panic, the soldiers rushed to suppress the situation. Ye Feng was not, is inclined to pay attention to others. He piloted the drone, slowly approaching the mutants. When the drone was 20 meters away, Ye Feng decisively activated the attack mode and opened a barrage of bullets. Ji Wenbin, who was annoyed by the noisy survivors, was so excited when he saw that the drone could actually shoot. He nearly jumped up and down in delight, exclaiming that if he had this thing, he wouldn't have to worry about showing off in front of Zhao Meng. After the drone attack, the mutant went berserk. He roared at Yang Jian, clearly taking the drone's appearance as a betrayal. However, before Yang Jian could explain anything, the mutant beat him to death. Blood and flesh splattered onto the ground, creating a horrifying scene. Everyone who watched this scene turned slightly pale and shuddered slightly. It was not Yang Jian's death that they mourned, but rather the fear of the mutant's power. It could kill a grown man with one blow. Not even Ye Feng could do that. After killing Yang Jian, the mutant turned to the drone. It suddenly opened its deformed mouth, its tongue darting towards him like a lizard, so fast that Ye Feng had no time to dodge. Just as Ji Wenbin was grieving the drone's imminent demise, another remarkable moment unfolded. The drone circled in the air, effortlessly dodging the attack. "Mutant, how is this possible?" Everyone gasped in confusion. At this moment, the control on the screen automatically switched to automatic mode. In contrast to the shock of the others, Ji Wenbin's face was full of excitement and determination to get Ye Feng's drone. The mutant's first attack failed, so he attacked again. Drone, in automatic mode of course, did not sit still. He dodged and continued to shoot at the mutant, aiming at his vulnerable spots, such as the eyes and mouth. The mutant did not stand still, like an easy target for the drone. Instead, he dodged and looked for an opening to attack. Although the drone's ammo wasn't enough to kill the mutant, it could still cause damage. However, the 50 rounds were quickly exhausted. The drone flew out of the mall without stopping, and the mutants immediately caught up with it. It was over. "He's coming here!" Song Han shouted anxiously, pointing at the screen. His voice involuntarily rose, and his excitement was heard by the others. "Who's coming here?" "Is it that monster?" one of the survivors asked in fear. His question immediately frightened the others, and they immediately called out the army for protection. "Everyone, be quiet! Quiet!" Ji Renhai leaned over, calling for calm. With the help of a powerful flashlight, the survivors finally saw that it was Ji Renhai. Knowing that he was the leader of the group, everyone responded in a whisper. When the survivors fell silent, Ji Renhai continued. "Please rest assured, our mission this time is to take out you from here. Please trust us." Ji Renhai's words were sincere, without a trace of flattery, but the survivors still did not appreciate them. "Go and kill these monsters, and I will trust you. Otherwise, who knows whether you will desert?" A man standing in the group shouted. Ye Feng looked in the direction of the voice, his eyebrows involuntarily raising slightly. Ye Feng recognized the man. It was one of Yang Jian's subordinates. "That's right, you eat and use everything at the expense of our taxpayers. Now is the time to repay the motherland and the people." Another of Yang Jian's subordinates picked up. Along with them and the two others who led the charge, the remaining survivors joined in the shouting, demanding that the army march out to meet the enemy. For a moment, the entire supermarket was filled with the noise of bickering, and no matter how hard the soldiers tried to dissuade them, it was useless. "Captain Ji, what should we do?" Adjutant Li Wen asked anxiously. It was pitch dark outside, and no one knew the situation. Going out to fight the enemy at a time like this would only mean death. However, staying would still mean death, because the mutants would break into the supermarket and devour them all one by one. Ji Renhai, who had experienced so many ups and downs over the years, was also a little hesitant. He looked at Yefeng, who was standing next to him, and asked seriously, "Yefeng, do you have any ideas?" Yefeng shook his head seriously. "Now, all we have to do is find a way to go out and kill the mutants, otherwise we will all die." "What? Mutants?" Li Wen exclaimed. It was already incredibly difficult to deal with one mutant, and then there were mutants, which undoubtedly made things worse. Ye Feng waved his drone twice. "I just tried to distract the mutant with my drone, but it's clearly intelligent." Not only did he not sway, but he also rushed towards us, attracting a whole flock of mutants. "Damn it!" Li Wen cursed to himself, "but there is still a chance to survive." Ye Feng suddenly smiled mysteriously. Ji Renhai shuddered slightly. His first reaction was that Ye Feng was joking. After all, in addition to the mutants, there was also a whole swarm of mutants waiting for them. It would be extremely difficult to deal with one alone, and one mistake could lead to death. For them, this level of difficulty meant a complete lack of chance of survival. Nevertheless, he asked curiously, "What, you mean?" Yefeng took out a wearable drone device and attached it to his left hand, explaining, "I'll hold off this mutant, and you deal with the rest. Once you eliminate them all, the rest will be easy." Easy? Many were puzzled by Ye Feng's words, wondering how a mutant who could kill an adult with one blow could be dealt with so easily. Seeing Ye Feng's ease, Li Wen couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you can hold off this creature alone?" It's no wonder Li Wen was skeptical. He'd just seen the mutant attack and how fast it had darted through the drone. This mutant was far more powerful than the one the authorities had captured. Remember, their initial attempts to capture this mutant involved hundreds of people and enough weapons to fill a room. In the end, they only managed to capture him alive, even at the cost of 5 victims. The current mutant was much stronger than the previous one. Even if the army sent another regiment, he wasn't sure. "How about you come with me?" Ye Feng asked with a smile. Forget it." Li Wen quickly stopped. "Are you kidding? If he goes alone, he'll just become cannon fodder. Besides, he's still so young, unmarried and childless. He doesn't want to die so early." "What if I send you some people to help you?" Ji Renhai asked worriedly. He had seen the mutant's strength. If Ye Feng had to deal with this alone, he would be out of his element. However, Ye Feng shook his head and rejected Ji Renhai's kindness. If I take them along, it will only expose me. Then the losses will outweigh the gains. The soldiers next to him couldn't help but pout upon hearing this. Although Ye Feng was telling the truth, they were still a little dissatisfied in their hearts. Versailles plus 10. Versailles plus 10 plus... How could it be so Versailles? Ye Feng was speechless, feeling that he was telling the truth, but adding Versailles points was also not bad. In fact, Ye Feng was not too arrogant. He dared to face the mutants alone because he learned of their overall strength from the drones. Although the mutants seemed strong, in Ye Feng's eyes, they were still a little slower. If he took this seriously, he was 100% sure that he could dodge their attacks. As for his inability to dodge the drone earlier, it was because of his own carelessness, and he didn't expect mutant tongues to be so long. Then do as you say, Ji Renhai replied, and immediately ordered the other soldiers to gather. Although he had some doubts about Ye Feng, he had no better plan now, and time was running out. After finishing his preparations, Ye Feng declined the offer to join the group, deciding to continue on his own. At this moment, Song Han came over and asked with some concern, Ye Feng, are you sure you want to go alone? Don't worry, I know what to do. Ye Feng patted Song Han's hand and reminded him seriously, make sure you're with a large group. Perhaps feeling too serious, Ye Feng added with a smile, don't let your victory cause you to be eaten by mutants. If that happens, I'll have to take care of your girlfriend. Go to hell. Even if you die, I won't die. Song Han cursed with a smile. Ji Wenbin also came over, smiling playfully. Brother Feng, don't die, or I'll lose my drone. Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Don't worry, Dad is not an ordinary person. Okay. Wait until you come back alive, then we'll talk. Ji Wenbin waved his hand, signaling Ye Feng to leave. Ye Feng refused. He raised his head and shouted, if I come back alive, do you dare to call me Daddy again? If you dare, then I dare. Ji Wenbin replied angrily. Fine, I'll call you Daddy. And they exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, Ji Renhai, who was standing opposite, frowned. He couldn't help but be speechless. Did today's youth really like being called Daddy by their friends? He also decided that if he returned alive, he would definitely tell his brother, Ji Wenbin's father, that Ji Wenbin had called someone else Daddy. After Ye Feng left, the other soldiers were almost ready. Ji Renhai looked at the huddled survivors and warned sternly, there are mutants. Everyone stay here. Wait for us to return. Remember, do not act alone. Okay, we get it. Those monsters are coming. Go out and deal with them. Yang Jian's younger brother, Liu San, urged impatiently. Yes, the shopping mall is not far from here. If you don't get out, those monsters will pounce on you. Yang Jian's younger brother, Ma Si, intervened. You talk a lot, don't you? If you have the courage, then... Ji Wenbin pointed at them with an angry expression, but Ji Renhai interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Now is not the time to worry about this. Ye Feng has already left. If we don't hurry, he will be involved. After Ji Renhai's reminder, Ji Wenbin calmed down considerably. Liu San and Ma Si thought that Ji Wenbin was scared, so they teased him a few more times. But this time, Ji Wenbin did not get angry and chose to ignore their words. Except for Ye Feng, the remaining 23 people opened the front door and cautiously walked toward the shopping mall the survivors pointed to. Shortly after the soldiers left, several gunshots were heard in the distance, startling everyone. The few survivors hurried to close the roller shutters. Since the axis, the roller shutter lock was broken by Ye Feng and others. They could easily open and close it without a key. At this moment, Ma Si and Liu San gathered together. Liu San, the leader, looked at the other survivors and asked, "Are you coming with us?" Everyone was stunned, looking at each other, wondering what they were up to. Then a woman in her 20s raised her hand and whispered, "They say there's a mutant threat outside, and you just heard gunshots. Let's stay and wait for them." "Danger?" "Ha ha ha." Liu San sneered. "How can you not know if they are using us as bait for monsters?" A woman was stunned by the question. She wanted to stand up for the soldiers. but for a moment she didn't know how to respond to them. Liu San didn't stop, continuing to exaggerate. Besides, you know how strong this monster is. I saw him dismember a man alive and then eat him whole. He covered his mouth with his hand as he said this, mimicking mutant cannibalism. His exaggeration scared the other survivors, and they made it clear that they were ready to leave together. But there were those who wanted to stay and wait for the return. Soldiers! Liu San pointed at these people and cursed them several times, saying that if they stayed, they would only be waiting for death. Ma Shi stepped forward and added, "These soldiers are definitely not the same as monsters. Otherwise, they would have come out to kill them long ago. So why are they waiting until now? And think again. Weren't they afraid of monsters before?" After Ma Shi's reminder, the other survivors nodded, confirming that it was indeed true. They fought for us, and here you are, talking bad about them. Isn't that bad? The old man of about 60 asked with annoyance. At first, he also had his own opinion about this group of soldiers, because their appearance made the monsters want to kill, which put him in danger. But now, they decided to face the monsters alone. The sensible old man finally let go of his thoughts, and so, when he heard Ma Shi scolding the soldier, he took his side. However, Ma Shi had no intention of slapping the old man. He sneered, "Isn't that right? Leaving you to be eaten by monsters, okay? Everyone else doesn't mind, only you talk too much. You bastard!" The old man was so angry that he could barely breathe. Luckily, the girl next to him caught him in time, preventing him from falling to the ground and dying. Okay, enough of his grumbling. If he wants to stay, let him stay. "We'll go alone," Liu San said impatiently, and the others followed suit, cursing at the old man and the girl. After a few more curses, Liu San finally led the group to the back door of the supermarket. Only the old man and the girl who had just stood up for the soldier remained. Under pressure, they finally decided to follow the group. This caused a lot of ridicule and bullying. West Lark Street, located north of the supermarket and shopping mall, was a lively place for Ye Feng after leaving the supermarket. He tried his best to lure the mutants there. Fortunately, the mutants smelled the drone through Ye Feng, and so they agreed to follow him. They were clearly more interested in harming Ye Feng than anyone else. No, they were more interested in devouring him, the man who dared to challenge them. Shi. Just as Ye Feng finished recharging the drone, a sudden sound came from behind him. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a blast of cold air behind him that made his scalp prickle and his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he quickly tilted his head to the left. Whoosh! A scarlet object flew past his ear so fast that his right ear rang for a moment. At the same time, the smell. Fish hit Ye Feng's nostrils, almost killing him. Ye Feng's sense of smell was heightened. Although not as sharp as a dog's, it was at least 10 times stronger than a normal human's. Imagine the smell of dead fish, 10 times stronger, filling your nostrils. What would you do? It's good that you didn't vomit right away. Ye Feng didn't have time to think, as the flying red meat stick suddenly spun back, trying to tie him up. Ye Feng didn't give him that chance. He kicked off with his feet and flew straight towards Marvel's Black Panther. As he slid to the ground, Ye Feng finally saw what had attacked him. That's right, it was a mutant. Ye Feng clearly remembered shaking it off just now, but it suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Unable to strike back, the mutant was in no hurry to attack again, so Ye Feng did not act rashly. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I do not move. If the enemy moves, I move. The mutant hunched over, pointed at Ye Feng, then at the wound on his face. His disfigured face became even more distorted as he suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. Bang! A huge crater, a meter in diameter and over half a meter deep, instantly exploded across the asphalt. Gravel and dirt flew everywhere. Although he didn't say anything, his message was clear. You hurt yourself, you'll pay for it. Looking at the half-human, half-ghost mutant, Ye Feng felt a little afraid. Not to mention his strength, his appearance alone was enough to make him feel sick for a while. The thing is, he didn't feel that way the moment he saw him through the drone. Seeing the mutant looking at him, Ye Feng felt that it would be awkward not to show respect. Therefore, he extended his right hand into a fist, and as soon as the mutant looked at him with bewilderment, he quickly stuck out his middle finger. Ouch! The mutant, as if provoked by something, angrily barked at Ye Feng. Even from 10 meters away, Ye Feng could clearly smell the stench of the stinking wind. Damn! Do you even understand this gesture? Ye Feng asked in shock, but he couldn't help but sigh to himself. This is truly a universally recognized gesture. Even mutants understand it. You insignificant human, I won't let you go, the mutant muttered. The mutant had not yet attacked, which made Ye Feng feel a little strange. Ye Feng still did not take the mutant's threat seriously. He was brave enough to come alone, so he had his reasons. He frowned slightly, fanned himself with his hand, and said with disgust, "Your breath stinks, but why do you stutter? Didn't your mother teach you to straighten your tongue before you spoke? You're looking for death," the mutant roared. However, Ye Feng remained unperturbed. Instead, he chuckled. "Wow, you speak pretty well this time. By the way, do you know English? Without it, it will be difficult for you to travel the world." This time, the mutant did not get angry, but only smiled maliciously. Ye Feng was not sure if he was actually smiling, but he noticed how the corners of his deformed mouth slightly raised. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. Running sound. Ye Feng frowned slightly and instinctively looked around. Countless mutants surrounded him, leaving no gaps. It seemed like they had been hiding for a long time. "I didn't expect you to set a trap for me." Ye Feng was surprised. He had assumed that mutants were smart enough to speak and think, but now it seemed he had underestimated their intelligence. Targeting Ye Feng was nothing new. The main thing was that he could control hundreds of mutants to ambush them, and he had even predicted Ye Feng's appearance. Some theorists wouldn't have guessed this. "You're strong, but today, even if you have wings, you can't escape," the mutant said proudly. "Ha ha," Ye Feng sneered, which stopped the mutant from attacking Ye Feng. "What are you laughing at?" the mutant asked darkly. Ye Feng didn't answer, but instead pointed upward. The mutant frowned slightly. He looked where Ye Feng was pointing and was shocked to see a drone in the sky. He then recalled his previous sneak attack on Ye Feng when he took the opportunity to launch his drone. The moment the mutant hesitated, the drone unleashed a merciless barrage of bullets, aiming right in the eyes. The bullets aimed straight at the mutant did not allow him to dodge in time, blinding him. Although the mutant could withstand 13mm bullets, that is, his skull, now the bullets were aimed at his vulnerable eyes. Blinded, the mutant roared like crazy, and the mutant standing next to him was accidentally killed by his palm. This blow frightened the attacking mutants, who froze for a moment, not daring to approach. "Oh, I will kill you." The mutant suddenly opened his mouth, his scarlet tongue darting 10 meters before flying in all directions. All the mutants who found themselves in his path instantly tore in two, without exception. This scene shocked Ye Feng. He gave up his intention to block the strike with the Tang sword and quickly ducked down. The mutant's tongue was undoubtedly very sharp, capable of easily tearing apart the mutant's body. This also made Ye Feng doubt whether he could block it with his Tang sword. If he couldn't withstand the blow, wouldn't he also be cut in half? He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of his upper body being separated from his lower body. The mutant's single attack instantly killed dozens of mutants, and those who rushed forward were immediately destroyed. As for those left behind, they didn't dare to rush forward for a second. Although the average mutant only lives for 3 days, who the hell wants to die now? "Ah, I'll kill you." The mutant smelled Ye Feng's scent and realized that Ye Feng was still alive, so it prepared to attack again. Seeing this, Ye Feng instantly came to. Rage. "Stop fooling around. These mutants are mine. Don't try to steal them." Ye Feng grabbed his Tang sword and charged towards the stunned mutants. The mutants were stunned as Ye Feng cut them down one by one. They thought, I am a mutant, a creature that would scare a human to death. You're killing them one by one. What dignity could I possibly have? As more and more mutants were killed by Ye Feng and his hordes, the surviving mutants began to grow restless. Not daring to stay, they turned and ran. Then a strange scene occurred. That night, the mutants ran desperately ahead, while a young man with a sword chased after them, shouting, "Don't run! My exchange point." A strange figure with a protruding tongue followed him, occasionally cutting the mutants in half. A drone also circled in the sky, occasionally releasing a barrage of bullets, but it too fell victim to the poor mutants. After a fierce chase, the last mutant finally fell to the blade. Ye Feng successfully killed a normal mutant. Add 1 point to your exchange value. A voice announcement rang out in Ye Feng's head, but he ignored it. There was still one more mad mutant left. Whoosh! The moment Ye Feng was distracted, the scarlet tongue flew at his forehead again. Watching the tongue fly at him, Ye Feng sneered disdainfully. He pushed away, feet flying into the air. As he retreated, he somersaulted several times in the air, easily dodging another attack from the mutant. The mutant's combat effectiveness had decreased after being blinded. The power of his attacks remained the same, but the accuracy had decreased significantly. As long as Ye Feng was careful, he would probably avoid injury. However, there was something else that irritated Ye Feng. This mutant seemed tireless. More than 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, but the mutant remained unperturbed, relentlessly pursuing Ye Feng as if it was not going to stop until he died. Damn it, human. I won't bother you at all. The mutant roared, then roared at Ye Feng again and charged at him again. He was able to detect Ye Feng's location by smell and hearing. Humph! Ye Feng looked at the attacking mutant with disdain. He raised his tang sword and swung it furiously. Bang! The mutant extended his arms to block the blow. The sword easily cut through the mutant's flesh, but did not hit the bones. Ye Feng raised his leg and delivered a straight kick to the mutant's chest. The blow was so powerful that even a strong person like the mutant was thrown aside. The mutant stopped 10 meters away, watching Ye Feng warily, but did not attack again. During the recent battle, Ye Feng had learned some of the mutant's moves. His most powerful attack was his tongue strike, which could easily pierce 3-centimeter steel. This was also Ye Feng's greatest fear, as his physical strength was inferior to steel. Fortunately, the mutant could only use this attack 3 times in a row, after which he had to wait a minute before, then to use it again. To put it simply, Ye Feng only dared to engage in close combat after the mutant's third tongue strike, and only for a minute. Only by effectively using this technique could he completely destroy the mutant. While Ye Feng was lost in his thoughts, the mutant suddenly struck, tongue aiming straight at Ye Feng's stomach. Ye Feng did not hesitate, quickly dodged to the left to avoid the strike. The final blow. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng tightened his grip on the hilt of his tang sword, ready to dodge at any moment. However, at this moment, 6 soldiers suddenly stood up from afar. It seemed like they were hiding, drawing their rifles and shooting continuously at the mutant's head. One of them shouted at Ye Feng, "Ye Feng, we are here to help you." It was none other than Ji Renhai's adjutant, Li Wen. Damn it, Ye Feng cursed in his mind. The mutant had one last ranged attack left, and it was impossible to dodge at this speed. Ye Feng did not hesitate. He rushed towards the crowd, waving his hand to drive them away. Run! It will be too late. When everyone was about to run, the third blow of the mutant's tongue flew straight at them. Puffed. The scarlet tongue instantly pierced the chest of one of the soldiers. Blood splashed onto the ground. The other soldiers were stunned, their eyes wide and pupils narrowed, unable to believe their comrades were dead. Ahoo! Li Wen shouted, then fired a flurry of shots at the mutant's tongue with his rifle. The other soldiers followed suit. However, the bullets failed to damage the tongue. Sensing the location of the other soldiers, the mutant jerked its head, and its extended tongue darted towards the others. Xiao Zhao! Lao Ma! Li Wen cried out, wanting to warn his comrades, but it was too late. Pfft! The remaining 4 soldiers were instantly torn in half. "No, I'll kill you!" Li Wen's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared in grief. He grabbed his gun and fired at the mutant again, his expression gradually turning mad. The soldier lying on the ground, cut in half, was not yet completely dead, although blood and entrails were already smeared across his. "Old man, old Li, hurry up! Give us one quick death!" the still living soldier whispered with his last strength. Li Wen was interrupted by the voices of his comrades, and he stopped attacking for a moment. He turned his head and looked at them lying on the ground in sorrow. Although he wanted to help his comrades, he could not bring himself to do so. The 4 remaining survivors also silently closed their eyes, gathering the last of their strength to clench their right fists and press them to their chests. It was their signature move. Teams, symbolizing unity and invincibility. It also meant that they were ready to die. Li Wen pulled out a pistol from his belt holster, pointed it at his comrades, and slowly closed his eyes. 4 shots rang out, and bullet holes appeared on the foreheads of 4 soldiers. "Sorry! Sorry!" Li Wen apologized again and again, tears streaming down his face. He was suddenly overcome with a sense of danger. When he opened his eyes again, the hunched mutant was already rushing towards him, almost catching up. Watching the mutant raise its thin arm and hit him, Li Wen simply closed his eyes, preparing for death. He knew that he would not be able to withstand the blow, and it was almost impossible to dodge it. "Lao Ma, Xiao, Zhao, I'm here to accompany you." Li Wen uttered his last words before dying. However, a monstrous force suddenly threw him aside, and he rolled on the ground 7 or 8 times before stopping. Feeling pain piercing his entire body, he realized that he was still alive. Opening his eyes, he saw Ye Feng in front of him, armed with a tang sword, fighting a mutant. Seeing that Ye Feng continued to outmatch him, Li Wen was amazed. How strong he was, he exclaimed. Knowing that he was still alive, he quickly rose to his feet, drawing his only remaining pistol, ready to help Ye Feng at any time. Without a tongue, Ye Feng saw the mutant as only slightly stronger. If he was handled carefully, he would be almost unharmed. However, after hitting the mutant several times, Ye Feng discovered a serious problem. Although he could wound the mutant's flesh, he couldn't even penetrate its bones. How could he kill it? The mutant's skull could block 13mm bullets. This meant that unless Ye Feng could deal a 999-point strike, equivalent to the power of a 13mm or higher sniper rifle, he would not be able to defeat him, much less kill him. Damn it, Ye Feng thought as he attacked the mutant. The mutant was furious and definitely wasn't going to run away easily. If others were to get involved, the outcome might be the same as those soldiers. Ye Feng couldn't bear it. Wait, Ye Feng suddenly remembered something and frowned again, deep in thought. When the mutant uses its tongue, its mouth is open. Although the tongue is incredibly strong, its mouth seems quite fragile. Ye Feng's reasoning was based on the fact that the mutant's mouth had already been injured by a drone bullet. If Ye Feng could pierce the mutant with one blow, then he might still have a chance to kill it. However, this was just Ye Feng's guess, and he had no idea if he could do it. If he failed, he would be putting himself in great danger. No matter. Let's try first. There was only one option left. If he couldn't defeat the mutant, the worst that could happen was to run away. With his speed, the mutant wouldn't catch up to him. Ye Feng was sure of it. He kicked the mutant in the stomach, using the recoil to quickly retreat. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly turned around and told Li Wen to leave. Li Wen knew that staying would only be a burden. Although he wanted to kill the mutant and avenge his comrade, it was impossible in his current state. With this thought in mind, Li Wen did not stop as he limped away. The mutant did not pursue Li Wen either, because the one he wanted to kill was Ye Feng, a worthless person who had repeatedly injured. Ayo! Soon, a minute passed, and the mutant was about to launch another tongue attack. Now, Ye Feng and the mutant were less than 10 meters apart. Ye Feng had to defend himself not only from the mutant's tongue attack, but also from its other attacks. Because soon, Ye Feng would have to engage the mutant in close combat while it was shooting. Whoosh! The scarlet tongue instantly flew towards Ye Feng's forehead, moving at a speed too fast for ordinary. People could spot him. Ye Feng was amazed at how accurately the mutant could pinpoint his location based solely on smell and hearing. Even a dog with a keen sense of smell couldn't do it. A dog would have to get close to determine the exact location, but the mutant could discern it so accurately from a distance. The difference between the two was truly enormous. Seeing the tongue about to pierce his forehead, Ye Feng didn't dare hesitate any longer. He quickly dodged to the side and then suddenly accelerated, rushing straight at the mutant. Perhaps sensing Ye Feng's approach, the mutant flinched slightly. Previously, when Ye Feng attacked Ye Feng with his tongue, he always kept his distance. The further away, the safer. Ye Feng's counterattack now gave mutant sense of danger. However, he did not stop the attack. He suddenly jerked his head and stuck out his tongue, rushing towards Ye Feng. Since Ye Feng was so close to the mutant, the speed of his tongue swing was twice as fast as Ye Feng's attack. If Ye Feng hadn't dodged, he would have been cut in half. But if he had dodged, he would have lost. Opportunity to attack. After much deliberation, Ye Feng ultimately chose the first option. After all, he didn't want to risk his life. Besides, Ai Feng was waiting for him at home, and he didn't want to die just like that. Ye Feng stopped 5 meters away from the mutant. Having successfully dodged the mutant's attack, Ye Feng didn't stop. He rushed forward and rushed at the mutant again. Retracting his tongue, the mutant sensed Ye Feng's approach and turned around, opening his mouth again, and his scarlet tongue slid out again. The distance of less than 5 meters was only an instant for the mutant. Ye Feng was on guard, not wanting to lose his concentration. Not for a moment, because any mistake could easily lead to the instant death of the mutant. Whoosh! The mutant's tongue slid across Ye Feng's right cheek, missing by just a millimeter. If Ye Feng slowed him down even for half a second, his head would explode on the spot. Now! Ye Feng roared, and the sword, and the tang in his hand suddenly pierced the mutant's mouth. Puff! To Ye Feng's surprise, the tang sword pierced the mutant's mouth, only getting stuck at the back of its head. Scarlet blood and white brain matter splashed onto the ground, staining Ye Feng's wrist. The tongue that flew out lost its strength and fell straight to the ground, slowly retracting. The mutant clutching the tang sword collapsed to the ground lifeless. The frightened Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief, but secretly began to sweat. He had almost died just now. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the underworld. Although the immediate crisis had been avoided, Ye Feng was not too happy. On the contrary, he felt anxious. This was only a second-stage mutant, and he was already so strong. Then, maybe the third and fourth stages. Ye Feng didn't dare dwell on this. He knew that an even harder road lay ahead. Since the real apocalypse had not yet arrived, there was still more than 10 days left, a crisis that would then be even more difficult and dangerous than the one Ye Feng was facing now. Shaking his head, forcing himself not to think too much. He stepped forward, grabbed Tan's sword, and pulled it out with force, spraying blood. Congratulations, Master, on successfully killing the mutant and receiving 50 exchange units. The system's voice rang out. Surprisingly, this is a lot. Ye Feng was a little surprised. Killing a normal mutant didn't bring much, but a mutant a level higher than the mutant would increase its value by 50 times in one go. This showed how strong mutants were. If we add in the mutants we killed earlier, it should be very valuable. Although Ye Feng received a notification every time he killed a mutant, he still didn't know the total amount. Thinking about this, Ye Feng asked directly, "System, how many exchange points do I have now? I currently have 367 exchange points." The system's voice rang out in Ye Feng's head. "More than 300? It looks like the harvest is good this time, but one technological blueprint requires thousands of exchange points. We have a long way to go." Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh, when suddenly a shout came from afar. "Ye Feng, Did you really kill that mutant? There was a note of shock and disbelief in the voice. Even in Kyushu, there was no one capable of killing the mutant single-handedly. Even if Jirenhai heard this news, his first reaction would be disbelief. Following the sound, he saw Li Wen, who had just run away. Ye Feng walked up with the tang sword in his hand and asked with a slight reproach, "Why haven't you left yet?" If he hadn't defeated the mutant, Li Wen would most likely have died at his hand. Li Wen felt awkward, smiled, and remained silent. When they met, Li Wen said sincerely, "You killed the mutant. This is a kind of revenge on Lao Ma and the others. I, Li Wen, will remember this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can contact me. I will do my best to help." Seeing Li Wen curse in confusion, Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't mockery, but joy at having survived the disaster and being helpless in front of Li Wen. "Well, if I have any difficulties in the army now, I will come to you." Ye Feng replied with a smile, "Yes." Li Wen nodded sincerely. Now that the crisis had passed, Li Wen limped over to his fallen teammates and, overcoming his grief, carried their remains one by one to a house on the street to protect them from mutants and stray dogs. After that, they prepared to return to rejoin the main force. Li Wen, wounded, had difficulty walking, so Ye Feng offered to carry him. Perhaps still shaken by the near-death experience, Li Wen accepted Ye Feng's offer. On the way back, Li Wen reported the team's situation. After leaving from the supermarket, they split into 3 groups. Li Wen and his 6 soldiers formed one group, while the remaining 17 consisted of soldiers and bodyguards. Since Ye Feng had already eliminated a large number of mutants, there were only a few left. Li Wen's team proceeded to East Skylark Street unharmed, encountering several mutants on the way. Once there, they quickly spotted Ye Feng and the mutants. So, they quietly came, intending to help Ye Feng deal with the mutants, which led to the events that just happened. Li Wen was silent for a moment. As the team captain, he naturally felt remorse for the deaths of his teammates. Ye Feng didn't know how to console him, so he just left him alone. As they walked, the streets were littered with mutant corpses. Some were long dead, still covered in flies and mosquitoes, while others had recently passed away with a foul smell in the air, the pungent smell of blood. Despite his experience, seeing these scenes again still deeply moved Ye Feng. However, what he feared most was the mutants. Not only were they incredibly strong, but they were also intelligent, capable of setting traps and catching people. It was beyond the capabilities of mutants, and beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. It was also impossible for ordinary people to deal with them. Fortunately, the probability of mutants appearing was low, otherwise Haiyun City would be gone. Perhaps the entire world would be doomed. Although the probability was low, the population of Haiyun City was huge. If half the population was infected, the number of variants would probably be quite large, most likely more than 10,000. Ye Feng shuddered at the thought. It took them 20 minutes to get to the supermarket. There were still quite a lot of people at the entrance. They were Ji Renhai and Song Han, who seemed to have just arrived. Seeing Song Han unharmed among the crowd, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Of everyone in the group, Ye Feng was most worried about Song Han. Firstly, Song Han had no martial arts skills, and his shooting skills were limited. Secondly, Song Han did not have personal security like Ji Wenbin. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Fearing that Ji Renhai might be worried, Li Wen told Ye Feng to take him down to the supermarket. Everyone calmed down when they saw Ye Feng and Li Wen. "I knew you wouldn't die." Song Han greeted Ye Feng excitedly, then punched him in the chest. Ye Feng laughed bitterly, thinking to himself, "I was just about to die. Brother Feng, where is the mutant? Did he escape or did he die?" Ji Wenbin followed him and asked curiously, "Of course I killed him, your father. So why don't you keep your promise?" Ye Feng winked at Ji Wenbin, signaling him to quickly call him daddy. "What? You killed a mutant?" Everyone stared at Ye Feng incredulously. Some even thought he was crazy or just bragging. In search of confirmation, everyone turned to Li Wen, who was standing nearby. Under their gaze, Li Wen nodded approvingly. For a moment, everyone froze, mouths hanging open in surprise. Li Wen was a soldier, so he wouldn't lie. Even though he knew the truth, everyone was still a little distrustful. Seeing their faces, Ye Feng smiled and said casually, "It's just a mutant, just a little stronger than a mutant. Killing him won't be that hard." Hearing Ye Feng's words, everyone looked at him very strangely. A mutant is slightly stronger than a mutant. Is this even a human saying? When criticizing Ye Feng, everyone added a lot of Versailles nonsense to his words. Although they despised Ye Feng's pretentious behavior, they were all very happy, because the mutants were like a bomb tied to them and could explode at any moment. Now that the bomb was neutralized, everyone was naturally very happy. Ye Feng saw Ji Wenbin in the crowd, who was smiling like everyone else, trying to escape, so Ye Feng reminded him of this again. He gestured for him to quickly call his father. Although everyone pretended not to hear, Ji Wenbin I still felt very embarrassed. The pact was originally made to cheer Ye Feng up, but he didn't expect Ye Feng to take it seriously. Looking back at Ji Renhai's serious face, Ji Wenbin finally decided to play a trick. Ye Feng didn't care, but he still looked down on him. At this moment, Ji Renhai suddenly asked in confusion, "Where are Li Wen, Zhao Hai, and Ma Dong?" After Ji Renhai said these words, everyone realized that 5 people were missing. Yes, why didn't Lao Ma and the others come back? Did you split up? While many people continued to ask him questions, Li Wen lowered his head guiltily. Seeing this, everyone immediately realized that the others might have been killed. Those who had just been secretly celebrating the victory were suddenly overcome with grief. To outsiders, this death might not seem like such a big tragedy, but to these soldiers, they had lost their brothers, their loved ones. Only those who have experienced the pain of losing loved ones can truly understand. After a moment, Ji Renhai finally broke the silence. He looked at the dejected crowd and muttered, "When I first joined the army, I was willing to sacrifice myself for my country and my people. If I ever die in battle, I hope you will be proud of me, not like this." Realization flashed across the soldiers' grief-stricken faces. They were soldiers, and it was their duty to defend their country. Even if they die in battle, they will die with honor. Seeing Ji Renhai clenching his fists on his chest, the others followed suit. They remained silent, but their expressions grew more and more determined, and their conviction grew stronger. It was the last minute of silence in memory of their fallen comrades. When the minute of silence ended, Li Wen suddenly walked up to Ji Renhai and said, "Captain Ji, I would like to take the brothers and take away Lao Ma's bodies. And others." Ji Renhai did not refuse. In fact, he would have done so even if Li Wen had not said so. Even if his men died in battle, their remains would be buried in the cemetery of the fallen. This was the last honor that their superiors had provided them. Who would go with Li Wen? Ji Renhai asked the crowd. "Me! Me!" The soldiers raised their hands, vying to take their comrades home. In the end, Ji Renhai chose 8. Except for Li Wen, these soldiers were unharmed and fully combat ready. Although Ye Feng had exterminated the mutants, Ji Renhai was not sure if there were any left. More people meant more safety. Ji Renhai gave them some more instructions, urging them to be careful and to immediately head for the sealed exit once the bodies were found. There was no need to go back. The 8 people, having carried out the order, turned around and left. As they watched, everyone felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps only camaraderie could make 2 unrelated souls die for each other. After they left, Ji Renhai led the others through roller shutters into the supermarket. It was already after 5 in the morning, so visibility had improved considerably. When they entered the supermarket, they found it empty. Everyone froze for a moment. Where were they? Ji Wenbin asked doubtfully. However, no one could answer his question because no one knew the current situation. Ye Feng used his superior vision to scan the supermarket but did not find any fresh blood stains. He explained, "There is no blood on the floor. They must have left." "What? Gone?" Everyone was stunned, their faces changing slightly. If they encountered the remaining mutants, the consequences would be disastrous. Just as they were about to set out to search for survivors, a faint voice came from behind the shelves. "Little brother." Although the voice was quiet, it still scared everyone. Looking in the direction of the voice, a frail woman appeared. It was Xiao Yuan's mother. Seeing her, Ji Renhai felt his heart tighten, and then he sighed with relief. He promised Xiao Yuan to save her mother. If she died, Ji Renhai didn't know what to say to her. "Sister, where are the others?" Ji Wenbin asked curiously. The woman slowly walked over and quietly explained. Yang Jian's accomplices demanded that they leave, and the others, bewitched by them, followed them. "Damn it, I should have broken their legs earlier," Ji Wenbin cursed. The others were also furious. They risked their lives to save these people, but at the critical moment, Liu San, Ma Shi, and others rushed out to stop them. "If this results in the death of the survivors, all their efforts will be in vain." "Sister, do you remember how long they were gone?" Ye Feng frowned. "If it's not long, then there's still some room to maneuver." The woman scratched her head and said uncertainly, "If I remember correctly, it should be more than an hour." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became a little serious. It wasn't much different from the time they left, but the main thing was that they hadn't met that group of people on the way at all. Either that group had passed them by, or they might have been killed. Stop imagining, split up and go look. After Ji Renhai gave the order, everyone hurriedly left the supermarket. The team split into two groups. Each looked for a way out. Ye Feng, Song Han, and the remaining bodyguards headed towards South Yunke Street. Ji Renhai, Ji Wenbin, the woman, and the remaining soldiers headed south along South Yunke Road. The blocked exit was just below South Yunke Road. As they searched, Ye Feng and his team saw the bodies of several survivors on the side of the road, their expressions growing increasingly serious. To prevent their mutation, the bodyguards stepped forward and shot them. Hearing the gunshots, their anger and helplessness increased. If they had stayed where they were, how could this have happened? To prevent further losses, they accelerated their advance. After walking a few streets, they found many mutants near the house on the street. These mutants were knocking on the iron gate. Although they could not see what was inside, there were probably more survivors. With this in mind, Ye Feng no longer hesitated. He drew his tang sword, rushed forward, and easily dispatched all the mutants outside. After so many battles, Ye Feng noticed a noticeable increase in his strength. In other words, he was becoming more and more skilled. After Ye Feng dispatched the last mutant, the others finally followed him. "Madman, do you think they're there?" Song Han asked curiously. "I hope so," Ye Feng replied helplessly. Even if they weren't there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, they were not disappointed this time. After Ye Feng and his companions knocked on the door and explained the situation, the iron gate slowly swung open, allowing the survivors to escape. However, less than half of the population remained, and there was no doubt that the rest were. "They were killed! Why didn't you just stay in the supermarket?" Song Han asked angrily. Ye Feng and his companions expected the rescued men to feel guilty and remorseful, but their next words almost made them angry. Liu San remained silent. He pointed at Song Han and turned the situation to his advantage. "How dare you say that? After you left, those monsters came back. You soldiers couldn't protect us and left. The current situation is entirely your fault, irresponsible soldiers. That's right, you didn't even leave anyone to protect us." "Are you really going to let us save ourselves?" Ma Shi repeated. The other survivors nodded in agreement. Seeing these seemingly righteous survivors, they were outraged and at the same time involuntarily doubted the effectiveness of the rescue operation. They asked themselves, was it worth sacrificing for such people? The answer was obvious. No. We were simply fighting mutants and you forced us to leave. And now you're attacking us. Isn't that too much? Ye Feng asked Ma Shi coldly. Ma Shi, knowing Ye Feng's formidable strength, did not dare to answer. Suddenly, the girl standing behind the group choked and exclaimed, "It was you who threatened everyone to leave. And it was you who killed Mr. Zhang. You damn bastard." Liu San cursed angrily over his shoulder, then stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face. The loud sound echoed in everyone's ears, and for a moment, everyone froze. No one expected Liu San to attack anyone, and in front of Ye Feng and the others. "I can't take it anymore," Song Han shouted. He rushed forward, knocked Liu San down with a kick, and then climbed on top of him to beat him up. This scared the other survivors, who retreated, afraid of being suspected. Ma Shi and the others wanted to go over to help, but when they saw Ye Feng waving a knife, they became frightened and stopped. Liu San, bleeding from the nose, grabbed his head in self-defense and threatened, "You're finished. Wait until we get back and I'll report to your superiors." "Ha ha, I'm not a soldier." Song Han was too lazy to argue with him. He wouldn't be able to hold back until he was beaten up. "Stop." At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him, and it belonged to none other than Ji Renhai. After everyone parted, Ji Renhai and his group went to search along Yunke West Street, but they didn't find a trace of him. Survivors. After that, they quickened their pace and finally caught up with Ye Feng and his group. Seeing Song Han beating up the survivors, Ji Renhai, as a soldier, naturally couldn't just stand there and watch, so he spoke up to stop him. Song Han still didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Ji Renhai, so he quickly stood up and returned to Ye Feng. The beaten Liu San covered his bleeding nose and crawled sheepishly to Ji Renhai. He pointed at Song Han and exclaimed in an offended tone, "Commander, did you see this?" He was beating people up. Ji Renhai turned his head, glanced at Song Han, and replied indifferently, "I didn't see it." After that, he walked past Liu San and headed towards Ye Feng and his group. "What do you mean you didn't see it?" Liu San was stunned, but he didn't take the blow. He stood up, grabbed Ji Wenbin as he passed by, and pointed at his swollen face, exclaiming, "Didn't you see these bruises?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. I really didn't see them." Ji Wenbin shook Liu San's hand dismissively and left. "You!" Liu San angrily pointed at Ji Wenbin, but his harsh words restrained themselves. After all, they were outnumbered, and Liu San didn't want to be beaten again. Ji Renhai frowned as he walked up to Ye Feng and asked, "Is that all that's left?" Ye Feng nodded. Okay, let's go home." The words were spoken casually, but only someone who had experienced life and death could understand how much. It's hard. They had been through so much that it was a blessing to leave alive. It took more than 10 minutes for everyone to return to the original entrance. The entrance was full of soldiers greeting everyone. In addition, there were special forces in protective clothing. They testing and checking everyone to prevent the virus carriers from leaving the blockade area. After all, if that happened, the entire city of Haiyun could fall. Ji Renhai also organized these people by phone in advance. When everyone lined up for the examination, Liu San, who was at the front, queue, suddenly gave up and refused to be tested. He repeatedly stressed that he was fine and asked the soldiers to let him go, or he would report him to the authorities. His abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers. As soon as the soldiers surrounded him, he suddenly took off place and ran out of the blockade zone. This frightened everyone present. Everyone, without suspecting, realized that Liu San must be infected. If he managed to escape, none of these people would be able to escape responsibility. No need to ask for instructions, just shoot. Ji Renhai, the supreme commander, gave the order without hesitation. Following his words, the other soldiers resolutely raised their weapons and opened fire. Liu Sanyu, a well-aimed shot, hit him in the head, throwing him back. An unheard-of death. Ma Si and the others standing in line turned pale with fear, but at the same time they were grateful that they had not been infected. This scoundrel had long deserved to die. Song Han, who was standing in front of Ye Feng, cursed. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled helplessly. At this moment, several military jeeps and a large truck entered the cordoned-off area. The soldiers on board were noticeably different from the rest. First, their clothing. While almost everyone else was wearing camouflage, the soldiers on board were wearing more expensive suits and uniforms. It was obvious that these soldiers were much higher in rank. However, upon seeing Ji Renhai, lined up for the exam, everyone waved and saluted. Even the soldiers driving the cars were no exception. Ye Feng, who was standing behind them, happened to witness this scene. Ye Feng couldn't help but be interested. Ji Renhai was only a lieutenant, a low rank in the army, but the soldiers present treated him with great respect and reverence. It was easy to make soldiers obey orders, as long as you were higher in rank than them. But to earn their respect, it took great skill, and Ji Renhai was one of those who commanded such respect. This showed that Ji Renhai's martial prowess was much greater than it appeared. Ye Feng couldn't understand why, so he just gave up. After the exam, everyone was sent to the next building to rest. Xiao Yuan was waiting downstairs. When she saw her mother, she immediately burst into tears of resentment. "Mom, Xiao Yuan wants me to hug you." Xiao Yuan rushed towards the woman, arms outstretched. The woman was crying even louder than Xiao Yuan herself. She crouched down and hugged Xiao Yuan, who rushed towards her, and then gently stroked her head with her right hand. "Xiao Yuan, forgive me. It's all Mom's fault for not protecting you." The woman kept apologizing, begging Xiao Yuan for forgiveness. If she hadn't left home and stayed with Xiao Yuan, none of this would have happened, and Xiao Yuan wouldn't have suffered so much. But how can there be so many ifs? Every decision a person makes affects their entire life, and most people only have one chance to make a choice. Xiao Yuan, she accepted her mother's apology with understanding and even consoled her in return. This scene brought everyone present to tears. Even Ji Renhai's eyes were full of emotion. "Mom, where is Dad? Why didn't Dad come back with you?" Xiao Yuan finally asked the question the woman feared the most. Seeing that her mother was silent, Xiao Yuan's tears grew even stronger. "I want my dad. I want my dad." Xiao Yuan continued to scream and throw tantrums, and no matter how much the woman tried to console her, she did not respond. Ye Feng could no longer. He said goodbye to Ji Renhai and Song Han and left. Of course, the soldiers drove him back. Ye Feng could have taken Ji Wenbin's car, but Ji Wenbin needed to stay behind to discuss something with his uncle, and Ye Feng didn't want to wait for them, so he left first. Sitting in the passenger seat of the jeep, bathed in the morning sun, Ye Feng suddenly felt a surge of indescribable fatigue. He wanted to sleep immediately, and he didn't even want to move. Although Ye Feng had only spent one night in battle, that night felt like an eternity. Perhaps I should sleep less often, otherwise there will be kidney problems. After saying a few regrets, Ye Feng fell asleep. The rocking car became his cradle, and he slept soundly. He soon reached home and reluctantly got out of the car. Ye Feng, barely dragging his heavy body, slowly walked towards his shelter. As soon as he reached the door, it opened automatically. Ye Feng didn't hesitate for long. When he entered the shelter, Ai Feng immediately came over to greet him. She first took Ye Feng's backpack and his tang sword, and then helped him walk to the rest area in the basement. Ye Feng, struggling with extreme drowsiness, took a simple shower and fell asleep without thinking or knowing anything. He slept from morning until evening, and if I hadn't been terribly hungry, I wouldn't have woken up. Unexpectedly, Ai Feng seemed to know that he would get up at this time, so she had already prepared dinner for Ye Feng. In the restaurant on the first floor, Ye Feng sat at the table, looking at the rich and exquisite dishes, and his heart was filled with excitement. "Ai Feng, did you prepare all this?" Ye Feng asked curiously while tucking into his food. After all, this was the first time Ye Feng had seen Ai Feng cook so many dishes: vegetarian roast goose, fish with pine nuts, salmon with black pepper, seared steak, lobster with cheese, and so on. These were all exquisite dishes that could only be seen on TV, and the taste was incredible, almost worthy of a food god. Ai Feng just smiled and shook her head in response to Ye Feng's question. You didn't cook? Then who? Ye Feng was puzzled at first and then became wary. His hideout held many secrets. If someone with ulterior motives found out about them, the consequences would be disastrous. Ye Feng was about to get up and check when Ai Feng quickly announced, "Brother Feng's robot chef cooked this." What? The robot chef cooked this entire table? Ye Feng was surprised because he originally thought that the robot chef could only cook a few simple dishes, and the taste would probably be mediocre. After all, it was just a robot. How amazing was it? He bought it so he wouldn't have to cook in the future, but Ye Feng never imagined that this robot chef would be so impressive. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the best chefs in the world could not compare to him in cooking. Thinking about this, Ye Feng suddenly felt that spending the coupon to buy a robot chef was a real find. Ai Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the delighted Ye Feng sit down again and continues to eat. However, Ye Feng did not notice this. Otherwise, he would have mistaken Ai Feng for a human. Ai Feng smiled and explained, "Ai Feng can help Brother Feng manage the shelter. I can also coordinate and manage the products produced in the automated factory." "Oh, not bad. Now that I'm not home, you can help me manage the shelter." Ye Feng's speech became choppy because he was still stuffed with food. But where did all this fresh fish, geese, and so on come from? Ye Feng asked again. "Brother Feng, did you forget that you bought 2 sets of exquisite doomsday supplies?" Ai Feng's reminder reminded Ye Feng that these exquisite doomsday supplies included many expensive goods and products. However, another question was bothering Ye Feng. It went like this. "Long time, why is the food still so fresh?" Ai Feng, who was sitting next to him, patiently explained, "The shelter's warehouse has a very powerful refrigeration system. It can keep food such as chicken, duck, fish, and meat fresh." Ye Feng swallowed his food and continued, "Isn't this a refrigerator?" Ai Feng smiled and shook her head again. "The most amazing thing about it is that it does not spoil the taste of food and has an excellent property of preserving freshness. Even if you put freshly killed fish in the freezer for a year or two and then take it out and cook it, the taste will be almost the same." "Damn it! Wow!" Ye Feng said in a stunned voice. This meant that if he stocked up on these rare products in advance, he would be able to enjoy these exquisite delicacies even after the apocalypse. Even the president might not have such a privilege. Ai Feng poured Ye Feng some red wine and continued, "The higher shelter level, the more special abilities you will have." Ai Feng's words made Ye Feng even more eager to increase his Versailles rank. The faster he reached 10,000 Versailles points, the faster he could upgrade his shelter. This would also make it easier for Ye Feng to survive. It seemed that "I'll have to go to Old Man Wang's place after dinner." Ye Feng ate while thinking about how he could show off in front of father and son Wang. Poor father and son Wang, finally away from the mutants, had suddenly become Ye Feng's tools in Versailles. "By the way, Ai Feng, have you received the messages on my phone?" Back at the hideout, Ye Feng handed her his phone to charge. It was already evening, and he might have missed a lot of important news, such as from the government and the army. Ai Feng nodded. "A man named Ji Wenbin called me around 11 p.m. today, but I asked him to call me back when Brother Feng woke up." "Ji Wenbin? What does this guy want from me?" Ye Feng couldn't help but feel curious. He was in no hurry to call back, but continued to ask. "Apart from him, did you receive any other messages?" "Yes, there were some group messages, but I didn't open them," Ai Feng explained. "Show me your phone," Ye Feng said, taking the food. Ai Feng obeyed and left the restaurant, returning a moment later with the phone. By then, Ye Feng had almost finished his meal, having eaten almost all the food on the table. For some reason, he felt that his appetite had increased significantly, but he did not pay much attention to it. Taking the phone, Ye Feng began to look through the messages. In addition to a few minor messages from the shelter and survivor groups, Ye Feng's attention was drawn to another WeChat group dedicated to a regular shelter. He had joined this group after the meeting yesterday, but Ye Feng had no time to study it closely. Ye Feng remembered that this WeChat group was quite popular, and people posted messages from time to time. But now, the WeChat group of an ordinary shelter was strangely quiet. The only message was an announcement from the group owner. Intrigued, he clicked on it. Emergency notification. Several zones have been overrun. The owners of the normal shelters are currently suspending their efforts to clear out the mutants. Please wait patiently for further notifications. Several zones have been captured? When did this happen? Ye Feng was a little confused. Yesterday, everything was fine. The government and the army had already brought the epidemic under control. No wonder it suddenly spread everywhere. Could it be because of the mutants? Ye Feng thought, perking up. He quickly called Ji Wenbin back, wondering if he knew any secret information. The phone buzzed for a few seconds before the connection was cut off. "Hey, Brother Feng, you're finally awake," Ji Wenbin teased before Ye Feng could begin. However, Ye Feng was in no mood to waste time. On Ji Wenbin, he asked in a serious tone, "Are you aware of the announcement on the official shelter group?" Hearing Ye Feng's question, Ji Wenbin smiled playfully. "Brother Feng, I was going to tell you about it at noon, but your girlfriend said that you were resting, so I didn't bother you." Okay, right away. Get down to business," Ye Feng insisted impatiently. Ji Wenbin, on the other end of the line, smiled helplessly and wryly. "Didn't I say yesterday that the owners of official shelters were participating in the fight against mutants? And then what? Almost all of them died during this fight." Ji Wenbin's tone became even more serious. "What?" Ye Feng jumped to his feet, his eyes wide, and asked incredulously, "Could it be that they went to the old city where the mutants lived?" The official map showed that the mutants were only found in the old city. As for why mutants were in the Skylark apartments in the south of the city, it was because the mutant that Ye Feng and his team encountered was able to hide, evading official surveillance. Unless the deceased owners of official shelters had encountered the same situation, as for Ye Feng and his team, there is no reason for such a high death rate. They did encounter mutants, but not in the old city, but in other areas. And the news was classified by the government, so outsiders could not find out about it. Ji Wenbin explained, "As expected. It seems that the situation in Haiyun City is getting serious." Thinking about this, Ye Feng hurriedly continued asking, "What are your plans for the future? What else can I plan? Of course, we need to wait for the notification from the government. Now all the people of Haiyun are in danger. Brother Feng, you'd better stay in the shelter and go out less. After all, safety comes first." Ji Wenbin didn't forget to remind Ye Feng of the need to be safe when answering the question, which made him feel a little moved. "Well, I know you do too," Ye Feng replied with a smile. However, Ji Wenbin's next words almost threw Ye Feng off his stride. Brother Feng, why don't you give me the drone first? Otherwise, if anything happens to you, my drone will be lost. If I die, you'll be the first one to be dragged away." Ye Feng wanted to continue cursing at the top of his voice, but Ji Wenbin quickly smiled and interrupted him, saying, "Brother Feng, There's one more thing, so I'll hang up first. Bye, Brother Feng." With that, he hung up. What a brat! Ye Feng cursed again with a laugh. He knew Ji Wenbin was joking, so he wasn't too angry. After all, how could a father be angry with his son? After learning the truth, Ye Feng did not relax, but rather became even more serious. "The number of mutants is growing. I need to find a way to increase my strength." The situation was urgent. The real apocalypse was only a matter of time, and by then, Ye Feng would have no time to prepare. Thinking about this, Ye Feng couldn't help but think of the survival potion with mutant genes that he had bought last time. Looks like it's time to find an animal to experiment on. This idea had been swirling around in his head, but he had never had the chance to try it. Everything that appeared in the system center was definitely unusual. Ye Feng had just learned about it from the robot chef. If the chef was so impressive, how could the potion be any less impressive? But it was too late. So Ye Feng had to wait until tomorrow to set out. Even though he slept all day, Ye Feng slept soundly that night, probably because Ai Feng had warmed the bed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Ye Feng got up early to exercise. Now he has a training plan. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Ye Feng also learned this training method from a strongman named Saitama. Rumor has it that if you stick to his training method, you will eventually become the best. Strongman. At this time, Ye Feng was doing sit-ups when the phone next to him suddenly rang. The caller ID was Li Ling, Ye Feng's personal operator. Is there a task? Ye Feng answered the call in confusion. Mr. Ye, is it convenient for you to come in? Li Ling asked softly on the other end of the line, her voice as gentle as a bird's song. Ye Feng, who was exercising, suddenly felt an irresistible urge to speak. Seeing that Ye Feng did not respond, Li Ling hurriedly asked, "Is Mr. Ye here?" Only then did Ye Feng pull himself together and answer, "Yes." Her tone remained distant. Li Ling smiled and continued, "Well, to tell the truth. Speaking of which, for completing the mission to exterminate mutants and successfully exterminating them, the government will give you a special reward." "Yes?" Ye Feng asked curiously. "What special reward?" Li Ling explained with a smile. "We can provide you with some supplies." "Supplies?" Ye Feng thought about it and realized that he didn't need them, but he didn't want to refuse, so he decided to accept. However, when Ye Feng asked what kind of supplies they were, the answer left him speechless. Li Ling was talking about firearms, such as rifles. Wasn't this something that every normal shelter owner had? How could this be special? Reward? Ye Feng asked this question without hesitation. Li Ling continued to explain without blushing. "Well, Mr. Ye, we can provide you with weapons and supplies first, as well as some special weapons. But you will need to apply." "Oh? What special weapons?" Ye Feng teased. But this time, Li Ling did not directly answer Ye Feng's question. Instead, she evaded the answer. "We are not sure yet, but if you need help urgently, please contact us." "Okay," Ye Feng replied helplessly. Although he felt that he was being deceived, he had no choice. After all, the people shouldn't fight the government, and he needed their intelligence that could warn of a disaster. Perhaps sensing Ye Feng's lack of enthusiasm, Li Ling quickly added, "By the way, the reward for this quest includes shelter points. They will also be entered into your personal file. Once you reach a certain amount, you can raise the rank of the shelter." "Not bad." Ye Feng smiled. Right now, he was only at the lowest level, E rank, so his privileges weren't very great. "How many points do I need to raise to D rank?" Ye Feng asked curiously. "Sorry, Mr. Ye, we can't tell you that," Li Ling hurriedly explained, perhaps afraid that Ye Feng would misunderstand. "But don't worry. If everything is completed, I will inform you as soon as possible. Okay, is there anything else you want to say?" Ye Feng asked lazily. "Yes, Mr. Ye. Didn't you kill the mutant? I'd like to hear some news about him." Li Ling hurriedly replied. Seeing that Li Ling's tone was a little nervous, Ye Feng knew that this was the question she wanted to ask. Although Ye Feng knew what Li Ling was thinking, he did not refuse. After all, they should have learned everything they needed from Jiren Hai, and he probably just wanted to confirm it. "Ask whatever you want to know." Ye Feng stood up and walked to the rest area off to the side, then found an empty seat and sat down. According to the latest intelligence, this mutant's IQ. Now let's compare it to the IQ of a teenager. Is that true? Well, I don't know what the IQ of a teenager is, but it's probably true. The body of the mutant you killed was seized by the authorities for testing. Tests showed that this mutant is the strongest known to date. Commander Jiren Hai said that you killed him alone. It must have been a difficult process, right? Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. He knew that Li Ling was trying to undermine his own strength. Since she asked such a question, it meant that at least someone was nearby. "He is not as strong as you say. Otherwise, I would not have killed him alone." "What do you think?" Ye Feng replied, not forgetting to ask a counter-question. This pompous guy was so easy, so efficient, so versatile. Li Ling, holding the phone in his hands, was speechless. Only a pervert like Ye Feng would dare to say that a mutant was weak. in General Song's office. Yunji, who was sitting at the table, was upset by Ye Feng's words. Although he was upset, he didn't know what to say. Ji Renhai's intelligence showed that Ye Feng was a truly formidable figure, and for such a formidable figure, it was only natural to be harsh. However, the other officials standing nearby were extremely dissatisfied. Although they were silent, their faces showed contempt for Ye Feng. Versailles, Song Yunji, plus 10 Versailles, plus 10 Versailles, plus 10. Plus, Ye Feng received several notifications about Versailles' stat increase, which once again confirmed his previous suspicions. Ye Feng was about to hang up when suddenly Song Yunji's voice rang out. "Comrade Ye Feng, do you remember my voice?" Song Yunji replied playfully and without a hint of pretense. Surprisingly, Ye Feng was a quiet and calm person, so he was happy to chat with Song Yunji. "You are General Song, right?" "Of course I remember you," Ye Feng replied with a hint of respect. Song Yunji's military experience alone was enough to earn Ye Feng's respect. "Ha ha, it seems like Comrade Ye Feng has a good memory." Song Yunji smiled. They exchanged pleasantries before getting down to business. "By the way, where did you buy your drone? Could you tell me?" Song Yunji's voice became quieter. Ye Feng knew what he was getting at, because he had been looking forward to this event since he launched the drone. This indirectly demonstrated the power of the X-1 Hummingbird. Otherwise, it would not have attracted the attention of the government. Ye Feng did not hesitate. He answered decisively, "I did not buy my drone. I designed it myself." "What? You actually designed this drone?" Song Yunji asked in surprise. Not only he, but everyone present was stunned. How old is Ye Feng? He was only in his early 20s, but a 20-year-old boy could design such an advanced drone. No one would believe it. Of course, it was me. Apart from me, no one in the world could build my drone. Ye Feng was not exaggerating. Regardless of whether others had the technical drawings of the drone, even just designing such a small drone would baffle many. Song Yunji excitedly exclaimed, "We need your technology. Can you sell them to us?" "Sorry, I don't sell technology," Ye Feng firmly refused. Then he added, "But I can sell you a drone. Of course, you provide the materials, and I'll have to pay you what I owe you, and not right now." Hearing this, Song Yunji was silent for a long time, his enthusiasm noticeably waning. "We will look into it, but we will need to send someone to your drones in a few days to conduct detailed inspections and tests." "Okay, no problem. Just let me know when you arrive," Ye Feng replied. "Okay," agreed. Song Yunji smiled. They exchanged pleasantries again and hung up. In Song Yunji's office, just as he hung up, an official standing next to him said with irritation, "General, if this drone, if it is really as Ji Renhai claims, then we should directly mobilize the government to forcibly confiscate his designs. Besides, given the national crisis that had broken out, he had to sacrifice it for the good of the country." From the very beginning of the conversation to the very end, the faces of those present showed discontent, as if Ye Feng owed them millions. The official expected Song Yunji to agree, or at least would accept his point of view, but instead turned and glared at him. Then he sternly stated, "This is the end of the world, a time when everyone is in danger. If our government loses its authority and resorts to bullying, what kind of chain reaction do you foresee?" The official was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Song Yunji's anger, the others tactfully remained silent and refused to join in. Song Yunji stood up and added coldly, "Now everything is different. Throw away your selfish thoughts. No one has the right to act without my permission." "General, that's right." Everyone responded in unison, apologizing sincerely. Song Yunji glanced back at the others, then turned angrily and walked out of the office, ignoring the official. The official's gaze grew even more furious as he watched Song Yunji leave. In the hideout, Ye Feng was preparing the necessary Zhu, drones, tang swords and other weapons. He even used a small bag to store the potions. His preparations were incredibly thorough. As he did this, he couldn't help but think that if the drone deal he had discussed with Song Yunji came to fruition, it would be to his advantage. After all, the factory could produce an unlimited number of drones, so leaving them empty would be a waste. Of course, there was a daily production limit, and since Song Yunji had said he would only return in a few days, Ye Feng did not change the task list. Automated factory? He planned to resume drone production after completing the remaining tasks. There were still two issues left. First, strengthening relations with the government, and second, the issue of materials and resources. After all, Ye Feng did not know what materials would be needed for subsequent systemic challenges, as was the fuel issue he had previously encountered. Using his own technology, he could easily request materials and resources from the government, which would greatly simplify his mission. And most importantly, his increased authority included two key elements: intelligence and technology. Intelligence is obvious, and technology is even simpler. Ye Feng's hideout will undoubtedly become even more technologically advanced in the future. Rather than defending itself, it would be better to seize this opportunity and publicly reveal it. In this way, even if he uses other high-tech weapons later, it won't be a problem. After all, it's already a precedent. By the time he realized this, Ye Feng was almost ready. The zoo they were heading to was quite far from their hideout, not in the city, but in the suburbs. Therefore, Ye Feng planned to buy an upgradable wasteland tank. He had seen it in the mall before, and it was reasonably priced at only 100 points. Since the tank could be upgraded, Ye Feng looked at it. It already had over 300 points, more than enough. Ye Feng led Ai Feng to the road outside the gate. He didn't want to leave her alone in the shelter, since she hadn't come out since she appeared. Another reason was that Ai Feng was quite capable and could help him at a critical moment. After all, after the previous battle with the mutants, Ye Feng had developed a strong fear of mutant-like creatures. Do you want to spend 100 points to buy the Desolation Chariot? The system's voice reminder came to Ye Feng's mind, and Ye Feng answered yes without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a large SUV appeared in front of him. Seeing the tank appear out of nowhere, Ye Feng almost jumped with joy. It was even more impressive than Ji Wenbin's Hummer. The front and rear bumpers of the tank were decorated with sharp spikes, which reminded him of zombie movies where the main characters drove these spiked vehicles to crush zombies, creating a bloody and exciting spectacle. Moreover, the tank in front of him was clearly even more impressive than those in the movies. Excited, Ye Feng walked up to it and gently stroked its body. It was cool and hard. He knocked on it, and a series of dull thuds followed, as if someone was knocking on his own door. Wait, his own door? Could it be that the body of this tank was made of titanium alloy? As Ye Feng thought about it, he wasn't entirely sure. Titanium alloy is incredibly valuable, and a tank bought for only 100 redemption points should not be a luxury. Just as Ye Feng was thinking, the system's voice echoed again. A basic wasteland tank, currently at level 1, with a hull strong enough to withstand normal missile strikes. It runs on fuel, and the current power source can last for 3 days. Wow! Ye Feng cursed excitedly. His own tank could actually withstand missile strikes. These were ordinary missiles, but still impressive. Even the president's personal car was not as impressive as his own. The body was undoubtedly made of titanium alloy. Otherwise, it would not have withstood a missile strike. As for the power source, although it was only enough for 3 days, it was more than enough for Ye Feng. He couldn't find the animal for another 4 or 5 days, right? Ye Feng enthusiastically pulled Ai Feng into the car. After opening the door, he noticed the unusual windows. They were much thicker than usual, probably made of some kind of reinforced material. If the hull could withstand missile strikes, how could the windows be anything other than normal? After getting into the vehicle, Ye Feng found that the interior space of the tank was even larger than he had expected. Even if it accommodated 7 or 8 people, there would be no problem. Moreover, the driver's seat was very spacious, like a train. In addition to the standard tank control panel, the tank also had additional functions, such as an attack mode. The control buttons were located on the steering wheel. With a simple movement, the hood raised 2 machine guns. Using the buttons on the steering wheel, the tank could fire while moving. Since there was no target to attack, Ye Feng did not shoot. Moreover, another unique feature of the tank caught Ye Feng's attention: a separate screen to the right of the driver's place in front of the gearshift lever. The screen was about the size of a tablet, but that wasn't what caught Ye Feng's attention. His attention was drawn to the 4 large characters in the center. Central Control System. Central Control System? Is this the same control room as the one in my hideout? Thinking about this, Ye Feng touched the screen, and sure enough, detailed information about the tank's status appeared. Ye Feng could easily see all the tank's characteristics, such as the machine gun magazine capacity, remaining ammunition, and the extent of damage. It was truly incredible. For example, do you know why there are so many car accidents these days? Apart from the driver, the only problem left is the car. If the driver had intuitively understood the problem, the accident could have been avoided. However, the problems with the car itself, the car would not have been immediately obvious to the driver, and therefore the disaster would not have been prevented. Now the tank is equipped with a central control system that reports damage to the vehicle, which undoubtedly increases its safety. But most importantly, ordinary cars simply cannot, equipped with such a specialized function, so Ye Feng found this central control system incredible. After looking at all the functions of the tank, Ye Feng was speechless with delight. How could it be just a tank made of scrap metal? This was truly a luxurious, high-end vehicle. No, even high-end vehicles couldn't be this impressive. Despite his excitement, Ye Feng was still curious about how the tank could be improved. After all, it had been indicated before he bought it that it could be upgraded. If the base tank was already so impressive, wouldn't the upgrades be even more impressive? He naturally asked the system a few questions. Fortunately, this time, the system didn't play hide-and-seek and thoughtfully explained to Ye Feng. That's it. The first level, Wasteland Tank. The upgrade system is divided into 2 modes: General Upgrade and Parts Upgrade. The host can upgrade the tank by using points in the system mall. Ye Feng followed the system's instructions and opened the tank upgrade system in the mall. However, upon seeing the price, Ye Feng was immediately disappointed. Sorry. Ye Feng decisively exited the upgrade system. Upgrading to level 2 required 1,000 upgrade points, which meant killing 20 mutants. Dealing with 1 mutant was already too much for Ye Feng, so 20? Even with the upgrade parts, it was still expensive, and even more expensive than the overall improvement. Just think about it. Ye Feng put his hands on the steering wheel and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the base model only costs 100 points. It turns out that the money starts to burn up on subsequent maintenance and upgrades. What a rip-off. Thinking about this, Ye Feng suddenly had an idea. What if I use these points to buy a few more chariots and sell them to the government? Wouldn't that make me a lot of money? This deal was a surefire winner. Firstly, there was no such chariot anywhere in the government. Moreover, its practicality far surpassed anything else in the government. The government would definitely agree without hesitation. Moreover, 100 exchange points would not be a problem for Ye Feng. Killing 100 mutants would easily earn him that amount. In addition, the intrinsic value. The chariot clearly exceeded 100 points. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the conservative price of this chariot was no less than 2,000 points. To exchange 100 for 2,000, a difference of 20 times, what is this if not a guaranteed victory? To say that it is a guaranteed victory is to say nothing. It must be profitable. As soon as Ye Feng came up with this idea, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him. The owner can own only 1 chariot at a time. Until the chariot is completely dismantled, he will not be able to buy a second one. However, the exchange cost spent on upgrading the dismantled chariot is not returned. Ye Feng's dream of becoming rich was nipped in the bud before it even began. He sighed helplessly, turned the ignition key, and the chariot suddenly roared. Ye Feng had gotten his driver's license in college, and it was a manual transmission, so he could barely drive. The Wasteland Tank. The reason for this was hardly because it was even more difficult to drive than a normal SUV. The Wasteland Tank, although an SUV, was the size of a normal minivan. Naturally, it was not easy for a novice driver like Ye Feng to master it. Fortunately, he had no problem driving. It had been a long time since he had visited his good neighbors. Now was a great opportunity to visit them. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng headed straight for the Wang family's house. As luck would have it, they were just weeding the weeds near the shelter. They were slightly surprised to see the tank approaching, primarily because its appearance was so impressive that anyone unfamiliar with it might mistake it for a mobile military fortress. They stopped and watched. Nearby, the roar of the tank also attracted the attention of many newly arrived shelter dwellers who came out to take a look. After all, it was the first time they had seen such a machine, so it was hard not to be interested. Look at this car. Are these government officials? Wang Beihan thought. But when he saw Ye Feng coming out, his face darkened. He lamented in his mind, "How is this possible?" As he came out, Ye Feng warmly waved to the Wangs, smiling. "Long time no see, old friends." "Who calls you old friends?" "Shameless bastards." The Wangs thought about it but didn't dare show it in front of such a crowd, so they nodded with a forced smile. Ye Feng also noticed the other passers-by and waved back enthusiastically. "Hello, my name is Ye Feng. I'm a neighbor living in the shelter upstairs. Just passing by and dropped in to say hello." When the others learned that Ye Feng was the owner of a luxurious orphanage, their wariness softened, and they all smiled and responded. Seeing how friendly everyone was to Ye Feng, Wang and his son felt sorry for them. They thought, "I was just as naive back then, like you. But this young man almost made me angry." Ye Feng warned everyone, "Please do not leave your shelters for the next few days." Recently, the situation has become increasingly unsettled, and several areas of Haiyun City have already been demolished. Since Ye Feng's message was new, everyone did not notice it. They thanked him with gratitude, promising to be careful. The Wangs, who were still observing the situation, were taken aback. Puzzled, is this guy really here to kindly warn you? Just when their impression of Ye Feng was starting to improve, Ye Feng's next words almost made them vomit blood. Ye Feng said seriously, "After all, even a shelter like mine can't claim to 100% safety, not to mention yours." Everyone's faces darkened. They had just lamented Ye Feng's kindness, and now they wanted to slap themselves. This was not just a warning, but pure pretense. Wang Gei's Versailles plus 10 factorial Wang Beihan's Versailles plus 10 factorial plus. Ye Feng had suddenly added a third of his Versailles collection without noticing it. Ye Feng happily smiled, not noticing the awkward smiles on the faces of those around him. He waved and got into his car to drive away. The people behind him also looked puzzled, wondering who this neighbor was. He was just a village nouveau riche. As Ye Feng walked down the mountain, he called his operator Li Ling. She had been there when Song Yunji had scolded the officials on Ye Feng's behalf, so she was even friendlier with him, afraid of offending him. "Mr. Ye, do you have any questions?" Li Ling's voice was already soft, and now that she spoke deliberately quietly, the effect was even more noticeable. Ye Feng on the other end of the line felt goosebumps. Not because the words were unpleasant, but because the tingling sensation in his heart made him ache. "Ahem," Ye Feng coughed dryly, calming down a little. "I need the weapon now. Machine guns, pistols and all that?" Li Ling muttered softly, and then added, "Okay, Mr. Ye, we'll send someone to deliver it to you as soon as possible. By the way, not to the shelter, but to the Haiyun City Zoo." Ye Feng quickly reminded him. "To the zoo?" Hearing these 3 words, Li Ling froze, her thoughts returning to the recent incident at another zoo where infected animals had attacked. At the caretaker. She didn't know why Ye Feng had sent the weapon there, but out of professional ethics, she quickly reminded him, "Mr. Ye Although it has not yet been confirmed whether the animals in Haiyun Zoo are infected, it has been confirmed that some animals have already shown signs of infection, and as a result, they become quite aggressive and attack people. Li Ling did not directly dissuade Ye Feng from going. As an administrator, she had no right to make such a statement. She could only warn, weigh the pros and cons, and leave it to Ye Feng to decide what to do. Ye Feng was somewhat surprised to hear this, as it was the first time he had heard about animal contamination. If this is true, it will certainly be bad news for humans. However, his medicine was intended for animals, and he had to go to the zoo. Well, don't worry, I'll be careful, Ye Feng replied. Seeing how Ye Feng insisted on going to the zoo, Li Ling had to give in. Then I'll contact someone to send you a gun, okay, she said, and hung up. Although Haiyun City Zoo was also in the suburbs, it was not in the same area as Mount Haiyun. Mount Haiyun was to the south and the zoo was to the north. So Ye Feng had to drive through the city to get to the zoo. Fortunately, the tank was fast and there were few other cars on the way, so it took only half an hour to reach the city. When the tank entered Haiyun, Ye Feng did not see, not a single living person. The entire city was as if dead, filled with silence. There was no trace left of the former prosperity and bustle. This could not help but make Ye Feng feel a little sad. It seemed that the end of the world had really come. Would humanity be able to win this battle? After driving for 20 minutes, Ye Feng continued, way north. It took him another half hour to reach Haiyun City Zoo. Haiyun City Zoo was built in the suburbs due to its large size, covering more than 3,000 acres. It is also the second largest zoo in the eastern province, with an entrance fee of more than 100 yuan. Ye Feng parked the car near the zoo and walked out with the tang sword. Seeing that the officials had not yet arrived, he decided to go inside first. However, the gate of the zoo was tightly closed. No matter how much Ye Feng shouted, there was no response. There was no one inside. A feeling of relief washed over Ye Feng. It was true. After all, it was the end of the world. So who would have time to take care of these potentially infectious animals? Unable to open the gate properly, Ye Feng decided to drive through it by car. The gate of the zoo consisted of two large iron gates, more than 10 meters apart, allowing easy passage. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng began to back up and stopped about 100 meters away from the gate of the zoo. Ye Feng turned to Ai Feng and smiled, reminding her, "Hold on tight." Ye Feng, as soon as Ai Feng finished, pressed the clutch, shifting into forward gear. He released the clutch and stepped on the gas. The chariot roared, and Ye Feng quickly changed gears. The car's speed suddenly exceeded 80 kilometers per hour and continued to rise. When it was about to crash into the gate, its speed exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Bang! The massive iron gate flew off to the side. The two passengers only felt a slight jolt, but otherwise had no reaction. As the gate swung open, Ye Feng slammed on the brakes to avoid colliding with other buildings. After all, going over 200 kilometers per hour wasn't that big of a deal. After stopping, Ye Feng hurriedly jumped out of the car. He squatted in front of it, looking around. Satisfied that there was no damage, he sighed with relief. He stood up and looked at the bent and deformed iron gate in the distance, feeling a wave of shock. This car is simply amazing. It crashed into the gate, and neither the people nor the car were hurt. Probably only a tank could do that. Ye Feng was also glad that he bought the tank. This was a long overdue deal. Returning to the car, Ye Feng did not immediately drive off. Instead, he pulled out the drone he had prepared in advance and prepared to inspect the surrounding area. After all, Li Ling said that animals were also at risk of contracting the virus, so it was best to be careful. However, as soon as he raised the drone, he heard the sound of brakes behind him. Ye Feng glanced at the left rearview mirror and saw that it was a government vehicle. He had no choice but to lower the drone, quickly get out and walk towards it. Two soldiers got out of the jeep. One of them was carrying a long backpack. "Are you Comrade Ye Feng?" The soldier, who approached politely, extended his hand. Ye Feng shook it with a smile. Yes, I am Ye Fong. Sorry for disturbing you. It is my duty, no problem. The soldier replied with a smile. His attitude was extremely friendly. With that, he took the long backpack from his companion and handed it to Ye Feng, explaining, "Here is the weapon you asked for. Please check it out." Hearing the name of the weapon, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. The backpack was so long that it was obvious that it was something valuable. Ye Feng picked up the backpack, placed it on the ground and opened it to inspect it. He found 3 weapons, a pistol, a rifle, and a sniper rifle. There were also 5 grenades and several magazines. Although it was not much, it was still important to Ye Feng. Was more than enough. Holding this heavy weapon in his hands, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems there are certain advantages to serving in the government. The soldiers standing nearby were surprised and confused when they heard Ye Feng's words. While examining the weapon, Ye Feng glanced at the gate he had broken down. Previously, they would have thrown Ye Feng to the ground without hesitation. He dared to destroy state property. How could he avoid several years in prison? "Comrade Ye Feng," the soldier suddenly called. Ye Feng, who was checking his weapon, raised his head curiously and replied, "What happened?" The soldier raised his hand and pointed at the zoo, sternly reminding him, "If you come here, be careful, right?" Ye Feng lowered his weapon and stood up. Could it be that there are infected animals inside? If that were the case, Ye Feng would be a little upset. His worry was not due to fear of infected animals. "I even killed mutants, so why should I be afraid of the likes of you?" He was worried that there were no living animals inside. If so, his trip today would be in vain, and he didn't know where to find live animals. Fortunately, the soldier just shook his head. He wasn't sure, because the authorities hadn't had time to investigate. "Just be careful." Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. The soldier, having completed the task, said goodbye to Ye Feng and left. Ye Feng returned to the tank with his backpack. He opened the trunk and put the bag inside, but kept the gun. After all, it was so small that it wouldn't be a problem to carry around. Back in the car, he rolled down the window again and skillfully activated the drone. As Ye Feng's fingers slid back and forth on the tablet controller, the drone quickly flew toward the zoo's outer courtyard. The zoo is divided into an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is home to the more sedate animals such as monkeys and alpacas, while the inner courtyard is home to larger predators such as lions and tigers. This division is made for the convenience of the animals in the outer courtyard. If the predators were placed among the herbivores would be constantly alarmed. Don't underestimate the animal's sense of smell. Another reason for this design is that many children prefer peaceful herbivores, so the zoo is designed to attract visitors with children. The outer courtyard is also the largest, almost twice as big as the inner one. As the drone continued to fly deeper, Ye Feng's expression became more and more serious. How could this happen? Ye Feng muttered with a frown. The footage captured by the drone showed that almost all the animals in the outer courtyard were dead. Even if they were still alive, they were lying on the ground, looking half dead. Furthermore, Ye Feng noticed that the bodies of many of the animals were incomplete, as if they had been eaten by someone, and the bones underneath the flesh were clearly visible. However, Ye Feng did not know whether this was because the animals ate their own kind because starvation or because of mutants. Whatever the reason, Ye Feng's hopes of finding the animal were greatly diminished. Even if he finally found an animal that suited him, he couldn't guarantee that it would be healthy. He sighed and continued to inspect the outer courtyard with the drone. As the drone descended, Ye Feng's relaxed brows furrowed, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Just like expected, it seems that people here have not escaped infection either. The drone footage showed groups of mutants in the uniform of zoo employees wandering along the park paths. Ye Feng was about to control the drone to dive deeper when he suddenly straightened up abruptly and his breathing quickened. I zoomed in on the drone image and saw a mutant lying on the ground, gnawing on a human corpse. His anxiety grew. According to the records, the body had died recently, as there was still a thick layer of dark blood on the ground. But the dead were not humans, but mutants. That was why Ye Feng lost his composure. Devouring his own kind, was he a mutant? As soon as this thought came to mind, in his head, Ye Feng quickly shook his head. No, mutants shouldn't be that small, and he seemed to have been infected only recently. Wait! Another terrifying thought suddenly occurred to Ye Feng. Was he mutating? This thought wasn't unexpected. He had known this since the last time he exterminated mutants. If the mutant lived for more than 3 days, there was a chance it would evolve into a terrifyingly strong variation. Although the chance was small, it was still possible. Forget it, if I meet someone later, I'll just kill them. With that thought in mind, Ye Feng stopped thinking and continued to pilot the drone, guiding it all the way. Deeper. The drone was filming a jungle scene surrounded by many trees. There was a layer of wire mesh stretched under the trees to keep the animals from falling. Previously, there had been many groups of monkeys here, including golden monkeys, macaques, cicadas, and almost any other. But now, there was not a single monkey on the tree. And the ground was littered with the corpses of all sorts of monkeys. Unlike other animals, monkeys are almost extinct here. Ye Feng frowned again, not understanding why. Logically, they are all animals, so the situation should be the same. However, not a single monkey survived. Could it be because monkeys, like humans, are primates? Thinking about it, Ye Feng's face became even more serious. If that's the case, then it seems like this virus was specifically designed for humans. It was truly eerie. The drone flew slowly over the jungle. Ye Feng was about to fly away to see if there were any living animals, when suddenly a large group of mutants appeared ahead. There were about a dozen of them, but their clothes were different from those he had seen before. If nothing else, nothing unexpected happened. These mutants were probably tourists. This gave Ye Feng another important piece of information. The mutant outbreak at Haiyun Zoo must have been sudden, not a secondary infection. Otherwise, there would not have been tourists. Moreover, the further into the island, the more of these mutants appeared. In order to avoid further complications, Ye Feng decided to act immediately. After spending a few minutes searching for the drone, Ye Feng started his tank and prepared to sail away. Although he knew that the noise of the tank would attract many mutants, Ye Feng was not too worried. The tank's durability was no less than mutants. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no matter how many of them came, the tank could crush them. However, this only applied to normal mutants. If he encountered mutants, he would have to take more precautions. However, Ye Feng had not seen any mutants so far, so he was not too worried. Even if he encountered a mutant, it would not be a problem. Ye Feng was well prepared, especially with I Feng, a robot. A 100,000-volt electrotherapy session would be enough to cure the mutants. And since I Feng was a robot, he had no fear of infection, so Ye Feng did not worry about it. Ye Feng slowly drove the tank through the zoo's outer courtyard. The zoo often had to deliver food to the animals, so many roads had been built, each leading to any point. Ye Feng was just about to stop by. It would be safe and convenient, so why not? When Ye Feng drove his tank to the place where the mutants had been spotted, he instantly attracted many mutants. In addition to the staff, there were also several tourists who, of course, had now become mutants. Ye Feng didn't hesitate. He slammed straight into them. With a few dull thuds, the mutants in front of the tank were instantly killed, torn to pieces by the tank's enormous force. Blood spurted everywhere. As Ye Feng drove, he watched the mutants blocking the road, but he didn't notice the mutant he had just seen devouring his comrade. At first, he wanted to go look, but then he changed his mind. Not because he was afraid, but rather because he didn't want to waste time. He had no idea where to look, and finding the animals was the most important thing. Ye Feng stepped on the gas, and the tank crashed into the courtyard of the zoo. There were at least 30 or 40 dead mutants lying under the tank, and even the spikes on the front bumper of the tank were still covered in their remains. The scene was bloody. Entering the courtyard, Ye Feng saw the familiar archway. and his thoughts suddenly flashed back to 2 years ago. That was the first time he brought Su Yao here, the first time he held her hand. And yet, returning to the zoo like this was a source of disappointment. Precisely because he had already been here before, he did not use a drone to survey the area. He knew the road well, so it was easier to reverse. As he continued to drive his chariot deeper and deeper, Ye Feng thought about catching the lion and bringing it back, an act that was both majestic and impressive. However, he did not see a single animal in a good mood, which made him anxious. What if all of these animals were dead? If that were the case, Ye Feng's entire trip would have been in vain. Ye Feng was driving slowly along the courtyard road when suddenly a figure jumped out from around a fork in the road, rushed straight towards Ye Feng, startling him. He wasn't sure if this sudden appearance was real, but the car was going slowly, so there were no accidents. He had just stopped the car, barely catching his breath, when a bloody head suddenly popped out of the left window, followed by a crash. This startled him again. Damn it! Since the glass was made of a different material and visibility was limited, Ye Feng did not immediately recognize the person. Just as he grabbed his tang sword and prepared to attack, a woman's scream suddenly came from outside the car window. Help! Sir, I am not infected. Please help us. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He took a closer look and saw that the bloody head belonged to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. The blood on his face was flowing from a wound on his forehead. The wound was not like a bite, but a bruise. We? Ye Feng did not open the door immediately, wondering why the foreigner said we. Could there really be more than one survivor? At that moment, another young man suddenly jumped out from the crossroads where he had been blinded, looking just as confused. Panic flashed across the young man's face at the sight of the chariot, but when he saw the blonde standing outside with a wild expression, his last sigh of relief suddenly flared up with renewed vigor. Alice, what happened? The young man asked hastily. Alice opened her mouth in alarm, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, 7 or 8 mutants jumped out of the corner, rushing at the young man and Alice with bared fangs and claws. The calmness of the two men that had just calmed down was replaced by fury once again. Ye Feng did not dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly opened the car door and blew the horn. The two men standing outside came to their senses, quickly opened the door and climbed in almost immediately after they were pounced on. Mutants. Seeing them getting into the car, Ye Feng stepped on the gas and drove away. The mutant that had just attacked them instantly disappeared and fell to the ground. Although the two people in the car were saved, they still looked nervous. On the one hand, they were still a little scared from what they had just experienced, and on the other, they didn't know how long this temporary safety would last. They breathed heavily, trying to calm their nerves. They were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaking wet, obviously having just experienced a thrilling escape. The chariot was also saturated with a pungent smell of sweat, making Ye Feng feel a little germaphobe, subconsciously frowned. He turned on the air conditioner and the smell slowly disappeared. The young man and Alice in the back seat, having calmed down, thanked Ye Feng heartily. Ye Feng was not too proud of himself. He saved them not only for humanitarian reasons, but also to find out about the situation at the zoo. Meeting a living person in such a state surprised Ye Feng. He had no idea how long the zoo had been occupied, but judging by the mutants, it must have been at least a week. Moreover, Ye Feng had been watching them for rearview mirror since they got on the chariot. Their clothes were typical of tourists, and the stains on their bodies looked quite old. Brother, my name is Zhang Hao. I am from Haiyuan City. You can just call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Hao. The young man introduced himself modestly. Alice, who was standing next to her, quickly took the initiative. My name is Alice. I am from Lingqiao City. Lingqiao, Eastern Province. Ye Feng glanced at Alice in the rearview mirror with some surprise. Although Alice looked a little disheveled, it was clear that she was originally quite beautiful. Her blonde hair, blue eyes, and perfectly firm breasts were not what one would expect from a Kyushu native. Noticing that Ye Feng sneaked a look at her. Alice timidly explained, "My father is from the American Empire, and my mother is from Kyushu. Mixed race, no wonder." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, seeing that the car was still arriving, asked anxiously, "Brother, can you take us out? I haven't been home for a long time and my parents are waiting for me." Alice nodded, begging Ye Feng to take her along. "We'll talk about how we'll go later. First, tell me about the situation at the zoo." Ye Feng was short on time and didn't want to waste it on endless conversations, not to mention he still had many questions for the two of them. After hearing Ye Feng's words, the two of them had no choice but to leave as quickly as possible. Zhang Hao answered honestly, "A week ago, my colleagues and I came here to film. Suddenly, a disaster happened. We wanted to leave quickly, but many survivors hid inside, so we had to follow them. Later, to prevent the monsters from entering, the zoo staff locked the gates. However, because of this castle, many people died, including my colleagues." At this moment, Zhang Hao's voice trembled and his face showed deep sadness. Although Ye Feng sympathized, he still continued to pursue. "Are you two alone here?" Zhang Hao shook his head. "No. In the wooded part. There are still survivors left in the courtyard. There is a shelter there that used to be a shelter from animals, but now it is occupied by us survivors." Hearing this, Ye Feng was slightly surprised. From Zhang Hao's tone and expression, it was clear that there were quite a few survivors. To survive for so long in such a confined space, this group was something outstanding. However, Zhang Hao's next words confirmed Ye Feng's suspicions. "Brother, please take us away from here. We don't want to go back there." Zhang Hao's face was filled with fear and horror as he said this. Even when he first met the mutant, Zhang Hao had never shown such an expression. This showed that there was still much to explore. Ye Feng gently reassured him, "Don't worry, as long as you answer honestly. My questions, I will naturally pull you out of there when the time comes." Zhang Hao and Alice couldn't help but glance at each other and finally nodded, expressing their willingness to cooperate. "Go on," Ye Feng urged. Zhang Hao looked at Ye Feng strangely and replied after a moment, "We thought that if we survived, we could wait for help from the government, but have not received any news from them yet. What upsets us even more is that those who protected us at first have finally taken up arms against us, the survivors. They forced us to risk our lives to find food, otherwise they would beat us up." Alice, who was standing next to them, also joined in with an angry expression. Not only that, they also threatened us that if we didn't obey, they would capture us and feed us to the monsters. Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but interested in what the two were talking about. "Another Yang Jian? Haha." Zhang Hao accidentally noticed the smirk on Ye Feng's face, and he immediately felt goosebumps. Funny? What a weirdo. Thinking about this, Zhang Hao suddenly came up with the idea of introducing this man to this group. After all, whoever could come with a woman in such a car was clearly not an ordinary person. However, as soon as this thought entered his head, he immediately suppressed it. "Are you kidding? These people are armed. Sir, are you asking if you want to go there?" Alice asked in surprise. Seeing Alice's question, Zhang Hao quickly added, "Brother, don't go there. They have shotguns and tranquilizers. We are no match for them." Compared to Zhang Hao, Alice seemed much calmer. She rolled her eyes slightly, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Ye Feng waved his hand. "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised." Seeing this, the two of them didn't know what to say. They desperately tried to escape, but someone was still recklessly trying to get in. God really loved making fun of them. "Do you remember if there were any living creatures there?" Ye Feng asked again. This was Ye Feng's true purpose. As for the group of survivors, as long as they didn't interfere with his work, Ye Feng usually stayed away from them. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Ye Feng asked, but he answered honestly, "I'm not sure. There should be some, but most of them are terrifying mutants." Mutated creatures? It seemed like the situation was exactly as Li Ling described. Thinking about this, Ye Feng asked again, What kind of creatures are these? Mutants? Zhang Hao frowned and thought for a moment. I remember there were cheetahs there. They are very fast. Many of our survivors died at their hands. And there are kangaroos there too. When those mutants come out, we will hide in advance. Otherwise, there will be even more deaths. Alice added, her face distorted with fear, and it was clear that she did not want to stay here. Ya Feng nodded. On the street, it is essentially the same. The entire city is blocked, many areas are destroyed, and the corpses are piled up. Zhang Hao shrugged at Ye Feng's words. However, it's better outside than here. If we stay there, we might be able to wait for rescue. Here, we'll just die. Didn't you call the police? Ye Feng asked doubtfully. The authorities have already carried out many rescue operations. Otherwise, we would be in this state. Zhang Hao shook his head. We called the police first, but no one came. Then they took all our phones. We had no choice but to run, otherwise we would all die there. What about you? Ye Feng asked Alice curiously. After all, leaving the group would most likely mean an even quicker death. Take now, for example. If they hadn't met Ye Feng, they would probably have been eaten by mutants by now. Alice couldn't help but glance at Zhang Hao. Seeing his nod, she plucked up the courage to continue. These perverts weren't content with just controlling us. They wanted to take women as slaves to satisfy their lust. I'd rather die than have anything to do with them. That's why Zhang Hao and I risked our lives to escape. Seeing Alice's beautiful face and imposing figure, even Ye Feng, not to mention the others, was tempted. However, Ye Feng had strong self-control. He did not allow his lower body to confuse him. Zhang Hao agreed, nodded. I wanted to take a few more people with me, but the rest didn't dare. Finally, someone reported us. Fortunately, we had already gotten out of the forest, and there were a lot of mutants nearby, so they didn't dare to pursue us any further. It seems like these people really think they're tyrants. Ya Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Then, looking at Zhang Hao in the rearview mirror, he said, Show me the way. I want to see if there are any living animals here. If I see any, I'll take you back. Zhang Hao hoped that this would make Ye Feng change his mind, but he didn't expect him to insist on going back. Naturally, he didn't agree. Without thinking, he replied, Brother, I'll show you the way, but please lead us out first. No. Ye Feng flatly refused. For the same reason, Ye Feng didn't want to waste time, and secondly, he wanted to use the two of them to gather more information. Seeing Ye Feng's determination, Zhang Hao instantly blushed. He snorted coldly. If you don't take us, we'll go alone. With that, Zhang Hao moved towards the car door, but Ye Feng locked it. Without his permission, they couldn't open it. What do you mean? Zhang Hao asked unkindly, looking around the car for a weapon. Noticing the tang sword on the gearshift, he quickly grabbed it. Pulling the dagger back, Ye Feng also raised his right hand, grabbed the handle, and pulled it back. With a clanking sound, the dagger instantly jumped out of its sheath, while Zhang Hao only grabbed one sheath. Just when he was about to take another step to snatch the dagger from Ye Feng's finger, a sharp dagger slashed across his neck. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he turned pale and did not dare move an inch. If the dagger moved even a millimeter, he would already be beheaded. Alice, who was standing next to him, was also frightened by this scene and quickly calmed him down. Sir, please calm down. We promise. Ye Feng looked at Alice, who was smiling at him, and put away the dagger. However, Ye Feng's next move frightened them both again. Ye Feng pulled out a gun from his waist and forcefully put it aside, right in front of the two of them. This scene shocked both of them. They had no idea that Ye Feng actually had a gun, and they so brazenly put it next to him. Wasn't he afraid that we would take him away? As soon as this thought entered Zhang Hao's mind, he immediately rejected it. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The experience he had just gone through made him realize how scary Ye Feng was, so he didn't dare risk his life again. Alice, on the other hand, was a little nervous, but she hid it well. But Ye Feng still caught him, and the reason Ye Feng did this was to take advantage of the opportunity to see the relationship between two people, and the result was obvious. At the same time, Ye Feng's speed did not slow down at all from the beginning to the end. This psychological quality alone can leave ordinary soldiers far behind. Alice gently patted Zhang Hao's thigh to calm him down, took the knife handle from his hand, and returned it to its place. However, seeing that Ye Feng did not react at all, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Show me the way," Ye Feng said to break the silence. Alice pointed to the fork in the road ahead and said softly, "Master, turn right." Ye Feng said, and then increased his speed. Alice suddenly added, "Master, you better drive carefully." These guys were expecting someone to drive up, so they set up a roadblock in front. "We'd better go the other way." Elisa's advances irritated Zhang Hao, who was standing nearby. He thought, "I almost died at his hands just now, and you're still so polite to me." Zhang Hao could only curse in his mind, not out loud. Alice expected Ye Feng to accept her offer, but to her surprise, he only shook his head and said, "No problem." This left Alice wondering what this man was thinking. She turned and looked at Ai Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Sitting in the front row, she couldn't see her face, and for a moment, she didn't know who she was. However, Alice never imagined that Ye Feng would be so excited after hearing about the barrier. When the chariot turned the corner, a large group of mutants suddenly appeared in front of them, startling Zhang Hao and the other charioteers. They should have been attracted by the roar of the chariot, but these mutants were unable to stop it and were crushed by it. Blood splashed onto the windshield. It was a very impressive sight, but Zhang Hao found that Ye Feng was completely unmoved by it. This made him even more wary. He thought, "Are you still human? You didn't even react." However, he had no idea that Ye Feng was treating these mutants like melons. Ye Feng had already gotten used to it. Zhang Hao patted his chest in fear, but at the same time, he thanked his lucky stars that he didn't get out of the car. Otherwise, if he encountered these mutants, he would be torn apart and devoured. After all, he had seen this scene before. As the tank moved deeper, more mutants appeared ahead. Ye Feng, who was driving, slightly narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Hold on tight!" Without giving the two people behind him a chance to react, Ye Feng floored the gas pedal and the tank shot forward. Any mutant approaching the tank was almost instantly thrown back, and some were even torn apart by the spikes on the front bumper. The scene was incredibly bloody. Combined with the tanks rocking back and forth, the shaking of the tank made Zhang Hao and Alice, who were inside, almost feel sick. They couldn't help but whine, wishing that the mutants would bite them. The forest was full of trees and corpses. In addition to the mutants, there were also animal remains. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Damn it! Zhang Hao escaped with Alice. If I had known this would happen, I would have just grabbed him by force. The bearded man complained, leaning against a tree. His comrades laughed. "Lao Hai, don't worry. Those two rats won't get far. You know what's going on there. They'll be back sooner or later." The man standing next to them took the initiative. He looked to be about 30 years old. He held a hunting rifle and carefully watched every movement. The hunting rifle looked old-fashioned, probably ancient. It was originally intended to subdue animals that attacked people, but zookeepers never imagined that it would become a tool for subduing people. The other men around him nodded in agreement, saying that, now that Alice is back, they want to try foreign chickens too. Wang Hai cursed with a laugh, then stood up and asked, "By the way, how are things now? What else should we do?" "Everything is the same as always," the same man replied. His name was Li Shang, and like the others, he was a zoo employee. Li Shang threw up his hands and continued his complaints. "The roads outside are almost deserted. I watched for several days and not a single car passed by. There is nothing much to rob. If this continues, sooner or later we too will meet our end." Hearing this, the faces of the 5 present darkened. Li Shang is right. Looks like we need to find another way out. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. At this moment, a young man ran out of the forest, excitedly shouting, "Brothers, the car is coming!" His clothes were different from the other 6 people present, so if nothing happened, he must be a tourist. But it didn't matter anymore. The 6 men were instantly thrilled when they heard the car approaching. For the first time in a long time, A living person had entered the room. "Brothers, grab your guns." The eldest, Wang Hai, commanded, and the others followed his example with rifles in their hands. The road ran very close to the forest, just a few hundred meters away. It took them only a minute to get out. At this moment, Ye Feng's tank was approaching them. Seeing the front bumper of the tank covered in limbs and flesh, their expressions changed slightly. They thought that the driver must be a tough guy, but even the toughest guy would have to die here today. Watching the tank about to run over, they twisted their faces into a wicked smile as they approached the tire-bursting trap they had set. At that speed, the tank would inevitably puncture a tire and flip over, saving them the trouble of firing. Whoosh! The tank roared past, unharmed. It was the complete opposite of their imagined barrier. The 7 people were dumbfounded, then rubbed their eyes. Some of them couldn't believe their eyes. It was the first time they had seen a tire puncture device fail. Remember, it used to be called a tire killer. There was no tire it couldn't pierce. "Don't just stand there, shoot!" Wang Hai shouted, then raised his hunting rifle and fired at the tank. His accuracy was impressive. Almost every shot hit the target. The others, having come to their senses, rushed at the tank, trying to stop it. The roar of bullets was heard inside the tank, which frightened Zhang Hao and Alice. But they soon realized that the bullets did not penetrate it, completely blocking it. Even the windshield that was hit by the bullets remained undamaged, much to their amazement. The 7 people shooting outside were stunned, not expecting the tank to be so durable. The tank had barely passed them by a few dozen meters before Ye Feng stopped and reversed. Seeing this, Zhang Hao panicked. He didn't understand why Ye Feng was retreating. Shouldn't he have retreated even further? Seeing the tank approaching the 7, Zhang Hao hurriedly asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ye Feng turned around and gave them a sly smile. "Have you ever played real CS?" "What? Real CS?" The two were stunned, not understanding what Ye Feng was up to. Suddenly, Zhang Hao remembered that Ye Feng also had a gun. Was he really going to get into a shootout with these people? Thinking about it, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, "Brother, they have hunting rifles, the kind that can kill a person with one shot." "Don't I have one?" Ye Feng replied angrily. Zhang Hao glanced at the pistol lying next to him and couldn't help but grumble to himself. How could he play against them with such a small pistol? "They'll just shoot you to pieces." He wanted to try to reason with Ye Feng, but seeing his unfriendly gaze, he finally decided to remain silent. The 7 people behind him saw that Ye Feng was actually retreating, so they stopped attacking. They thought that Ye Feng was scared and wanted to surrender, so the 7 of them immediately surrounded him, each of them very excited. However, as soon as the car stopped, they discovered that what greeted them was not a surrender, but a flashing gun barrel. Ye Feng got out of the car and pointed his gun straight at the elder Wang Hai. This scene almost scared Wang Hai to death. The others were also slightly stunned, and then they all grabbed their hunting rifles and pointed them at Ye Feng, and threatened Ye Feng to put down his guns. But Ye Feng completely ignored them, and the scene was very awkward for a while. The young man, "Discuss this peacefully. Beware of accidental shots." Wang Hai tried to persuade, fearing that Ye Feng might kill him with one shot. Ye Feng chuckled, and then gestured for Wang Hai to order the others to lay down their weapons. Wang Hai refused and explained with a smile, "This is all a misunderstanding. If you lay down your arms first, my brothers will follow suit. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay?" "Ha ha, do I look like a fool?" Ye Feng asked, pointing his left hand at his nose. Don't refuse the toast. These..." Before Wang Hai could finish speaking, Ye Feng pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled past his ear, causing a roar to reverberate in his eardrum. He stopped mid-sentence in fear. Wang Hai's pupils shrank. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Although he remained motionless, he almost wet himself. The other comrades nearby were also terrified. They didn't expect Ye Feng to actually open fire in front of such a crowd, and for a moment were at a loss. Fight face to face? Then Wang Hai would obviously be dead too. But laying down their arms was not an option either. Wouldn't that leave them vulnerable? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Ai Feng, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly appeared. With lightning speed, she knocked the guns out of several men's hands with such speed. Seeing this, the accomplices on the other side quickly aimed their guns, trying to shoot Ai Feng. Ye Feng, who was standing nearby, did not allow them to succeed. He turned around abruptly and shot his accomplice in the right hand, holding the gun. Bang! The shotgun fell to the ground, followed by a heart-wrenching roar of pain. In a matter of moments, Ai Feng and Ye Feng easily dealt with the seven. They crouched on the ground, clutching their heads with their hands, not daring to resist any further. As for the hunting rifles, they were piled up in front of them like burning sticks. Seeing that the fight was over, Zhang Hao and Alice got out of the car. Alice was about to leave immediately, but found that Ye Feng took out the car keys and gave up on the idea. Damn it, brother, you're just awesome. Looking at the seven squatting people, Zhang Hao admired Ye Feng from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he voluntarily or involuntarily glanced at Ai Feng, who was standing next to Ye Feng. Seeing Ai Feng's face, Zhang Hao was stunned. In addition, this was the first time he saw Ai Feng's face from the front. She was so beautiful that even Alice, a beautiful foreigner, could not compare to her. Alice, who was standing next to him, also noticed Ai Feng and was amazed by his beauty. Zhang Hao could not understand why Ye Feng had such a beautiful companion and why she was so skilled. After Zhang's fleeting exclamation, Hao turned his gaze back to the seven men squatting in front of him. He kicked Wang Hai twice fiercely, cursing, "You're lucky." Ye Feng had subdued them, and that was enough. But now, Zhang Hao was humiliating them. Wang Hai and the others' faces instantly darkened, as if they had swallowed a fly. "Okay, enough wasting time. Take any gun and take it," Ye Feng said, kicking the hunting rifle in front of him. "Seriously?" Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He was a little distrustful that Ye Feng allowed him to hold a gun. Wasn't he afraid of being threatened with a gun? But looking at the seven men squatting in front of him, he felt relieved. The seven men were no match for him, let alone himself. Zhang Hao didn't, hesitated. He sat down and picked up the latest hunting rifle. He weighed it and decided that the weight was just right, so he chose it. Having chosen the gun, he also took a few magazines and finally, satisfied, stood up. Alice, who was standing next to him, also wanted to make a move a little, but did not dare to act herself, so she simply stepped aside and waited for him to speak. Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng did not ask her to take the gun, and then her face changed slightly, and she even formed a certain opinion about Ye Feng. Ye Feng naturally noticed Alice's little tricks, but he did not point them out. The reason why he did not give Alice a gun was because he always thought of her as unreliable and having ulterior motives. At that moment, a pack of mutants suddenly appeared, their numbers steadily growing. The crowd, clearly attracted by the gunfire, became alarmed. "Brother, what should we do next?" Zhang Hao grabbed the hunting rifle, feeling a little confused. The aura of the kick disappeared. The seven men who had crouched on the ground panicked. Ye Feng was about to reply, but Alice pointed to the forest and shouted, "Look over there! It's a mutant! He's aiming at us!" Everyone quickly looked in the direction Alice had pointed and saw a sleek, dark figure standing in the forest, staring at them. It wasn't attacking, but its intentions were clearly malicious. The mutant was a leopard. Although he was mutated, his appearance was not deformed like a mutant. He still looked like a leopard. The only difference was that he was stronger than a normal leopard, giving him a menacing appearance. However, his mouth was full of blood, clearly from eating something recently. His body was covered in bloody wounds, indicating a recent injury. As Ye Feng examined the mutant, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his voice grew more surprised. "Is this a mutant? He looks much more ferocious than a human, but he seems completely normal." The mutants in Ye Feng's mind were somewhat like aliens. Even if they weren't, they would at least have impressive features. Despite their commonplace appearance, mutants were terrifying. Ye Feng wasn't afraid. He had killed even bosses like mutants before, so how could he be afraid of one? Look over there, another flock of mutants, Alice exclaimed, and everyone turned around. Indeed, there was more than one, and many were heading towards them. At this moment, the 7 squatting ones suddenly jumped up and rushed to the other side of the forest. This frightened Zhang Hao and the others, and he reacted and fired. But missed. Ye Feng also stopped him, as the mutants had already surrounded them. They're really fast, you know. If they'd hesitated for a few more minutes, Zhang Hao and Alice would probably have died here. Let's go. Get in the car. Ye Feng shouted and ran to the driver's seat. Ai Feng didn't need Ye Feng's reminders and silently returned to the passenger seat. Zhang Hao and Alice, not daring to hesitate any longer, returned to the car. Although running away was not Ye Feng's style, he only had 2 options. Either a bloody, fight the mutants and humans, or simply run away. A bloody fight was definitely not an option. It wasn't that Ye Feng was afraid. No matter how aggressive these mutants and humans were, if a fight broke out, Ye Feng would be completely invincible. With him and Ai Feng, he could handle another wave and also earn exchange points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Ye Feng couldn't do that, because his goal this time was to find live animals. If he waited, something might happen. He didn't want the remaining animals to turn into those disgusting mutants. If that happened, he would lose a lot today. That's why he immediately thought of running away instead of fighting. Meanwhile, the mutants still watching in the forest also noticed their escape attempt, so they all rushed forward, some even pursuing the fleeing 7. The mutants were incredibly fast, completely incomparable to the mutants. In a matter of moments, they caught up with the fleeing 7, easily knocking them off their feet. A ferocious flurry of bites followed. Heart-rending screams were heard. The scene was a bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, the remaining mutants had almost caught up with the chariot. Their speed, oddly enough, matched the chariot's speed. The chariot was moving at a speed of almost 100 yards per hour, accelerating, but the distance between them continued to shrink. Fortunately, the road was wide enough. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have crashed sooner or later. Seeing the mutants chasing them through the car window, Zhang Hao and Alice turned pale. Although they knew that the tank was strong and the mutants might not be able to harm them, if they were really surrounded by mutants, they would be doomed in the end. Brother, hurry up! Those mutants are already catching up! Zhang Hao urged him anxiously. Alice, standing next to him, almost burst into tears at the thought of being eaten by these vile mutants. Can't you see that I'm going to break the gas pedal? Will you drive? Ye Feng said angrily. Seeing Ye Feng's anger, Zhang Hao had no choice but to remain silent. Fortunately, after the tank had driven some distance, the mutants stopped pursuing him, and Ye Feng wondered if these mutants still had their original sense of territoriality. After stopping the car, several people hurriedly opened the windows to get some air. However, as soon as the windows were opened, they were hit by the pungent smell of blood. This smell was accompanied by a slight fishy smell, like seafood that had been sitting for many days. Ye Feng had inhaled enough of this smell during the last operations to combat mutants, so over time he got used to it. However, Alice and Zhang Hao were not so comfortable. They looked bitter and suffering. Alice opened the car door and got out for some fresh air. But when she saw the chariot covered in the blood and minced meat of mutant beasts and mutants, her stomach twisted and she finally threw up. Since she hadn't eaten for days, the vomit was just yellow slime. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly got out of the car and walked over to console her. Ye Feng, who was driving, looked at the 2 of them, only smiling and saying nothing. After all, he had seen this kind of scene many times. Ye Feng looked around and thought deeply. It seemed that the inner courtyard was indeed much more dangerous than the outer courtyard. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it was not that the animals could not mutate. As for the animals that died, they were probably not adapted to the virus. That's why they died immediately after infection. The probability of this was similar to the probability of mutations, that is, not very high. However, humans mutated immediately after being infected with the virus, but mutants rarely survived until the 3-day death period, which was similar to the situation with animals. This situation should be considered the latest intelligence. If I report this to the authorities, I wonder if there will be any reward. Thinking about it, Ye Feng shook his head again. Forget it. I'll wait until I find the animals and come back. Ye Feng opened the car door and got out. He walked up to Zhang Hao and asked, "How far is it from here to the deepest point?" "To the deepest point?" Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then seemed to think about something, and his face twisted with sadness. "Brother, you don't want to go there again, do you? You just saw all these monsters. We will die if we are not careful." "Stop grumbling. I said I will pull you out as soon as I see a living animal." Ye Feng replied impatiently. "Good, good." Zhang Hao's face was sour. Although he was extremely embarrassed, he was ultimately unable to convince Ye Feng. He pointed to the road ahead and said, "Go straight along this road, turn right at the first fork, and then walk another 700 to 800 meters, and you should be there." Ye Feng looked in the direction Zhang Hao pointed, and it seemed quite close. "Do you know what other living creatures live there?" Ye Feng continued asking. By that time, Alice was almost sick. She wiped her mouth and took the initiative. "If I remember correctly, there should be lions and elephants, but they are in poor condition, and the further you go, the more dangerous." Zhang Hao nodded and added, "Yes, there is also a giant panda. You know how important pandas are in our Kyushu kingdom, so their forests are relatively safer, so they are still safe." Seeing the lions and giant pandas, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Today, he came here especially for animals like lions. If he could tame one, how majestic would it become in the future? I bet even the rich second-generation Ji Wenbin would be jealous. After all, in the Kyushu kingdom, no matter how rich you are, you can't keep protected animals as pets. Animals, but if you think about it, giant pandas aren't bad either. Back then, only Chiyu could use the giant panda as a mount. Now, he could try it. Thinking about this, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile maliciously. Seeing this, Zhang Hao and Alice, who were standing nearby, felt goosebumps run down their bodies. They wondered how a person can laugh after experiencing life and death, and his laughter was so obscene. "Get in the car, let's go," Ye Feng ordered. He didn't want to wait any longer. After all, no one knew if another accident would happen. Zhang Hao and Alice helplessly returned to the car. Ye Feng didn't drive, but went to the trunk and took out a rifle. He also took out a few more magazines and 3 grenades. Returning to the car, Ye Feng handed the rifle to Ai Feng. "Do you know how to use it?" Ye Feng asked softly. Ai Feng took the rifle and nodded with a smile. Zhang Hao and Alice, who were standing behind him, were also surprised to see Ye Feng suddenly take out a brand new rifle. After all, it wasn't a hunting rifle that anyone could afford. Even officials wouldn't be able to use it easily. Take hold of. For a moment, their curiosity about Ye Feng and Ai Feng's identities flared up. Ye Feng understood their subtle thoughts, but he had no intention of explaining anything. After handing Ai Feng the rifle, he turned to Zhang Hao and sternly ordered, "Don't be afraid if you encounter mutants later. Just attack them directly. But remember to fire in bursts to save ammo. Don't shoot at me like crazy." Zhang Hao reluctantly pouted, thinking, "I'll just hit them first." Ye Feng finished, and then looked at Ai Feng, who kindly replied, "Yes." After explaining everything, Ye Feng started the chariot again and set off. As they continued to advance, the roar of the tank gradually attracted other mutant beasts, and many even blocked the road, blocking their way. Seeing the ferocious beasts, Zhang Hao couldn't help but panic. "Brother, what should we do next?" Ye Feng sneered. Without answering Zhang Hao's question, he calmly increased his speed and rushed straight towards the mutant beasts. The mutant beasts 200 meters away seemed to have realized Ye Feng's intentions and tried to dodge for a while. But before anyone could rejoice, those in the car felt as if the tank had been crushed by a heavy object. Before they could react, a hyena with a bloody mouth suddenly jumped out of the second row window. "Ah!" Alice screamed in fear, But that was not the end. The tank felt the pressure of a heavy object on itself again, and it became obvious that there was more than one mutant on board. The hideous heads of the hyenas stuck out one after another, hitting the glass of the car with force, trying to get inside and tear it to pieces. Thanks to the special material of the glass, they managed to survive. But that was no solution. The further they went, the more mutants appeared, and their situation became more and more vulnerable. "Brother Feng, open my window!" Ye Feng was at a loss for words when Ai Feng suddenly raised his rifle and shouted. Zhang Hao and Alice, who were sitting in the back, looked at Ai Feng in surprise, wondering what she was up to. Ye Feng looked at her with concern, questioningly. Ai Feng nodded, indicating that she was okay. Seeing this, Ye Feng complied and opened the passenger window. However, as soon as the window opened, the hyena's head dove. Inside, its sharp teeth stained with black blood bared as if it was about to bite Ai Feng's neck. This scene scared Ye Feng. Although he knew that Ai Feng would not be infected by the virus, he felt sorry for her being torn apart by those creatures. So he quickly pulled out his gun, intending to finish off the annoying mutant. But it was too late. Ai Feng was faster than him. She gripped the rifle tightly, and just as the hyena lowered its head towards her, she smashed it with the butt of her rifle. The blow was so strong that it crushed the mutant's head and sent it flying backwards. Everyone was stunned by this. Feet having become a mutant, the hyena has the physique of a lioness, capable of confronting even a lion. But Ai Feng did not last even one round. How could this not shock everyone? After dealing with the first mutant, Ai Feng leaned out of the car window. This dangerous move almost stunned Zhang Hao and the others, who thought, "This woman is too fierce. How cool is she?" Ai Feng seemed to have been blessed with incredibly high shooting skills from birth. Under her attack, she destroyed all the mutants on the chariot without missing a single one, and they were all killed with headshots. Even Ye Feng, who was standing next to her, was stunned. He thought, "What the hell is just a cleaning robot? This is a war machine." Although the mutants in the vehicle were defeated, the convoy continued to attack as the tank advanced, and some mutants were also mixed in. Fortunately, these mutants and beasts attacked each other, which greatly reduced the pressure on Ye Feng and his team. Zhang Hao, go to... Help! Ye Feng didn't give Zhang Hao a chance to object. He simply opened the left window where Zhang Hao was standing. As soon as the window opened, a gust of wind with the smell of fish suddenly blew into the room, making Zhang Hao even more angry. Realizing that the situation was special, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, grab a hunting rifle, and shoot at mutants chasing the tank. Despite his poor shooting skills, he still hit the target 1 time out of 5. After some intense fighting, the tank finally reached its target. Ahead lay a vast mountain jungle, where the zoo's key animal care area was located. The road went the other way, side of the zone, but it led away from the zoo. As the 4 men got out of the car, the mutant beasts rushed after them again, although this time there were only 8 of them. Zhang Hao instinctively raised his pistol to shoot, but after pulling the trigger several times, he realized that he was out of bullets. In anger, he dropped his rifle, leaving Alice in disbelief. Seeing the mutant beasts approaching, Ai Feng opened fire without hesitation. His shooting was so accurate that Zhang Hao almost wanted to kneel down and become his disciple. Ai Feng killed 6 of the 8 mutant beasts, and the remaining 2 pounced on him while he was changing gears. Since Zhang Hao and Alice retreated when the mutant beasts appeared, the remaining 2 aimed at Ye Feng, who was standing in front. In their eyes, the motionless Ye Feng was about to become their prey. Seeing Ye Feng about to be pounced upon and devoured by the mutant beasts, Zhang Hao and Alice, who was standing behind him, instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Closing their eyes, they heard the sound of swords being drawn, followed by 2 more blows, and then 2 dull sounds as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Burning with curiosity, they opened their eyes and saw that the mutant beast, so arrogant just a moment ago, had turned into 2 corpses, each of which only half of the head was missing. What just happened? Zhang Hao was shocked. He looked at Ye Feng, who was wiping the blood off the Tang sword, and couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. Who the hell was he? Why was he so powerful? Alice nodded, then froze, her gaze darting back and forth, her thoughts restless. He could kill the mutant beast with one blow. Few would believe it. Ye Feng wiped the blood off Tang's sword, sheathed it, and walked over as if nothing had happened. Tell me, what should we do next? There were only endless jungle, and no other animals were visible. However, there were several paths leading into the jungle, and next to them was a sign that said, Key Animal Sanctuary. Ye Feng had never been here before, so the area was completely unfamiliar. Seeing the endless jungle in front of him, he realized that Haiyun Zoo was much larger than he had imagined. He clearly remembered that it had not existed when he had visited here a few years ago. Moreover, this patch of jungle covered an area comparable to a large park. It was obviously built later. The fact that a particular section of the jungle was designated as a nature reserve meant that the animals there were truly precious. Seeing Ye Feng's question, Alice enthusiastically explained, "This is a newly opened area of the zoo. To restore the real jungle and attract tourists, many large animals are kept in captivity here. If you want to find live animals, you can only look for them there." Ye Feng looked at Alice with interest and asked, "How do you, a resident of another city, know so much about it?" Alice looked completely normal and smiled softly. "Before the crisis broke out, I happened to be there." Zhang Hao, who was standing to the side, also nodded. "I didn't buy a ticket back then, so I didn't go. However, there are indeed many large animals kept captive there. The giant panda I mentioned earlier." Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and slowly said, "How about this? Let's go in and take a look. You guys wait outside." Zhang Hao's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He hurriedly asked, "Brother, if you leave, what will happen if the mutant beasts appear again?" Ye Feng pointed to a nearby chariot and said, "Just hide inside. Those mutants and beasts won't be able to get in. Don't worry." Although Zhang Hao knew that the chariot was strong, he still didn't want to leave Ye Feng and the others. The main reason was that he had already seen Ai Feng and Ye Feng's strength. Wouldn't it be much safer than staying in the chariot? Seeing that Zhang Hao was about to say something, Alice quickly walked over and took his hand, smiling and nodding at Ye Feng. "Okay, we'll wait for you outside." Zhang Hao quickly looked at Alice, not understanding why she agreed. He wanted to say something to try to reconcile, but Alice pinched his arm hard, forcing him to swallow his words. Although Ye Feng didn't see Alice squeeze his arm, he noticed the strange expression on Zhang Hao's face. Ye Feng didn't answer directly. "Well, be careful and don't get out of the car without necessary." With these words, Ye Feng took the rifle from Ai Feng and handed it to Zhang Hao. He then added, "Be careful," and Zhang Hao took the rifle and nodded gratefully. After giving the instructions, Ye Feng and Ai Feng carefully walked back into the jungle. After watching Ye Feng and Ai Feng disappear, out of sight, Zhang Hao finally shook off Alice's hand and asked, "What did you mean?" Alice looked at him indignantly. "What do you think I meant?" Zhang Hao coughed dryly. He was still a little unaccustomed to such looks. Although they had been together for so long and he had feelings for her, it was still better to clarify some things. "Let's go talk in the car." Zhang Hao tried to grab Alice's hand, but she dodged it. This made Zhang Hao a little embarrassed. He didn't understand what she meant. Alice glanced in the direction where Ye Feng had disappeared and then asked in a serious tone, "Don't you want to escape?" "Escape? How to escape?" "There are so many mutants and mutant beasts outside, you know," Zhang Hao replied discontentedly. "Idiot, we can leave?" Alice folded her arms across her chest and looked at Zhang Hao coquettishly. Zhang Hao frowned slightly. "The car? And they didn't take the keys?" Alice suddenly smiled slyly. "I don't have the keys to their car, but I have my own." With that, she pulled out the keys to the luxury car from her pocket. Zhang Hao, seeing the keys in Alice's hand, immediately became angry. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had the keys? I was almost killed by those monsters while trying to escape." Despite Zhang Hao's questions, Alice remained calm and explained. "I brought the car earlier and parked it in the underground parking lot nearby. And why I didn't tell you? It's because the two of us can't get here. And even if we could, we wouldn't be able to leave. Have you forgotten that the zoo gate is locked?" Zhang Hao frowned slightly, realizing that Alice was telling the truth. "I'm telling you now because the parking lot is not far from here. Secondly, the gate should be open. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter, and we would have left this damn place. Besides, I never thought I would come back. They made me stand here, and I accidentally stumbled upon this." Alice explained so much at once, briefly and clearly. Zhang Hao understood her motives and sympathized with her. His resentment towards her had turned into guilt. However, he still had some concerns. "Alice, even if we were to leave now, without their protection, if we encounter mutant beasts, we might—" Zhang Hao didn't dare finish speaking, but the meaning was clear. "They?" Alice suddenly sneered. "They won't live long." Zhang Hao looked at Alice in amazement, confused by her words. Alice didn't waste time. She asked directly, "Do you remember the first time you saw me 8 days ago?" Zhang Hao nodded, showing that he remembered. Alice continued, "That's where I escaped. The first mutation has occurred, and almost all the animals inside have either become mutants or died. Although so much time has passed, I don't know what it's like now, but the danger is undeniable." "What? Is everything you said true?" Zhang Hao suddenly asked, his voice filled with accusation. He wasn't sure if Ye Feng was a good person, but at least he had saved their lives. That alone didn't give them a reason to frame him. Alice just shrugged her shoulders when she heard Zhang Hao's accusations, and then casually said, "Even if we listen to them, can you guarantee that they will keep their word and let us go?" "What if it's another Wang Hai?" Alice's question made Zhang Hao think deeply. He knew that he couldn't trust strangers in this situation, and his resolve began to waver. Seeing Zhang Hao hesitate for a moment, Alice nudged him impatiently. "If we don't leave now, there will be too late." Zhang Hao took a deep breath and, after a moment of hesitation, finally agreed to Alice's proposal. The key reserve. Ye Feng and I Feng carefully moved along the path. The danger had temporarily passed, but who knew if there were mutant beasts lurking somewhere? After all, a little caution wouldn't hurt. After giving I Feng's rifle to Zhang Hao, Ye Feng gave him his own pistol for self-defense. Although it was unnecessary for a robot like I Feng, Ye Feng didn't care. I Feng's safety was paramount. He would rather have the whole trip go to waste than have I Feng get hurt. "Brother Feng, aren't you afraid that something will go wrong if you leave them outside? And I think there's something wrong with Alice." I Feng, who was walking behind him, suddenly asked. This was the first time Ye Feng had asked him a question, and from a human perspective, which was strange. But now is not the time to complain. Everything is fine. We have already reached our destination. Even if they have some ulterior motives, it is harmless. Ye Feng's answer was not a sign of carelessness. In fact, he did not ask Zhang Hao and the others because he had the potions with him that he planned to use on a live animal. If he took Zhang Hao and the others with him, they can see it. If word of the mysterious drug that causes animal mutations reaches the authorities, Ye Feng won't be able to explain himself even if he has 10 mouths to feed. He could easily be accused of creating this virus. The fate that awaits Ye Feng will be terrible. He will probably be dragged out and will be shot in 10 minutes. Besides, Ye Feng couldn't count on being kind to anyone he caught on the road. In that case, he would be wary of any bad intentions. After hearing Ye Feng's answer, I Feng stopped asking questions. They had already walked a third of the way to the reserve. For safety reasons, Ye Feng pulled out the drone he had prepared in advance and ordered I Feng to be ready to act at any time. As they advanced further, Ye Feng finally spotted the first living animal. From behind, it resembled a tiger, although it was somewhat thin. The tiger was surrounded by a high iron fence, covering a large area, including resting, lounging, and eating areas. Almost 1,000 square meters. However, when Ye Feng approached, he found that this supposedly living animal was lying lifelessly on the ground, as if it was about to die. It had not eaten for 8 or 9 days since the crisis began, which is not a problem for a predator. But remember, it didn't even have water, which significantly accelerated its death. And considering the raging virus, it was a relief that it had managed to survive until now. Looking at the dying tiger in the fence, Ye Feng couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity for such a good ama tiger. If only I had come a few days earlier. Although the tiger was not dead yet, Ye Feng had no intention of giving it the potion, since it required a strong body, and in its current state, it was practically impossible for it to survive. In the end, the potion would not only be wasted, but also indirectly would cost him his life. Ye Feng didn't want that at all. Sighing with regret, Ye Feng returned to the team and said quietly, "Let's go and look ahead." I Feng said, and they continued moving. However, the situation they encountered this time made Ye Feng feel in crisis situation. They hadn't been walking long when they noticed bloodstains on the ground. Judging by the color, some were from the past, some were very recent, and there were quite a lot of them, with pools of blood every few meters. It was clear there was danger. Most of the animals here were large. If they were to mutate, their strength would far surpass that of cheetahs and hyenas. As if to confirm Ye Feng's thoughts, they had not advanced far before they discovered a new infected specimen, a huge silverback gorilla. As soon as Ye Feng noticed it, it noticed him and his group. The mutated gorilla beast raised its powerful paws and slammed the ground, sending dirt and gravel flying everywhere. It then slammed its chest with a furious roar. It then launched its first attack, charging at Ye Feng and his group. Seeing the mutated beast charging at him, I Feng quickly raised his gun, ready to fire. Seeing this, Ye Feng, who was standing nearby, quickly reached out and grabbed I Feng's hand, whispering, "Don't shoot yet, otherwise you'll disturb the other mutant beasts nearby." With that, Ye Feng drew his tang sword and lunged at the gorilla. Seeing the attack that was stronger than him, Ye Feng quickly dodged, not daring to take it head-on. However, the gorilla left a huge crater where he dodged. Fortunately, the beast's movements were much slower than Ye Feng's, and when the attack missed, Ye Feng decisively struck its back. Blood spurted out, but the beast did not die instantly. Seeing that a tiny human was wounding him, he became even more angry. He roared at Ye Feng again and attacked again, this time much faster than before. But even with the genetically enhanced Ye Feng, he was still no match. He easily dodged the attacks again, and then continued to slash at his vulnerable neck with his tang sword. After the 18th swing of his sword, Ye Feng's mutant gorilla fell heavily. This mutant was much stronger than those Ye Feng had encountered before. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this mutant gorilla could kill a mutant cheetah with one blow. Kill a medium-sized normal mutant and get 10 exchange points. What? 10 exchange points? Ye Feng was a little surprised. Having just killed the mutant cheetah and hyena, he only received 3 exchange points. This showed that this silverback gorilla was indeed much stronger. Just as Ye Feng finally finished off the mutant gorilla, a new sound suddenly came from behind him, becoming louder and louder. "Damn it! Don't even give me a break!" He cursed in his mind, not wanting to hesitate any longer. He spread his legs and ran without looking back. As he ran, he involuntarily glanced back out of curiosity, and the sight almost scared him to death. "What the hell is this?" Ye Feng cursed angrily. The mutant behind him wasn't particularly scary, but its horns were strange. That's right. The creature chasing Ye Feng was a mutant antelope, and its horns were completely different from any antelope he had seen before. Antelopes usually spread their horns to the sides, but the horns of the one behind were pointing forward and were more than twice as big as before. The sharp black horns were only a few meters away from Ye Feng's back, indicating that this antelope was as fast as Ye Feng. If it collided with Ye Feng at that speed, Ye Feng would certainly have been mortally wounded. Wounded! Seeing this from afar, Ai Feng wanted to fire his gun to help Ye Feng, but Ye Feng stopped him. Judging from the situation, there were undoubtedly many mutant beasts nearby, each stronger than the other. If they fired thoughtlessly, the sound would definitely attract them. Attention, which in turn would attract mutants and potentially make it more difficult to find a living creature. Ai Feng followed Ye Feng's orders without question, but without his help, Ye Feng would have to deal with the threat behind him alone. After much deliberation, Ye Feng decided to evade the attack. Enemy? He ran, choosing advantageous places. After several attempts to dodge, he finally chose a large camphor tree. The camphor tree was almost 2 meters in diameter, and its trunk rose more than 10 meters. This was truly a huge tree. "Brother tree, forgive me!" Ye Feng sincerely apologized to the camphor tree in front of him. Continuing to run away, Ye Feng found the perfect moment to turn back and hit the antelope in the left eye. This enraged the antelope, and with a furious roar, it rushed at Ye Feng again, even faster than before. Ye Feng ran with all his might toward the camphor tree. Just as he was about to collide with it, he suddenly pushed off the ground, jumping 7 or 8 meters into the air and landing on a tree branch at the perfect moment. The antelope was less fortunate. Her eyes were looking around, and her vision was almost blind. Her target had disappeared, giving way to a camphor tree. She instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! The huge camphor tree shook violently, almost knocking Ye Feng off the trunk. The antelope's horns dug deep into the trunk, immobilizing him. Fist-sized cracks appeared in the soil around the tree's roots. If the antelope had been a little stronger, the tree might have been completely uprooted. After confirming that the antelope had lost consciousness, Ye Feng jumped down again and, without thinking, dispatched it with a single blow, successfully killing the middle one, a normal mutant, earning 10 exchange points. "Another 10 exchange points. Not bad," Ye Feng said enthusiastically. Although these two mutants were still significantly inferior to mutants, they were originally animals and had unique physical abilities. Therefore, it was difficult for Ye Feng to deal with them. Quite difficult. However, he could easily deal with the smaller, ordinary mutants. At this moment, Ai Feng came over and asked worriedly, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Ye Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Let's leave first." After that, Ye Feng immediately dragged Ai Feng away from the battlefield. Battle. She had just made a lot of noise, and there was a strong smell of blood coming from her. The other mutants nearby would definitely pay attention to them. The danger only increased with each minute they stayed there. As the two of them sank deeper and deeper, Ye Feng pondered Alice's words. Judging from the current situation, Alice must have lied when she said that there are living creatures, and there is no danger. But who did they just encounter? If it weren't for his careful preparation and enormous strength, he would have died here. Ha ha ha, no wonder she agreed so easily. It turns out she knew about the danger. Ye Feng also thought that if he met Alice again, after leaving, he would definitely beat her up. Although Ye Feng thought so in his heart, he didn't expect to meet her again. Since she dared to do such a thing, it meant that she had already planned to escape. By the time Ye Feng returned, he figured that they had already disappeared. The only thing Ye Feng regretted was the rifle. Damn, I shouldn't have given it to him. After walking a little, they finally saw the so-called panda garden. Although there were no signs or markers nearby, Ye Feng was sure that this was the panda's home, because there were many arrow-shaped bamboo trees nearby, a type of bamboo that pandas love so much. Only the giant panda, the national treasure of Kyushu, could have such a place. If this was not the panda garden, then what could it be? Even after finding the garden, Ye Feng was not satisfied. With so many mutants in the outer area, the situation here should have been similar. The gate to the garden was damaged. Judging from their curved shape, they must have been broken into from the outside. The force that destroyed them must have been very powerful, as the thick concrete walls on both sides collapsed. "Giant panda, please don't die, otherwise all my efforts today will be in vain." Despite all his hopes, Ye Feng knew that the chance of finding a surviving giant panda was less than 10%. As Ye Feng continued digging, he also found dried bloodstains on the ground. They must have been there for several days. The further he went, the more bloodstains there were, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger. When Ye Feng arrived at the panda's detention site, he was stunned because the chaos before him was complete. Buildings and fences were destroyed everywhere, and the ground was covered in dried bloodstains. But that's not the most important thing. On the concrete floor in front of him lay a mangled animal corpse, with internal organs and shredded meat scattered all over its body, and there were bite marks on most parts of its body. So much so that Ye Feng couldn't figure out what it was originally. Ai Feng, be prepared to fight. At any moment, Ai Feng accepted. The two men, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, continued to advance cautiously. Entering the courtyard where the panda lay, they were again astonished by the sight that greeted them. In the courtyard lay the long-dead corpse of the very giant panda that Ye Feng had been looking for. Damn, Ye Feng cursed, his blood pressure rising in anger. After all this effort, it was all in vain, a situation no one could handle. As they approached the panda's body, they noticed traces of dried blood around it, indicating that it had died several days ago. Suddenly, Ye Feng's attention was drawn to a pile of rotting flesh next to the corpse. He cut it with the handle of his knife, and then compared it to the panda's corpse. He finally confirmed that it wasn't a panda, as he couldn't find any torn pieces. If it wasn't a panda, then whose flesh could it be? Strangely enough, these pieces of meat seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Ye Feng suddenly froze, remembering who they belonged to. Everything. That's right, it was the dismembered corpse outside. But another question arose. Where did these pieces come from? Could the giant panda have brought them here before they died? Ye Feng immediately shook his head in denial, since the piles of meat were clearly not brought in at the same time. The pieces on the top layer looked much fresh, although their freshness merely contrasted with the decaying flesh beneath. This meant that they must have been brought in at different times, and some of them must have been torn from corpses, giving them a fresher appearance. If so, they could not have been the work of a dead pig. Pandas. If not her, who else could it be? As Ye Feng was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard the sound of running behind him, as if some huge creature was rushing towards him. Upon entering, Ye Feng had already prepared himself to face the enemy. When the danger loomed over him, he drew his sword, and without hesitation, he struck back. He put all his strength into the blow, confident that even the mutant gorilla would be killed with one blow. Tang's sword hit the mutant in the shoulder, but the result was not at all what Ye Feng had imagined. It only grazed the mutant's flesh, leaving a wound only a few centimeters. The mutant felt a slight pain, but his speed did not slow down at all. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Ye Feng pushed Ai Feng aside, jumped up, and delivered a powerful kick straight to the forehead. The recoil threw him back. This gap allowed him to clearly see the attacking creature. He had a massive body, black and white fur, and especially the eyes that looked like dark circles. Indeed, the creature that attacked Ye Feng was a giant panda. "Oh my," Ye Feng exclaimed, but his excitement faded in a matter of seconds. The giant panda in front of him was a mutant, several times larger than before. It looked like a mountain of flesh, full of terrifying strength. The paws were also different from before. The claws hidden underneath were sharper, as if they could easily cut through steel. The panda left dents on the ground as it attacked Ye Feng. The reinforced concrete beneath her feet was incredibly strong, but compared to her paws, it felt as fragile as tofu. Ye Feng landed softly, and the mutant panda charged again, using all four limbs and moving even faster. She was clearly furious with Ye Feng. Ai Feng, who was standing nearby, fired decisively to stop the panda, not caring whether the sound of the gunshots would attract other mutants. She had just felt the panda's enormous strength. If they didn't find a way to deal with it quickly, they could all die here. However, The pistol bullets that hit him bounced off from his flesh without causing any harm. Damn it! A mutant beast could actually block bullets? This scene stunned Ye Feng. There were only two reasons why it could dodge the bullets. Either the mutation had enhanced its defense, or it could be a variant of the mutant beast. A mutant transformed from an infected human could easily do it, only he used bones instead of flesh. If that were the case, there would be serious problems. Ye Feng desperately dodged his attacks, muttering to himself, "Western girls are so unreliable." Ye Feng ran, the mutant panda pursued him, and the man and the bear played eagle and chicken in the yard. Oddly enough, no matter how many times Ai Feng shot at him, he refused to attack, instead seeming to focus on Ye Feng, leaving Ye Feng speechless. Didn't we agree on the beauty and the beast? Why are you always chasing me? Despite these thoughts, Ye Feng still hoped that the mutant panda would ignore Ai Feng. Fortunately, Ye Feng's stamina and speed were impressive, so he was able to temporarily restrain the panda. He did not immediately run away because he wanted to pacify the panda. Since he couldn't find a healthy animal, he could only try the infected one. Of course, it was not easy to pacify the panda now, because the mutant panda's strength was no less than the one Ye Feng had encountered before. Moreover, her overall strength was significantly higher, which put Ye Feng in a difficult position. He dodged and looked for opportunities to strike back. After pursuing for a while, he finally found the mutant's weak point, a wound on her abdomen, hidden by thick fur and not noticeable. Ye Feng realized this when he saw the panda instinctively dodge, attacking its belly. The longer we hesitate, the more dangerous it becomes. Looks like we'll have to go all out. Ye Feng activated the drone's auto-attack mode and ordered Ai Feng to shoot from the side, preventing the panda from retreating. He ordered her to shoot at the panda's left abdomen whenever possible. After preparing, Ye Feng stopped and turned to attack the panda. The panda was also somewhat surprised. She never imagined that Ye Feng would dare to attack her, which made her even more furious. As the strongest in the area, she would either give in or be eaten. But now, a man like an ant dared to hurt her and challenge her. This was definitely a challenge to her power. Speed. The panda's numbers have not diminished. Charging towards Ye Feng, she raised her sharp claws and slashed at his head with all her might, intending to chop him to death with one blow. Her swift strikes were so swift that even Ye Feng did not dare to hesitate, knowing full well that if he lost his concentration, he would be completely destroyed in the next second. Dodging the panda's claws, Ye Feng, not wanting to be left behind, stabbed the panda in the stomach with his sword. Compared to the previous strike, this one pierced the flesh 6 to 7 centimeters deeper. The wound, which had almost healed, opened up again, worsening the damage. Panda roared in pain and then rushed at Ye Feng like crazy, slapping his head with palm after palm, determined to kill this vile man. How could Ye Feng just stand there and let him attack? He quickly drew his tang sword and retreated, dodging the panda's random attacks. But it's not over yet. The drone in the sky also shot straight at the panda, each bullet aimed at its fierce eyes. The panda's reaction exceeded Ye Feng's expectations. Just as the bullets were about to pierce its eyes, it quickly raised its hands to defend itself. The shocked Ye Feng quickly recovered and rushed forward again. Attack with a sword in hand. With his free hand, the panda struck Ye Feng without hesitation. Both hands were free, his stomach was open and defenseless, and it was the perfect opportunity to attack. Ai Feng, go! Ye Feng roared, tightly gripping the tang sword and blocking the panda's attack with all his might. He had to endure the blow, otherwise the panda would pull back its hand to block the blow, missing this chance. The bear's paw, which was larger than Ye Feng's head, slammed down on the tang sword with force, but the paw remained unharmed. In time, Ye Feng was sent flying under this enormous force, along with his sword, and the tang sword in his hand was broken in half by this sheer force. Even when they were fighting the mutants in the Skylark apartments, the tang sword remained intact. But now, when facing the mutant panda, it was so fragile that it was shocking. Flying Ye Feng. Ai Feng, who was standing in the distance, did not lose her composure due to Ye Feng's injury. She knew that the most important thing now was to deal with the panda. So, as soon as Ye Feng was sent flying, she quickly raised her right hand, which was holding the gun, and without even aiming, emptied the magazine. The entire movement was incredibly smooth and effortlessly beautiful. Bang, bang. Bang, each bullet pierced the panda's stomach with pinpoint precision, piercing its flesh and then its internal organs. Blood immediately gushed from the wound. The intense pain caused the panda to roar again, but this time its roar was filled with a mournful cry. Despite its severe injuries, the panda did not fall down immediately. Any ordinary mutant would have died several times over. This showed the strength of this panda. Ye Feng, who flew out, did not pay attention to the pain. He wiped the blood from his mouth and rushed forward again, picking up the broken sword. But halfway there, the panda collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the panda was unable to resist, Ye Feng gave up on the idea of finishing it off. In the end, he still needed to keep the panda alive for his experiments. He had originally intended to subdue it, but its strength was much greater than Ye Feng had imagined. He needed to injure it first. As for her fate, it depended on her endurance. Ye Feng cautiously approached the mutant panda with a short knife in his hand. At this time, the drone in the sky also slowly landed next to Ye Feng. After the danger was eliminated, the drone would automatically return to its owner and turn on the follow mode. It can be said that he is very smart. As he approached, Ye Feng was still wondering whether this giant panda was feasible. In his current half-dead state, Ye Feng did not know whether the injection of the drug would be successful. However, just when Ye Feng was distracted, the panda lying on the ground suddenly stood up and hit his palm. This scene scared Ye Feng. What kind of hatred and resentment is this? Why does she want to kill me so much? Considering the distance between Ye Feng and the panda, coupled with the panda's sudden attack and its attack speed, Ye Feng was unable to dodge this attack. Now he could only accept it. In order to withstand the bear's paw attack, Ye Feng even broke the tang sword, and in the end, he was able to withstand it. Now, with only the broken sword in his hand, he doubted that he would be as lucky as just now and be able to stand unscathed. Ai Feng, who stood far away, could not come to his aid. The distance between them was too great. Ye Feng, who had braced himself for serious injuries, was seething with anger at himself for daring to lose his concentration in such a situation. But at this moment, the drone behind Ye Feng spontaneously activated its primary defense mode. It accelerated sharply and then desperately crashed into the giant's paw. Bear. It was a tactical move of self-destruction, like a moth to a flame. Boom. The moment the drone struck the paw, the measly drone exploded with incredible force, throwing Ye Feng aside and preventing him from being killed by the paw. Ye Feng rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop, and the panda collapsed again without reacting. "Brother Feng!" Ai Feng exclaimed and rushed to his aid. "Everything is fine." Ahem. Ye Feng coughed dryly and let out a sigh of relief. Although the drone's blast energy was powerful, the source was some distance away from Ye Feng, so he only suffered minor internal injuries. With his improved physical abilities, he should be able to recover in a few days. Several days. After catching his breath, he looked at the smoke from the explosion and an instant pain shot through him. Although he could mass-produce drones, each one was precious to him. Moreover, the drone had activated its self-destruct function to save him, which touched Ye Feng. It wasn't Ye Feng's sentimentality. He had lived his life anew, so he treasured everything he had. Friends, the system, Ai Feng, the shelter, the drones, everything. He shook his head vigorously to silence the thoughts. The crisis had not been resolved, and time was running out. There was no time to waste. With Ai Feng's support, Ye Feng was once again within 10 meters of the mutant panda. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not approach recklessly. After several attempts, Ye Feng was convinced that the panda had indeed lost its resistance. He then cautiously approached. To her. Looking at the blood-covered giant panda, Ye Feng felt a little excited, especially because of the horrific wound on its stomach. If panda lovers saw this, they would probably beat Ye Feng to death. How could they mock the national treasure, the panda? Isn't this worthy of punishment? When Ye Feng saw the bear's paw that had just been damaged by the drone's explosion, he couldn't help but be surprised because the paw was all bloody, and even the bloody bones were visible. Could it really be that powerful? In an instant, many thoughts appeared in Ye Feng's mind. Crazy ideas, but they were all a little reckless. He took the medicine bottle out of his pocket, but again he doubted. The panda was dying, and he didn't know what consequences the injection of the medicine would have. Suddenly, Ye Feng remembered that he could ask the system because the medicine was provided by the system and naturally it knew about it. System, can I inject the medicine into this mutant panda in front of me? Ding! Scanning, please wait. Scan completed successfully. Type, male mutant giant panda. Mutant? No wonder it's so strong. Ye Feng nodded solemnly. This was his first encounter with a mutant beast, and also his first time defeating a mutant creature with such bad luck. I wonder how many points I'll get for reporting this mutant to the authorities. Ye Feng was confident that the authorities. There is no data on mutants. Otherwise, Li Ling would have made it clear as soon as she learned of Ye Feng's visit to the zoo. The system continued to remind. Due to the severe injuries and critical condition, the success rate of administering the mutant gene survival potion is only 50%. Due to special circumstances, the dosage is halved. Only a 50% success rate. This rate was low compared to Ye Feng's expectations. After all, this bottle of potion cost a fortune, so there was a 50% chance that it would be useless. In that case, Ye Feng would suffer a huge loss. As for the remaining half of the potion, it was useless to Ye Feng. The potency of a full bottle was at its maximum, and the remaining half, unless he saved it for injecting smaller animals like dogs and cats, was useless. It was like being given chopsticks and told how to eat. Besides, Ye Feng had no respect for small animals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time and effort going to the zoo. After much hesitation, Ye Feng finally decided to have the injection. Firstly, time was running out. If he waited any longer, the giant panda would surely die. Secondly, Ye Feng couldn't find a more suitable species than the giant panda. This was a mutant who was not only powerful, but also a national treasure. Any rational person would almost certainly choose the injection. Moreover, the 50% probability was the default setting of the system, making it a good option. If it were Penguin's lottery chance, Ye Feng would choose to inject the potion. Dog, rather than risk this 50% chance. Ye Feng took the potion and walked towards the panda's head. He planned to inject the potion into the panda's neck, which was near the brain and heart, and the drug would work faster. He pressed a button on the cap of the potion bottle, and a thin needle automatically emerged from the bottom of the bottle and pierced the panda's neck. After injecting half of the green potion, Ye Feng quickly pulled it out. Putting the potion aside, Ye Feng waited anxiously, praying in his heart for success. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, just when Ye Feng thought it was over, the panda's palm suddenly moved. What's even more surprising is that the wound on its body slowly healed so fast that it was visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Does it really heal wounds? If I had known, I would have kept it. Ye Feng cried out in despair. This process continued for several minutes until the panda's wounds were completely healed. But she was still lying on the ground motionless, which made Ye Feng a little confused. Why hadn't she woken up yet? Did she die from the side effects? Just as Ye Feng was thinking about this, the giant panda suddenly opened its eyes. Compared to the ferocious gaze from before, this time its gaze seemed much softer and even a little smarter. Ding! A notification rang in Ye Feng's head, followed by a series of information screens. Name? None. Species? Giant panda. Level? Mutant. Loyalty? 61. P.S. Not very loyal, can be improved with training. As Ye Feng read these messages, the giant panda slowly rose to its feet and, as if Puppy sat down next to him. The two figures, big and small, looked quite comical, reminiscent of the scene from My Neighbor Totoro, where Cow Bime and Totoro stand next to each other. Wow, it seems he can become even stronger, Yefeng thought, because on the information screen there was the word level, indicating that the giant panda was an existence that strived for growth. This was amazing news for him, but her loyalty was a bit low. After complaining, Yefeng decided to give the giant panda a name. The name column said no, which meant that the panda could be given a name, which Yefeng naturally guessed. But what should he choose? Yefeng was puzzled again. After much thought, Yefeng finally named him Po, just like the main character from the movie Kung Fu Panda he had seen before. Ding! The name has been given! As soon as Yefeng finished naming, a system notification flashed through his head. But all of this had already happened. Never mind. Yefeng had more important things to do. He decided to test his ability to control the panda. If he couldn't, his efforts would be in vain. Standing in front of the giant panda Po, he put his hands on his hips, threw his head back and shouted, "Po, hold out your hand." Po was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Do you think I'm a dog?" Although he grumbled a little, he still obeyed, holding out his huge hand. Wow, he really understands me. This result was a bit unexpected for Yefeng. Po understood his commands without any training, which clearly demonstrated his considerable intelligence. Yefeng had already guessed that even human mutants had considerable intelligence, so how could animal mutants be so mediocre? The only difference was that human mutants can talk, something that animal mutants can't compare to. Although Yefeng knew the outcome, he still tried it, hoping for luck. But Po shook his head, completely rejecting the idea. Indeed, if giant pandas could really talk, they would probably scare many people to death. In addition, there was another important discovery that greatly surprised Yefeng. Ifeng could also interact with Po, and Po seemed to obey her. If Ifeng told the panda to lie down, she would lie down immediately. His words were even more effective than Yefeng's. Yefeng wasn't jealous. It was good that Ifeng loved Po, because it meant that Po could stay with her when he wasn't at the reserve. Back in reality, Yefeng was faced with another problem. It was Po's food. With its size, one meal could bankrupt both Yefeng and the reserve in a month, and that was no exaggeration. Not to mention that Po was 4 to 5 times larger than a normal panda. Even a normal giant panda's appetite was simply incredible. Many overseas zoos had to send pandas back to Kyushu because they could not afford to keep them. Moreover, giant pandas became mutants, and with their current size, their appetites were only growing. Yefeng wasn't sure if he would still eat bamboo. Looking at the bamboo grove in the courtyard, Yefeng walked over, cut a piece, trimmed the branches, and tossed it to Po, signaling that it was okay to eat. Po looked at the bamboo in front of him and his face suddenly became disdainful. He looked at Yefeng and shook his head, indicating that he would not eat it. "Why don't you try it? It's very delicious," Yefeng coaxed, raising his hand like a child merchant. Po continued to shake his head. Seeing this, Yefeng had no choice but to give in. He would only think about feeding Po after he finished his work for the day. Now that his mission was complete, Yefeng prepared to return home. However, this time, Po refused to obey. He sat motionless in front of the recently deceased giant panda, ignoring Ye's orders. "Feng, Brother Feng, my pictures show that the giant panda that died was a female. She must be Po's ex-wife," Ifeng explained. This surprised Yefeng a little. His surprise was not caused by the panda, but by Ifeng. He wondered where Ifeng knew the word wife from. There was something touching about these words coming from such a queen. Yefeng walked up to Po and looked at the long-dead panda. The panda had not mutated and its physique remained the same. Looking at the rotting meat next to it, Yefeng suddenly realized something. Understood. He resolutely grabbed a piece of rotting meat with the broken knife and offered it to Po, saying, "Po, eat." This time, Po ate it all, as if he had been hungry for a long time. Ye Feng muttered to himself, sighing, "So that's it." The rotting meat dumped next to the dead panda was Po's doing. Po's mutation changed his diet. He wanted to feed his dead wife, to bring her back to life, so instead of bamboo, he brought mutant meat. The dead mutant behind the yard was probably the culprit of the attack on Abao's wife, so Abao killed him. The reason for dismembering the body was probably to provide food, the dead panda. As for the reason why Abao chased and beat Ye Feng, it was probably because Ye Feng had previously attacked his wife. Thinking about this, Ye Feng sincerely admired Abao. Although he was not a human, he understood the principle of mutual support and unwavering loyalty even better than humans. Ye Feng looked around the courtyard again, and his gaze finally settled on the bamboo grove in the corner. He spent 5 or 6 minutes digging a large hole, more than a meter deep, next to the bamboo grove with his broken knife. Returning to Abao, he bent down and picked up the dead panda, ignoring the mess. Abao, who was standing nearby, made no attempt to stop him, apparently understanding what Ye Feng was about to do, and obediently followed him. Ye Feng carefully lowered the panda into the hole and buried it. He then cut off several bamboo poles, chopped them into 1-meter-long pieces, and inserted them one by one until the hole was not completely filled. After finishing all this, Ye Feng gently patted Abao on the back and said, "Let's go. You can come any time you want to see her in the future." This time, Abao nodded obediently and followed Ye Feng out of the courtyard. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly received another system notification. Ding! Po loyalty +5. Now 66. Huh? Ye Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would actually increase Po's loyalty. It was quite an unexpected bonus. After a few grateful sighs, the two of them walked out of the jungle together with the bear. The return journey was much easier since Ye Feng had already dealt with many infected and mutants he had encountered on his way here. Now that Po, a mutant-level beast, was in front of him, the journey went smoothly. Of course, he had met a fearless mutant, not to mention his strength. A powerful beast, even larger than a silverback gorilla, was the 1E. Feng had encountered it before. However, Po finally defeated it, killing it with one blow, its head exploding. After that, no other monster dared to interfere. When they returned to the road, they found no one, not even a tank. It was clear that Alice and Zhang Hao had already left. Ye Feng. He didn't take it too seriously because he had already guessed the outcome. If someone lied to him and still dared to stay, Ye Feng would have a hard time. It was clear that he was not taken seriously. Besides, Ye Feng had already achieved his goal, and the reward was huge. His resentment towards Alice naturally subsided considerably. Returning to the chariot, he left. Because Po was a bit big, he did not allow him to ride, not only because it consumed fuel, but also because it was too noticeable. Although Po ran behind the chariot, his speed was anything but slow. If he hadn't been following Ye Feng, he would have long since overtaken him. Not long after the chariot set off, it collided with another group of infected. However, the infected did not rush towards Ye Feng, but surrounded the luxury car in the middle of the road, blocking the path of Ye Feng and his companions. "Brother Feng, there's someone driving ahead." Ai Feng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, warned. Ye Feng was surprised. How could anyone even be in the car at this hour? Could it be Alice and the others? Ye Feng wasn't sure, but even if it really was them, Ye Feng would help. Since Zhang Hao had left a good impression on Ye Feng, at least he wasn't a bad person. Ai Feng wanted to solve the problem directly with a gun, but Ye Feng stopped him, fearing that the shots would attract more infected or mutants. Although he was not at all afraid of Abao's presence, it would delay the return trip. Ye Feng parked the car 100 meters away from the luxury car, then opened the window, poked his head out, and whistled at Abao, who was standing behind the car. "Ah Bao, it's up to you." Po sped away behind him, and the noise he made instantly attracted the attention of the infected. For a moment, everyone stopped attacking the luxury car, howled, and fearlessly rushed at Po Yefeng in his chariot. Watched the scene in amazement. The infected he had encountered earlier in the Skylark apartments had not dared to attack the mutants, even when they had attacked them. But now these infected dared to attack a mutant beast like Po. In a contest of strength, Po was in, countless times stronger than the previous mutant. If not for Po's wound to the stomach, Ye Feng would not have been able to defeat him, and his victory was insignificant, almost costing him his life. This demonstrated Po's immense strength, but even so, the infected did not waver. Ye Feng made an important conclusion. There was a barrier between human and animal mutations. It wasn't such a big deal, but it wasn't such a small issue either. At least for now, it had been proven that the infected and mutants weren't coordinating their attacks on humans. Of course, Ye Feng wasn't sure that would be the case in future. The infected who rushed at Po were mercilessly beaten to within an inch of their lives by him, and Po was splattered with black blood. Ye Feng felt disgusted. Who would like an unkempt pet? I guess I should give it a good bath when I get home, Ye Feng muttered. Otherwise, given Po's current unkempt appearance, Ye Feng wouldn't have let him in. At this thought, Ye Feng suddenly froze. So, where would Po live? A shelter of his own was obviously out of the question. Po could easily demolish it in one move. But living on the streets wasn't the best idea either. If he accidentally scared the neighbors, Ye Feng would have to face complaints. After much thought, Ye Feng still couldn't come up with a suitable solution. All that was left was to wait for his return home. While Ye Feng was pondering, Po had easily dealt with all the infected nearby, and their deaths were horrific. Almost none of them looked healthy. After overcoming the obstacles, Ye Feng rode his chariot up to the luxury car, stopped, and went out with Ai Feng. The car had to go out of order. Its frame was bent by the infected. If Ye Feng had arrived a moment later, the passengers would have been crushed to death. Peering through the mangled windows, he saw two figures in the driver's and passenger's seats, Alice and Zhang Hao, who had managed to escape. Ye Feng immediately recognized them from Alice's golden hair. "It's okay, I dealt with the infected," Ye Feng whispered softly from outside the car. Hearing his voice, Alice, who was driving, immediately begged for help. "Please, sir, save us, please." Alice's pitiful expression softened Ye Feng's heart. He was determined to save them until the very end. Since they had decided to help, Ye Feng would not. Objected? Since the luxury car was deformed, the two people inside couldn't get out unless they were broken out. Otherwise, they would be trapped and starved to death. Ye Feng didn't want to get involved with Ah Bao over such a minor matter, primarily because he was afraid that Ah Bao wouldn't be able to handle it with the situation properly. If he applies too much force, he will crush the two people inside. That would be no fun at all. Ye Feng stepped forward, grabbing the car door with one hand and bracing the other against the frame. Then, with a sudden powerful tug, the badly bent door was ripped out. With a loud bang, the luxury car rocked. When Ye Feng forced the door open, Alice, who was sitting behind the steering wheel, jumped out of the car in a panic. She didn't even have time to think about Ye Feng's unusual actions. Alice, barely having time to catch her breath, shuddered when she saw the huge A Bao next to her. Luckily, Ai Feng, who was standing nearby, quickly caught her and prevented her from falling. But she was still terrified, afraid to even look Po in the eye. Giant pandas are adorable, but have you ever seen a panda that is 3 or 4 meters tall? Alice's real fear wasn't caused by the giant pandas, but by the fact that she knew Po was a mutant. Ye Feng didn't have time to explain to Alice. He had to continue rescuing Zhang Hao. But when Ye Feng reached out to free Zhang Hao from the passenger seat, he found him lying motionless, leaning against the parking space. His face was completely pale, especially his lips, which were startlingly white. Ye Feng tried to call out to Zhang Hao, but found a small wound on his stomach, blood staining his pants red. "Zhang Hao, wake up!" Ye Feng shouted, shaking him, trying to bring him back to his senses. But despite Ye Feng's screams and trembling, Zhang Hao remained motionless. Next to him, Alice was sobbing uncontrollably. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't suggested leaving, Zhang Hao wouldn't have been shot while trying to save me. Please save him. He can't die." Alice fell to her knees with those words. Shot? The word shot? Ye Feng immediately thought of the survivors. But now, Ye Feng was powerless. Zhang Hao had lost so much blood, and his lungs were damaged. Even an operation would be too late now. Moreover, in his current state, it was impossible to save him. "Get up, he is dead." Ye Feng sighed helplessly. If they had decided to stay and wait for him, none of this would have happened. This was all fate. Upon learning of Zhang Hao's death, Alice, who had been crying until now, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Images of Zhang Hao immediately flashed through her mind. "Hello, my name is Zhang Hao. What's yours?" "Alice, don't be afraid. I will protect you." "Run, Alice, they are coming." "Alice, promise me you'll stay alive." From their first meeting to their final parting, these scenes flashed through Alice's mind like a slideshow. Although they had only known each other for 7 or 8 days, this special experience had awakened in them a deep sympathy for each other. Otherwise, Zhang Hao would not have stepped in to save Alice at the critical moment and sacrificed his life. I'm sorry. I never thought things would turn out like this." Alice continued to cry and repent, and the traces of tears on her face were clearly visible. Ye Feng looked at Alice standing on the knees without guilt or resentment. Zhang Hao was willing to sacrifice his life, which also showed that Zhang Hao never blamed her. So what was Ye Feng's reason? Ye Feng was about to help Alice up and carry her away when he suddenly froze for a moment. He came across a faint bite mark on her wrist, and it was already bleeding. This discovery immediately alerted Ye Feng. He reached out and pulled Ai Feng behind him, snatching the gun from her hand. When the gun touched Alice's forehead, her screams suddenly stopped. "Sir, what are you doing?" Alice asked cautiously, involuntarily covering the wound on her wrist with her left hand. "Were you bitten by an infected person?" Ye Feng asked coldly. "Sir, don't you understand? How could I be bitten by an infected person in a car?" Alice asked quietly. A person with less self-control would probably believe her. Ye Feng snorted unceremoniously. "I'm not Zhang Hao. Don't think I'm easy to deceive. Don't tell me that the bite marks on your wrist are you. That's what you're talking about." Alice raised her injured right hand and explained with a wry smile. "I just accidentally scratched it. If I had really been bitten by an infected person, I would have been infected by now. Look, I'm okay now, right?" Even at this moment, Alice was still thinking about deceiving herself. Ye Feng was also amused. "Ha ha. Alice, you are very smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. We have an old saying in Kyushu, intelligence can be a mistake. I don't know if you understand the meaning." Although Ye Feng didn't say it directly, he was telling Alice in a veiled way. "You can't fool me." Seeing that Ye Feng had exposed her lie, Alice froze for a moment, but quickly pulled herself together and continued. "Sir, I don't understand what you mean. If you don't want to take me with you because of my previous escape, then I don't blame you. I'll leave alone." Alice stood up and tried to leave. Ye Feng didn't try to stop her. One more infected wouldn't change anything, and one less wouldn't either. However, if Ye Feng were to encounter Alice again while infected, he would kill her without hesitation. But after taking 7 or 8 steps, Alice suddenly stopped. She stood motionless like a pillar. A moment later, she was again shook as if she was sobbing. Alice was so young and beautiful. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to become a monster like the infected. But she knew that there was no hope, and that turning into a monster was inevitable. Ye Feng, who had not yet left, understood Alice's thoughts and felt a moment of sympathy for her. After all, Alice was a fragile woman, and her perseverance is truly amazing. If you don't want to get infected, I can help you. Ye Feng pointed the gun at Alice. If she nodded, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Between dying with dignity and becoming a monster, most people would choose the former. Alice turned around, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Ye Feng holding the gun in his hand. She was about to nod in agreement when suddenly looked at Poe standing behind him. A profound thought suddenly struck her. Without hesitation, she knelt down, driven by the desire to survive, and humbly begged Ye Feng, "Master, please save me. I will do whatever you ask of me." Ye Feng frowned slightly. "Sorry, I can't save you." He loaded the gun, ready to finish Alice off. Seeing this, Alice was so scared that she quickly pointed at her bow and said, "Master, don't lie to me. You can let the mutant beast become your pet. You must be a government official. There must be a way to save me. Please?" After that, Alice bowed to Ye Feng, and her delicate forehead kept hitting the ground, making dull sounds. Even Ye Feng, who was standing far away, could clearly hear it. In just a moment, Alice's forehead was smashed and bleeding. "Okay, I promise." Ye Feng frowned. Hearing this, Alice stopped her self-harm. She then forced a smile as she looked at Ye Feng, although he found it strange. Alice's reminder reminded Ye Feng that he still had half of the potion left. But this potion was originally intended for him by the system, animals, not humans. Obviously, the potion was not safe for humans and the effects were unknown. But Alice was infected with the virus and did not have long to live, so it was worth a try. With this in mind, Ye Feng pulled the potion out of his pocket and walked up to Alice, saying, "Alice, I have a special potion. It can save you, but it can also kill you." "A potion?" Alice quickly glanced at Ye Feng as he approached, and was delighted to see that he was indeed holding a mysterious potion. "Master, whether I live or die, I don't blame you. If I live, that's all that matters. If I die, it's just my fate." Alice's words surprised Ye Feng. With such knowledge, it seems she wasn't stupid. "System, what will happen if I inject the genetic drug into an infected person?" Before injecting the drug, Ye Feng thought about it. If the system responds, certain death, then the injection will not be necessary. Ding! Scan was successful. The woman is infected. The mortality rate after the injection of the mutant genetic survival drug is extremely high. The survival rate is unknown. Ye Feng didn't know what unknown meant, but the realization of the extremely high mortality rate made him freeze. Alice looked at him with sincerity, like a believer looking at his faith. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give her an injection. At least there was a chance of survival. Although the result was unknown, what if the drug really worked? Thinking about this, Ye Feng resolutely injected the remaining half of the drug into her neck. However, immediately after the injection, Alice began to scratch her neck in pain. Her whole body twitched and her eyes were filled with fear. "Alice, what? You?" Ye Feng hurriedly grabbed Alice's hands to prevent the blood vessels on her neck from bursting and causing severe bleeding. However, Alice's strength suddenly increased, and even Ye Feng could barely control it. Although Alice could no longer scratch her neck, she continued to twitch, even releasing the abundant white foam. It was a clear sign of sudden death. Ai Feng, who was standing behind her, hurried over and, using his special ability, scanned Alice, trying to determine her condition. But before she could finish, Alice suddenly froze, her eyes wide. Their gazes were frozen in despair. Frightened, Ye Feng quickly let go of Alice's hand. After calming down for a moment, he checked Alice's breathing again. But the result was the same. She was dead. How could this happen? Ye Feng frowned, clearly unable to accept this result. "Brother Feng, she died because her body was incompatible with the medicine." Ai Feng hurriedly explained, hoping that Ye Feng would not blame himself for this incident. As an intelligent robot, Ai Feng naturally understood human emotions well. "Sorry." Ye Feng sighed deeply. He reached out and covered Alice's wide-open eyes, then picked her up and put her back into the limousine. Looking at the two bodies in the car, Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is your destiny. At least it's good that it is. At least there will be someone to take care of you when you meet in the underworld. To prevent the bodies from being eaten by the infected, Ye Feng put the door he had just removed back in place. To make it more secure, Ye Feng even bent the frame to prevent the infected from knocking the door down. However, before that, Ye Feng took out the rifle that Zhang Hao gave him from the limousine. As for the magazine, it was already empty. After completing these steps, Ye Feng returned to the chariot and continued on his way. More than 10 minutes after Ye Feng left, Alice suddenly opened her eyes in the limousine. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if possessed by an evil spirit, and looked terrifying. At that moment, her lips slowly parted, and she quietly shouted a name, Ye Feng. On the way back, Ye Feng encountered many infected and mutated beasts. With Po's help, he easily dealt with them. Each attack rarely lasted longer than 2 turns. After each kill, Ye Feng took out his phone to take photos. This was not a souvenir or a special hobby, but a way to earn shelter points from the government. As far as he knew, the Haiyun city government knew very little about the mutated beasts, and these photos and information Ye Feng had collected were exactly what they desperately needed. This would earn him points and also help the government fight mutants, a perfect win-win for Ye Feng. Ye Feng wondered how much the government would reward him this time. Just as the chariot was about to leave the zoo, from the nearby bushes, behind the stone statues, a group of survivors suddenly appeared. They were armed, some with guns, others with knives, clearly well prepared. They also barricaded the main entrance of the zoo with a huge pile of stones and iron, completely blocking the passage. Ye Feng frowned slightly, but finally stopped 20 meters away from the gate. The survivors, seeing Ye Feng stop, became animated for a moment. They raised their weapons and shouted as if celebrating a victory. Wang Hai and several other people from the crowd came out with rifles in their hands. Seeing Ye Feng hiding in the chariot, he didn't dare to come out. He shot at the chariot and then sneered at Ye Feng, who was sitting inside. "Kid, weren't you so impressive before? Why are you cowardly now?" Wang Hai knew the chariot was strong, so he didn't waste any bullets. Now that the gate was blocked, and knowing that Ye Feng would not be able to escape, he was in no hurry. Moreover, he had brought so many people with him this time, and he was afraid that the roast duck would eventually fly away. This idea was not only in Wang Hai's mind, but also in his other accomplices. Seeing that Ye Feng, the car was still silent, Wang Hai continued to shout, "Boy, if you want to live, then live. Just give the girl next to you to your Master Hai, and I, Master Hai, will let you go." Wang Hai's words caused general indignation, especially his accomplices. Remembering Ai Feng's handsome face and proud figure, he instantly became excited. One of them smirked, "Brother Hai, you'll have had your fill of this girl by then, but don't forget that we're still here." As soon as he finished speaking, the other one chimed in, "That's right, I'd die if I could spend a night with this beauty." His words caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. The remaining survivors, although somewhat puzzled, expressed a desire to participate. Wang Hai did not refuse and cheerfully announced that everyone who came today would get their share. With these words, everyone shouted again, "Brother Hai, what hero!" Looking at these so-called survivors, each of whom revealed their cannibalistic faces, Ye Feng was puzzled again. The gate was open, but these people refused to leave. Instead, they stayed behind to shoot at him, satisfying their lust. Were they worth saving? Ye Feng was deep in thought when another bullet hit the tank, interrupting his thoughts. Sensing Ye Feng's anger, Ai Feng, who was standing next to him, raised his gun and whispered, "Brother Feng, let me figure it out. No need." Ye Feng refused without thinking. Ai Feng, although somewhat reluctantly, agreed. Ye Feng didn't care about Ai Feng. These ordinary people were nothing to him. He rejected Ai Feng's offer because he didn't want to make their lives easy. Ye Feng slowly opened his car window and whistled. The whistle immediately attracted everyone's attention, and silence fell, giving Ye Feng the opportunity to speak. Ah Bao, you've finished pooping. It's time to go to dinner. Ye Feng's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Brother Hai, is this guy completely scared? The bearded man standing next to him asked in confusion. Wang Hai scratched his bald head, also momentarily confused. At the same moment as everyone was confused, the ground suddenly shook, and everyone rushed to support each other so as not to fall. What's going on? Earthquake? Wang Hai frowned, his gaze slightly frightened for a moment. At this moment, the bearded man next to him pointed to the outer courtyard and shouted in horror, Brother Hai! There! There is a monster!